Chapter 181, 20 billion to build the three gorges in space. In the outer space of the Earth, a huge, Hercules, aerospace plane soared into the sky and entered directly into the orbit of the Earth. Inside the aerospace plane, CF Feng and Duan Yinpeng, wearing spacesuits with the logo of Fuyun Group, drove carefully. The aerospace plane slowly parked towards the spaceport of the city in the sky. This time their mission is to transport a large number of solar panels to space and prepare to build a large solar farm in space. This plan was also proposed by Li Fu at the meeting. China is now strongly encouraging private capital to participate in the construction of the space industry. Currently, there are thousands of space farmlands under construction and operation in space, of which only a small part belongs to the state, and most of the space farmland belongs to private individuals. The Space Solar Energy Plan is also a plan that the country has recently proposed and strongly encourages and supports its development. The purpose is very clear, which is to reduce dependence on traditional energy sources, and more importantly, reduce dependence on external energy sources. As the most representative enterprise in China's space field, Fuyun Group naturally wants to set an example for others. Whether it is space agriculture or other space industries, Fuyun Group is a pioneer. Solar power generation is actually very common in space. As small as every satellite has a pair of solar panels like wings. As large as a space station, space city, space farmland, spaceship, etc. They all have many solar panels. The actual purpose of these solar wings is to absorb solar energy and convert it into electrical energy to provide power for the spacecraft and increase its life and endurance. In many cases, a pair of small solar wings is enough to provide a very sufficient electrical energy for the spacecraft. Because in space, the sunlight is very strong, without the weakening of the atmosphere, and it can shine all weather. Adjust the angle. Basically, it can achieve vertical 90-degree illumination and continuously provide power. In addition, the spacecraft relies on inertial flight most of the time in space, and generally consumes basically no energy at this time. So a pair of small solar wings is enough to provide energy for the spacecraft and operate for a long time. For example, the Voyager 1, unmanned outer solar system space probe launched by Uncle Sam on September 5, 1977, is still able to work perfectly until now. After decades of flight, it has reached the edge of the solar system. The reason why it can work continuously for decades and still operate perfectly is that the energy it originally carries is actually not enough to support it. The most important source of energy is to use the solar wings to obtain energy. Plus, relying on inertial flight itself does not consume any energy. Shutting down equipment regularly to save energy, etc. So almost half a century later, it is still able to connect with this side of the Earth. So basically all spacecraft, except those that are disposable when first launched, will have a pair of solar wings to obtain energy. Especially large space stations, space cities, space farmlands, etc. Many of their outer LS are solar power panels, which can continuously obtain solar energy. However, it seems that there has never been a really large-scale solar farm specifically designed to capture solar energy and convert it into electrical energy in space. So Fuyun Group has set another historical precedent. The huge aerospace plane slowly parked in the Sky City, spaceport. Its huge belly slowly opened, and the mechanical arm continued to take out the goods inside. Soon the belly of the aerospace plane was empty. Then the robotic arm began to load the cargo for the aerospace plane, and square standard boxes that were 1 meter long were continuously transferred in. The goods in these boxes were all crops produced by the Fuyun Group space farmland, and the quantity was very large. Now it can not only meet the needs of the staff in the city in the sky, but can also be sold to the country and even transported directly to the moon base. In the Sky City, dozens of astronauts such as Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei were extremely busy at this time. They were controlling the robotic arms to train each other to assemble the skeleton of the solar farm. A solar farm is basically similar to a space farm. It uses large sky capsules to form a skeleton, and then continuously subdivides and installs solar panels, eventually forming a huge solar farm, which can not only use solar energy to generate electricity, but also reflect solar energy to smelt asteroids and so on. With the help of the virtual machine, dozens of astronauts cooperated with each other very well and concentrated on controlling the mechanical arms. Outside the Sky City, the mechanical arms were like flexible hands, cooperating with each other and realizing each one. The planned space capsules are constantly being spliced together in space. Soon, a huge frame appeared in space, And then this frame was composed of space capsules. Each space capsule had an engine. When these engines were started, the huge frame gently floated away from the sky. The city slowly moved into its own orbit. After the framework was completed, the astronauts changed into astronauts, entered the spaceplane, left the sky city and caught up, and then began to continuously expand and refine. Compared with building space farmland, building a solar farm is much simpler, because you only need to subdivide it into 1-meter-long squares, and then install solar panels. Soon, a huge solar farm with a length and width of 100 meters was assembled. With the help of numerous robotic arms, the astronauts' work became much easier. Start adjusting the angle. In the skeleton of the space capsule, Luo Xiaoyao controlled the computer to start calculating the angle between the solar panels and the sun's light beam at this time. Then the engine on the capsule would slowly adjust the angle between the solar panels and the sun's rays, so that vertical irradiation could be achieved. Give maximum energy. The engine on the space capsule slowly rotated, and each solar panel began to move slowly. Soon, the sun's rays illuminated each solar panel vertically. Start converting into electricity. With a gentle start, the data on the computer began to soar. The conditions of each of the 10,000 solar panels could be accurately grasped. An hour later, detailed data on the power generated by the solar panels in space came out. The total power generation reaches 12,948 kilowatt-hours. Calculated, each panel generates approximately 1.3 kilowatt-hours per hour. This power generation efficiency is a bit astonishing. Luo Xiaoyao looked at the data in the computer and nodded with satisfaction. Generally speaking, if the lighting conditions are good for civilian solar panels on the Earth, a 1 square meter solar panel can generate about 0.5 degrees of electricity a day. However, when exposed to the sun, the power generation efficiency reaches dozens of times that on the ground. Moreover, in space, solar panels can always be perpendicular to sunlight and can generate electricity 24 hours a day without being affected by climate or seasonal changes. This power generation efficiency is even higher. A 10,000 square meter solar farm generates nearly 13,000 kilowatt hours in 1 hour, which is 312,000 kilowatt hours in 24 hours, and 113.88 million kilowatt hours in a year. You must know that the total power generation of the Three Gorges hydropower station in a year is about 100 billion kilowatt hours. If calculated in this way, the power generation capacity of almost 10 million square meters of solar panels can be used as a Three Gorges hydropower station. You must know that the total investment in a Three Gorges hydropower station is more than 100 billion Chinese dollars, which can be calculated on the books alone. If immigration and other expenses are included, the investment amount will be even greater. However, at this time, a 10 million square meter solar farm needs to be built in space. Its cost is less than 20 billion, which is less than 1/7 of the cost of the Three Gorges. This was something that was unthinkable before. The popularity of space shuttles has made the cost of traveling to and from space getting lower and lower. The biggest cost is these high-tech solar power panels. As time goes by, a huge mirror in space becomes larger and larger, and soon the area exceeds 10 million square meters, and it can already be seen with the naked eye on Earth. 20 billion can build a Three Gorges hydropower station in space. The power generation of 10 million square meters of solar panels in space is equivalent to that of the Three Gorges. The new energy era has arrived, and the country plans to completely eliminate traditional fuel vehicles and vigorously promote new energy electric vehicles. China's official propaganda channels, from TV news, newspapers, the internet, etc. Headlines like this have once again detonated the entire China. And the detailed data quoted the newly built solar energy plant in space built by Fuyun Group. Power plant data. When seeing the detailed data, whether it is China's state-owned enterprises, Central Enterprises, or China's private capital in power, everyone's eyes have turned red. It is possible to build a Three Gorges hydropower station in space with an investment of less than 20 billion. Anyone can know how huge the profit will be. The current electricity price, even for civilian electricity, is about 0.5 yuan per kilowatt hour, which generates 1,000 yuan a year, edu, which is an output value of nearly 50 billion. Even if the output value shrinks further, even if the electricity is 0.25 yuan per kilowatt hour, the output value is still 25 billion yuan a year. With an investment of 20 billion yuan, the capital can be recovered in 1 year. And there is even a profit. There is no better business than this in the world. You must know that when the capital is very small, The return on investment is relatively high. But once the capital reaches hundreds of millions, it is already difficult to obtain such a high return, let alone an investment of tens of billions, in which the profit is enough to drive people crazy. The entire Chinese capital force has not yet recovered from the huge benefits of space agriculture. And the solar energy project here makes them eager to invest every last penny of their own money. Chapter 182. Rapidly developing space industry. At this time in China, the entire Chinese force is madly marching into the space industry, starting from space tourism and lunar tourism, to space agriculture, and now to the space energy field. Gold is flowing in almost every field. In the past, the most important thing for private capital was to invest in the real estate field, because there is no technical difficulty in this field. You can get a piece of land, build a sales department, and start selling houses. Once you have the money, you can find a construction company to start building houses, and so on. After the house was built, their funds had already been transferred countless times. Even though there are many relationships that need to be taken care of, the profits are still very high. Countless people have become billionaires overnight relying on real estate. With the golden period of real estate for more than 10 years, the whole of China has happened around real estate. Countless stories. Now, if you have capital, you can find a group of people to jointly invest 20 billion to build a solar farm in space. If you only have about 50 yuan of capital, you could also build a space farm in space. Regardless of these two investment projects, which one is it? Although the investment is huge, the rate of return is very high. Each one is a hen that lays golden eggs. From large state-owned enterprises to large private enterprises. From billionaires to desperate ordinary people with a little money to invest. The hottest topic now is the space industry. And it is also the space industry that invests the most. The photovoltaic industry that was half dead in the past benefited from the emergence of space solar farms. And its value suddenly soared, with stock prices rising daily. In the past, it relied on government subsidies to support it. But now countless orders are passing by like snowflakes. So that these photovoltaic companies regret not early expand production capacity a little bit. In addition to the photovoltaic industry, precision machinery industry, space agriculture, and other related industries have also taken off. Among them is a small company that was unknown in the past. It is also a company that has only been established for a few years, like Fuyun Group, a technology company founded by a group of college students. This technology company called Universal Hand has only one product, which is a robotic arm that is widely used in space. The robotic arm designed by this company even amazed the scientists at Fuyun Group, fully combining existing virtual technology, coupled with the use of bionics. It is the best robotic arm manufacturer today. It is not only purchased in large quantities by Huaxia Official and Fuyun Group in space, but has even begun to slowly to form a standard. All future robotic arm designs must be made in accordance with their specifications and requirements. There are many technology companies, like Universal Hand. Basically, the founders of these companies are from technical backgrounds. When they first started, they just focused on one point or product and made this product the ultimate, the most awesome person in this field. The robotic arm of Universal Hand Technology Company. The spacesuit designed by Spacesuit Technology Company. The small space propulsion engine designed by Star Power Technology Company. The intelligent management system of space farmland designed by Smart Butler Technology Company, etc. There are many similar technology companies that have only appeared in the past year or two. They are basically born around the space industry. They have grown rapidly by virtue of their outstanding performance in a certain small field. The founders and shareholders of these companies are basically from scientific research backgrounds. The Universal Hands Technology Company is a group of college students who built a technology company with a market value of 100 billion out of their hobbies and interests. Spacesuit, the technology company, is a technology company established and run by a group of Chinese academicians. The spacesuits they designed are of very good quality and relatively cheap. The founders of the Smart Butler Technology Company were originally technicians in the field of virtual technology, and gathered virtual the management system developed through technological research can very well manage space farmland. The founder of the Star Power Technology Company was an expert in power research for the country in the past. And the small propulsion engines developed are widely used in the fields of space farmland and space solar power generation. It can be said that throughout China, the previously well-known large-scale real estate companies have gradually come to an end, and technology companies related to the space industry have rapidly emerged. The founders and shareholders of technology companies are no longer the people who relied on connections to get ahead, replaced by batches of previously unknown scientific and technological workers. In addition to these technology companies surrounding the space industry, many previously unpopular majors have become rapidly popular, such as agricultural university. In the past, it was not easy for students of various majors in agricultural university to find jobs. Many of them changed careers after graduation. But now they are the objects of competition for various space agriculture companies. Although many aspects of farmland in space can be mechanized, there are still many places where people are needed. The average space farmland is 10,000 acres. At least 3 new age space farmers are needed to manage it. Naturally, it is impossible for the space farmers in the new era to find ordinary farmers without culture and knowledge to take up the responsibility. These college students who graduated from agricultural universities are naturally the best candidates. College students are in the best health of their age and have strong learning abilities. They can learn various skills in space with a little training. In addition, they have graduated from agriculture-related majors and can easily complete various tasks in space farmland. The salary and benefits of space farmers in the new era are naturally not low. In addition, space agriculture is very prosperous now, and the demand for talents is very strong. Basically, they have been robbed as soon as they graduate, starting with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. It easily leads the salary package for graduates in various majors. Being able to work in space and having very high salary package is one of the careers that countless college students aspire to. Surrounding the space industry, one of the more prosperous ones now is the Space Astronaut Training School. Thanks to more and more advanced space technology, even ordinary people can travel to and from space. Many of the lunar tourists are elderly people. They can safely travel to and from space. Therefore, travel to and from space is no longer limited to countries. Trained astronauts, many scientific and technological personnel, space workers, tourists, etc. can all travel to and from space. However, space is not the Earth after all, so they still need training. Relevant training schools and industries have emerged as the times require. The training equipment and so on of these schools cannot be compared with those at the national level. They can only provide some simple and elementary training. Naturally, the people trained cannot be said to be comparable to those at the national level. It can only be said that astronauts help ordinary people learn more about what they need to pay attention to in space, and adapt to the weightless environment in space in advance. Such training schools are very popular, and now they have the same procedures as driving school examinations, divided into many levels. The highest and most basic ones are of course the astronauts trained by the country. And then, there are the first level ones, from high to low. Level 1 to 5 astronauts. Level 5 astronauts, although they have the name of astronaut, actually know more about space than ordinary people, and have received a little training. Generally speaking, they can only travel in space, and cannot engage in space work. Level 4 astronauts have much higher requirements than Level 5 astronauts. First of all, they must have a college degree or above. Secondly, they must undergo certain training, and be able to know a lot of professional knowledge about space technology, and have experience in the space industry. Qualifications. But they can only be operated within related space buildings such as space cities, space stations, space farmlands, etc. They cannot actually operate in space. The requirements for Level 3 astronauts are even higher. They also have a space industry qualification certificate, and can also walk in space, etc. And can also go to alien spheres, only the moon for the time being, to carry out mining, technology, etc. Generally anyone who can obtain a Level 3 astronaut qualification certificate is considered a high-level talent. Now the market is in short supply, and the annual salary can easily start at 1 million. The training of Level 3 astronauts has basically reached the basic level of the National Air Force training. But the physical fitness requirements are definitely not that high. It is also necessary to go through rigorous training and examinations to obtain the qualifications of Level 3 astronauts, and to be able to train Level 3 astronauts. There are not many astronaut schools in China. As for Level 1 astronauts and Level 2 astronauts, the requirements are even higher. Only the National Training Base and the Fuyun Group Astronaut Training Base can cultivate Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts. Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts can not only work in space, but also drive space vehicles, and carry out dangerous space exploration and planet exploration missions. They have comprehensive knowledge and knowledge related to space technology and space industry. Skill. The corresponding salaries of Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts have also risen sharply. Basically, it is impossible to hire Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts without an annual salary of tens of millions. Generally, Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts are affiliated with the state or large technology companies like Fuyun Group. The astronaut classification system also came into being with the rapid development of the space industry. The purpose is naturally to standardize the quality of employees in the space industry. One level corresponds to another. More importantly, it is for safety reasons. After all, space is not the ground. Once an accident occurs, big problems will arise, and a careless move may lead to heavy losses and casualties. Nowadays, the space industry is developing rapidly. The number of people in space and on the moon at any time has already exceeded 100,000. The number of people who have been to space or the moon has exceeded 10 million. With such a rapidly developing space industry, various reasonable rules and regulations are naturally very necessary. Chapter 183. Moon Sea of Clouds Base. At the Fuyun Group Space Center in Longling Town, Sanjiang District, Meijiang City, Li Fu walked into the command center with a smile on his face. For nearly 2 months, Li Fu had been accompanying Wang Yun in the imperial capital, and Wang Yun successfully left Li Fu. The next fat boy will be named Li Wanzhou, because this boy was born more than 20 days later than the due date. If Li Fu hadn't known that both he and Wang Yun were Yuanli practitioners, and the offspring they conceived would have better genes, so it would take longer, and he insisted on waiting until the time to give birth naturally. Otherwise, he would have had a cesarean section long ago. As a father for the first time, Li Fu now smiles all the time, is in a good mood, and is very powerful when doing things. Brother Fu, congratulations. When will you invite me to dinner? Shen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, Yang Yiping and others were discussing the construction of a lunar base belonging to the Fuyun Group on the moon, and were preparing to conduct mining, scientific research, etc. on the moon. Seeing the smiling Li Fu, Yu Liang asked with a smile. Yes. When will you invite me to dinner? I didn't invite you to dinner when we got married. This time, we must not miss it. Yang Yiping also joined in the fun. Ha ha. It's easy to say. It's easy to say. Please invite me. Everyone must come. Li Fu was in a very happy mood now, so he naturally agreed readily. After some pleasantries, everyone quickly got back to work and began to continue discussing the moon base. Brother Fu, there are not many good places left on the front side of the moon. Only the seas of clouds, cold seas, and fogs in these months are still unowned. The other large areas of the lunar seas have all been occupied by our Chinese officials. That means the Wells area is occupied by Uncle Sam. Now we need to determine an area to build a lunar base. We have discussed and discussed, and we all feel that the Sea of Clouds is still good. The data sent back by the resource exploration satellites launched in the past also shows that the resources in this area are very rich. Among them, the rare earth resources, iron ore resources, etc. are quite good, and the terrain is relatively flat. Although it is still far behind the good land occupied by the country, it can be regarded as a tall one among the short ones. Chao Haidao, the general person in charge of the construction of the lunar base, opened a lunar earth through a virtual machine, pointed to an area on the moon and spoke in detail, seeking Li Fu's opinion. Since everyone thinks that Unkai is good, let's settle on Unkai. After the construction of the lunar base is completed, our next plan is to mine asteroids in small zones. We must prepare for this matter as early as possible and come up with a detailed and reliable plan. Come out. Li Fu thought carefully in his mind, then nodded slowly, and then began to give instructions to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. The space solar farm is still under construction, and it has reached the level of smelting asteroids. Therefore, the matter of mining asteroids is also on the agenda. Don't worry. I have been working hard on this matter. Now the super large spaceship we are building in Sky City is used to mine asteroids. As soon as it is built, it can go to the small belt to mine asteroids. Shen Bin, who is responsible for this work, nodded. Mining asteroids is a very challenging job. Not to mention, the straight line distance from the Earth to the asteroid belt is 1 to 2.6 astronomical units. For example, kilometers are nearly 150 million to 400 million kilometers. Such a long distance places very high demands on spacecraft, astronauts, life support systems, etc. Not to mention dragging asteroids back to the Earth. So special spacecraft must be built in space to complete this task. Aw, that's good. Li Fu nodded with satisfaction. Li Fu felt reassured when Chen Bin handled the matter. This is why Li Fu would leave such an important matter to Chen Bin. At the Fuyun Group Space Center, more than a dozen large-scale Hercules aerospace planes are parked quietly on the runway. Each aerospace plane is full of supplies, all of which are used to build the lunar base. Among them, the interiors of the 7 or 8 aerospace planes are directly filled with the entire houses that have been built. When you get to the moon, you only need to transport these houses out, and they can be used on the moon. This kind of operation can greatly reduce the time and workload of building a lunar base. Everything is built on the Earth side first. When you get to the moon side, you can directly find a place, lay a foundation, and move the house there. Of course, all this is also due to the huge belly of the Hercules aerospace plane. It is more than 50 meters long and more than 30 meters high. The internal space is very large, enough to fit a building. Accompanied by bursts of roaring sounds, space planes one after another took off from the runway, and soon broke through the sky and entered space. They continued to orbit the Earth in space, changing to bigger ones. After the initial velocity, it went straight towards the moon. On the other side of the moon, here at Changi City, Luo Xiaoyao, John Fei and others, who had already arrived at Changi City, drove a lunar rover loaded with materials for building a lunar base, and set off towards the Sea of Clouds area selected by the company. Building a lunar base is now quite simple, because there are already many Chinese lunar bases, lunar cities, etc. on the moon. You only need to go to the selected location to lay the airport and lay the foundation in advance. And the rest is waiting for you. The space shuttle will just transport batch after batch of materials for the construction of the lunar base. This is also the reason why China has been able to occupy all the good sites on the front of the moon in less than half a year. Because now it is really simple to open a lunar subbase. If necessary, it can bloom everywhere. The desolate lunar surface is no longer too desolate. Luo Xiaoyao, John Fei, and others are driving the lunar rover on the lunar surface. Every short time they will encounter a lunar base or lunar mining field, etc., and many large-scale projects. The car was traveling very fast on the lunar surface, in the Sea of Clouds on the moon. The convoy of Luo Xiaoyao, John Fei, and others arrived at the reservation area very smoothly. The lunar engineering vehicle began to work. It first cleaned the lunar surface, pushed some rocks and other things away with the engineering vehicle, and quickly sorted out a huge flat area. Then pile driving began, and the lunar engineering vehicle began drilling holes according to the planned area and location. After drilling each hole, thick steel plates that had been designed in advance began to be laid at the airport. These steel plates were dozens of meters thick. All of them are smelted by the steel factory on the Changi City side of the moon. Each steel plate has rods that can enter the holes, and they can also be embedded with each other to form a larger plane. Everyone started to control the lunar rover and started to work nervously. At this time, in the void between the Earth and the moon, more than a dozen space planes have been flying for more than 3 hours. Soon they will reach the lunar orbit, and then land directly on the Sea of Clouds. An airport composed entirely of steel plates is slowly taking shape on the surface of the Yuhai moon. 5 runways are thousands of meters long, and a parking area with an area of tens of thousands of square meters is enough to meet the needs of the current construction of the Yuhai moon base. Team Luo, has the airport been built? We have already started orbiting the moon. A cheerful voice came from Luo Xiuyu's phone. The scientists from the Academy of Sciences of the Fuyun Group, who came with the team, were making final tests and calculations. They quickly made an OK gesture to Luo Xiaoyao, indicating that the aerospace plane could land. It's ready to land! Luo Xiuyu's order was issued, and soon from space, an aerospace plane dived like a duck diving towards the moon, heading straight for the airport on the Sea of Clouds. With the ground shaking slightly, the aerospace plane landed steadily on the airport runway that had just been built not long ago. Soon, its huge belly slowly opened, and one after another large lunar engineering vehicles emerged from it, driving out of the huge belly. These lunar engineering vehicles were also specially developed by the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute, and were specially used to build lunar bases. Chao Haidao, the person in charge of Fuyun Group's Lunar Cloud Sea Base, also walked out of the space plane wearing an astronaut's attire and carefully looked at this desolate world. When he came to the moon for the first time, he inevitably felt novel. Looking into space, the Earth exuded bright light. Of light. A blue planet. After all the cargo in an aerospace plane was unloaded, the aerospace plane soon took off again. it will fly to Changi City. There are still a large number of goods and people in Changi City waiting to follow it back to the Earth, the largest number of which are rare earth mines mined on the moon. It is not easy to go to the moon, and the cost is also very high. Naturally, we cannot return to the Earth empty-handed, and resources must be used rationally. After the cargo of one aerospace plane was unloaded, another aerospace plane quickly landed again. This time, they were all large-scale lunar base houses that had been built. These houses were all made of alloy materials. It is very light, and the gravity of the moon is only 1/6 of the Earth, so it can be easily transported by the lunar engineering vehicle. Then it was installed to the location where the foundation had been laid, and soon houses appeared on the moon, forming a lunar base. More than a dozen aerospace planes came down one after another, and then flew away quickly. The installation of each house was completed. Some of the large quantities of materials were directly in the houses, and some were transported by separate aerospace planes. More than 10 hours later, a small lunar base appeared in the Lunar Sea of Clouds area. Fuyun Group also officially announced that the area of more than 3 million square kilometers around the Lunar Sea of Clouds area was officially included in the sovereignty of Fuyun Group. When the news reached Yaguichiro, the person in charge of the space field of Jianbaji, he couldn't help but jump up, because the Lunar Sea of Clouds was also the lunar base area selected by Jianbaji, and he didn't expect that someone would be the first to land on it. Chapter 184. Moon Mining. Bang! Far away at the Tanegashima Space Center on Earth, Ichiro Yagyu had dropped several pieces of his beloved antique porcelain. But at this time, the anger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He had already chosen Yunhai as the location of his lunar base, and Yunhai had long been regarded as his own. But now Li Fu's Fuyun Group had taken the lead, and the entire moon plan was completely destroyed. If the situation is disrupted, all subsequent related plans will have to be adjusted, and other areas will have to be selected to build their own lunar base. Yagyu-kun, the atmosphere has no effect now. What we have to do now is to readjust the plan and quickly build a lunar base on the moon. Otherwise, there will be fewer and fewer good places on the moon's surface. I heard that Sam the uncle is also preparing to build another lunar sub-base in the near future. Gamari-kuda on the side is very sensible. He knows that now is not the time for the atmosphere. Fuyun Group's strong strength in space, coupled with the help of Chinese officials, it is very simple and easy to build a base on the moon. There is no need for detailed planning like mine. And it also takes a long time. I didn't receive any news in advance. I didn't expect that Fuyun Group would suddenly build a lunar base on the moon on a whim. And they just happened to choose Yunhai to occupy the place that Foot-Pot Chicken had chosen in advance. Call! Gamari-kun is right. Now is not the time to be angry. Our moon base plan must be implemented as soon as possible. If we don't hurry up, there will really be no place for us on the far side of the moon. Gasha-kun, please revise the plan as soon as possible and then execute it. Yaguichiro exhaled heavily, and then nodded slowly. Hey, other problems are not big. The key now is that for our aerospace plane, Fuyun Group's astronauts say they need to take a day off every time they go to space. As far as I know, Fuyun Group's aerospace aircraft, when the space shuttle is at its most frequent, it can carry out hundreds of missions to and from space a day. If we want to implement the moon base plan as soon as possible, we must get rid of them. Gamari could have frowned. Now, all aspects of the Takumi are like a clockwork machine. Everything is done in a hurry. However, when it comes to the last step of going into space, the astronauts sit by the Fuyun Group every time I procrastinate. I always find various reasons to delay. There is no way for the anxious person. Tell Nishimura Jiro, no matter what method is used, whether it is money or beauties, we must deal with them. Once every 2 days is too little, not to mention hundreds of times a day. Now we treat them like uncles. And we can travel to and from space several times a day. Not too many times. Having said this, Yaguichiro was very angry again. The aerospace plane he bought at a huge price actually had little to do with him. Everything must be approved by the astronauts and security personnel sent by the Fuyun Group before it can be executed. Various things that delay time appear. Hey! Far away on the moon, which is more than 300,000 kilometers away. Here at the Lunar Sea of Clouds base, there are more than 10 large-scale Hercules space planes transporting massive supplies there every day. The scale of the Sea of Clouds lunar base is getting bigger day by day. Living areas, scientific research areas, factory areas, agricultural areas, airport areas, etc. are rapidly forming one after another. At this time, in the Yunhai Base factory area, Chow Haidao, the person in charge of the Yunhai Base, is directing the base workers to carry out lunar mining, a very large lunar engineering vehicle. This lunar engineering vehicle is more than 10 meters high. Overall, it is an enlarged version of a large excavator with a huge digging claw, which is specially used to excavate rocks, soil, etc. on the moon. Wait. In the lunar engineering vehicle, Chow Haidao, who was wearing a space suit, was connected to the virtual machine for command. Han Dafei, a huge lunar mining worker, was driving the engineering vehicle out with concentration. Everyone, please keep up. This is our first time mining on the moon, and we will strive to successfully dig out the first pot of gold. Following Chow Haidao's command, more than 10 large lunar transport vehicles followed behind. More than 10 vehicles drove on the desolate lunar surface. Their destination was a mining area only 5 kilometers away from the base. The most valuable minerals on the moon are rare earth minerals. The same is true for Chow Haidao's goal. In fact, there are lunar basalts rich in rare earth minerals everywhere on the moon. Chow Haidao's chosen target is a large mountain range more than 200 meters high. Almost the entire mountain range is made of basalt. And the rare earth content it contains is amazing. It is also a rare high-quality rare earth mine among rare earth mines, and is extremely valuable. Brother Tao, you are a great scientist. Can you tell us what is going on with these rare earths? How are they mined from stones and soil? While walking and chatting along the way, Han Dafei couldn't help but ask Chow Haidao. Han Dafei was a college student who just graduated last year, but he studied a major that had nothing to do with mining. Rare earths are the general name for 17 metal elements including lanthanides, scandium and yttrium in the chemical periodic table. There are currently 250 kinds of rare earth minerals in nature. The first person to discover rare earths was the Finnish chemist Gadolin, who made it from a piece of metal in 1794. The first rare earth element, yttrium earth, was isolated from a heavy or similar to bitumen. Because there were few rare earth minerals discovered in the 18th century, only a small amount of water-insoluble oxides could be produced by chemical methods. Historically, these were used as this oxide is called earth, hence the name rare earth. In general, the mining methods of rare earths can be divided into 3 categories, namely acid method, alkali method, and chloride decomposition method. Acid method decomposition is further divided into hydrochloric acid decomposition, sulfuric acid decomposition, and hydrofluoric acid decomposition method. Alkali decomposition method is also divided into sodium hydroxide decomposition or sodium hydroxide melting or soda roasting method, etc. In fact, the value of rare earths themselves is already quite high. The value of a single high-purity rare earth element is thousands or even tens of thousands of times higher. Although China exported a lot of rare earths in the past, we only exported primary products at very high prices. If it is low, we have to buy high-purity rare earths from European and American countries, and we don't know how badly they have been sheared. Brother Tao, can't we extract high-purity single rare earth elements ourselves? It is relatively complex and difficult to separate and extract a single pure rare earth element from the mixed rare earth compounds obtained after the decomposition of rare earth concentrates. There are 2 main reasons for this. One is the physical interaction between lanthanide elements. The properties and chemical properties are very similar. The radii of most rare earth ions are between 2 adjacent elements and are very similar. They are all stable trivalent states in aqueous solution. Rare earth ions have a high affinity with water and are protected by hydrates. The properties are very similar, and it is extremely difficult to separate and purify them. Second, the mixed rare earth compounds obtained after the decomposition of rare earth concentrates are accompanied by many impurity elements, such as uranium, thorium, niobium, tantalum, titanium, zirconium, iron, calcium, silicon, fluorine, phosphorus, etc. Therefore, in the process of separating rare earth elements, not only the separation between these dozen rare earth elements with extremely similar chemical properties must be considered, but also the separation between the impurity elements produced by the rare earth elements. Does our company have the purification technology now? Brother Tao, we can't keep letting Europeans and Americans use scissors to cut our wool. You must have mastered it. Now it's their turn to shear their wool. Haven't you seen that we sell one aerospace plane for trillions? Chow Haidao also agreed very readily. It was boring on the road anyway, and chatting with each other could quickly pass the time. Along the way, everyone started to learn about rare earth mines. After chatting and chatting, They soon arrived at the mining area. Here, brothers, work has begun! Han Dafei roared through the intercom, and drove the machine to dig into the hills of the moon with his huge claws. The basalt rocks on the moon shattered one after another. He grabbed a handful of basalts, and then turned around and loaded up the basalts, soil, etc., on top of the engineering vehicle following behind. It took less than 30 minutes for more than a dozen engineering vehicles to be fully loaded. But the hill in front of them seemed to have not changed at all. The loss of quality was simply a drop in the bucket for it. 10 minutes later, everyone drove the lunar engineering vehicles back to the moon base. One by one, the lunar vehicles poured all the basalt, soil, etc. onto the smelting line. As the rotating belt rotates, the mined basalt first enters the crushing workshop, where pieces of basalt are crushed into powder, and then enters the smelting furnace to begin the separation of rare earth elements. The rare earth ores that Chow Haitao chose here are dysprosium and terbium element rare earth ores, which are relatively valuable among rare earths. The value of these two rare earth ores has always been relatively high, especially the rare earth ores with high purity and high fineness, which are even more valuable. A few hours later, Chow Haitao, Han Dafei and others all look eagerly at the separation furnace. Dozens or hundreds of tons of rocks, soil, etc. were loaded in front. But the rare earth, or that was finally smelted, was very little. It's pitiful. Only less than a few kilograms. Brother Tao? Is this silver white thing rare earth? Well, this is rare earth. Why is it only a little bit? We put hundreds of tons of basalt in, and if it comes out just a little bit, our boss will lose money to Grandma's house. What's the point of just coming out? Do you know how much this is worth? It costs hundreds of millions. I didn't expect that the moon's rare earth mines are already so rich. No matter how much basalt you dig, you can extract so much rare earths. Come out. Looking at the final product, Chow Haitao touched his chin and was shocked by the rich rare earth minerals on the moon. You must know that the final product is a high-purity rare earth element with a very high value. Chapter 185. The second generation of Hercules. The outer space of the Earth is now quite lively and prosperous. Everywhere we look, there are space farmlands and space solar power plants that are under intense construction. Surrounding the Earth, there are now more than 300 space farmlands and more than 50 solar power plants. The field is under construction. Aerial space shuttles are constantly taking off from the ground, breaking through the atmosphere and entering space. They are loaded with materials and astronauts for the construction of space farmlands and space solar fields, and are slowly heading to space farmlands and space solar farms. After the materials are unloaded, they have to go to the space farmlands to transport the food, vegetables, fruits, etc. produced in the space farmlands back to the Earth. The business is very busy. Huge space buildings, countless aerospace planes that are like industrious little bees. And from time to time, you can see some old-style rocket-launched spaceships, etc. The entire space has already taken the prototype of the interstellar era. In Fuyun Group's City in the Sky, Space City, Li Fu was wearing a space suit. At this time, he and Chen Bin and others were discussing something while looking at a huge aerospace aircraft in space. This time Li Fu came to space in person to see the construction progress of Fuyun Group's new aerospace aircraft, Hercules 2. The Hercules, second-generation aerospace plane can no longer be called an aerospace plane to be precise, because it is not used to travel between space and the ground, but is a spacecraft that is only used to fly in space. It is called Hercules. Second-generation spacecraft may be more appropriate. The second generation of Hercules was built to adapt to the environment in space from the beginning. It does not have any aerodynamic design, and it does not have the ability to enter the atmosphere at all. Everything about it revolves around how to navigate the space universe. Among them, it is designed to be more durable, safer, faster, and more powerful. Therefore, although all its parts are produced and designed on the ground, they must be assembled in space. Once assembled, it will continue to serve in space from beginning to end. One of its most important functions is used to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Brother Fu, we designed and installed two ultra-high-power plasma engines as the main power for the second generation of Hercules. In addition, we installed two medium-sized plasma engines for reverse deceleration at the front and rear, and two small ones on the wings. A plasma engine used to change direction. Theoretically, it is enough to drag an asteroid with a mass of 10 million tons. In addition, the endurance is enough to reach 2 years, which can completely ensure a return trip to a small belt. Chenbin pointed to the second generation, Hercules, outside the cabin and said, "This second generation, Hercules, is not as graceful and vigorous as the first generation, Hercules. The overall look is more like a big fat man with a very huge body. It is more than 200 meters long, more than 50 meters wide, and more than 50 meters high. You can clearly see that there are two large plasma engines installed on both sides of it, just like two big ears of an elephant. The whole thing looks very huge, compared with it, the Hercules generation next to it, just like a little one. It takes too long to go to an asteroid. Even the closest one takes more than 1 astronomical unit, and the farther one is nearly 3 astronomical units. Counting the round trip, it means starting from 3 units. At least, a long journey of 500 million kilometers. Such a long distance. It takes a long time to go back and forth. So there must be enough materials. I think we can add a pair of wings to the energy side, and use solar energy as much as possible to obtain more energy and provide more protection." Li Fu looked at the huge second generation, Hercules, in front of him and thought carefully in his mind. The asteroid belt is not the moon. It is just a long journey measured in hundreds of millions of kilometers. As for the continuous working ability of the spacecraft, energy consumption, material consumption, etc. all have strict requirements. It is even more necessary to carefully calculate every link and make careful calculations to ensure that there will be no problems with energy and materials. Only when the problems of materials and energy are guaranteed can the astronauts who go to mine asteroids be able to feel at ease. Otherwise, they will definitely no one will want to work for you. I didn't think about this well. Fortunately, it's just adding solar panels, so it's not much work. Chenbin nodded after listening. Although spacecraft cannot travel between space and the ground, they have many advantages that aerospace planes do not have. First of all, there is no need to consider aerodynamics in the design. The shape can be designed at will. It is very convenient to add some things. It's an easy thing, and it definitely won't have any big impact. In addition, when astronauts are flying in space for a long time, they must consider physical exercise. Various fitness equipment for physical exercise must be indispensable. It is also best to have a crop planting area. You can grow some crops yourself and add them to the spacecraft. Some green life. In this way, the anxiety caused by astronauts being away from the ground for a long time can be greatly relieved. Because it was the first time for such a long flight, everyone was crossing the river by feeling the stones and had little experience. However, Li Fu analyzed it with reference to the early development history of the super-civilized Han technological empire and learned some experience from it. Crop growing area? Chenbin naturally didn't understand why Li Fu suddenly said that he wanted to add this. So his mind was filled with questions. Well, according to research, being in space for a long time will cause people to have restless and negative emotions. Once this kind of emotion accumulates, it will easily make astronauts impulsive, anxious, and even change their temperament. In the past, the International Space Station similar periods have occurred. Astronauts who have been in space for a long time fight each other over trivial matters, which almost leads to tragic disasters in the end. This is not because the astronauts are not good enough, but because they will happen after staying in space for a long time. The problem. So build a plant planting area. Anxious astronauts can go to the plant planting area to relax and relieve their emotions. Li Fu smiled and explained that in fact, this symptom is called void syndrome in the professional terminology of the seeds of civilization. However, the Earth has just entered space not long ago, so it has not encountered this problem at all. And no one has gone into it. Research and understanding. Let me tell you, when I stay in space for a long time, I always feel that I will be more irritable and anxious. Only when I return to the ground for a night's sleep will I feel physically and mentally comfortable. It turns out that this is the case. Luo Xiaoyao on the side said, as if he had a sudden realization after listening to Li Fu's words. Well, I'll ask someone to modify the internal design. After hearing this, Chenbin nodded solemnly. The most important thing in space is actually people. Scientists, engineers, astronauts, etc. Only by ensuring everything for them can we talk about anything else. The huge second generation, Hercules, is parked quietly in the spaceport of the space city, and the mechanical arms are constantly busy. On both sides of its huge and fat body, robotic arms are constantly busy, installing solar wings on it to increase its endurance and replenish energy during the long journey. Although flying in space basically relies on inertial flight and basically consumes no energy, The energy consumed in the acceleration and deceleration phases is enough to account for more than 90% of the total energy consumption. And it must be maintained for at least several seconds. The needs of astronauts on long journeys. So the energy issue is also a very important issue. A pair of huge wings with a length of more than 200 meters and a width of more than 50 meters were installed. They were still in a folded state. Once the installation was completed, the wings slowly unfolded. It looks more like Dumbo. A Dumbo with wings. Fat and big. John Fay looked at its overall appearance and couldn't help but laugh. The design of the second generation of Hercules didn't consider aesthetics at all. So it looked really fat and plump. Now it has an extra pair of wings. A perfect Dumbo. Dumbo? This name is quite appropriate. Shin Bin touched his chin, looked at the huge second generation Hercules, and nodded in agreement. The interior of Dumbo adopts a honeycomb structure. There is a room in the center that can lead to independent rooms. Each room has its own independent life support system. Of course, the functions of each room are completely different. The same. There is a cab for driving and controlling the aircraft, which is located at the front. There is a food storage room, which will store enough food for astronauts for more than 1 year, which is also the most important cabin, and there are energy cabins, located on both sides, used to provide enough energy to the spacecraft. In addition to these conventional ones, the second generation of Hercules also carries 2 small spacecrafts. On the one hand, they can be used for emergency escape. Once a major accident occurs, astronauts can take 2 small spacecrafts for emergency escape. Another function is to assist in mining asteroids, explore the situation of asteroids, help release the ropes that drag asteroids, etc. Of course, Li Fu also applied to the superiors. After getting permission, he equipped it with some weapon systems. Several missiles can destroy colliding large asteroids. The railgun can destroy small and medium-sized asteroids with its brutal impact. It is also very destructive to large asteroids. To go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids, its power system, communication system, life support system, circulatory system, etc. all need to be refined and refined. It almost represents the peak technology of Fusion Group. Although it looks ugly, however, its technical content is definitely the highest among all aircraft in space now. And it can represent the crystallization of the peak technology of mankind. Chapter 186. Expedition. On March 1st, 2022. Not long after the Spring Festival, Luo Xiaoyao, John Fei, Tang Guiyuan, and Dong Zhifei, together with a total of 10 other asteroid mining teams, arrived early at the City in the Sky, in space. Here, prepare to embark on a long expedition. Luo Xiaoyao and John Fei are now one of the best astronauts in the Fuyin Group. And they are also the most experienced astronauts. They basically travel to and from space for a long time, and have very good physical and mental qualities. They are the captain and captain of this operation. Vice Captain Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei are top students who graduated from the Department of Astronomy, and are also the main decision makers for this mining of asteroids. Navigating in the universe cannot be done without astronomers, especially for the technical work of mining asteroids. Astronomers or scientists calculate the mass of asteroids, the ingredients that make up asteroids, etc., while maximizing their profits from this trip. In addition to pilots and scientists, there are also 10 people responsible for driving small spaceships, maintaining spaceships, responsible for communications, responsible for daily life, etc. A total of 10 people, each of whom has their own area of expertise, and also has expertise in other areas. If you understand, you can be considered a generalist in space at this time. The second generation of Hercules, also commonly known as Dumbo, has been built long ago. At this time, its huge belly is slowly opening, and the mechanical arm is replenishing it with materials. Once the energy is replenished, it's time to set off. Your mission this time does not mean that you must bring back any large asteroid. Your mission is more like conducting a scientific experiment. The most important thing is safety first. Don't do anything dangerous. If you encounter something special, in an emergency, you can abandon the mission and return directly. In the City in the Sky, Li Fu was seeing them off at this time. In fact, Li Fu didn't care very much about how big and valuable the asteroids could be brought back. What Li Fu cared about was that he wanted to use this incident to promote China's power is marching towards asteroids. Only by obtaining more resources in space can we build larger spaceships, even space battleships. etc. The huge resources contained in the countless asteroids in the asteroid belt are definitely the best and easiest to obtain resources in the early stages. Once asteroid mining becomes popular, China will be able to obtain endless resources from space. Space, the time has truly arrived. Yes. Luo Xiaoyao and others responded respectfully. And at the same time, they were slightly excited. They would become the first people to mine asteroids in human history, and they were destined to go down in history. Although Fuyun Group was relatively low-key, the news was still leaked to the outside world. As you know, major media outlets around the world are now rushing to report on this. Brother Fu, all supplies and energy have been replenished, and we are almost ready to set off. Shen Bin, the chief engineer of Dumbo, floated over, looked at the time, and said, the huge belly of the Dumbo outside had slowly closed at this time, and it had completed the replenishment of supplies and energy. Set off! Li Fu gave the order gently and watched Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, and the other 10 people drifting away into the distance. Soon, 10 people came inside Dumbo, sat on their chairs, and fixed them. Connect Dumbo! Luo Xiaoyao lay on the chair and connected to Dumbo's control system through the virtual machine in his hand. The system is connected successfully and begins to recognize biological brain waves. The brain waves are accurate. Welcome to Captain Luo Xiaoyao, Vice Captain Zhang Fei, crew members Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei. A series of information flashed through the minds of Luo Xiaoyao and others. Biosensing technology is one of Fuyun Group's trump card technologies. Naturally, it is also applied to spacecraft. All Fuyun Group's aerospace planes, spaceships, etc. are all using virtual induction control technology. If the corresponding biological brain waves are not input for binding and identification, there is no way to fly the aerospace aircraft produced by Fuyun Group. The communication signal is normal. Energy 100%. 100% compressed air. Perfect condition and ready to start. In Luo Shiryu's mind, various data about the spacecraft kept flashing. This was because the spacecraft had started a self-check program and was checking the various statuses of the spacecraft. Command Center. Command Center. This is Dumbo. This is Dumbo. Dumbo is asking to take off. 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 Allow takeoff. Have a safe trip. After receiving the permission to take off, the mechanical arms holding Dumbo around were slowly released, and Dumbo slowly left the spaceport. Soon after, its 2 high-power plasma engines began to eject a dazzling white long tail, similar to the aerospace plane flying to the moon. Dumbo first flew around the Earth for dozens of times, and its speed became faster and faster. After reaching the ideal speed, it directly left the Earth's orbit, flying straight to the outer reaches of the solar system, heading towards the asteroid hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Speed 23 kilometers per second. Coordinates x2323, y9988, z23678. 40,000 kilometers away from the Earth. Communications are normal. Life support systems are normal. And energy remaining is 99.8%. Keep accelerating. In Luo Shiryu's mind, all the data about the spacecraft were displayed. The only order he needed to give now was to accelerate. Accelerate. And accelerate again. This journey is really too far. Even at the current speed of 23 kilometers per second, it will take more than 2 months to reach the asteroid belt based on the nearest straight line distance. If the distance is further, if it is more than 200 million kilometers away, it will take 4 months to arrive. Therefore, Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei, who are responsible for positioning and navigation, are very busy at this time. They need to calculate now which position is more suitable for the spacecraft to reach the asteroid belt, and at what speed to fly to reduce time and energy consumption as much as possible. Wait. This not only needs to take into account the position, speed, direction, mass, etc. of the spacecraft, but also the position and speed of the Earth. You must know that the Earth is orbiting the Sun at a speed of tens of kilometers every moment. The speed of the second is moving. And the most important thing is that these data are constantly changing. So the work pressure in this area is still very high. At this time, the spacecraft had just set off. Adjusting the angle and direction did not require much, and the energy consumed was very small. Therefore, at this time, Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei controlled the supercomputer on the spacecraft to continuously calculate the route and energy consumption of the spacecraft. Arrival location in the asteroid belt, Earth's orbit, location, etc. Adjust the direction by 2.21 degrees and start the left wing auxiliary engine. Taking advantage of the fact that adjusting the direction and position now saves energy, Tang Boyuan and others did not hesitate and kept in contact with the command center. The supercomputer continued to simulate various possibilities. At the same time, the spacecraft also continued to modify the direction and so on. The direction of the spacecraft is the same as the direction of the Earth's revolution. The purpose is naturally to save distance when returning and fly in front of the Earth's forward orbit in advance. If it flies in the opposite direction, then it will really have to wait until next year, able to return home. The speed is 50.12 kilometers per second. The direction is adjusted. Turn off the engine and start inertial flight. A few days later, under the continuous acceleration of two powerful plasma engines, the speed of the spacecraft has reached a speed of 50 kilometers per second. This speed is the speed finally arrived at by Tang Boyuan, Dong Zhifei, and many scientists here at the Earth Control Center. Speed, no matter how fast it goes, the energy consumed by acceleration will increase geometrically, and too much energy will be wasted by deceleration. So it is very unnecessary to continue accelerating. If the speed is too slow, it will take a long time to reach the small zone. By then, the closest distance to the Earth may be missed. It will be very troublesome to return to the Earth. It may even take another year to wait. The engine has been shut down, and the direction has been finalized. There is nothing left to do. However, the 10 people on Dumbo can easily exercise and contact their families on the Earth through virtual machines, and so on. Reading, studying, playing games, etc. It is the most relaxing time. Of course, this kind of ease is only relative. The spaceship is flying in the void. To the naked eye, it does not seem to have any changes, as if it is quietly suspended in the void. It can only be seen through the spacecraft. Only by continuously locating the massive planets in the solar system with radars, laser rangefinders, etc. can we know that the spacecraft is constantly flying towards the outer reaches of the solar system. This kind of long travel is very boring. In addition, for their own health, the astronauts need to exercise unremittingly for at least 4 hours a day. Exercising in space is not as simple as on the ground. They need to ride a specially designed bicycle, which is very strenuous and requires pulling force, etc. It must exercise every important bone in the body and prevent the calcium in the bones from being absorbed. Otherwise, once they return to Earth, they will be paralyzed for life. In addition, the scenery in the starry sky seems to be the same forever. As long as you turn back towards the direction of the Earth becomes smaller and smaller, until the existence of the Earth cannot be seen with the naked eye and can only be observed through a telescope. The buffering time required for contact with the Earth is getting longer and longer, from the initial delay of 1 second to the delay of 2 seconds, and the spacecraft is getting further and further away from the balloon. But fortunately, with the application of virtual machines and the new plant planting area that Li Fu had already implemented for Chenbin, the journey was very smooth and nothing happened. 1 month later, the spacecraft flew past the orbit of Mars and was very close to the asteroid belt, and it would soon reach its destination. Chapter 187. Asteroid Belt. Inside the Dumbo spacecraft, the 10 crew members are busy with their own affairs, and some are in contact with their families on the Earth. However, although the speed of electromagnetic waves can be compared to the speed of light, the distance from the area at this time is already more than 1 astronomical units. At the speed of light, the one-way delay is nearly 8 seconds, and the round-trip delay is more than 10 seconds. The information received now is the information sent from the Earth more than 10 seconds ago. Traditional electromagnetic communication technology does not have much problems on the Earth. But once it enters the interstellar universe, it is increasingly unable to meet the needs of development. This is just a very small area in the solar system. Although there is a long delay in the call, the crew members are still happy to contact their relatives and friends on the Earth, because the long journey is really boring. The scenery outside the spacecraft seems to be eternal, and the black starry sky is stars dotted among the stars. The light that arrived after who knows how many years. The source of the light has long changed. Connect with relatives and friends on the Earth, and some sleep quietly and read in the plant area. After a long interstellar journey, the anxiety and irritability in the heart are getting more and more serious. I can only take a good rest in the plant area. The negative emotions in the heart can be alleviated. There are also people who continue to exercise in the gym. Everyone knows very well that if they still want to live a healthy life after returning to Earth, the time and intensity of this exercise cannot be discounted at all. This is not for others, but for others. It's for yourself. In mid-April 2022, the spacecraft flew over the orbit of Mars. But Mars was on the very far side at this time. Otherwise, you can really get a good look at the face of Mars. After crossing the orbit of Mars, it is 100 meters away from the asteroid belt. The distance is already very close. Team Luo, we need to slow down the spacecraft now. Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei naturally passed the latest calculation results to Luo Xiaoyao. What do you say here on Earth? Luo Xiaoyao nodded. According to the plan, he was about to start slowing down, but he still had to listen to the opinions of the command center on the Earth. The Earth side means the same thing. It's starting to slow down. Tang Boyuan nodded and conveyed the meaning from the Earth. The supercomputer had simulated all possibilities. Start slowing down! Luo Xiaoyao nodded and began to give orders. The huge Dumbo spacecraft was equipped with a reverse plasma engine at the front and rear for deceleration. At this time, these two engines began to work, ejecting reverse tail flames, and the speed of the spacecraft also began to slowly decrease. Turn on X-ray detection, gamma ray detection, beta ray detection, infrared radiation detection, and magnetic field detection. Turn on 3D stereo radar and produce 3D stereoscopic images. Enable weapon systems and be ready at any time. Launching unmanned exploration satellites. Orders were issued from Luo Xiaoyao one after another. The asteroid belt that was about to arrive was not a warm and empty void. It might be hit by an asteroid at any time, so the detection radar must be turned on. In order to save energy, it is not turned on. At the same time, the weapon system is also on standby at any time. When a spacecraft flies in the void of the universe, it usually flies in a straight line. If it has to change its flight trajectory to avoid the impact of meteorites and asteroids, the energy consumed will be very staggering. Especially the greater the mass of the spacecraft, the greater the energy consumed. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the method of destroying meteorites and asteroids ahead is used, and weapons are used to destroy them. The Dumbo spacecraft carries two weapons, rail guns and missiles. There is definitely no problem in dealing with ordinary asteroids. As for the unmanned detection satellites released, it is to understand the situation of a large area of void as much as possible. These detection satellites are very cheap, one-time products, and the quantity is relatively large. It is also the purpose of Fuyun Group to understand more situations of the solar system. That's why some unmanned detection satellites are continuously released along the way. The crew of the spacecraft also began to get busy, starting to repair the spacecraft and equipment, conducting emergency drills, etc. At the same time, they were also full of expectations for the asteroid belt that was about to arrive. As the days passed, the speed of the spacecraft became slower and slower, and it got closer and closer to the asteroid belt. An asteroid was discovered. In early June, the detection radar on the Dumbo spacecraft finally discovered the first asteroid. Suddenly everyone on board became excited. They finally arrived in the asteroid belt. This asteroid is a full 5,980 kilometers away from us, according to the analysis of spectral images from the detection satellite. It is mainly composed of 40% iron, 30% copper, and the rest is basically silicon. Its diameter exceeds 456 meters. Its overall shape is irregular, and its mass exceeds 300 million tons. It is not our cup of tea. In Tang Weiyuan's mind, the virtual machine directly transmitted relevant information to his brain. He analyzed the data and quickly obtained relevant information about the asteroid, calculating the mass, volume, main elements of celestial bodies, etc., is a task that almost everyone majoring in astronomy can easily do. But for ordinary people, it is completely confusing, and they don't know what is happening thousands of kilometers away. Why can the mass of a star be calculated based on the distance? Keep moving forward and continue to release detection satellites around. After Luo Xiaoyao received Tang Weiyuan's report, he continued to issue orders to move forward. The Dumbo spacecraft continued to fly in the void. The speed at this time was already quite slow, only a dozen kilometers per second. The detection satellites on the spacecraft spread out in all directions for free. Although the asteroid belt is called an asteroid belt and contains countless asteroids, they are distributed over such a vast area. When you are really in it, you will still feel that the asteroid belt is very empty. 3 days had passed since the first asteroid was discovered. Neither the detection radar nor the satellite found the second asteroid. Everyone was very depressed until the 4th day. Asteroid discovered. Asteroid discovered. Everyone in the spacecraft was awakened by the system's alarm. and each one quickly connected to the virtual machine. We have almost entered the center of the asteroid belt. In front of us is the edge. We have discovered dozens of asteroids at once. Luo Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh happily as information about dozens of asteroids came into his mind, including how far away they were from the spacecraft, in which direction they were, etc. Xiao Tang, Xiao Dong, it's up to you. Don't worry. I will definitely find the most suitable asteroid to take back. Dong Zhifei grinned widely, and he and Tang Weiyuan began to use computers to analyze these asteroids, calculating their mass, volume, direction, distance, speed, composition elements, etc. Buzz, buzz, alarm, alarm. The trajectory of an asteroid is about to coincide with the flight trajectory of the spacecraft. Please deal with it immediately. At this moment, the warning sound on the spacecraft blared loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces became serious. Dong Zhifei and Tang Weiyuan quickly put down their work and started to computer-related information. Oh no! I was shocked. I thought it was such a big asteroid. It can only be regarded as a larger rock at most. After calculating the results, Tang Weiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. According to the calculation results, this is an asteroid with a diameter of only a few dozen centimeters. There are not countless asteroids like this in the asteroid belt. Activate the railgun. Luo Xiaoyao also breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He also knew that if a large asteroid was to collide with the spacecraft, the best way for the spacecraft would be to change its flight trajectory to avoid it. Whether it was a railgun or a missile with a diameter of several hundred large asteroids are not very safe. Yes. John Fei quickly input instructions through the virtual machine and sent an attack request to the Earth. A few minutes later, the Earth agreed to destroy the asteroid. On the Dumbo spacecraft, a long barrel stretches out. The principle of the railgun is very simple. It is to accelerate and launch a hard object, usually a metal tungsten rod, etc., using Einstein's mass energy formula. The principle is that the faster the speed, the greater the energy it carries. This brutal impact brings powerful destructive power. This kind of railgun can be regarded as a space-based weapon if it is fired from space to the Earth. Relying on the terrifying speed of the projectile, it can achieve the terrifying effect of destroying the world and destroying cities easily. Air Jing. Call out. The huge spaceship trembled. A projectile was hidden in the dark void environment of the universe and flew away silently. In the void environment of the universe, its speed would not decrease at all, and the energy it carried would eventually be released on the target. Come out. Everyone looked at the surveillance screen. This could be regarded as the first time in human history that weapons were used to destroy another celestial body. Although it was only an asteroid a few tens of centimeters in size, it was not a big one on Earth. Just stones. In the void not too far away from the Dumbo spacecraft, an asteroid is traveling at a speed of tens of kilometers per second according to its own trajectory. Suddenly, a projectile descended from the void and hit it accurately. In an instant, all the huge energy was released. It instantly shattered into pieces and was completely destroyed. Oh yeah! Everyone on the spacecraft immediately cheered, and everyone felt relieved. It was not difficult to destroy such an asteroid. By calculating the speed and trajectory of both parties, they could easily destroy it. This should be regarded as the first time in human history that other celestial bodies have been destroyed, even though it was just a small stone. Tang Weiyuan touched his chin and said slightly proudly. Chapter 188. Capturing Asteroids. This asteroid numbered M0001 cannot do it. Its diameter is more than 130 meters. Although more than 80% of it is iron, its mass has far exceeded the limit that our spacecraft can drag, and its mass has reached 200 million. Many tons. Tang Weiyuan and Dong Zhifei were looking for suitable targets at this time. As the spacecraft entered the core area of the asteroid belt, more and more asteroids were discovered. Look at this one. Get rich. Get rich. Dong Zhifei excitedly sent information about an asteroid to Tang Weiyuan. At the same time, he looked like Brother Zhu, drooling and yelling. If you two have something good to share, don't just worry about your own happiness. That's right. How do you get rich? The other team members also spoke one after another. But unfortunately they and others could not understand the spectral data, nor could they analyze the mass and composition of asteroids, etc. So they could only worry. Holy crap! I'm really rich. Most of the elements in this asteroid numbered M0823 are gold. Oh my god! This is simply an asteroid made of gold. Damn! Its mass is too big. More than 200 million tons. It is not something we can eat at all. Tang Boyuan was very happy at first. If he could bring back an asteroid full of gold, the whole Earth would completely explode. But when he calculated the mass of the asteroid, he couldn't help but curse. I go! When other people heard this, they were like deflated balloons. The mass of this asteroid is only 3 million tons. We can definitely drag it. But its mass is too small. And it is basically made of silicon, which has little value. The mass of this asteroid exceeds 10 million tons. Although it is basically made of iron elements and is very valuable, it exceeds our ultimate capabilities. Dong Zhifei and Tang Boyuan were very patient in calculating the mass and composition elements of each asteroid. Anyway, there were more and more asteroids around, and there were plenty of opportunities to choose from. Based on spectral image analysis, planets and meteorites in the asteroid belt can be roughly divided into 3 types. More than 60% of all asteroids are carbon-rich C-type asteroids. The number of S-type asteroids containing silicon accounts for about 25%. The spectrum shows that their surfaces contain silicates and some metals. But the composition of carbonaceous compounds is not obvious. This shows that they are significantly different from the composition of the original solar system. It may be due to the melting mechanism of the early solar system that led to the differentiation. The total number of N-type asteroids accounts for about 15%. Their spectra contain iron-nickel-like spectral lines, which appear white or slightly red, without the characteristics of absorption lines. It is speculated that M-type asteroid should be made of the core is formed by a devastating impact with iron-nickel as the main matrix. Scientists have a rough idea of the structure of planets and meteorites in the entire asteroid belt based on the spectral information detected by various instruments. This is a scientific method, and you can already know it clearly from thousands of miles away. What really plays a big role are the smallest number of N-type asteroids. These asteroids contain a large amount of metal resources. According to spectral detection, most asteroids are composed of silicon elements and can only be used to produce solar power. Something like a board. Everyone, hurry up and take a look. An asteroid with a diameter of about 80 meters was found 2,270 kilometers ahead of us. According to the wavelength and color position of the spectrum, this asteroid is actually made of iron elements. This asteroid, the weight is between 9 million tons and 1 million tons, which is definitely our best goal. Tang Boyuan sent the data of the asteroid S0087 on the surface to everyone on the spacecraft. And then he screamed with excitement. The whole body is made of iron elements. And the mass is just right. This is definitely the goal that everyone has been looking for. The current price of steel is more than 3,000 yuan per ton. If this unrefined raw ore is taken into space, I think 5,000 yuan per ton is a cabbage price. No matter how low the cost of space plane transportation is, it will still be higher than that on the ground. It's a lot. If this meteorite is 10 million tons, it can be sold for at least 50 billion yuan. Someone next to me immediately calculated the number in a flash. 50 billion yuan. Just an asteroid. A relatively common asteroid. Oh my god! It seems that this asteroid belt is full of gold. Any asteroid is worth tens of billions of yuan. The number of asteroids with iron as the main component accounts for 15% of the total. You can find it easily. John Fei exclaimed with saliva all over his body. Everyone else on the spacecraft was shocked when they heard the numbers. At first, they didn't realize how valuable this asteroid, with a diameter of less than 100 meters, could be. But now they heard that it was worth 50 billion. Everyone was dumbfounded. Like, I don't know how many asteroids like this I encountered along the way. The entire asteroid belt is filled with gold. Luo Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh, and kept thinking in his mind. With the rapid development of the space industry and technology, more and more steel and so on are needed in space, which are completely transported from the ground to space. Obviously, this is not possible, and mining asteroids from asteroid belts will inevitably become mainstream. And perhaps my own opportunity will come in the future. Such thoughts flashed through his mind. And soon, Luo Xiaoyao regained his composure. Attention everyone! The spacecraft changes direction, and we go capture the asteroid. The distance of more than 2,000 kilometers seems very far. But for a spacecraft flying in the starry sky, it does not take a few minutes to reach the vicinity of the asteroid. The huge butt of the Dumbo spaceship slowly opened up, and 2 small spaceships roared out, each carrying a long rope. This kind of rope is naturally no ordinary rope. It is all made of carbon fiber material. A hair-thin carbon fiber can hang something weighing several tons. Carbon fiber material is a new fiber material with high strength and high modulus fiber containing more than 95% carbon. It is a microcrystalline graphite material obtained by stacking organic fibers, such as flake graphite microcrystals along the axial direction of the fiber, and undergoing carbonization and graphitization treatments. Carbon fiber is flexible on the outside and rigid on the inside. It is lighter than metal aluminum, but stronger than steel, and has the characteristics of corrosion resistance and high modulus. More importantly, it not only has the inherent characteristics of carbon materials, but also has the soft processability of textile fibers. It is a new generation of reinforced fiber. Before setting off, Fuyun Group had already formulated detailed methods for mining asteroids. It first used this high-strength carbon fiber rope to weave a network on it with a small spacecraft, and then used the spacecraft to remove the asteroids, depart from the original trajectory. Finally, rely on the gravitational force of the solar system to calculate the position, and let the asteroid reform a new orbit passing the Earth. When the asteroid is about to reach the Earth, drag the asteroid again, and then rely on the gravity of the Earth to capture the asteroid, form an orbit around the Earth, and become a satellite of the Earth. In this way, even if the capture of the asteroid is completed, the rest can be left to the solar farm to smelt the asteroid by reflecting solar light. 2 small spacecraft slowly flew to the location of the asteroid. These 2 spacecrafts will be responsible for weaving a net for the asteroid and wrapping the asteroid with carbon fiber ropes. Whoosh! Whoosh! A steel fork was launched from each spacecraft. The steel fork relied on inertia to penetrate deeply into the asteroid. A long carbon fiber rope was dragged behind the steel fork. Then the 2 spacecraft began to wrap around the asteroid. Circle, circle, and circle, and soon there were dozens of circles. Then the 2 spaceships began to fly around each other, entwining the 2 ropes together again, and slowly flew into the Dumbo spacecraft. Inside the Dumbo spacecraft, the robotic arm began to wrap the rope behind the small spacecraft around the pillars of the spacecraft. At this time, the rope connected the Dumbo spacecraft and the asteroid. However, the rope was not tightened, so there was no connection between them. It doesn't have much impact at all. All this sounds very simple, but it is actually full of risks. It is definitely not that easy and simple. If nothing else, you must know that the spacecraft and asteroids are constantly moving at this time, and the speed is very fast. Therefore, we must first adjust the speed and direction of the 2 to be consistent, so that they can reach a state of mutual rest. Then using a small spacecraft to entangle an asteroid is also full of risks. Asteroids generally not only orbit, but also autobiographical. If you are not careful, it may cause the asteroid to drag the small spacecraft into a collision and other major accidents. When 2 small spaceships are entangled and braided with ropes, you also need to pay attention. It requires very superb flying skills, and the performance requirements of the spacecraft are also very high. You must know that this is in the void of the universe, not on the Earth. There is no air here. No southeast, northwest, up, down, left, etc. It is not easy to change the direction at will. Although the risk is high, the technological equipment on Dumbo is the most advanced, and is the pinnacle of Fuyun Group's technological achievements. In addition, the crew members on the spacecraft are carefully selected, and everyone has the ability to with rich experience in space. We can complete all this smoothly. The rope is fixed. Start the engine. As Luo Xiaoyu's order was issued, everyone began to become nervous. Although according to theoretical calculations, Dumbo can completely drag this asteroid weighing nearly 10 million tons. But this is just a theory. With the data on the website, everyone is still panicking about what will happen when the actual operation is carried out, because this is related to everyone's worth and life. Chapter 189. Tempting Cake Dripping with Honey. On September 5, 2022, almost the whole world's attention was focused on space. Fuyun Group's Dumbo dragged an asteroid from the dazzling void. At this time, it was very close to the Earth, and it could be clearly seen using a telescope to see the face of this asteroid. In the Sky City, Li Fu, Shen Bin, Yu Liang and other scientists from the Fuyun Group Academy of Sciences were all present at this time. In addition, at the Tiangong Space Station, many well-known scientists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the person in charge of the Chinese space field, Tang Yunshan, the heads of the Chinese military and others were also present, and everyone was waiting nervously. China's space-based weapon systems installed in space are always in a state of attack. Once things get out of control, China will choose to destroy the asteroid as soon as possible. Calculate the probability of an asteroid being captured by the Earth's gravity. Almost at the same time, both Li Fu and Tang Yunshan gave orders to their subordinates. The supercomputers on Fuyun Group's side and the supercomputer on Huaxia National's side began to operate crazily, although they had already calculated it countless times. But now I still take the trouble to confirm again and again. The probability of being successfully captured by the Earth's gravity reaches 99.999%, and the error rate is only 1 in 100,000. Soon, the supercomputer calculated the data accurate to 3 decimal places. Now the distance between the two sides is very close, and all calculations are very simple. Weapon systems are always ready. Although the scientists have reported accurate data, Tang Yunshan still ordered the weapon system to be on standby at any time. This kind of thing is no joke, and one must be careful and cautious enough. On the other side, Li Fu did the same thing, but he ordered to Xiaoying in his mind. The weapons taken out from the civilization seeds were now under Xiaoying's control. Once the Chinese government failed to destroy the asteroid, Li Fu will ask Xiaoying to take action and destroy the asteroid. Time slowly came to 14 o'clock. At this time, Dumbo had loosened the rope connecting with the asteroid, flew back to the Sky City in advance, and parked in the spaceport. Dumbo had no choice. What enters the Earth is a spacecraft that can only be used in space. Thanks everyone! Li Fu, Chen Bin and others personally came to the spaceport to greet Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, Dong Zhifei, Tang Guiyuan and others. But they did not delay because the critical moment was coming soon. The asteroid and the Earth are getting closer and closer. In fact, according to the calculations of Fuyun Group scientists, the asteroid and the Earth will not meet head-on at all, but will feel like they are passing each other, just because the mass of the Earth is too large. The mass of the asteroid is too small. So when the asteroid's flight speed is slowed down enough to escape the constraints of the Earth's gravity, the asteroid will be captured by the Earth's gravity and become the Earth's new satellite. Then it will be meat on the chopping board. Whatever. People were slaughtered. There is no chance that an asteroid will collide with the Earth head-on and directly destroy the Earth's civilization as promoted by the Western news media. If an emergency occurs, the asteroid can actually miss the Earth. However, it will not have any impact on the Earth at all. Countdown to 10 seconds. A huge sound resounded in the sky, and everyone tensed up. The telescope in space took pictures of the asteroid and transmitted them to the central system. Everyone's virtual machine was connected, and everyone could see everything happening in space very clearly. The speed of this asteroid has been decelerated for a long time by Dumbo. At this time, it is only a few kilometers per second. It can be completely captured by the Earth's gravity, and the orbit formed after the capture has long been cleaned up. Net. Countdown 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The asteroid and the Earth met exactly at the scheduled time and place. All of a sudden, the asteroid's original orbit changed under the strong gravitational pull of the area. It was directly attracted by the Earth's gravity and began to circle the Earth to form a new one. Orbit, becoming an Earth satellite like the Moon. But the mass of this Earth satellite is far less than that of the Moon. Success! Everyone in the Sky City and the Tiangong space station breathed a heavy sigh of relief. And then countless cheers broke out. Everyone embraced and celebrated, celebrating that the Chinese nation has once again entered a new historical chapter. Contact me, Li Fu. This guy has kept everyone on tenterhooks for a long time. Now he's made a fortune again. It's time to blackmail him properly. With a smile on his face, Tang Yunshan asked someone to contact Li Fu. Hey, old Tang. I heard that you are also in space. Why don't you come and sit here in my Sky City? Soon, Li Fu and Tang Yunshan got in touch. There's no need to sit down. I heard that your kid just made a fortune. I'm here to congratulate you. Tang Yunshan had a smile on his face, while thinking about how to blackmail Li Fu. Where? I just saw a big rock from space. When Li Fu heard this, he thought quickly in his mind and responded with a smile. It's a big rock. Right. Let's give it half to me. Anyway, I still have one less big rock that I picked up from the asteroid belt. Tang Yunshan smiled secretly in his heart, knowing Li Fu's plan. So he spoke directly. Stop! Rob! When Li Fu heard this, he naturally shook his head. The asteroids he finally brought back from the asteroid belt were used to smelt steel. If half of them were given to Tang Yunshan, it would be less than 5 million tons. Robbery? You kid! Don't bite Lu Dongbin because you don't know a good heart. I don't know how much pressure I have endured. Otherwise your big stone would have been destroyed long ago. Naturally, Tang Yunshan would not give up easily. Half of this asteroid was decided. Okay. I can't pay the tax. You can see how much tax you have to pay. I'll pay it every penny. Who wants you to pay taxes? What I want is steel. Stop talking nonsense. I must share half of the steel smelted from asteroids. There is no negotiation on this matter. You still have to pay taxes. Who doesn't know that you are rich and wealthy? Okay. Okay. Half is half. After ending the call with Li Fu, Tang Yuanshan couldn't help laughing. This guy is still trying to talk to me about money. But there is no way. Let the scientists from the Academy of Sciences plan carefully. This asteroid has nearly 10 million tons. And half of it is nearly 5 million tons. Such a huge steel resource requires take advantage of it. Tang Yuanshan smiled proudly at the other people on the side. He obtained millions of tons of steel at once. This was in space, and was of vital importance to the space field he was responsible for. On the other side, Li Fu shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to enjoy the shade under the big tree. But he also had to fertilize the uncle. Half of the asteroid would be spit out before it reached his mouth. On the Earth, when the asteroid was successfully captured by the Earth's gravity and became a satellite, the countless voices of protest on the Earth gradually disappeared. Everyone found that nothing seemed to happen, and everyone dispersed looking for their mother. However, the impact of this asteroid on the Earth has not diminished at all. At this time, not only countries around the world are paying close attention to this asteroid, but the world's capital forces are also paying close attention to this asteroid. Because at this time, in their eyes, an asteroid is no longer just an asteroid, but a cake dripping with honey. Everyone, please see. This asteroid dragged from the asteroid belt by the Fuyun Group has a mass of 9.8 million tons. According to the analysis of volume, mass and spectrum, it is almost entirely composed of iron elements. The most important thing is that its current location is in space. Fuyun Group only needs to adjust its orbit to be consistent with the space solar farm, and it can use solar energy to smelt the steel in it very easily, which means that Fuyun Group can obtain more than 9 million tons of steel from this asteroid. Steel in space, even if it is now very cheap to transport aerospace aircraft, the price of a ton of steel transported to space will be at least 5 times higher, which means that the value of this asteroid is more than 1,000 billions of Chinese coins. Countries around the world and major financial groups around the world received detailed data analysis reports almost immediately. When everyone saw this set of figures, everyone couldn't help but drool. Contact Fuyun Group immediately and ask if their steel is for sale. Also, ask how much one of their Dumbo spaceships costs. It only takes half a year to go to the asteroid and bring it back to the nearest asteroid. Tens of millions of tons of steel are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Countries around the world contacted Fuyun Group almost immediately. Naturally, they also wanted to obtain steel from Fuyun Group. These steels located in space play a vital role in the development of space power by countries around the world. Everyone the space planes rented and purchased are subject to restrictions everywhere, and there is no way to go into space every day. It is not an easy task to transport steel into space. If it can be obtained from Fuyun Group, it is naturally the best choice. As for the major financial groups in the world, they have sent people to China one after another. The most important thing is naturally to cooperate with Fuyun Group to develop asteroid resources. Secondly, they can also invest in China's domestic capital power, share the tempting cakes in the asteroid belt through equity participation, and so on. In just half a year, hundreds of billions of asteroids can be brought back. And this is just the beginning. If it develops in the future, the time will be shorter and more valuable asteroids will be brought back. Don't think about how high the profits will be. All can know. Chapter 190. Smelting Asteroids. Li Fu did not return to the ground for the time being, because Li Fu already knew from his secretary Ding Xian that there are now dozens of waves of people in the company asking to see Li Fu, and each wave of people has a great background, or is someone from the world. Representatives from powerful countries, representatives from the world's top conglomerates, and people with well-established backgrounds in China are all very difficult to deal with. Li Fuzhong also knew very well why they came. Fuyun Group holds the only spacecraft that can go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Asteroids are now synonymous with mountains of gold and silver. Just pull an asteroid there, from the Earth's side. That would be a huge return of tens of billions or hundreds of billions. So Li Fu simply chose to stay in space first and let Fang Zheng, who was good at dealing with these matters, handle it. He simply stayed in space to smelt the asteroids he brought back. In the void not far from the Sky City, there is a huge solar space farm. It is also the largest solar space farm in space at present, with an area of more than 15 million square meters. The annual power generation is equivalent to almost 2 since then. Fuyun Group has never had to worry about electricity. And it can even sell electricity to the outside world. You must know that Fuyun Group is a behemoth now. After these years of development, the number of employees of Fuyun Group has reached millions. Various factories, laboratories, etc. are all full of electricity-eating monsters. Every day the electricity bills paid are hundreds of millions. At this time, here at the solar farm, the asteroid brought back from the asteroid belt was dragged into the void by the spacecraft, maintaining the same speed as the solar farm, forming a relatively stationary state. Each unit reports on the situation. Yu Liang, who is responsible for directing this asteroid smelting, gave the order in a loud voice. The power plant is ready. Metal separation team ready. Security team ready. Each team continued to report on the situation. And everything was ready. Start smelting asteroids. After hearing the reports from each team, Yu Liang nodded with satisfaction and issued the order to smelt the asteroid. As his order was issued, every solar panel in the solar farm began to rotate slowly. The supercomputer calculated everything. The angle and direction of each reflecting mirror were calculated by the supercomputer. The control is perfect. Rays of sunlight began to gather on the asteroid placed in space. There was no reaction at first. But as more and more sunlight gathered, the space where the asteroid was located began to become brighter and dazzling. The normal temperature in space is more than 100 degrees below zero. Now that more and more sunlight is gathering, the temperature of the void where the asteroid is located begins to increase sharply, quickly rising from more than 100 degrees below zero to a high temperature of several hundred degrees. At this time, some gas and water on the asteroid began to evaporate and escape, and were collected by the collector that had been prepared. In space, resources are very precious, and even the smallest mosquito meat must be collected. As more sunlight is concentrated on the asteroid, the temperature quickly rises to more than 1,000 degrees. At this time, the metal on the asteroid has begun to liquefy. This asteroid is almost composed of iron elements, and the melting point of iron is 1,000 many degrees, because all the sunlight gathered is controlled by supercomputing, and the amount of sunlight controlled by the computer is determined based on the temperature on the asteroid. The sunlight collected by this iron-containing asteroid always keeps its temperature at about 2,000 degrees. This temperature can melt the entire asteroid the fastest, and at the same time, it will not reach the boiling point of iron due to the temperature being too high, causing the molten iron to melt. Give evaporation. The outside of the asteroid has melted into molten iron, but the inside is still solid. It needs to be continuously heated to make the iron inside melt into molten iron. The temperature of about 2,000 degrees is just right, but it just takes some time. At the same time, two strange machines use long magnetic pliers to continuously use magnetism to attract the melted molten iron and shape it according to the required shape at the same time. You must know that there is no gravity or is only affected by microgravity in space. All liquids appear in a spherical structure. The huge and red molten iron balls are attracted and shaped by strong magnetism, shaping them into individual shapes. Various parts were cooled by the ultra-low temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero in space. These parts quickly turn from red to black. The strength and hardness of the metal smelted in this way is very high. And because it is smelted in space, it is just like kneading noodles. You can knead it into any shape you want, and smelt it into as big a size as you want. It is better than assembled parts. I don't know how many times. In less than an hour, this asteroid containing more than 9 million tons of iron was smelted into various parts. The mechanical arm on the Dumbo spacecraft was dragged back to Sky City for use. Some oversized parts, because they are too long, can only be transported to a special place for display. These parts require further processing before they can actually be used. For example, the stress inside the metal can also be eliminated by placing it in space. The method and speed of metal smelting in the interstellar era far surpassed that of the terrestrial era. Nearly 10 million tons of steel were smelted in 1 hour and processed into parts at the same time. The power of technology is so great. It seems that the number of asteroids we have mined is still too small. It has only been an hour, and one asteroid has been completely smelted. It doesn't feel satisfying enough. When Yu Liang saw the empty void, he curled his lips slightly. The efficiency of using space solar energy to smelt metal was really too high. Nearly 10 million tons of metal were easily not only smelted, but also processed into what he wanted. Parts. This speed is definitely not comparable to relying on smelting furnaces on the ground. In the future, there will be plenty of asteroids for you to smelt. The key now is to create more spaceships. Li Fu on the side smiled slightly. Almost all the steel smelted this time was used to make new spaceships. Li Fu was also in urgent need of a large number of spaceships to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Hey! With nearly 5 million tons of steel this time, we can build a larger spacecraft. By then, bringing back hundreds of millions of tons of asteroids at a time will be enough for us to use for a while. Yu Liang's eyes lit up when he heard about the construction of a new spaceship. The Dumbo spacecraft is just a spaceship larger than the space shuttle. It can only drag 10 million tons of asteroids at most. This is already its limit. It's the limit. In the planning, Fuyun Group actually wants to build a larger spacecraft. The Jin God spacecraft. The Jin God spacecraft will be 10 times the size of the current Dumbo spacecraft. The engine alone it is comparable to an aerospace plane. And its thrust will be enough to pull a massive asteroid with a mass of hundreds of millions of tons. Just to build such a huge spacecraft, the steel resources consumed will be very huge. And because of its large mass and strong thrust, the core keel must be a whole piece forged at one time. If it is split into many if the parts are assembled again, they will not be able to withstand its huge thrust. There is no problem processing such huge parts on the ground. But there are no tools to transport them to space. And the aerospace plane is only a few dozen meters long. Therefore, if you want to manufacture such huge parts and then create the Jin God aerospace plane, you must smelt metal in space, forge parts, and complete the core keel and parts directly in space. This is why Li Fu built a space solar farm first. Because it is used to smelt asteroids. The asteroids are mined, smelted directly in space, and super large parts are forged at one time for the next step. Prepare for a bigger spaceship. If you want to build space battleships, and so on in the future, you will naturally have to do it step by step. It is absolutely impossible to build large spaceships and space battleships just on the ground. I feel depressed after saying this. Originally, we could just build 20 Jin God spaceships this time. But half of them were given to the country. I guess they will definitely give these steel resources to waste it. Their eyes are always staring at the moon. Blooming everywhere on the moon and seizing resources will require a lot of steel. Shinbin on the side also shook his head helplessly. The country required that the newly smelted steel be made into a single piece of steel plate according to standard specifications. At a glance, it was clear that it was for use on the moon. Not for use on the moon. Used to build spacecraft. What's so depressing? Countries all over the world are now fighting fiercely on the moon. The far side of the moon has almost been carved up. I heard that the chickens and the South Sticks are fighting each other for a piece of territory on the far side of the moon. It really almost staged a lunar version of World War. It is also a good thing for China that our country has more resources on the moon. We have occupied 80% of the resources on the moon. We will not have to worry about resources for a long time in the future. After all, the moon is far away from our Earth, the nearest planet, and the various resources on the moon are very rich. Even if we mine 10 million asteroids in the asteroid belt, we still won't be able to make it into the moon. And we have to travel hundreds of millions of kilometers. Old Tang and the others see it much more clearly than we do. Li Fu on the side smiled and shook his head. Fuyun Group also occupies a huge territory on the moon. And it is very clear how rich the resources are on the moon. Chapter 191. 10 times as powerful as an aerospace plane. In Lijia village near the Fuyun Group Industrial Park in Sanjiang District, Meijiang City, Li Fu put down his work and returned home. He did not even go back to the company because his secretary Ding Xian had told Li Fu that dozens of people were there at this time. While waiting for Li Fu's interview, even Fang Zheng couldn't make the decision on many important matters. So he, the boss, could only intervene. Came back? Wang Yun seemed a little surprised to see Li Fu coming home, because Li Fu had already promised in advance that he would not be going home for the next few days. Well, where is my son? Li Fu smiled and nodded. He originally planned to stay at the institute for a few days and wait until all those people were gone. But he hadn't seen his son for a few days, and Li Fu also wanted to see his precious son. Just fell asleep. As soon as Wang Yun finished speaking, the person responsible for the security of the Li family hurried over. Mr. Li, according to our surveillance, there are more than a dozen waves of people coming. Do you think we should withdraw first? Their noses are really sharp. Forget it. It seems they won't let it go until I see them. When Li Fu heard this, he immediately frowned. What bothered him most was that these things disturbed the tranquility of his home. Arrange a car immediately and go to the company. Li Fu thought for a while and immediately ordered. Li Fu didn't want to meet these people at home. Honey, I'm sorry. Li Fu turned to Wang Yuan and shook his head helplessly. I understand. Go back early and come back early. Wang Yuan smiled. Of course, he was aware of Li Fu's influence now. There were countless people who wanted to see Li Fu every day. Ordinary people like Li Fu's secretary could handle it. But these representatives from all over the world. The world's largest financial groups, the representative, Secretary Li Fu, couldn't cope with it either. Soon, Li Fu's special car carried Li Fu back to the company, followed by waves of people, like sharks smelling blood, and they arrived at the headquarters building of Fuyun Group. In the largest conference room of Fuyun Group's headquarters building, Li Fu asked people to bring all these people here, one after another, and the background of each wave of people was very extraordinary. Not to mention the representatives of the world's powerful countries. Many world-class conglomerates also came after hearing the news, such as the legendary Rothschild family that controls the world's financial system, and the Rockefeller family that controls the world's oil and energy lifeline, the Mitsui Consortium from Footpot Chicken, and more. These consortiums have important influence almost all over the world, and some even have strong influence in many powerful countries in the world. Moreover, each of them is a super invisible and powerful force that is invisible and watertight. The so-called richest man in the world, and they are a joke compared to each other. But now none of these consortiums or big families can sit still. With the rapid rise of China in the space field, especially in just a few years, the space industry has developed at an unimaginable speed. Agriculture, space energy, lunar mining and many other space fields have developed at a speed beyond everyone's expectations. Almost every industry and field has produced wealth that was unimaginable in the past. Although these large consortiums and large families reacted quickly, they are helpless that it is China that is leading all of this. So they can only stare and watch helplessly. Looking at the food in China, my mouth is full of oil. Therefore, the last G20 summit was also driven by the promotion of these big families and consortiums. They are already extremely jealous and want to get a piece of the huge cake of the space industry. They do not want to miss the golden period of the space industry. Li Fu walked into the conference room with a smile on his face, and Fang Zheng followed behind. Everyone present greeted Li Fu one after another, and many of them were already old acquaintances with Li Fu. Everyone has come a long way, so please forgive me for not providing good hospitality. No matter how disgusted Li Fu was with these people in his heart, at least on the surface Li Fu still had to show his welcome to them. After all, this was a courtesy. Mr. Li, the reason we came here this time is to ask if there is any possibility of cooperation in mining asteroid resources. Can your company sell a spacecraft that can go to the asteroid belt to mine resources? Pierre, the representative from Uncle Sam, stood up first under the eyes of everyone. Although he no longer had high expectations in his heart, he still had to try every means to get opportunities from Li Fu. There is no way. Who said that now in space and on the moon, China is the only one company, and all the major powers in the world combined are less than a fraction of China. Especially when it comes to lunar resources. China alone occupies 80% of the territory, and they are all the best sites. Everything is about resources and competition for future development opportunities. The more resources on the moon are obtained, the smoother the future development will be. Li Fu's visit to the asteroid belt to mine resources opened another window for countries around the world, pushing their gaze from the moon to the entire solar system. An asteroid can easily weigh millions of tons or tens of millions. It has a mass of tons or even hundreds of millions of tons. And once scientists calculated it, they found that it was actually simpler than mining resources on the moon. The scene of Fuyun Group smelting asteroids in space was monitored by the world's powerful countries. An asteroid of nearly 10 million tons was smelted cleanly in less than an hour and processed into parts. So even though they knew they would hit a wall, everyone still had to wait for Li Fu. Even if they were on the bench, they still had to wait until Li Fu would give an explanation. Cooperation, of course, is also possible. I wonder how you want to cooperate. Li Fu nodded with a slight smile. Mr. Li, we hope you will help us build the Dumbo spaceship. Or we can buy it directly. You can do whatever you want, as long as you are willing to cooperate. Pierre laughed happily when he heard this. As long as Li Fu was willing to cooperate, everything would be easy to discuss. The price of the Dumbo spacecraft is not cheap. Everyone knows that the price of a spaceplane is as high as 1 trillion Chinese dollars. The price of the Dumbo spacecraft is even higher. Li Fu smiled slightly. Dumbo Universe is very sure whether it will be sold to the outside world. It will definitely be sold to the outside world. But it is definitely not now. And it will definitely not be sold to these foreigners now. So the price must be raised to a level that allows them to when they feel desperate. They give up on themselves. Mr. Li, please give me a price. Before Li Fu could finish what he said, Pierre was the first to speak. Uncle Sam was very wealthy. Although it was now declining, it was getting worse and worse. The status of the US knife as a world currency was now deeply shaken by the Chinese currency. Its own economy has been hit hard again. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. And Uncle Sam is still very rich. The world's finance, energy and many other fields are in their hands. The Dumbo is 10 times more expensive than the space plane. As soon as Li Fu heard the cold report and said something, everyone present took a breath, although they had already guessed that Li Fu would definitely open his mouth. But when they heard that it was the aerospace plane, everyone still couldn't help it. The selling price of an aerospace aircraft is 1 trillion Chinese dollars. 10 times, that is 10 trillion Chinese dollars. You must know that the GDP of most countries in the world does not exceed this figure. If you want to spend such a huge amount of money all at once, this is almost impossible. Even for a former world overlord like Uncle Sam. You must know that most wealth exists in the form of fixed assets. That is, these assets can only show each other internally. For other countries, they actually have no meaning. For example, your house in China has no meaning for other countries. As far as people are concerned, it is actually not as good as eggs, clothes, etc. that can be exported to the outside world. In other words, even if a country has very huge assets, the foreign exchange it can use for external use only accounts for a very small part of its wealth. If you want to spend 10 trillion Chinese dollars to buy a small ship Dumbo, this is almost impossible. Li Fu also made calculations in advance, knowing that they would not be able to come up with such a huge amount of Chinese currency, especially since they had already purchased an aerospace plane and almost used up all the available foreign exchange in their hands. There are not many Chinese coins left at all. If you want to use your own country's currency, China won't pay the bill now. Mr. Li, is this price too outrageous? Someone on the side couldn't help but stood up and asked. In fact, according to everyone's expectations, the Dumbo spaceship is only twice as expensive as the aerospace plane. Everyone tightened their belts and sold good things to China. Slowly, I was able to save up enough to buy one. But now, a Dumbo spacecraft dares to ask for 10 trillion Chinese dollars. This is simply too far from everyone's expectations, and far beyond everyone's ability to bear. Is it expensive? I think it's definitely not expensive. As long as the Dumbo spacecraft is properly arranged, it can actually travel to and from the asteroid belt 4 times a year, bringing back 10 million tons of asteroids each time, calculated based on the cheapest iron. Its value is also over 100 billion, which is 400 billion Chinese dollars a year. Not to mention that some things cannot be measured by money at all. Li Fu smiled and shook his head slightly, as if he wanted to buy it or not. Chapter 192. The world is crazy about Chinese coins. Singapore, in Southeast Asia, benefits from its superior geographical location. As the world's most important financial and transportation hub, Singapore is also very prosperous and has a very prosperous life. As a world-class financial, transportation, and logistics center, there are too many funds, materials, etc. that need to be transferred through here. There are large companies and businessmen from all over the world doing trade here. Ha Tong, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, took several of his clerks to the business center of Singapore, purely fictitious, to look for some business opportunities. As the owner of a specialized foreign trade company, his business mainly focused on finding foreign trade orders, and then from domestic purchase and earn the difference. Of course, he can come here to look for foreign trade cooperation. Hutong has only been doing foreign trade business for a few years. In the past, he mainly relied on a few virtual machines to receive orders in the virtual world. However, after a few years of doing this, he found that the real big orders were still he needs to look for it in person. There are not many orders in the virtual world. A few million or tens of millions at most is considered a big order. Large orders of hundreds of millions require strict procedures and processes. So he brought many people come to Singapore to look for business opportunities. Ever since I came to Singapore, my life in Hutong has been very unsatisfactory. I thought that since this is a country dominated by Chinese people, I would have no problem speaking Chinese on my own, and there would be no need for an English translator or the like. But after he actually came to Singapore, he realized that he was completely wrong. Because if you speak Chinese here, no one will pay attention to you at all, and they will even give you a look of contempt. even if the other person understands Chinese. He will not speak Chinese. I will speak English to you. But Chinese won't work here at all. In addition to the language problems, he found that although he had the same face as many people around him, with yellow skin and black eyes, the people here are very polite. But this kind of politeness feels very unfamiliar, with a hint of arrogance and contempt, which makes people always feel very uncomfortable. Thanks! He spoke to the waiter who opened the door for him in the alley. And without incident, he immediately showed invisible contempt and contempt upon hearing his pure Chinese. Hutong didn't pay attention. Anyway, he came here to look for business opportunities. He brought his people to the trading center to see if there was any good business that he could take over. Chinese? As soon as we entered the alley, a blonde foreigner came over and asked in very unfamiliar Chinese. Yes. Are you? Hutong was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, I'm Mato Denaro from Italy. I don't know what to call you. Denaro extended his hands enthusiastically and introduced himself in English. Hutong himself had learned some English, so he still understood these words and did not need to be translated. My name is Hutong and I come from China. I wonder what Mr. Denaro does with me. The alley is still unclear, but I don't worry too much about anything. Anyway, I am here to find business, and it is good to get to know one more friend. It doesn't seem good to have a conversation like this. How about we discuss it while drinking tea? Denaro took Hutong to the area dedicated to drinking tea and coffee in the business center. He poured tea for Hutong with a smile. It could be seen that his method was very stiff. Not the kind of tea that he often made. For tea drinkers, Westerners generally prefer coffee. I took the liberty to disturb Mr. Hu this time, but I actually wanted to do some business with Mr. Hu. After several cups of tea, Denaro finally explained his purpose. That's great. This time I'm here to find a partner. Hutong immediately laughed happily after hearing this. He was worried about having no business, but he didn't expect that business would come to his door. However, he was secretly wary. There are many scammers in the world, and all of them are very clever. Mr. Hu will definitely not go wrong in finding me. Although our Denaro family is not very famous, we still have many connections in Italy. I have a lot of good things here. The first is red wine. Our Italian red wine is the top red wine in the world. The Mediterranean climate breeds the best grapes. Coupled with our long wine history, we have too many world-famous wine brands. Montesino, Conti, Barolo, Asti, Sangiovese and Romagna, and many more. In addition, I can also get the goods for the world's top sports cars, such as Pagani, Lamborghini, Ferrari, etc. As long as Mr. Hu needs it, it's totally okay. Denaro worked hard to introduce his products to Hutong. Almost all of these products are Italian products that are world famous, such as wine. Many people know French wine, but they don't know that many Italian wines are actually more famous. Italian sports cars, top-end luxury cars, etc. are also very famous around the world, and almost all of them need to be customized. It depends on your status before they are willing to make them for you. If you don't have money, they will definitely sell them to you. But now from Denaro's mouth, it seems that as long as you have money, anything can be sold to you. There is no limit to the quantity, as long as you give money. That's it. Hutong was doubtful at this time, and he even thought that the other party might be a liar, because in the past, it was almost impossible to get these things based on Hutong's capital and connections. And this time Hutong was the people who came to look for orders had now come to buy things. However, the things Denaro mentioned above are indeed very popular in China. As long as they are brought back to China, they can make money by keeping them. Mr. Denaro, with all due respect, can these things really be sold to me? Of course. The premise is that Mr. Hu is willing to pay in Chinese dollars. As long as he pays in Chinese dollars, I can give Mr. Hu a 10% discount. Denaro nodded seriously. In fact, he also felt helpless. In the past, no matter what, these top-notch products in his hands could be sold around the world. In the past few years, even if there were goods sold, on the Chinese side, the quota will not be too large. But things are different now. In order to obtain more Chinese dollars, the world's major powers can only find ways to sell the things that Chinese people like, including sports cars, red wine, luxury goods, etc., which are expensive, down to ordinary beef, vegetables, fruits, etc. Every powerful country is trying its best to export to China, and without exception, they all require Chinese currency to be purchased. Countries around the world need a lot of Chinese dollars to buy aerospace planes. The price of this aerospace plane is in the trillions of Chinese dollars. You don't know how much red wine, sports cars, etc. are needed to exchange it. If you use vegetables and fruits, wait, then I don't know how many tons it will take to get it back. But there is no way, in order to win the future, for the aerospace plane in China's hands. If there are enough Chinese coins, it would be better to exchange for the Dumbo spaceship. Therefore, all countries in the world are now desperately selling their own to China. Nice one.
Settling in Chinese dollars? Of course, there is no problem. This way I can save a lot of trouble.
Hu Tong nodded immediately after hearing this. He originally thought about whether to change to a beautiful knife or something. But now it seems that it can be avoided. This can save a lot of trouble.
Great. Please also give Mr. Hu your contact information in the virtual world. I will send you the price and so on first. We can pay cash on delivery. If you are satisfied with our goods, you will pay.
Denaro immediately became happy upon hearing this. And soon the two parties exchanged communication methods in the virtual world and began the next step of negotiation. When the Hutong side got the price list, everyone was surprised, because the price on the price list given by Denaro was really very low. A supercar that cost millions in China now only costs a few $100,000. You can buy bottles of expensive wines at very reasonable prices, and almost all products are priced at surprisingly low prices. If the other party hadn't said that they could deliver the goods first and then pay later, Hutong would have doubted whether the other party was a liar, because the price was really too low. Hutong had also contacted some colleagues doing this business before, and he knew more or less about it. But the price was definitely not the best. How low? The most important thing is that as long as you pay Chinese dollars to buy it now, it seems that you can get a 10% discount, and the price can be further reduced. Hutong carefully calculated it in his mind. As long as these things are real, if they are transported to such a low price, China, no matter how many times it is doubled, there is definitely no problem in making 3 or 4 times. It's just that Hutong couldn't figure out why the price of this product suddenly dropped so much, and the price was so cheap. The other party can also pay cash on delivery and inspect the goods first before paying. If they are scammers, as long as they don't pay the money they want to, it seems to be very difficult to swindle money. And for a while, I couldn't figure out the key point. Chapter 193. The world is crazy about Chinese coins. Although since the G20 summit last year, the Chinese currency has become somewhat of a world currency in the world, and many countries are more willing to accept the Chinese currency. There are still many countries that do not recognize the Chinese currency, especially here. However, now it seems that Chinese currency is very popular for such a large amount of business transactions. It is really inconceivable that using Chinese currency to settle transactions can get a 10% discount. Hutong kept thinking and did not reply to Denaro. Denaro was very anxious because he knew that whether it was red wine, sports cars, and other Italian specialties, these things are also available in other countries in the world. Now everyone is in order to entering the space field, in order to obtain aerospace planes, Dumbo spaceships, etc. As long as all kinds of things are purchased with Chinese currency, the prices are astonishingly low. Now I have finally taken a fancy to a person with little experience. He can win a big order and exchange it for hundreds of millions of Chinese dollars. By then, he is expected to be promoted to a global regional manager. However, the other person has not responded yet. It made him very anxious.
Mr. Hu, do you have any questions?
Denaro once again asked Hutong to come out to discuss.
To be honest, the price and conditions are really very attractive. I have no reason to refuse. As long as there is no problem with the items, I will pay you Chinese dollars.
Although Hutong felt that there must be some things that they didn't know yet. They didn't think that they would lose money on this business. So they signed an agreement with the other party readily. The purchase order of 1.5 billion yuan was also good for Hutong. That's a pretty big deal.
Mr. Hu, I wish us a happy cooperation. I can send all the goods to the location you specified as soon as possible.
And I guarantee there will be no problems.
Denaro seemed very happy to have won a large order of 1.5 billion Chinese dollars. 1.5 billion Chinese dollars would have been nothing in the past few years. At the exchange rate at that time, it was less than 300 million US dollars. It was not worth it at all. Such an important regional manager comes forward. And for thousands of years, these things in his hands have been begged by others. And he begged him to release a few of them to the Chinese market. However, time flies, and it is only a few years ago. Everything seems to have changed. Now all countries in the world are in urgent need of Chinese coins. A large number of Chinese coins. The more the better. They do not hesitate to spend money on Chinese coins. And there are all kinds of Chinese coins. All the good things are sold to China at land prices. An order of 1.5 billion Chinese dollars is really a big deal. Although the official exchange rate between Chinese dollars and US dollars is basically 1:1. No one is willing to exchange Chinese dollars for US dollars at 1:1. The exchange rate of black Chinese dollars to US dollars has reached 110. And it takes 10 US dollars to exchange for 1 Chinese dollar. The major powers in the world have been sweeping up the Chinese currency in the international market at almost the same time, which has led to the current value of the Chinese currency getting higher and higher. Every world power wants more Chinese currency to buy short. TNG. But Fuyun Group only recognized the Chinese currency and did not recognize anything else, which indirectly promoted the Chinese currency to become a world currency. Now it is completely a Chinese currency market. As long as there is a Chinese currency, all countries in the world are willing to suffer losses in exchange for it. As for other currencies, the treatment is naturally no different from before. That's good. Hatong nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, for a businessman like him, 1.5 billion Chinese dollars is a very large amount of money. However, this time the transaction can be done by inspecting the goods first and then paying. There is a time difference in this. If the operation is done well, he can sell the goods first and then pay later, which is equivalent to empty hands. So he is not too worried about getting the money back. After discussing the business and getting the big order, Hatong took his time to inquire about information everywhere. Soon, Hatong no longer had to worry about being deceived by Denaro. But he was not happy at all. Because he was not happy at all. He was now very worried about whether the red wine, sports cars, and other Italian specialties in his hands could be sold. He found that almost all commodities have 2 options in international trade. One is the normal settlement option using US dollars, euros, pounds, etc. The price of this option has increased a lot compared to before. And in terms of quantity supply there will be some restrictions. But another solution is to use Huayuan settlement, which is also the settlement solution that everyone recommends now. Not only does it have a very large discount in terms of price, but the price of many products has been reduced by 10 times. And it is also very sufficient in terms of quantity. Many previously top-notch limited edition luxury goods seem to be available in unlimited supply. Many bulk commodities, such as corn, rice, wheat, beef, pork, etc., generally have relatively small price fluctuations. However, Hatong found that the prices of these commodities in the international market are lower than those settled in Chinese dollars. The retail prices in China are much cheaper. The prices of some products are even less than half of those in China. Even if tariffs, transportation costs, etc. are taken into account, transportation to China is still very profitable. Moreover, the quality of these products is the best in the world, such as rice from Thailand, beef from Argentina, milk from Australia, etc. The quality of these products is much better than that produced in China. And the current price is also so low. So much. As for red wine, sports cars, etc. purchased in alleys, the prices of these products have been reduced by unknown amounts. Many world powers are simply competing with each other on price. You sell a Lamborghini for 100,000 Chinese yuan, and I sell it for 99,000. Selling a Binban. Both of them put aside their arrogance for the sake of Chinese currency. Of course, these companies themselves will definitely not sell at a loss. Each country behind them will provide subsidies. It is somewhat similar to the early days of reform and opening up, when China sells goods to foreign countries. As long as it can earn foreign exchange, the country will provide corresponding export subsidies. The same is true for the world's major powers now. As long as their domestic companies can exchange them for Chinese dollars, the countries behind them will subsidize losses or price differences. As long as you can exchange them for Chinese dollars, the more the better. This is actually to encourage its domestic enterprises to earn Chinese dollars, just like China encouraged its own enterprises to earn foreign exchange. Now countries around the world are in urgent need of Chinese dollars and are willing to sacrifice other things in exchange for Chinese dollars. Because only Chinese dollars are available from it is possible to purchase aerospace aircraft, Dumbo spacecraft, and other key tools for entering the space field from Fuyun Group. In Provence, France, some people may feel unfamiliar when they hear this place name. But they will definitely not be unfamiliar when they hear the world's 7 top ingredients.
Black truffle. Black truffle is a favorite ingredient in Western European and American countries. It was once a status symbol, and was widely used in Western food, because the annual output is very limited. Its price has always been high. Baranti is the largest black truffle merchant in province, and controls the entire black truffle trade in province. At this time, with a smile on his face, he inspected the production and quality of black truffles this year. The climate in province this year is very good, and the quality of black truffles, the output is very good, and the quality is quite good. But Baranti was not very happy, because although he was the largest black truffle merchant, he could not taste many of this year's black truffles. All the black truffles had been bought by big businessmen from China. Originally, this black truffle is a top delicacy in Western food, and it does not seem to have much to do with Chinese food in China. In addition, in the past years, the black truffles consumed in China accounted for a very small proportion of the global black truffle market, and they were generally consumed in the West. The world is digested.
What a pity! What a good black truffle! What a good thing! Now it will be wasted by the Chinese. It is said that they use black truffles like mushrooms to make soup. It is a waste of natural resources. But there is no way. Who told them the payment is in shiny red Chinese dollars? So we have no reason to refuse at all.
Baranti looked at the perfect black truffles carefully. When he thought that these black truffles would be used by the Chinese people to make soup, he couldn't help but feel heartache. But he had no choice but to do so because he couldn't refuse the Chinese currency. Behind his back, the country continues to use Chinese currency, since there are Chinese businessmen who are willing to use Chinese currency to wrap all the black truffles. It is naturally the best. A few years ago, Baranti would never have allowed anyone to ruin black truffles like this. But now there is no way. Even if Baranti is unwilling to sell, the country behind him will put pressure on him. Everything is for the Chinese currency. Hokkaido. As a world-famous tourist destination, Hokkaido attracts countless tourists every year. In recent years, as overseas travel has become popular in China, Hokkaido has also welcomed countless Chinese tourists. At this time, in the major tourist resorts in Hokkaido, shops, hotels, tourist attractions, airports, etc. all have Chinese words saying,
"No need to exchange currency. You are welcome to use Chinese currency to settle."
And
there are discounts for settling in Chinese currency, and products can be discounted. Welcome guests from China. Welcome to use Huobi to shop.
And other slogans. Even in the past, the special industry of foot-pot chicken always looked down on Chinese people. Even those who sold meat would never serve Chinese people. But now it has opened its doors to guests from China. The bright red Chinese coins as soon as it lights up, we immediately welcome them in with a smile. We serve customers every time they sell, trying our best to satisfy customers, hoping to gain a good reputation and welcome more customers from China. On a global scale, there are too many things like this. The major powers in the world have to choose to put down their previous arrogance and hypocrisy for Huobi, and everything will be won by Huobi. Chapter 194. Rich People in the New Era. Nowadays, the purchasing power of Chinese coins in the world is so powerful. As soon as you use Chinese coins to buy products, all kinds of good things will be delivered to your door immediately. And everyone will ask you to take the things first and use them. Then pay if you think it's good. Therefore, in China, from the high-end market to the dining tables of ordinary people, more and more imported products are being imported. From high-end sports cars, top-quality red wines, luxury goods, etc. to rice, vegetables, fruits, etc. on the dining tables. The Chinese people suddenly discovered that all imported good things seem to be surprisingly cheap. In the past, good Thai rice could rarely enter the dining tables of ordinary people. But now that it is close to thousands of households, it seems that all of a sudden Thai people are buying it. They don't eat the rice they grow themselves, but all the rice goes to China's dining tables. Rice, fruits, vegetables, etc., imported from abroad to China, are actually cheaper and better than those in China. So much so that China has to initiate emergency measures to protect its primary industry. You must know that there are hundreds of space farmlands in space. The agricultural products produced are of good quality, cheap, and the output is very large. If they are not protected, who will these products be sold to? The urgently needed increase in the value of the Chinese currency has brought real benefits to ordinary people, and their purchasing power has skyrocketed. Suddenly, they found that Mao Zedong seems to be much more durable than before. Traveling abroad, shopping, etc. have also become more convenient because of you in order to attract tourists from China.
More and more countries are offering visa-free access to China. With Chinese coins, you can buy things all over the world. The various discounts are absolutely jaw-dropping. Things are very cheap. Of course, currency appreciation will have a huge impact on China's domestic industries. Because the reason is very simple. Things produced in China have become more expensive. The key is that now they have to use Chinese currency to buy them. So many rely on exports and foreign trade. The low-end industries were wiped out almost instantly. Originally, it should have a relatively large impact on China. But now China's new virtual world industry, space agriculture, lunar mining industry, space energy industry, etc. are developing rapidly and growing very strongly. And these industries are basically, it is a new type of high-tech industry and space industry that is very little affected by the rapid appreciation of the Chinese currency. Generally speaking, the appreciation of the Chinese currency is a good thing for the whole of China. Ordinary people find that the Chinese currency is more valuable and can buy more things. Chinese capital can invest and buy freely around the world. As for the national level, because the Chinese currency is in urgent need of appreciation, it has further promoted the development of the Chinese currency into an international currency. In the future, it can also print money and buy it around the world. The imperial capital of China, as the center of the whole of China, is naturally the center where Chinese capital is most concentrated. At this time, in a quiet courtyard, business giants in suits and leather shoes gathered together. If you look closely, you will find that these business giants are all new types of business giants in fields related to the space industry. Different from traditional business tycoons. These people present cannot actually be described as business tycoons. They should be more entrepreneurs. Because many of them have technical backgrounds and rely on their own knowledge to seize opportunities in the rapidly developing space industry. Opportunities arose, and they rose rapidly. The most famous among them is Zhang Xianzu, the founder of Starry Sky Technology, who is now the richest man in the world according to Forbes. He founded Starry Sky Technology together with some young people from the Relay Huaxiao organization. He is also one of the major shareholders of Starry Sky Technology and the largest shareholder in the space industry. A crab eater. A few years ago, Star Technology was making a lot of money just by launching a lunar tourism project. In recent years, as more and more companies are able to organize lunar tourism has entered a civilian stage. So Zhang Xianzu has also it was a very wise choice to withdraw from the field of lunar tourism. It turned around and entered the three fields of lunar mining, space agriculture, and space energy. It has 12 large-scale space farmlands, 3 space solar farms, and 7 large-scale lunar minerals on the moon. It can be said that in a short period of time, in just a few years, it has transformed from a SHL company into a giant in the space industry in the new era. Star Technology was listed in China and Hong Kong at the same time. Its current market value is as high as 10 trillion Chinese dollars. It is the largest super technology company in China with a market value of 1.5 trillion Chinese dollars. As one of the company's major shareholders, Zhang Xianzu also has a market value of up to 1.5 trillion Chinese dollars. His net worth has firmly established him as the richest man in the world. Of course, everyone knows that Fuyun Group has never publicly disclosed any financial information, company share information, etc. Therefore, although Fuyun Group is now the largest technology company in China, Forbes also did not disclose it when conducting wealth assessments. There is no way to estimate Li Fu's net worth. So although everyone knows that Li Fu is actually the real richest man in the world, Li Fu's name cannot be found on the Forbes list. Like a rich man, he becomes invisible. With a net worth of 1.2 trillion Chinese dollars. You must know that this is a Chinese dollar. The current value of the Chinese dollar is not comparable to the Chinese dollar a few years ago, let alone even in terms of pure numbers. In 2017, the richest man in China only had 300 billion Chinese dollars. In just a few years, the wealth of China's richest man has grown to 1.2 trillion Chinese dollars. A fourfold increase. If calculated in terms of purchasing power, it is dozens of times. In addition to Zhang Xianzu, many other entrepreneurs present are also of extraordinary worth. Many people's net worth is not much inferior to Zhang Xianzu. This is why the Forbes wealth list is now dominated by more and more Chinese billionaires. Phenomenon. And unlike in the past, they were all rich in the real estate and internet industries. The rise of rich people born in the space industry is astonishing. And the growth rate of wealth far exceeds previous imagination. In just a few years, A large number of super rich people in the space industry have been born. And they are among the top 10 richest people in the world according to Forbes. All are from China. And all are entrepreneurs in the space industry. You must know that these are only on the surface. And more people are not obvious. Like Li Fu of Fuyan Group. The outside world has different opinions on how huge his wealth is. But because no information has been disclosed. So there is no way to know how huge Li Fu's wealth is. Nowadays, the space industry is developing rapidly. Behind each well-known space technology company is basically a lot of power that is difficult for the outside world to find out. Many have the names of offshore companies in small foreign countries. In fact, the wealth behind each one is more than I don't know how much richer people are on the Forbes list. Therefore, there are too many super invisible rich people secretly. And the outside world has no way of knowing about them. They can only occasionally see the tip of their iceberg. Just like many super invisible families in Western countries. And the outside world does not know them at all. How rich and powerful he is. At this time, in the entire courtyard, everyone is worth at least several hundred billion Chinese dollars. Basically, they own space farmland, space solar farm, and minerals on the moon. They are the darlings of the new era. Many people, even they are all still very young. And they used to be scientists, engineers, etc. with technical backgrounds. You must know that just a few years ago, there were very few engineers or scientists on China's rich list. Even if there were, too many were from the internet field. Most of the rich were from the real estate or resources and energy fields. But now, for technology companies related to the space industry, if you don't have any knowledge in the technology field, you simply can't lead the company to develop and grow. Therefore, more and more scientists, engineers, etc. are starting to choose to start a business. And they are following suit. The rapidly developing space industry is rising rapidly. Chapter 195. Let's also study spaceships. In the courtyard, many entrepreneurs were talking and laughing among themselves.
Brother Chiu, I heard that you are planning to open a large mine on the moon recently. Why don't you bring your little brother with you?
The speaker is a pot-bellied man who is over 50 years old. His name is Lai Song. He used to be a coal digger in China. He has recently invested his capital in the space industry and is interested in the field of lunar mining. He is just because he has no education and does not understand the moon mining. So I learned about this space industry gathering. So I shamelessly asked my friends to bring it in. There are many people like him in the entire courtyard. They are all big guys in traditional industries, such as real estate, resources, etc. The development of these fields is relatively difficult now. And life is not good. So they also want to transform and cooperate with others. The express train to the space industry. Especially with the rapid development of China's space industry in recent years. More and more super rich people have been born. After the growth of wealth at an unimaginable rate, many industry leaders in China also want to enter the field. Space industry. This gathering is naturally indispensable for traditional industry tycoons like Lai Song, who are all surrounding some entrepreneurs in the space industry at this time, hoping to have the opportunity to bring them to work together. The old Chiu he was talking about was called Chiu Guangming. In fact, he was only in his early 40s and was still very young. He used to be a Chinese academician and a top scientist in the field of Chinese space science and technology. Later, he and a few friends founded Star Power, a technology company specializing in the production of small power thrusters for space use. Star Power technology company has risen rapidly with the rapid development of the space industry. It has rapidly developed into many fields such as lunar mining, space agriculture, and new space energy. It has become a world-renowned space technology company and the second largest space technology company in the world. The super enterprise of Star Technology has a market value of nearly 10 trillion Chinese dollars.
Mr. Lai, it's not that I won't help you, but there are too many friends who want to work together this time. So it's really a pity. We can only cooperate next time.
Chiu Guangming smiled and shook his head helplessly. He was now very tired of these people who came to look for cooperation. People like Lai Song did not understand technology themselves, let alone mining on the moon. Although they had money, they would not be able to mine. Not someone to cooperate with. What Chiu Guangming hopes now is to find people who understand technology and are familiar with the processes and technologies related to the space field to cooperate. Even if the other party does not have much capital. What is the use of having money? Many things in management will need to be solved by then. If it all falls on him, he can just wait for the dividends. Chiu Guangming doesn't want to cooperate with such a person. Opening a mine on the moon is said to be simple and easy. Now the moon is very busy. There are countless large and small mines. It is not easy to say that it is difficult. It requires a lot of capital investment in the early stage. And you also need to find various kinds of mines. Professional talents are, after all, on the moon. You can't just find someone with a shovel and go mining on the moon. Professional talents are needed in all aspects, even as managers and bosses. If you don't have technology, don't understand technology, don't understand a lot of knowledge about space, the moon, etc., you can't even think about managing a mine well. If something happens, an accident or something like that would be a big problem. Although the country now allows private companies to start mining on the moon, it also has corresponding strict requirements in various aspects. If an accident occurs in space or on the moon, you will no longer want to make a fortune in these two fields in the future. Qiu Guangming knew very well that people like Lai Song, who had made their fortune by digging coal, were not suitable for the current space field in their bones or deep-rooted in their minds, and were not suitable partners at all. After hearing Qiu Guangming's reply, Lai Song naturally smiled and said yes. We must cooperate next time, etc. But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel sad because he found that many of the methods that had worked well for him before it simply doesn't work now. In the past, digging coal by oneself was really very simple in Lai Song's opinion. Use money to open a road. As long as you get the mining qualification and share the shares. The rest is to find people to dig coal. As for burying people in accidents during coal mining, wait. I don't care at all. Just give $1 million to the family if someone dies. I don't know how many things like this there are. And very few of them are reported in the news media. Most of the people who were buried were eventually sealed up by these coal bosses with money. In the era of flying coal, these coal bosses did not know how much money you make. However, as society continued to develop, Lai Song found that life was becoming more and more difficult. He kept trying to transform, engaged in real estate, repaired hydropower stations, etc., and all the previous tricks were put to good use. The more he got mixed up, the more open he became. It's just that in the space field that has emerged in recent years, everything in the past seems to have stopped working. There are strict and rigid regulations for everything. It is difficult for him to find some partners to mine gold and silver in space. Everyone seems to be more willing to find people who understand technology, knowledge, and culture to cooperate. This time he asked his friends to bring him in. He had already talked with several big guys in the space industry, but none of them were similar to Qiu Guangming and were unwilling to take him to play. Ahem. Everyone, be quiet. At this time, in the middle of the courtyard, Zhang Xianzu, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked to the middle and said to everyone present in a loud voice. Everyone who was talking in twos and threes looked over. I called everyone here this time mainly to discuss the matter of going to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Some time ago, the Fuyun Group brought back an asteroid worth hundreds of billions from the asteroid belt. I think everyone must know about this. Let me tell you in detail below. The asteroid belt is a dense area of asteroids located between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. There are more than 1.2 million numbered asteroids. Of course, the mass of these 1.2 million asteroids, they are all very large. And there are countless asteroids like the one brought back by the Fuyun Group with a diameter of less than 100 meters. Zhang Xianzu began to explain while controlling his own virtual machine to send relevant information about asteroids to the virtual machines of everyone present. Think about it. Everyone. The value of this asteroid is tens of billions or hundreds of billions. And there are countless asteroids like this in the asteroid belt. So as long as we can go there like Fuyun Group has done, asteroids will pull asteroids back to the Earth. And you can make big and special profits casually. In the future, asteroid mining will rise rapidly, even surpassing the field of lunar mining and becoming a new space industry field. And it contains endless wealth. As Zhang Xianzu explained, everyone nodded along, especially those entrepreneurs in the space field. Their eyes were shining, and they were already preparing for mining in the asteroid belt. Brother Zhang, just tell us what we should do. The speaker was Zhou Wahong, one of the founders of the Universal Hand Technology Company. He was a young man who had just graduated from college. Although he was young, his net worth was quite high. The Universal Hand Technology Company was famous for manufacturing space vehicles. Starting out as a robotic arm, it has now branched into active fields such as space agriculture, space energy, and lunar mining. The market value of the Universal Hand Technology Company is also several trillions of Chinese dollars. Zhou Wenhong is relatively young, so naturally he is not as old as those around him. However, the space field is a newly emerging field, and what is needed is young people like Zhou Wenhong and Zhang Xianzu to break into and fight. Everyone else is also looking forward to mining asteroids in the asteroid belt. This is a very huge cake, and everyone wants to take a bite. The number of Dumbo spacecraft produced by Fuyun Group is very limited now. We cannot expect to purchase Dumbo spaceships from Fuyun Group in a short period of time. Not to mention that the country has also issued an order to Fuyun Group. The order is huge, so this piece of cake is currently only shared by Fuyun Group and the country. If we want to get involved in this field now, we have to have our own spacecraft. A spacecraft that can go to the asteroid belt and tow asteroids. And this requires us all to work together. So my opinion is that we all should work together to develop a spacecraft that can go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. We should work together to develop a spacecraft that can go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Keep a foothold. Otherwise, when Fuyun Group and the country are full, we will have no choice but to chew the bones and let them eat all the meat. Although Zhang Xianzu is now a giant in the space industry, he is far behind Fuyun Group. On the moon, Fuyun Group alone occupies a huge area of millions of square kilometers of the Sea of Clouds. And there is no telling how many minerals there are. The aerospace planes we use are also produced by Fuyun Group. Fuyun Group's space farmland and space solar field are the largest in space. Fuyun Group also has its own sky city. And there are many of us. Fuyun Group's help is needed everywhere. Therefore, Zhang Xianzu was thinking about whether he could be like Fuyun Group and produce spacecraft by himself. Take the initiative and lay the foundation for the future. This time he would gather many entrepreneurs in the space field. Zhang Xianzu knows that in the field of space, only by mastering the core science and technology can we truly eat the biggest cake. Fuyun Group is the best example. Now all the major powers in the world have to look at the face of Fuyun Group. Aerospace planes and spaceships are the core and key to the space field. As long as we can achieve success in these two fields, we can gain greater benefits in the future. Chapter 196. Rocket-powered spaceship. After listening to Zhang Xianzu's words, everyone present frowned and pondered. Of course, all of them knew the importance of aerospace planes and spaceships. And they also knew the technological content of them, let alone them. On the Earth now, the major powers in the world have not yet developed an aerospace aircraft. So we know how high the technical difficulty is. Many entrepreneurs in the space field present, many of whom are scientists or engineers with technical backgrounds, could not help but frown at this time. There is no problem for everyone to play with some simple technologies. But when it comes to behemoths like aerospace planes and spaceships, everyone can't help but shake their heads. Aerospace aircraft and spacecraft are not so easy to develop. Among them, the core plasma engine technology is currently only mastered by Fuyun Group and the country. Secondly, the same is true for magnetic field battery technology. We want to develop our own aerospace technology. Planes and spaceships are not very realistic. That's right. The technical difficulty is too great, and the initial investment is simply not worth it. The idea is very good, but it is a bit unrealistic now. Zhang Xianzu looked at everyone shaking their heads and expressing doubts one after another. He was not angry at all, because this was expected. He also knew very well the technology contained in aerospace planes and spaceships. Even the powerful countries on the Earth could not do anything about it. If you want to work together to study it, it will be almost impossible. Everyone, listen to me first. I also know that the core plasma engine technology of the aerospace aircraft is indeed very difficult. However, we can purchase the aerospace aircraft from the Fuyun Group. So there is no need for us to research the aerospace aircraft. Now we want to develop a spacecraft to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. There is no air in the void of the universe, and the design of the spacecraft does not need to consider air resistance, etc. We can design a spacecraft that uses a traditional power system. As long as the thrust is large enough, it can still drag asteroids and mine asteroids. As soon as Zhang Xianzu finished speaking, the eyes of everyone who had been frowning suddenly brightened up, and their minds began to think rapidly. If it is just a spacecraft flying in space, it is indeed feasible. The thrust of the plasma engine is very powerful, but the thrust of the traditional rocket is actually very powerful. Just because the mass of the rocket itself is also very huge. It is large part of the mass is used to push itself up. So a lot of thrust is wasted. But if it is placed in space, because there is no influence of gravity and air, the thrust of the rocket is much stronger, and it can be used to mine asteroids on a spacecraft. Xiao Guangming from Star Power. thought for a while, and then nodded slowly and said, "He is a power researcher and is very familiar with various power systems. He is an absolute expert in power
and in the universe, because there is no need to consider aerodynamics, etc. The shape of the spacecraft can be designed at will, and the speed and other aspects will not be affected in any way. If traditional rocket technology is used to propel it, it is really feasible. We cannot develop a plasma engine, but there is still no problem with traditional rocket technology."
Zhou Wenhong also spoke. He seemed very confident with a technical background.
If traditional rocket technology is used as power, and the calculation is reasonable, it is indeed feasible to go to the asteroid belt. If not, we could also bring a space plane to leave a way out. Can we also learn from Fuyun Group and see if we can get some technical help or support? I am quite familiar with the people from Fuyun Group, and they are still very willing to help us in China. We can also equip asteroids with propulsion rockets to change the orbits of asteroids, which can also achieve the purpose of mining asteroids.
With Xiao Guangming and Zhou Wenhong at the beginning, other entrepreneurs with technical backgrounds began to have heated discussions with each other. When the discussion reached the point of controversy, they even began to use virtual machines to calculate data and comparison to prove oneself to persuade the other party. As for people with non-technical backgrounds like Lai Song, everyone could only look dumbfounded at where they were discussing. Only then did they understand why these scientists and engineers with technical backgrounds could get along so well in the space industry. It's like a fish in water, because there are so many places where knowledge needs to be used. Even if it is a simple discussion about mining asteroids, these people can give you an advanced course in physics, astronomy, dynamics, etc. And you can't even get in without a little ink. After discussing for more than an hour, these entrepreneurs with technical backgrounds came to a unanimous conclusion. It is indeed feasible to use traditional rocket technology to mine asteroids, but the risks are still very high. To use traditional rocket propulsion technology to mine asteroids, first of all, the rocket must be very huge to have enough thrust. This means that the spacecraft must also be large enough, and the fuel it carries will also be very large. Therefore, the number of corrections that can be made in space is very limited. If the correction cannot be completed within the limited number of times, everything will be in vain. Secondly, the Dumbo spacecraft is powered by plasma and uses a magnetic field battery, which has high energy density and high safety. However, traditional rocket technology is much less safe, and it is also very large and requires a large part space to store fuel, compressing the space available for use. Although there are many problems and risks compared to the Dumbo spacecraft, it is theoretically feasible. The most important thing is that there is a very huge profit in it. An asteroid with a diameter of less than 100 meters can be easily sold for tens of billions of Chinese dollars if it is brought back to the Earth. What is the concept? Now the value of Chinese dollars has soared. As long as international resources are well utilized, it can obtain traditional rocket fuel and so on at a very small cost. Compared with the huge benefits, this cost is actually almost negligible. As long as you can successfully mine asteroids, you can get huge rewards. Although the risks are high, the costs are relatively low and the benefits are high. Everyone knows this business clearly and can do it. If you want to get a share of the asteroid mining industry, you should show your sincerity. As long as we work together, the asteroid belt will become our gold and silver mountain in the future.
Zhang Xianzu reached an agreement with entrepreneurs with technical backgrounds such as Zhou Wenhong and Xiao Guangming, and agreed to work together to develop the corresponding spacecraft. However, Zhang Xianzu obviously will not forget that there are many things at this gathering. People like Raisin exist. Although these people have no technology, the funds in their hands are very much needed by everyone. If they want to develop new spaceships and organize manpower to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids, etc., technology, funds, talents, luck, etc. are all the same. It cannot be less. So we also plan to let these people participate in investment. Of course, if only funds are involved, the share will definitely be the smallest. Funds are everywhere, and you don't have to find them. However, technology, talents, etc. are only available to you and others. These things are the space industry, the most important thing in the field. There are powerful technologies and scientific and technological talents, and some capital is willing to invest. If you just have money, you may not be able to get along in the space field. You must know that the major powers on the Earth are rich. But there are too many things. None of it can be solved by money.
Brother Zhang, I won't let go of these technical matters. I'll do whatever you say. I don't have anything else. I still have some funds. I'll invest 5 billion Chinese dollars.
Lai Song, who had always suffered from not having the opportunity to participate in the space industry, heard about it and immediately made an investment without hesitation. The initial investment was 5 billion Chinese dollars, although it seemed very small compared to the worth of everyone present. You must know that this is cash. Being able to withdraw 5 billion in cash at once is very impressive. Lai Song has no choice. He knows that the opportunity he wants to use money to buy a road is right in front of him. If he misses it, if he wants to enter the space industry again in the future, he will definitely be like before, with no way out even if he has money. So even though they had already said that the risks involved were very high, Lai Song still invested in it decisively. 5 billion Chinese dollars was also a very large amount of money for Lai Song, enough to account for several percent of his wealth. And he needed to sell a lot of it. Assets can be raised.
Okay, let's count Mr. Lai as one.
Zhang Xianzu nodded with a slight smile, although he didn't want to take him to play in the past. This time because he was the first to speak out to support him. He took him to play this time and gave him a chance to enter the space industry.
Mr. Zhang, count me in. I will invest 10 billion Hong Kong dollars.
A person with an obvious Cantonese accent also spoke slowly. This is a super rich man from Hong Kong. Now the rich people in Hong Kong and Macau also like to hang out with the rich people in mainland China, because they are also jealous of the rapidly developing virtual world, industry, space industry, lunar mining and more. It's just that. Like Lai Song, he has never had a way out. So even though he is jealous of the mainland's wealth in the space industry, virtual world, lunar mining, etc., which is pouring out like a fountain, there is no way to share it.
Mr. Zhang, I also invest 5 billion.
After getting started, the other rich people present also spoke one after another. Soon, rich people like Lai Song alone invested more than 500 billion in capital for the gold and silver in the asteroid belt. These people were also crazy. Chapter 197. Kowloon, spacecraft. In the outer space of the Earth, an aerial space plane is constantly traveling back and forth between the ground and space. Huge space farmlands, space solar farms, etc. are quietly suspended in the void. From time to time, a space plane appears, like industrious little bees generally communicate with each other. The outer sky of the Earth is still very lively now. There are countless aerospace planes flying between space and the ground every day. There are dozens of aerospace planes flying to the moon every day to transport supplies, and at the same time transport the resources mined from the moon back to the Earth. In space, most of the space buildings are almost all marked with a Chinese logo. Only a few space buildings belong to other countries in the world, although countries around the world are working very hard to catch up with China. Only in the space field, the gap between them is getting wider and wider. In a void, a strange-looking spaceship is under intense construction. This spaceship is more than 500 meters long, more than 30 meters high, and more than 50 meters wide. There are 9 people around it that are the same as itself. Long rockets. This kind of launch vehicle has been gradually phased out by all countries on the Earth. The overall spacecraft looks a bit like a long spaceship with 9 equally long launch vehicles installed on it. And some areas are specially highlighted, such as adding huge solar panels to obtain electricity, etc. Anyway, in space, there is no need to consider air resistance, etc. The design is very casual. Around the spacecraft, the aerospace plane from the Earth slowly opened its huge belly, which was full of cargo. The robotic arm on the spacecraft moved the cargo out very flexibly. In some areas that have not yet been completed, the robotic arm is still constantly busy. In the control room of the spacecraft, Qiu Guangming of Star Power is busy at this time. Since Zhang Xianzu took the lead last time, many space technology companies in China have joined forces to develop a spacecraft powered by traditional rockets. The asteroid belt mines asteroids. As a top scientist in the field of space power, Qiu Guangming became the chief engineer of the spacecraft at this time. Leading scientists and engineers transferred from various space technology companies to build the spacecraft. Many space technology companies in China have joined forces. How huge their energy is can be seen just from the speed of spacecraft construction. In just over a month, the spacecraft named Kowloon came out of the design drawings and was presented to the world. It can be said that in the field of space technology, in addition to plasma engines, magnetic field batteries, and black gold materials, no other technology can defeat them. Together, they have their own space station, global positioning system, lunar positioning system, Earth-lunar communication system, and hundreds of space planes. They can easily mobilize trillions of dollars of huge funds in space. Except for the Chinese government and Fuyun Group. There is no country or organization on Earth that is more awesome than them. The Kowloon spacecraft is named after its 9 powerful heavy-lift launch vehicles. According to the design, theoretically these 9 heavy-lift launch vehicles can provide the spacecraft with enough power to even surpass the Dumbo spacecraft. In theory, it can drag an asteroid weighing more than 20 million tons in space. It's just that compared to the Dumbo spacecraft, its size is too huge, because it uses a launch vehicle as the main power system. It needs more space to load fuel, and the mass of the fuel is further increased. The overall mass of the spacecraft requires higher thrust. This is a bit similar to launching a rocket on the Earth. The mass that the rocket can carry is calculated. Once the carrying mass is increased, the overall mass of the rocket will increase geometrically. At the same time, inside the spacecraft, the design of the Kowloon spacecraft is naturally not as luxurious as the Dumbo spacecraft. Every bit of space is used as much as possible, saving more space for storing fuel. In addition to a few necessary spaces such as the control room, gym, lounge, and storage room, most of the space is designed to store fuel. There is no luxury like Dumbo that can have a lot of space. Build a plant area to help astronauts relieve their negative emotions, using a power system like a launch vehicle. Every space on the Kowloon spacecraft must be transported to the extreme. 90% of the space is filled with rocket fuel, but the spacecraft can consume 20% during the acceleration stage. When the fuel comes, a lot of space will be wasted.
Chief Engineer Chiu, we estimate that the remaining parts will be completed in a few days. The supply of fuel has never stopped. According to the current progress, our spacecraft can take off on time.
Zhou Wenhong had also been following and assisting Qiu Guangming in building the spaceship. When he saw the progress of the spacecraft, he started chatting with Qiu Guangming with a smile on his face.
I'm not worried about whether the spacecraft can be completed on time. What I'm worried about is whether the spacecraft can take on the heavy responsibility. After all, it's a long journey of hundreds of millions of kilometers, and it will have to drag an asteroid later. So I'm relatively more concerned. The problem is still with the quality of the spacecraft.
Qiu Guangming shook his head with a smile. He knew very well that although the Kowloon spacecraft looked very huge, it was far different from the Dumbo spacecraft. The Dumbo spacecraft had a good heart, so it could save more space and location to improve the life support system, living system, safety, etc. of the spacecraft. Even traveling to and from the asteroid belt is stress-free. However, the Dumbo spacecraft can theoretically push 20 million tons of asteroids, which seems to be much more powerful than the Dumbo spacecraft. However, in Qiu Guangming's view, even if it is conservative, it can drag 10 million tons of asteroids. There are significant risks.
I have invited Senior Chen Bin, the chief engineer of Fuyun Group's Dumbo spacecraft, to come over and help check it. I think it will be almost there soon.
When it came to the core issue, Zhou Wenhong also became serious. In fact, he was not sure, so he invited Chen Bin to help check it in advance. Chen Bin is now a top scientist in the space field, and he works in Fuyun Group, which is full of talents. All of them are giants, which can be seen from their ability to become the chief engineer of the Dumbo spacecraft.
Say Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will be here.
Zhou Wenhong's eyes habitually looked into space. A small spacecraft specially used to fly various space-building complexes in space slowly approached the Kowloon spacecraft, with the name Fuyun Group on it. Symbols of. Soon, in the control room, Chen Bin, wearing a spacesuit, floated in with a smile on his face.
I'm sorry. Something happened, so I was delayed for a while. I've heard about your name, Mr. Chen, for a long time. I'm so lucky to meet Sansheng today.
Qiu Guangming went up to greet him enthusiastically. Although he was a scientist, but because he is the boss of a huge space technology company, Qiu Guangming has become more diplomatic now. Of course, these are his words from the bottom of his heart. Qiu Guangming is already in his 40s, and Chen Bin is not yet 30 years old. Qiu Guangming, as a scientist, naturally admires Chen Bin, who is already a giant in the scientific and technological world at a young age. Of course, he also needs Chen Bin's help now, so he is naturally very enthusiastic.
Senior Qiu, you are very grateful. I have admired you for a long time. I heard my teacher talk about you, and said that you are the most powerful person in China's aerospace power field.
Chen Bin also responded with a smile.
Ha ha. You two hit it off right away. Let's have a few drinks when we get back to the ground.
Zhou Wenhong also said with a smile. Soon, after a few people got acquainted, they officially entered the topic. Zhou Wenhong and Qiu Guangming sent the detailed data of the Kowloon spacecraft to Chen Bin using a virtual machine, and asked Chen Bin to help check it.
Senior, please help to check it. Although we have built the spaceship, to be honest, we don't have any confidence in our hearts.
There was a hint of admiration in Zhou Wenhong's eyes, and at the same time, he felt quite nervous. Whether this spaceship would work or not was a major issue related to whether everyone could go to the asteroid belt and make a fortune.
Well, let me take a closer look first.
Chen Bin nodded slightly. He and Chen Bin were from the same school and met at the alumni meeting. A large amount of information continued to pour into his mind. Chen Bin simply closed his eyes and carefully checked the detailed data and information of the Kowloon spacecraft. From the overall design and power distribution of the spacecraft to the fuel and information on the spacecraft, Chen Bin looked at the materials used and so on very carefully.
There are really many things about this design that are eye-catching. The distribution and layout of the 9 operating rockets are very reasonable, and they can maximize the thrust.
Seeing many excellent designs, Chen Bin couldn't help but praise them. Watching and watching, Chen Bin frowned because he discovered a very fatal and critical place.
Although the 9 heavy-lift rockets give the spacecraft a strong thrust, the stronger the thrust, the strength of the overall frame structure of the spacecraft will be greatly improved. The split-welded structure they use will never be able to withstand such a huge thrust. If the 9 launch vehicles are started at the same time and pushed forward with all their strength, the entire spacecraft will definitely fall apart.
When Chen Bin saw the design of the spacecraft skeleton, he immediately knew that the spacecraft had a fatal flaw. A spaceship that flies in the universe and is used to mine asteroids is not a spaceship that flies in Earth orbit. It needs a strong enough frame to support it, because the power is too powerful. Chapter 198. In the end, we still have to rely on Fuyun Group.
There are many designs of your spacecraft that are eye-catching. Especially the layout of the 9 launch vehicles is very reasonable, which can maximize the thrust of the rockets.
Chen Bin relaxed his brows, thought about it in his mind, and spoke slowly. Zhou Wenhong and Qiu Guangming knew, when they saw Chen Bin frowning, that he must have discovered a fatal flaw in the spacecraft. So they also looked attentive to it.
But I don't know if you have considered that when the thrust of the spacecraft is too strong, the requirements for the overall frame of the spacecraft will also increase accordingly. Judging from the thrust of your 9 heavy-lift launch vehicles, the frame of your spacecraft will definitely not be able to support it.
Chen Bin shook his head gently. Overall, the Jiulong spacecraft was okay. There would be absolutely no problem flying between the Earth and the Moon. But there would definitely be problems if it was used to mine asteroids in the solar system.
What?
When Qiu Guangming and Zhou Wenhong heard this, they were immediately dumbfounded. Then, they connected the virtual machine in their minds and began to use the computer to perform deductions. The results of the deduction were undoubtedly exactly what Chen Bin said. 9 heavy-duty operating rockets were launched at the same time. The overall frame of the spacecraft simply could not withstand such a huge thrust and fell apart.
Why didn't you consider this at the beginning?
Qiu Guangming slapped himself in the face, looking very annoyed. Of course, this can't be blamed on him, because he had no experience in building such large spaceships before. Most of them were built on the Earth and the Moon. Small spacecraft flying between. This kind of small spacecraft actually has very low technology content, especially those that do not need to go back and forth to the ground but just fly in space. They only need to be equipped with a good engine and can basically fly freely in the void between the Earth and the Moon. Of flying, however, the spacecraft used to mine asteroids are far from comparable to these small spacecrafts. This kind of spacecraft has a large mass and very powerful power. The requirements for the overall performance of the spacecraft, especially the spacecraft keel, are much higher. Small spacecrafts don't even have the concept of keels. In many cases, they are just a space capsule, which is similar to a small raft that can only walk in streams and rivers. It may be just a wooden plank or a few bamboos. Consist of. Such a small raft can only travel in small streams and rivers. Once it enters a larger river, it cannot withstand the wind and waves. The requirements for ships in large rivers are naturally much higher, and they need to be hard and strong. Only a keel can support strong winds and waves. As for ships sailing in the ocean, the requirements are even higher.
Yeah. Why didn't I take this factor into consideration? Fortunately, I asked the senior to come over to help. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous.
Zhou Wenhong also nodded heavily. The Kowloon spacecraft built by many space technology companies jointly cost a lot of money and placed everyone's hopes on it. Now it is impossible to take on the heavy task of mining asteroids.
Actually, it's normal for you to make such mistakes. When I presided over the construction of the Dumbo spacecraft, it was the same at the beginning. Later, it was only through Brother Fu's guidance that I realized the importance of this and redesigned and construction. And then we successfully created the Dumbo spacecraft.
Speaking of Li Fu, Zhou Wenhong and Qiu Guangming's eyes couldn't help but light up. This legendary figure is the founder of Fuyun Group and a world-famous scientist. As people in the field of space technology, both of them are very fond of it. It is clear that China is in today's situation because of the emergence of Li Fu, who solved many major difficulties in aerospace aircraft.
Senior, I wonder if there is any way we can remedy this. We have invested tens of billions of dollars in this spaceship. If we just give up like this, the loss will be too great.
Zhou Wenhong is still a little unwilling, hoping to find a remedy. After all, with such a huge investment, it would be a pity to scrap it.
It's useless. Your spaceship has been finalized. My suggestion is to build another one. These spaceships can be used to travel between the Earth and the Moon. But the fuel consumption is too high, a bit useless, and tasteless. It's a pity to abandon it.
Jinbin shook his head. For such a large spaceship, and a spaceship that has been basically built, there is no way to remedy it. It is better to build a new spaceship.
Used to travel between the Earth and the Moon? Then we will all go bankrupt. Although launch vehicle technology is relatively backward, these high-purity fuels are valuable.
Qiu Guangming shook his head helplessly after hearing this. He knew very well that the most important reason why countries on the Earth could not compete with China was that China firmly controlled the aerospace plane, a cheap means of transportation to and from space, and used traditional launch vehicle technology to travel to and from space. Space is too expensive. The cost of launching a rocket casually is at least tens of millions. There are 9 very large launch vehicles on this spacecraft. Once the launch vehicle is started, it will not consume fuel, but red Chinese dollars.
We can only dismantle the spacecraft and rebuild it again. At least many things can be used again, and the cost can be greatly reduced. It's just, Senior, how should we design the keel and frame of the spacecraft? And what kind of materials should be used? Please help us and give us some advice.
Zhou Wenhong also seemed very helpless. Originally, everyone was ambitious to build a spaceship to mine asteroids in the asteroid belt and get a piece of this huge cake. But now it seems that the cake is not that delicious. Nor is it there is something for everyone to eat.
The design of the keel and frame can refer to ocean-going ships on the ground. As for what materials to use, I personally suggest that it is best to use black gold materials. Of course, if you can find materials with stronger strength, toughness, and pressure resistance, it is also possible.
After listening to this, Jinbin thought carefully in his mind. This kind of spacecraft used to mine asteroids would be safer like the Dumbo spacecraft, with a skeleton made of black gold materials. However, this black gold material is the exclusive product of Fuyun Group, and even the Chinese official side does not have the relevant technology. So in the end, the skeleton still requested to go to Fuyun Group. Chapter 199. Countries around the world have the same plan. The rich resources of the asteroid belt are a huge cake. It is not just Chinese domestic space entrepreneurs such as Zhang Xianzu, Qiu Guangming, and Zhou Wenhong who want to take a bite of this cake. The same is true for these powerful countries in the world. Compared with China is coming. On the one hand, they are fiercely competing for resources on the moon. More than 20 world powers have divided up the resources on the moon. However, more than 80% of the resources on the moon have been occupied by Chinese rabbits. Even Fuyun Group as it occupies the Sea of Clouds, a treasure land with an area of more than 3 million square kilometers. Therefore, the resources on the moon are simply not enough for everyone to share, especially for those ambitious countries. They are simply not satisfied with the resources on the moon, such as chickens, southern sticks, polar bears, Uncle Sam, etc. Everyone has a huge appetite. We all know that the future development of space technology, space industry, etc. will definitely not be possible without sufficient resources. However, the resources on the moon have been divided up, and we can only look to other places in the solar system. Fuyun Group came back from mining asteroids in the asteroid belt and obtained nearly 10 million tons of resources at one time. This naturally made countries around the world drool. They are also thinking of ways to build spaceships to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids.
The number of asteroids in the asteroid belt has been recorded to be extremely massive asteroids. Although the number of these asteroids is only a few 100,000, they can weigh several thousand tons or hundreds of millions of tons.
I don't know how many there are. The resources we occupy on the moon are too few, and they are far from meeting our future development needs in the space field. Therefore, we must not miss the resources in the asteroid belt.
Uncle Sam, Secretary of Defense James, was speaking to many scientists, engineers, etc. in the conference room at NASA headquarters. Some information related to the asteroid belt was being played on the huge monitor. James clenched his fists when he spoke. He looks determined to win. The competition for resources on the moon has come to an end. Uncle Sam still occupies two good areas on the moon, relying on his strong economic and technological strength. The Wells District is a resource-rich and vast area on the moon, but it is far away, not enough to satisfy Uncle Sam's appetite. In any case, Uncle Sam was once a superpower, the #1 country in the world, and has always been at the forefront in the space field. But now it is really far behind China. But no one dares to fall behind, because no matter it is before, now, or in the future, everyone knows that falling behind means being beaten. In the past, Uncle Sam often dominated and bullied smaller countries. If you fall behind others in the future, you will definitely be retaliated against. So even now that Uncle Sam's domestic economy continues to decline, internal conflicts have begun to intensify, and the pressure is increasing in the space race. Uncle Sam still will not flinch at all, and will strive to seize every opportunity.
Everyone, please take a look. This is a video monitored by our satellite in space. This huge spacecraft is named the Nine Dragons spacecraft. According to the information we have obtained, this spacecraft is operated by several well-known Chinese companies. The spacecraft was built under the leadership of space technology companies, and the purpose of the spacecraft is to go to the asteroid belt to mine resources. The propulsion power system they use is traditional launch vehicle technology. According to calculations, it can theoretically drag an asteroid with a mass of 20 million tons, which is twice that of Fuyun Group's Dumbo spacecraft. Let's see if we can use the same method to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. You are all the top scientists in our country. This important task is left to you.
Xiao Guangming, Zhou Wenhong and others built such a huge spacecraft in space. Naturally, there was no way to hide it from anyone. So the relevant information about the
Nine Dragons
spacecraft quickly reached the hands of countries around the world. Just like Uncle Sam. Here at the Tanegashima Space Center, Ichiro Yagyu, the person in charge of the Tanegashima space field, is also holding a relevant meeting at this time, convening a large number of top scientists in the field of Tanegashima space technology and aerospace power to discuss how to travel to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Like Uncle Sam, Footbot Chicken is also preparing to learn from the
Kowloon
spacecraft, using a traditional rocket propulsion system to propel the spacecraft and thereby drag asteroids. After all, until now, only the Chinese government and Fuyun Group have mastered the technology of plasma engines. Although other countries have invested a lot of manpower and material resources in researching plasma engines, they have never been able to find the core material technology that can meet the requirements of up to 5,000 people. High-temperature materials, not to mention magnetic field battery technology, are blocking the way.
The large-scale plasma engine used on the Dumbo spacecraft has better technical content and can be regarded as the 2.0 version of the plasma engine. Currently, it is only controlled by Fuyun Group. Not even the Chinese official side can produce such a large-scale engine. Plasma engine. The Footpot Chicken has been a very ambitious nation and country since ancient times. It is especially dissatisfied with the island country's small territory and tight resources. Now it is still impossible to expand its territory on the Earth. So for space, the resources in it are particularly important. Jiabaji is the third country to establish a lunar base on the moon. It also occupies a fairly good territory on the moon. At the same time, it also competes fiercely with countries such as Nanbangzi and Polar Bear on the back of the moon. It can be said that it is every inch of land must be fought for. And a lunar version of a global war is almost staged on the moon. It can be described as very crazy. The chicken has a developed economy, but in a space competition, even its Uncle Sam is under great pressure. Naturally, the chicken is also under great pressure. However, the nation's endurance is also very strong, and the people are very supportive of the government, starting from the emperor, the spiritual leader of the Takumi, in order to develop the space industry.
They have also cut back on food and clothing, and concentrated their efforts as much as possible to develop space technology. In the past, there may have been various arrogant things about China, but now even the special service industry of chicken pots has opened its arms and warmly welcomed guests from China. And because it has a special industry in this area, the development is booming. Guests from China are exempted from visas, and there are discounts on Chinese currency purchases, etc. Relying on its advanced technology, strong economic foundation, coupled with its always good at franchising and the efforts of all citizens, the power of foot pot chicken in space can now be ranked third, second only to China and Uncle Sam. Even the polar bear is far behind the chicken in terms of power. Jiabaji tried every means to earn Chinese dollars, and has purchased 5 space planes so far. Although the space plane pilots of the Fuyun group tried their best to delay, many things cannot be done too much. So Jiabaji is here. There is also very powerful power in space. It has its own space station, and its mass is very large. It also has its own space farmland in space. Although the number is very small, only one pitiful one, and it may be more used for scientific research. It also has its own space solar farm. On the moon, there is a pretty good territory on the front side of the moon. Although the area is smaller, the only ones that can have territory on the front side of the moon are Huaxia, Uncle Sam, Fuyun Group, and Foot Pot Chicken. Others are slow to land on the moon. It can only reach the far side of the moon. On the far side of the moon, Foot Pot Chicken also owns a land area of more than 2 million square kilometers. Although there are still many disputes between this land and polar bears and southern sticks, it can be regarded as a firm foothold. Gentlemen, we are now far behind China. The resources on the moon are very limited. We must exploit more of the rich resources in the asteroid belt. So please everyone. Ichiro Yagyu bowed deeply to the many well-known scientists present. As the person in charge of the space field, he now has very great power. Of course, he feels more pressure. Kodagamari and other well-known scientists also stood up and bowed one after another. Mohandas, the head of the Indian Elephant Space Research Organization at the Sriharikoti launch site, the home base of the Indian elephant, also convened top scientists in the domestic space field to discuss going to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Although the Indian ASIN is not strong enough, he has always liked to show off his teeth and show off his face. Although he has no money for military construction and development, he still wants to build an aircraft carrier fleet. At the most in history, he had 3 aircraft carriers. They have always liked to compare with China in the north, no matter what aspect. But they don't know that China has never paid attention to the Indian elephant at all. What China wanted to surpass before was Uncle Sam. But now it is looking at the stars. Universe. The same is true in the space field. Although the economic strength is not good, and there are many problems in the country, we are constantly catching up in all aspects and have to keep up. This time, like other countries, we are eyeing the rich resources of the asteroid belt. Prepare to build a spaceship to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. In the outer sky of the Earth, huge spaceships are being built one after another. All spaceships are almost based on the Kowloon spacecraft, which uses launch vehicles as power to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Chapter 200. Successive disintegrations. In the outer space of the Earth, a brand new Kowloon spacecraft is currently preparing for departure. This brand new spacecraft has learned the lessons from the last time and spent a lot of money to purchase black gold materials from Fuyun Group. The keel and frame of the spacecraft were built, and some other design improvements were also made. Ignition! Following Chiu Guangming's order, several heavy-duty launch vehicles on the spacecraft instantly ejected blazing white and dazzling tail flames. The tail flames continued to lengthen as the power continued to increase. In the spacecraft, more than a dozen carefully selected astronauts all looked in the direction of the Earth. In the void, a blue planet exuded the halo of life. It would be hundreds of millions of kilometers to say goodbye. It's a long journey, and the risks involved are likely to make everyone never return. However, in order to receive high remuneration, each of these more than 10 astronauts had received a huge amount of money before departure, enough for them to live a worry-free life in the future. Each person received a huge remuneration of up to 200 million Chinese dollars. Even with a high salary, it is also the first of its kind in the field of famous astronauts. 200 million Chinese dollars, even in the past, was an astronomical amount. Not to mention that now the Chinese dollar continues to appreciate, and purchasing power has soared around the world. It can be said that 200 million Chinese dollars is enough for them,
and their families to not have any financial worries. People in organizations such as Zhang Xianzu and Qiu Guangming are also very helpless. Because such a long journey is full of huge risks. Each of these astronauts are highly paid talents. If they don't come up with figures that make them excited, there will be no hope at all. People are willing to put their own worth and life at risk. If it is Fuyun Group or the Chinese government, they have strong technical strength and guaranteed safety. So naturally no one will be afraid. However, although Zhang Xianzu and others are the top space technology companies in China, what is going on with this Kowloon spacecraft? In this way, in fact, everyone has no idea. As the launch vehicle started, the huge spacecraft started slowly. It first flew dozens of times around the Earth, and the speed became faster and faster. When the speed reached more than 20 kilometers per second, the spacecraft directly left the Earth's orbit and rushed towards the asteroid belt. Accelerate! The Kowloon spacecraft continues to launch one propeller rocket after another, and its speed is also constantly increasing. The long journey of hundreds of millions of kilometers. If the speed is not fast enough, the round-trip time will be too long. 1 month after the departure of the Kowloon spacecraft, in the outer space of the Earth, Uncle Sam, Footpod Chicken, Indian Elephant, Polar Bear, Nanbangzi and other relatively powerful countries in the world are also imitating the Kowloon spacecraft one by one. They have built huge spaceships one after another. At this time, these huge spaceships were almost all built within a few days of each other, and they were all heading towards the asteroid belt in a hurry. Uncle Sam's Night spacecraft is more than a kilometer long and is powered by 9 huge heavy-lift launch vehicles. In terms of traditional launch vehicle technology, if Uncle Sam is ranked second, no one dares to claim first. According to theoretical calculations, the Night spacecraft is capable of dragging an asteroid weighing 30 million tons, which is rarely something Uncle Sam's news media boasts about. Takumi's Fujiyama spacecraft is also more than 900 meters long. It also uses 9 heavy-duty launch vehicles as its main power and carries 17 of Takumi's best astronauts. It is said that everyone has been affected before departure. The meeting with their spiritual leader gave them a wave of excitement. The Polar Bears, Ula spacecraft, the Indian Elephants, Curry spacecraft, and the Nanbangzi's Great Universe spacecraft are all huge spaceships with the national flags of each country branded on them. And the national anthem is played along the way, heading towards the asteroid belt. Naturally, the news media on Earth are not willing to be left alone. They are vying to cheer for their country's astronauts. At the same time, they are happy for their country's breakthroughs in the space field and wish their country's spacecraft a triumphant return. The blessings seemed to be useful. It was calm along the way. Almost all the spacecrafts arrived at the asteroid belt smoothly, without any trouble at all on the way. In the asteroid belt, the Kowloon spacecraft that was the first to resist had already selected a target and adopted a model that was almost exactly the same as that of the Dumbo spacecraft. It first used a small spacecraft to wrap a carbon fiber rope around the asteroid, and then fixed it to prepare for towing. Moving asteroids changed their orbits. Start up! Everyone in the spacecraft became very nervous. As the 9 heavy-duty rockets ejected dazzling whitetail flames, the carbon fiber ropes connecting the asteroids began to tighten. This time, their target was an asteroid with a mass of 20 million tons. Asteroids. The spacecraft was constantly trembling, and you could even hear a faint, toothaking sound. It was the sound made by the metal being stretched with great force. Fortunately, the frame of the spacecraft was made of black gold material, and this issue was also taken into consideration in the design. So when the 9 heavy-lift launch vehicles advanced at full speed, the asteroid was finally successfully dragged and slowly began to change its trajectory. The Kowloon spacecraft finally persisted and did not fall apart due to the huge pulling force. The Jiulong successfully changed the trajectory of the asteroid and began to return to the Earth. This news was quickly released by Zhang Xianzu and others, because it meant that their previous investment of tens of billions had paid off. As long as if everything goes well, this asteroid will be worth at least more than 200 billion Chinese dollars when it reaches the Earth. Encouraged by this good news, the stocks of space technology companies such as Star Technology, Star Power, and Universal Hand began to rise crazily. The price increases of Zhang Xianzu, Zhou Wenhong, Qiu Guangming and others naturally also increased. Of course, it is not just people in the Chinese space science and technology community who are encouraged by this good news. Countries that also have spacecrafts heading to the asteroid belt are also ecstatic. The success of the Kowloon
spacecraft has allowed them to see. I hope that the spacecraft that my country has worked so hard to build can successfully bring back asteroids and huge resources. The Night spacecraft was the first to arrive in the asteroid belt. With the help of the two top astronomers on board, they successfully found a suitable asteroid with a mass of 27 million tons, and more than 80% of it. It is an element of iron. And such an asteroid is very perfect. Action! We are going home. If everything goes well, we can go back for Christmas. Following Captain Stevens' order, everyone on board the Night spaceship seemed very excited. After staying on the spacecraft for several months, everyone had long been very bored. Now that they heard that they could go home at Christmas, everyone is immediately in high spirits. As the thrust of the rocket continued to increase, the dazzling white tail flame continued to lengthen, and the carbon fiber rope connecting the spacecraft and the asteroid began to tighten. Crack! When the power on the spacecraft rocket was fully turned on, in just a few seconds, everyone on the spacecraft heard the sound clearly. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their smiles disappeared in an instant, and everyone on the spacecraft heard the sound clearly. They all quieted down and listened. However, before they could react, the Night spacecraft suddenly fell apart in space. The huge thrust of the rocket acted on the spacecraft. Although the spacecraft used Uncle Sam's top technology, no matter in terms of materials or in other aspects, all are the crystallization of Uncle Sam's technology. But after all, no one told them about the design experience of this kind of large spacecraft. If the spacecraft is just used for flying, it will be nothing. But once it drags an asteroid with a mass of 27 million tons, it is like having to use a bamboo raft. It was like sailing in the vast ocean, without any accidents, and it disintegrated directly in space. Following closely behind the Night was the Fujisan spacecraft. The two spacecrafts almost arrived at the asteroid belt at about the same time, but there were slight differences in the angles when they set off, so the location is also thousands of miles apart. There is no contact with each other, and the asteroid belt is far away from the Earth. So the news of the disintegration of the Night spacecraft in the asteroid belt did not affect the Fujiyama spacecraft, which was entrusted with the ambition of a chicken. The spacecraft did not have any accidents. Just like the Night spacecraft, it fell apart directly in space under the pull of huge force. The Polar Bears ULA spacecraft also followed closely behind, dragging a huge asteroid that turned into a ball of flame in the asteroid belt. Soon, when the three countries Uncle Sam, Podfoot, and Polar Bear lost contact with their respective spaceships, then these countries panicked one by one. You must know that these spaceships themselves were built at a huge cost. And secondly, they placed their trust in them. It has raised a country's hope of looking into space. And the destruction of hope is something that no one wants to see. The news quickly spread around the world. And the Curry and Big Cosmos spacecrafts walking behind also received the news soon. But by this time, they had already reached the asteroid belt. It seems a bit unwilling to return empty-handed without doing anything. I am worried that the previous few spacecrafts have had accidents in the asteroid belt one after another, and the reason has not been found yet. In the end, for the sake of safety, both spacecrafts chose asteroids with just over 1 million tons as targets. But they still did not escape their bad luck. And they also fell apart under the huge force. One spaceship after another lost contact, and the entire Earth fell into silence and mourning. Except, of course, China. Chapter 201. Tang Yushan is the head of the family. In Lijiao Village, Sanjiang District, Meijiang City, Li Fu had a rare leisure time, drinking tea at home and taking care of his son. Now his son is already learning to speak, which is the cutest age. No matter how busy Li Fu is, he will do his best. If possible, take time to go home and take care of the baby. Although it can only be regarded as an insignificant small puddle in the solar system. If you want to mine asteroids, these traditional spacecrafts will definitely not work. While Li Fu was drinking tea, he was watching his son having a great time chasing butterflies on the lawn in his back garden. On the other hand, he was naturally watching the latest global news through a virtual machine. When he saw Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head at the news that spacecraft from various countries around the world going to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids had crashed one after another. I have the guidance of the seeds of civilization, so I can predict many things in advance. But other countries in the world do not have any guidance. Naturally, I can only cross the river by feeling the stones and explore step by step. Of course, the development of science and technology itself, or the history of human development, is also the same. Everything is a process of continuous exploration and failure.
summarizing experience and lessons, and slowly growing. And finally, the current situation of mankind is achieved. Otherwise, there is actually no difference between humans and gorillas now.
Fighting after repeated defeats, constantly moving forward and improving, and maintaining curiosity and courage in the face of the unknown world. This is the true way to success.
Soon, Li Fu saw new news. Almost all these countries on the Earth chose to announce to the outside world that they would continue to build spaceships and head towards the asteroid belt. Li Fu could not help but nod at this spirit. Approval.
Master, Tang Yushan is looking for you.
At this time, Xiaoying, who was responsible for helping manage the virtual machine in his mind, sent a message to Li Fu.
Okay, I get it.
With a sudden thought in Li Fu's mind, he quickly logged into the virtual world through the virtual machine and directly entered the chat world that Tang Yushan had built. In this virtual chat world, with blue sky and white clouds, high mountains and flowing water, among the mountains and ridges, there is a small pavilion. In the pavilion, Tang Yushan looks very leisurely at this time, waiting patiently. When he sees Li Fu's, the figure flashed out and his eyes lit up.
Old Tang, brother Li.
Tang Yushan smiled and motioned for Li Fu to sit down. It seemed that he had many things to talk about.
Old Tang, what orders do you have from me?
Li Fu and Tang Yushan were old acquaintances. In the space field, they often needed to contact each other. So Li Fu asked casually when they met.
Brother Li, do you remember what time it is now?
Tang Yushan didn't ask directly, but asked about the time.
On September 15th, 2022. What do you do when you suddenly ask about time?
When Li Fu heard this, his mind was filled with questions. And then he started thinking rapidly. And then his eyes opened instantly.
Is it for next year?
Tang Yushan nodded.
There will be a change of leadership next year. And now my voice is also very high. But I still need more support. So I come to you this time in the hope that Brother Li can help me.
Tang Yushan looked into the distance, feeling like he was dominating the world. His current position was already quite high. As the person in charge of China's space field, he was very likely to reach the top. Now is the critical moment. And those who enter will reach the top of the world, take charge of the world. And those who retire sadly retire, and go home to take care of themselves. Logically speaking, it should have been settled a long time ago. But now there is a relatively strong opponent internally. And the opponent's support is also very strong. Tang Yushan feels that he is not sure. So he needs to find more help. Although Li Fu seems to have no political influence now, this is not the case. With Fuyun Group's current huge size, its influence in the space and technology fields is already very huge. All technology companies in the space field, almost all of them, have close contacts with Fuyun Group. These space technology companies are now the most valuable enterprises in China. The relationships behind them are complicated and involve too many interests in all aspects of China. This is also a key reason why Tang Yushan has the confidence to dare to aspire. Because he is the person in charge of China's space field. And the biggest force supporting him is the countless space technology companies behind him. These are all space technology companies with a market value of trillions. There is a very huge force behind it. In addition to Li Fu's huge influence in the field of space and science and technology, Li Fu actually has the support of the Wang family behind him. Otherwise, the most important reason why Fuyun Group would be able to achieve what it is now, and no one would dare to pick peaches. It was the Wang family who was shaking behind me. Of course, Li Fu may not necessarily be afraid of someone coming to pick peaches. With the seeds of civilization, Li Fu doesn't need to be afraid of anyone at all. However, with the support of the Wang family, he can still reduce some unnecessary troubles. The reason why Tang Yushan was looking for Li Fu was actually to get support from the Wang family. The Wang family's influence was very important, and they were the ones Tang Yushan had to fight for.
Of course, I hope that you, Old Tang, can take a step closer. This will also be of great help to the development of China's space field in the future. However, I am just an entrepreneur, and my influence on such major events is minimal.
Li Fu was thinking rapidly in his mind. Of course, Li Fu also hopes that Tang Yushan can go further. As the person in charge of the space field, he has contributed a lot to the development of China's space field to the present. If he can go further, he will naturally be able to form a good team. But Li Fu also knows very well that although he has a big business now, he is only influential in the field of space, science and technology, and economy after all. When it comes to such big things, he thinks too highly of himself.
Brother Li, our Chinese space field has developed so far that the competition for lunar resources has ended. The next step should be to develop towards the entire solar system. By then we can vigorously develop the asteroid mining industry, transform Mars and Venus, and become the second home of the descendants of the Yin and Huang dynasties. Will lay down the foundation for our descendants of the Yin and Huang dynasties for eternity. Tang Yunshan smiled slightly and did not answer Li Fu's words. Instead, he talked about the future. He knew very well that if he wanted to get Li Fu's support, nothing else would be useful. What was really useful was to promote China's further development into space and make China a starry sky civilization spans the entire solar system. Having been with Li Fu for a long time, Tang Yunshan knew very well Li Fu's personality and did not value money, power, etc. Using these things to impress Li Fu would not only have no effect, but would actually make Li Fu disgusted. What is really useful is to show your ambition to care about the world, to do great things and good things for the Chinese nation, and to promote the development of China to the entire solar system. In the words of Mr. Wang, you must serve the people wholeheartedly. Only in this way can you obtain the support of Li Fu. Of course, it is not just Li Fu. Any Chinese people will be willing to support such a person as their leader. And only those who have the world in mind and are willing to serve the people can give more support. Hearing this, Li Fu couldn't help but nodded. Now all the countries in the world are no longer fighting for anything on the earth. Because not only the earth, but also the moon has been carved up. Everyone is now looking at the broader solar system as the most powerful existence in the space field. China will naturally do the same. If China wants to continue to maintain its current advantages, it must compete for more resources as much as possible in the future. The best thing is to occupy all the resources in the solar system. The most important of them are Mars and Venus. These two planets are known to scientists. They believe that it is most likely to be transformed into a planet suitable for human survival. Old Tang, I think those who truly care about the world will definitely get the support of the people in the world. Li Fu didn't answer directly, but Tang Yunshan already understood the meaning of Li Fu's words. I wonder what Brother Li thinks about the future. Tang Yunshan smiled slightly and continued chatting with Li Fu about the future. In the future of our humanity lies in the stars and in the universe. In the short term, I think the first thing we should fight for is Mars. We must occupy Mars first, and then transform Mars into a habitable place for humans. Living planet. As long as we, China, can have a living planet on our own, we will not have to be afraid of any country on the earth in the future, even if they choose to die with us. And we will no longer be restricted by land and resources. It can encourage childbirth and slowly resolve the problems in the target country. For ordinary people in China, China is now prospering. Everyone's life is getting better and better. Prices are getting cheaper and cheaper. But everyone's income level has not been reduced. The rapidly developing virtual world industry and space industry is like the twin engines of China's economic development, full of strong power. However, this time, it was destined to be an extraordinary year. After fierce internal competition, Tang Yunshan finally won more support and successfully reached the top. Although there is indispensable support behind this from countless space technology companies and profit groups in the space industry. As Li Fu said, more support can be gained by those who have the world in mind and work for the people. Of course, with the rapid development of the space industry, China's general trend of developing towards a level 2 cosmic civilization, a stellar civilization, a civilization that can move freely within its own star system, is unchangeable and unstoppable. It is natural to develop in line with the trend of the times. Get more support. As the person in charge of China's space field, Tang Yunshan can get more support, which has long been expected by many people. Chapter 202. Mars Project. Tang Yunshan's successful ascension to the summit can be said to be a shot in the arm for China's space technology and space industry. Everyone is looking forward to new developments and breakthroughs in the space field. Tang Yunshan did not keep everyone waiting for too long. Not long after he came to power, he held a meeting to discuss and pass the Mars Plan, with the core of transforming Mars into a new cradle. The content of the Mars Plan is very large to transform Mars. As the core, it will promote the development of the entire China to the entire solar system. This news is extremely exciting for the entire China. Transforming Mars and making Mars a new cradle of life suitable for human habitation was completely unimaginable before. Even a few years ago, humans could only look up at the moon. However, in just a few years, with the rapid development of space technology, humans have not only been able to easily travel to and from space and the moon, but now they have also set their sights on the moon. Looking at the entire solar system, Chinese officials have proposed to transform Mars and make Mars the new cradle of mankind. This is definitely not a fantasy, let alone a wishful dream, because in the face of the power of science and technology, everything seems to be achievable. What has happened in the past few years, it is the best expression. Now it seems that Mars is not very friendly to humans. The oxygen content in the air is very rare, and there are a lot of toxic gases. The atmosphere is thin, and the temperature difference between day and night is very huge. Most importantly and crucially, according to the current judging from the detected data, water resources on Mars are very scarce, and human survival is absolutely inseparable from water. Compared with the Earth, Mars has too many environments that are difficult for people to survive and adapt to. Any one of them is enough to make humans stay away from Mars. However, Mars and the Earth have too many similarities. The revolution and autobiography periods are not much different, and the mass, volume, gravity, etc. are also very close. More importantly, they are all rocky planets. You must know that among the 8 major planets in the solar system, the only rocky planets are Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. The other Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Pluto are all gaseous asteroids. Among this planet, Mercury and Venus are too close to the Sun. Their surface temperatures are too high, and they are greatly affected by the solar wind. Their magnetic fields are very cold, which is very unfavorable for life activities. Especially Mercury, which is too far from the Sun. It is too close, and its mass is too light, so it is not suitable for transformation at all. Venus is okay, but compared to Mars, Venus is still slightly inferior. Therefore, in modern science fiction movies and novels, Mars is almost always the first choice for mankind's new home in the future, because it has too many similarities with the Earth. And the location of Mars is also quite good, and it can be transformed. The difficulty is relatively small. Of course, transforming Mars is still a very big challenge even with current technology. If nothing else, at least for now, humans have not landed on Mars. Only some detectors have sent back some information about Mars. But the information is only the tip of the iceberg of the true appearance of Mars, and its mysterious veil has not yet been removed. However, the development of space technology in recent years has been faster than previously imagined. Everyone on the planet can't help but sigh when they look back, because it was really too fast. A few years ago, even the most optimistic people about the development of science and technology would not have dared to imagine that moon tourism could now be carried out at a cost that many ordinary people could afford. Even the most ambitious countries would not imagine that in the future, we will compete with other countries on the moon for land and resources on the moon. Everything seemed to happen in an instant. And suddenly everyone discovered that space tourism and moon tourism seemed to have become commonplace. And increasingly larger and denser space buildings in space were gradually becoming commonplace. So although it seems to be very difficult now, everyone remains optimistic about the Mars project. They believe that the development of science and technology will inevitably bring miracles, and transforming Mars into a new cradle is definitely achievable. In the outer space of the Earth, a huge spaceship is branded with the cloud logo of Fuyun Group. This is a brand new spaceship, with the 2 Chinese characters, Ocean, on it. People can guess its mission at a glance. 7, 7, 8, 8. The Ocean spacecraft is a spacecraft built by Fuyun Group to navigate within the star system. Its appearance is somewhat similar to an oval rugby ball, but it is flatter. It is more than 2,000 meters long and is as high as it is more than 100 meters wide and more than 500 meters wide. It is already the largest man-made object in the outer space of the Earth. Its 2 plasma engines are very huge. The diameter alone is more than 50 meters, which is larger than ordinary aerospace aircraft. It is only the Fuyun Group that can produce such a large plasma engine. Even China officials also have not mastered the manufacturing technology of large plasma engines. Fuyun Group spent such a huge price to build the Ocean spacecraft, which is naturally not for viewing, let alone mining asteroids. Its most important role is to explore the entire solar system and allow humans to have a better understanding of the solar system. Deeper understanding and discovery will lay the foundation for humans to spread throughout the solar system. In the control center of the Ocean spacecraft, Li Fu looked at the blue Earth outside the window, feeling a little reluctant. This time, the Ocean was conducting a scientific investigation of the entire solar system, and Li Fu was also preparing to go with the ship. As a scientist, Li Fu is also full of curiosity about the starry sky where he lives. Of course, What's more important is that Li Fu feels that his current life is too comfortable. And he feels that he is gradually lacking the spirit of exploration and curiosity that a scientist should have. As the boss of Fuyun Group, Li Fu now does not need to do many things personally. And he does not need to do even slightly dangerous things by himself. Therefore, despite the strong opposition from everyone including family, friends, and people in the company, but Li Fu still insisted that this time, he would also conduct a scientific investigation of the entire solar system with an ocean spacecraft. Li Fu knew very well why the people around him, who really related to him, objected to him going with the ship. Because this scientific expedition was really full of too many unknowns and dangers. Although the ocean spacecraft was claimed to be the pinnacle of human technology, the crystallization, but after all, it is sailing in the void of the universe. No one knows whether there will be any accidents or dangers, etc. If Li Fu has an accident, the consequences will be disastrous. China will lose the most outstanding genius scientist of this century, as well as Fuyun Group's huge wealth. It will inevitably cause a bloody storm. However, Li Fu is not worried about this. With the seeds of super civilization, even if the entire galaxy is destroyed now, there is no way for Li Fu to be harmed at all. Moreover, Li Fu can also take this opportunity to take a closer look. The true face of the people around you. Principal, it's time to leave. While Li Fu was looking in a daze, a very young, slightly immature young man came over beside Li Fu and gently reminded him that unlike others, he actually called Li Fu the principal. Everyone immediately I knew that this young man was a student of Sanjiang University. The visitor is none other than Li Quanjiang, a junior at Sanjiang University. Sanjiang University has always had a very close relationship with Fuyun Group. Although they have different brands, they were both founded by Li Fu. And Sanjiang University has always advocated learning in order to combine application, theory and practice. This scientific investigation of the solar system also brought a group of outstanding students from Sanjiang University. Li Quanjiang is one of the most dazzling geniuses at the junior level of Sanjiang University. He is very talented in yuanli cultivation. In only about 2 years, he has achieved some achievements and has reached the stage of yuanli warrior. He is also a genius in scientific research. At a young age, he has been able to keep up with the scientists of the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute. So this time, he went on the expedition as an outstanding representative. Well, start the engine and let's go! Li Fu came to his senses, nodded, and gave the order to set off without hesitation. As Li Fu's order was issued, the ocean spacecraft slowly left the spaceport of Sky City. The 2 huge plasma engines began to spit out blazing white and dazzling tail flames. Although they had only just started, the length of the tail flame has exceeded 100 meters, causing the temperature in the surrounding void to begin to rise rapidly. The spacecraft continued to fly around the Earth's orbit, getting faster and faster, until its speed reached 15 kilometers per second. The ocean spacecraft directly left the Earth's orbit and flew towards Mars. Its first stop is Mars, preparing to conduct a comprehensive scientific investigation of Mars. The speed of the ocean spacecraft began to increase continuously as the power of the 2 ultra-large plasma engines was fully turned on. Behind the spacecraft, the length of the tail flame exceeded 1 kilometer, which was white and dazzling. Inside the spacecraft, astronauts, scientists, and engineers in spacesuits were busy working nervously. This time, following the ocean spacecraft were not only many scientists from the Fuyun Group, but also some from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Many scientists went with him. Among them were Lu Shuring, Li Fu's old acquaintance, and Lu Yi, Li Fu's biological leader in college. Lu Shuring was a scientist in the field of aerospace power technology, so it made sense to follow him. Li Fu's teacher Lu Yi came here in the hope of being able to find extraterrestrial life on other planets or asteroids in the solar system. Chapter 203. About life. In the void of the solar system, there is a very tiny ant slowly crawling towards the outer reaches of the solar system. This ant is the ocean spacecraft. Although it is the largest one created by mankind, it is a spaceship, but let alone compared with the vast starry sky, even if it is placed in the entire solar system. Saying that it is an ant is already exalting it. The universe is so vast. Even in the solar system of asteroids, even the distance from the Earth to Mars is only 0.52 astronomical units on average, which is nearly 80 million kilometers when converted into kilometers. In such a vast area, even though the ocean spacecraft has reached a speed of nearly 100 kilometers per second, It still takes nearly 10 days to fly from the Earth orbit to the Mars orbit. If acceleration and when slowing down, just traveling to Mars would take half a month. So even though the speed of the spacecraft was very fast at this time, everyone on the spacecraft felt that the spacecraft seemed to be motionless. Especially the scenery outside the spacecraft was almost unchanged. There were stars in the dark void, even if they were in the same place. The 8 major planets in the solar system are also invisible at all. It turned out that the Earth could still be seen just a few days after setting off. But now, the Earth's figure has long disappeared into the void. Only an astronomical telescope can be used to see the Earth. It is still impossible to distinguish the Earth with the naked eye alone. The rest area in the ocean spacecraft is full of various green plants. It is a place that everyone likes to come to. At this time, Li Fu, Lu Shering, and Lu Yi were also the same. While drinking tea, while chatting, of course in space, because there is no gravity. Drinking tea and chatting is different from the ground. The 3 of them don't need to sit at all. And of course they don't need to sit down, because they are all light. As for the tea, it is a special utensil, a bit like a drinking kettle. You only need to press the button on it lightly, and the water in the teapot will be released. You can come out, hold a teapot like this in your hand, and take a sip from time to time. Next to the 3 of them, Li Quanjian waited respectfully. If anyone's teapot was out of water, he would immediately rush to help add water and change the tea. I originally thought that space travel would be quite interesting, but now it seems that it is also very boring. This spacecraft relies on inertia to fly and does not need to pay attention to anything. Now we have nothing to do every day and have no way to do research. It is really boring. Louis looked at the unchanging scenery outside the window, took a sip of tea and said boredly, "This is how cosmic travel is. But what we know about the universe now is too little. How vast the universe is really fascinating. There are too many unknowns waiting for us to go discover." Lu Shering looked at the dark void outside with fascination, as if he wanted to see the other side of the stars and explore the unknown worlds. The universe is too vast, and we humans have just stepped out of the Earth. There is still a long way to go in the future. Li Fu also nodded. From the seeds of super civilization, Li Fu has already understood the vastness and immensity of the universe. He also knows the vastness of the universe and is full of infinite yearning. However, human technology is still too primitive and backward. Now, we can't even move freely within the solar system. So how can we talk about the universe and starry sky? Do you think there really is an alien civilization? Louis seemed to have thought of something and asked seriously. The Earth can support life. Why can't other planets support life? Li Fu did not answer directly. This time Louis followed him with the purpose of searching for extraterrestrial life and pursuing a question that has long been controversial among humans: whether there are aliens. Many people have always believed that there are no aliens, because the birth of life on the Earth itself is a miracle. There are too many factors that have given birth to the current Earth and this cradle of life. Although in the universe and the stars, there are endless stars and planets, but the probability of birth of life is really low. Moreover, humans have never encountered any alien life, not even through dialogue with each other. So there are many people who insist that the Earth is unique and humans are unique. However, there are also many people who believe that the universe is too vast and the Earth cannot be unique. There must be other alien life and alien civilizations. The reason why we have not yet contacted any alien civilization. That's because the universe is too vast, and it's really difficult to connect with each other. Just like in ancient times, without advanced transportation, Asians, Americans, Australians, Africans, Europeans, etc. on the Earth were too far apart from each other, and they all thought that they were the center of the world. The place is unclear, and I even thought it was a wilderness. It is okay that Asia, Europe and Africa are connected by land. They are more or less connected with each other, and can know each other's existence to some extent. However, the Australian continent and the American continent are separated by the ocean. Before the great voyages of discovery, these locations were not on the world map. There is even a blank page. And I have no idea that there is a vast continent and a prosperous civilized world here. So even though the Earth is very special, there must be countless civilizations and prosperous worlds in the vast starry sky waiting for humans to explore and discover. The two viewpoints have been in constant debate. Each side insists on their own views. Of course, they believe that the Earth is unique in the universe and humans are the only civilization in the universe. This view seems a bit arrogant, because although humankind has a long history and human civilization has a history of thousands of years, The real great development of science and technology has only occurred in a few hundred years, and humankind's understanding of the universe is still very shallow and superficial. The viewing universe is very, very small. Isn't it just like the frog sitting at the bottom of a well looking at the sky, thinking that the universe is just like this? It is only so big, and those who sit in a well and look at the sky can only understand it less than the surface. Such a view may be more out of worries and worries about the future, and a relatively pessimistic attitude, because the Earth's civilization is really primitive now. If there are really countless civilizations in the universe, are they more advanced than the people on Earth? How powerful? How will they treat the people on Earth? Etc. There are too many things worth thinking about. The universe is too vast, and we know too little. Too little. Lu Shiring also nodded. The more he knew about the universe, the more he was in awe of the universe. Once anything was placed in the universe, it would seem very small and ridiculous compared with the vast universe. Maybe so. I hope something can be discovered this time. If extraterrestrial life can be found on other planets in the solar system, even very simple and primitive life, I think it will be enough to become one of the most important discoveries of this century. Lu Yi nodded unequivocally. As a top scientist in the field of biological sciences, Lu Yi really wanted to know some information about the origin of life and extraterrestrial life. So this time he followed the ocean, spacecraft in the solar system, conduct scientific research within. It's not that life on Earth is actually brought to Earth by alien meteorites from outer space. I think something will definitely be discovered. Lu Shiring didn't know much about biotechnology, so he said it casually. There have always been two views on the origin of life. One is the idealist view, which believes that life and all things are created by the so-called gods. The other is the materialist view, which evolved with the continuous development of modern science and technology. It appears that life on Earth was accidentally created by meteorites from outer space, or by chemical reactions on the Earth itself. I will not talk about the idealistic point of view. The microscopic point of view is deduced based on the existing biological science and technology, especially Darwin's theory of evolution. Coupled with the emergence of genetic technology, almost all living things will be lost if they go to the source to trace and explore. You can trace back to the most original and simple life. So now scientists basically believe that life is a comprehensive reaction of chemistry, physics, etc., in which different molecules interact and mix to produce original organic molecules with DNA. DNA has two characteristics. First, it can produce amino acids. Second, it can replicate itself. These two characteristics of DNA are also the basic characteristics of bacterial organisms. And bacteria are the simplest living organisms in the world of life. And they are also the oldest fossils we can find. Speaking of the origin of life, Lu Yi suddenly became energetic. As a top scientist in biology, he has been thinking hard about the very serious issue of the origin of life. However, the history of the Earth has been billions of years, and the history of life is also very long. What happened in the long years measured in hundreds of millions of years can only be studied and inferred through some fossils in modern times. But if you want to tracing the origin is very difficult. Although life is also composed of various molecules. Various things in the body of life are dead when taken alone. But when combined together, they become life, which is very magical. You can imagine that these substances in the human body are very common in nature. But after being combined, humans, this magical life, were born. The ocean, spacecraft flew quietly in the void, getting closer and closer to its first stop, Mars. In the field of vision, Mars slowly showed its mysterious face to the world. Chapter 204. Mars. In the void of the solar system, a huge planet is constantly moving around the sun as it has been for a long time in the past. However, unlike most planets in the solar system, the autobiographical direction of this planet is actually from east to west, completely opposite to the Earth. On Mars, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Mars is slowly advancing along its own orbit, and the ocean, spacecraft is getting closer and closer to Mars. When it is about 2 days away from Mars, the reverse deceleration plasma engine on the spacecraft starts to work, and the spacecraft the speed begins to decrease continuously so that it can be captured by the gravity of Mars. Although there is still 1 day away from Mars, the scientists led by Li Fu have begun to work in full. All the instruments are turned on, and all the data about Mars will be obtained soon. While on Earth, scientists can measure distant celestial bodies using various instruments such as astronomical telescopes, and the data is very accurate. Scientists from Fuyun Group are so close to Mars, so there is no problem at all.
and more accurate data can be obtained. Mars has a mass of 6.4219 by 10 kilograms, which is about 1/10 of the Earth and 9 times that of the Moon. This place can also reflect the importance of the Moon to humans. The nearest planet to you is only 9 times heavier than the Moon. The diameter is half that of the Earth. The volume is only 15% of the Earth. And the surface area is only the size of the Earth's land area. The surface gravity is about 2.5 times that of the Moon and 2/5 that of the Earth. This means that an ant weighing 2 kilograms can be lifted on the Earth. But it can lift an object weighing 5 kilograms on Mars. Well, ants can lift that heavy something? Author bacteria. The autobiographical period is 24.6229 hours, while the Earth's is 23 hours, 56 minutes and 3 seconds, which means that a Mars day is half an hour more than 24 hours. The revolution period is 687 days, and the Earth's revolution period is 365.24219 days, which means that a Mars year is the time is 687 days. People on Earth are about to spend 2 years, and Mars is just over a year old, compared with the Earth, which has only one smaller moon. Mars has 2 satellites, Phobos and Deimos. However, the quality of the smaller ones is not at the same level. Mars has many satellites that can only be regarded as large-sized meteorites. They are both very irregular. Not even a ball. Really not even a ball. The mass of the 2 satellites is not enough to form enough gravity to shape their own image. They are not at the same level as our moon. The orbit of Mars is elliptical, so where it receives sunlight, the temperature difference between perihelion and aphelion is nearly 160 degrees Celsius, which has a huge impact on the climate of Mars. The average temperature on Mars is about minus 63 degrees. But there is a huge temperature difference from minus 133 degrees in winter to nearly 27 degrees during the day in summer. That is to say, most of the time here it is colder than the coldest North and South Pole on the Earth. The coldest time even reaches minus 133 degrees. And the hottest time is only 27 degrees. The temperature difference changes so much that even Mr. Penguin said he would be it's freezing. Let alone humans. It's too cold here. Let's go back to Earth. The density of Mars' atmosphere is only about 1% of that of Earth. It is very dry and low in temperature. The average surface temperature is minus 55 degrees Celsius. Water and carbon dioxide are easy to freeze. The main components of the atmosphere are carbon dioxide, 95.3%, plus nitrogen, 2.7%, and argon, 1.6%, and trace amounts of oxygen, 0.15%, and water vapor, 0.03%. The main components of the Earth's atmosphere are nitrogen, accounting for 78.1%, oxygen accounting for 20.9%, argon accounting for 0.93%, and a small amount of carbon dioxide and rare gases, helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, radon, and water vapor. By comparison, we found that the atmospheric composition of Mars is too high in carbon dioxide and almost negligible in oxygen. There is not much difference in the rare gases. It is not suitable for the survival of people on Earth at all. There is little atmosphere, and the oxygen content is too low.
Can this place really be transformed into a place suitable for human habitation? It is simply impossible.
Faced with such harsh conditions, even the omnipotent scientists shook their heads. It was too difficult.
It's difficult to be interesting. We scientists want to accomplish the impossible.
Li Fu saw other scientists shaking their heads and quickly cheered everyone up.
Li Fu, everything else about Mars is fine. I think the atmosphere and water are the biggest test. When the temperature is low, we try to increase the light and increase the temperature by setting up reflectors in space. But the water and atmosphere.
Li Fu's teacher Louis couldn't help but shake his head when he looked at the data of each item on Mars.
Don't worry. Let's take a look at the North and South Pole of Mars. The reflectivity here is very high. Maybe as Uncle Sam's scientists estimate. There really is solid carbon dioxide here. And maybe there is water in its deep layers. The existence of water. And if you look at the traces of ancient lakes and rivers on Mars, I think it is very likely that there is indeed water on Mars.
Compared to others, Li Fu seemed more confident.
The temperature is so low. Even if there is liquid, it is not necessarily water.
Lu Shering also shook his head and objected to Li Fu's optimism. This is what scientists are like. I don't care who you are, as long as you can't convince me. If you can't come up with real evidence, I dare to oppose you.
Whether there is water or not, we won't know tomorrow. Then we can go directly to Mars to get some samples and come back to find out.
Li Fu talked and laughed. As we get closer to Mars, the data obtained by scientists are constantly being revised. The red Mars slowly enlarges. Because of the thin atmosphere, the surface of Mars can be clearly observed from space. The whole planet is red and yellow. Mars is basically a desert planet, with sand dunes and gravels all over the surface. Mars is relatively inactive in geology. Most of the surface landforms were formed in ancient, more active periods. There are dense craters, volcanoes and canyons, including Olin, the highest mountain in the solar system, Pass Mountain and Mariner Canyon, the largest canyon. Another unique topographic feature is the stark difference between the northern and southern hemispheres, with ancient, cratered highlands in the south and younger plains in the north. At the same time, as seen before, there is a thick polar cap at the north and south poles of Mars. As for the ingredients, scientists have been able to determine it, which is dry ice and water. There is really water on Mars. After being confirmed, many scientists, including Louis, were overjoyed. The question that has been bothering Earth scientists for hundreds of years has finally been answered accurately. You must know that since the last century, when human beings' attention shifted from the Earth to the interstellar universe, Mars has always been a planet suitable for future immigrants in human imagination. And the debate over whether there is water on Mars has also been bothering people on the Earth. Scientists, countries such as Uncle Sam and Big Polar Bear have even launched many probes to Mars. However, due to technical and long-distance issues, the question of whether there is water on Mars has not been accurately answered. Now, scientists who have reached the orbit of Mars can finally confirm that the polar caps covering the north and south poles of Mars really contain water. And the water content should not be small. There really is water! Li Fu, who also received the accurate information, also had a smile on his face. To transform the planet for immigration, the real and most urgent need is water. As long as there is water, other conditions can be modified using scientific means. But if there is no water, everything is in vain. It is impossible to transport water from the Earth. You must know that even with the huge size of the ocean, it cannot transport much water at a time. And this amount of water is insignificant for a planet. If all the ice on Mars melts, it can increase the density of the current Martian atmosphere by 20 times, which is 20% of the density of the Earth's atmosphere. At the same time, it will also be able to obtain about 10,000 cubic kilometers of water, which is only 1% of the Earth's freshwater resources, /35. 1/130000 of the Earth's water resources. Li Quanjiang frowned and calculated the water resources on Mars. There is water on Mars, but it is too little. There are only 1/35 of the Earth's freshwater resources and 130,000 of the Earth's water resources. It's too little. With such a small amount of water resources, apart from all kinds of water that cannot be used and are dispersed into the air, there will be even less water that can be used by humans. There was water, but the amount was too little, which made the scientists, who had just become happy, shake their heads again. On the other hand, the density of the atmosphere can be increased by 20 times. This is very good. You must know that the ice here is basically composed of dry ice and water. After melting them, carbon dioxide can rise into the atmosphere, increasing the density of the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is also a greenhouse gas, which is very helpful in raising the temperature of Mars. Li Fu, there is too little water, and the mud is not enough. The carbon dioxide content in the polar caps at the north and south poles of Mars is too high, and the water content is too little, Lu Shuying said with a helpless smile. What he said was not the same as mud. It means that water evaporates and then falls on Mars in the form of precipitation. Things need to be looked at from two sides. There is water on Mars, and there may be liquid water under the thick northern and southern ice caps of Mars. Then primitive life may be found. Compared with the disappointment of others, Louis was very happy. Although the water content of Mars is small, there is still water after all. If there is water, there may be life. This is very useful for his research on the origin of life and extraterrestrial life. Help. Unless there is still a lot of water underground on Mars, the water discovered on Mars alone will not be enough to transform Mars into a planet suitable for human habitation. Lu Shuying shook his head, still obsessed with whether he could transform Mars into a planet suitable for human habitation. New cradle. If Mars is to be transformed into a planet suitable for human habitation, the water resources required will at least cover the plains of the northern hemisphere of Mars. The water resources required will be at least 30 times that of today. In other words, all the fresh water on the Earth will be needed.
It's enough to move here. Don't worry. There will be bread. There will be houses. And there will naturally be water.
Li Fu said with certainty. A large amount of water was discovered on Mars. So scientists estimate that Jupiter's satellites contain a large amount of water resources. Most of the things are not wrong. Water resources exist widely in the universe. Some studies believe that Europa, a satellite of Jupiter, contains several times more water resources than the water resources on the entire Earth. Chapter 205. Exploring Mars 1. The speed of the ocean spacecraft has been reduced to only a few kilometers per second. It was successfully captured by the gravity of Mars and began to orbit Mars.
Mars is so desolate. You can clearly see the surface of Mars from space. It's full of sand dunes and gravel. And it's a red world as far as the eye can see.
Lu Shering looked at Mars outside the window. Because the Earth on Mars is very thin, the surface of Mars can be seen very clearly even with the naked eye in space. And it can be seen clearly with the help of a telescope.
These are the colors formed by iron oxide. The sandstorms on Mars are really powerful. Look here. The wind speed has reached an unprecedented level of 21. This is something that is impossible to happen on Earth. The flying sand, rocks and dust are all. It's not enough to describe it.
Louis pointed to an area in the southern hemisphere of Mars and said in surprise that the big storm on Mars can be seen with the naked eye, which shows how terrible the big storm on Mars is.
Mars' major storms mainly occur in the southern hemisphere of Mars. The current time is almost the summer solstice in the southern hemisphere of Mars, which is the perihelion of Mars. The air is extremely hot and unstable, coupled with a huge temperature difference on Mars. It is very easy to form superhurricane. The surface of Mars is full of sand, and once a superhurricane forms, it can even sweep across the entire Mars. It seems that we need to be more careful and pay attention when conducting Mars exploration.
Li Fu on the side was also admiring the big storm on Mars at this time. He carefully analyzed the reasons for the formation of this big storm. One is that the temperature difference on Mars is too different. And the other is that there are a lot of sand and tiny particles on the surface of Mars. So it is easy to this forms a spectacle that is only seen on Mars.
Release detection satellites and establish a global positioning communication system. Release the unmanned probe. Release the unmanned Mars lander.
After arriving at Mars, various detectors and detection satellites were thrown out for free. In the past, launching a satellite was considered a big event and would be reported on the news. But now, countless private space technology companies in China all have mini satellites of their own. Not to mention Fuyun Group. The extensive application and popularization of aerospace aircraft has reduced the cost of construction and launch of satellites, spacecraft, etc. to an almost negligible level. Of course, this is also for a super behemoth like Fuyun Group.
Didi!
Various detectors soon began to transmit various information back to the ocean spacecraft, established the global positioning system and communication system on Mars, and began to send information to the Earth. Bringing detailed information on Mars is transmitted back to Earth, allowing scientists on Earth to conduct in-depth research on Mars.
Phobos and Deimos are probably the smallest satellites in the entire solar system. The masses of the two satellites are too small, and their shapes are not even spherical. Phobos looks like a potato, and its escape velocity is only 17.2 meters per second. Deimos is even smaller, with an average radius of only 6.2 kilometers and an escape velocity of only 5.6 meters per second. The masses of these two satellites. Phobos has a mass of only 1.38 times 10 to the power of 14 kilograms, and Deimos has a mass of only 1.8 times 10 to the power of 13 kilograms. They are both very small. You must know that the Moon has a mass of 7.349 times 10 to the power of 22 kilograms is not a weight class at all. And Phobos and Deimos can only be regarded as larger asteroids at best.
This time, the scientists majoring in cosmic astronomy who followed were still Dong Zhifei and Tang Guiyuan. The two easily and accurately calculated the masses of the two satellites of Mars. The detection satellite has calculated the shape, volume, orbit, speed, and other detailed information of the two satellites. At such a close distance, the mystery of the two satellites of Mars has finally been revealed. In fact, there is nothing surprising at all. Not a moon at all. Just a larger asteroid.
I estimate that Phobos and Deimos are asteroids captured by the gravity of Mars. Their masses are so small that if they were placed on the Earth, they would not even be enough to cause any tides.
Tang Guiyuan looked at the data of the two satellites and speculated on their origin.
Send some detectors up there to take a look. collect some samples, and come back for analysis.
Dong Jifei also nodded. It is easiest and most convenient to study the satellites of Mars in space, because the two satellites of Mars are very close to Mars. The average distance of Phobos is less than 10,000 kilometers. The distance between the two is only about 23,000 kilometers. So they are very close. Of course, this is also because the masses of the two are very small. So the distance can be so close. If it is like the Moon, the mass is very huge, and the corresponding distance will continue to increase. In the outer space of Mars, atop the huge ocean spacecraft, a small unmanned exploration spacecraft slowly flew away, constantly changing its orbit in space, and soon headed straight for Phobos. And go! At this time, Mars 1 is still in constant motion around Mars, flying around Mars for 3 days every day. The unmanned exploration spacecraft has now adjusted to the orbit of Phobos, and its speed is faster than that of Phobos. So the distance between them is getting closer and closer. The unmanned exploration spacecraft is already very close to Phobos, and is slightly affected by Phobos gravity. However, Phobos gravity is too weak for an unmanned exploration spacecraft equipped with a plasma engine. No big impact. The unmanned exploration spacecraft slowly approached Phobos, as if approaching a spaceport in space. The mechanical arms on the spacecraft slowly stretched out and began to collect samples from Phobos, so that scientists could, by analyzing these samples, we can know the approximate time period when Phobos was formed. By analyzing the source and formation of these materials, we can roughly know the history and cause of formation of Phobos, and when it became a satellite of Mars. If you are lucky, you can even learn some information about the origin of the solar system from Phobos. Because according to scientists' speculation, small satellites like Phobos and asteroids in the asteroid belt are all it may be produced by the early evolution of the solar system, and carry some information about the early solar system. Large planets such as the Earth, Mars, Venus, etc., have long been difficult to detect because of their large mass, coupled with their own activities, etc., and there is not much to study the formation of the solar system effect. On the contrary, these asteroids and so on are very likely to carry early information. After collecting the samples, the unmanned exploration spacecraft slowly left Phobos, began to change its orbit in space, and began to approach Deimos. Following the same pattern, it successfully obtained the samples from Deimos, and then began to carry them. The sample is returned to the Oceania spacecraft. In the space of Mars, the ocean spacecraft is extremely busy. The scientists have a clear division of labor. They each operate unmanned detectors, unmanned exploration spacecraft, unmanned landing spacecraft, etc. to explore the entire Mars. Chapter 206. Exploring Mars 2. The terrain in the northern hemisphere of Mars is very gentle, and can be said to be a very vast plain. According to scientists' speculation, this landform in the northern hemisphere has not been formed for a long time. The surface of Mars is full of red gravels and finer red sand. These are all made of iron oxide and cover the entire surface of Mars. Therefore, when looking at Mars from space, Mars is red planet on a wide plain. A spacecraft fell from the sky. The huge parachute used the air to slow down, and at the same time, the tail sprayed flames to reduce the speed, and landed very smoothly on the surface of Mars. This was an unmanned exploration spacecraft. As soon as it landed on Mars, behind him, the mechanical door slowly opened, and an engineering vehicle slowly drove out of the spacecraft and stepped onto the Martian soil. It began to walk around and look around like a curious baby, knocking rocks and digging from time to time, digging in the dirt and collecting samples one by one. Snort! A robotic arm on the engineering vehicle made a roaring sound, and saw a drill-like thing continuously drilling down into the soil, preparing to dig out deep soil or rocks to better study Mars. Samples were collected back to the spacecraft one by one. Some of these samples were rocks and soil on Mars. Some were obtained from the deep soil of Mars through drilling. And there were also samples from the air on Mars. In short, there were all kinds of information about Mars. The samples were collected back to the spacecraft. Boom! The landing spacecraft spit out flames and blew away the surrounding soil, sand and gravel. For a moment, the dust was flying, as if there was a big storm. The unmanned spacecraft slowly took off, then became faster and faster, and soon disappeared into the atmosphere of Mars and entered outer space. Then it slowly approached the ocean spacecraft, preparing to collect all kinds of things just collected. The samples are sent to scientists aboard the spacecraft for study. as unmanned landing spacecrafts continue to return one after another. Samples collected from various areas and locations on Mars slowly converge on the ocean spacecraft. Scientists are extremely busy. On the one hand, they have to analyze what has been done. The collected samples are analyzed. And another aspect is to prepare for the subsequent manned landing.
Principle: Mars is really barren. Judging from the information collected from various areas of Mars, the resources contained on Mars are not even as good as the Moon.
Li Quanjiang handed an analysis report to Li Fu. This data was obtained by scientists after analyzing samples collected from various areas of Mars. It is much more accurate than continuing to detect in space. The main element of Martian soil is oxygen, which accounts for about 50%. Silicon is 15 to 30%. Iron is 15 to 16%. Aluminum is 2 to 7%. Calcium is 3 to 8%. And small amounts of potassium, phosphorus, and sulfur, chlorine, tantalum, chromium, magnesium, cobalt, nickel, copper, etc. The sulfur content, 2.6 to 3.1%, is 1 to 2 orders of magnitude higher than the average content of the Earth's crust. And the potassium content is less than 0.25%. Rubidium, strontium, yttrium and zirconium are present in much lower amounts than in most terrestrial igneous rocks. The chemical composition of Martian soil is characterized by high iron, medium magnesium, calcium and sulfur, and low aluminum. Its chemical composition does not represent the composition of the original rock. It is likely to be the product of various chemical and weathering processes in mafic igneous rocks. According to calculations of mineral composition, Martian soil is a mixture of 80% iron-rich clay, about 10% magnesium sulfate, about 5% carbonate, and about 5% iron oxide. The mineral composition of this mixture is equivalent to 59.1% nontronite, 21.7% montmorillonite, 11.8% brucite, 1% halite, about 0.5% TiO2, and 5.9% calcite.
It's really barren. There aren't even any scarce resources. There are still a lot of E3 on the Moon.
Li Fu read the data from beginning to end. They were all very common elements. There was nothing worth paying attention to.
So the Moon is a gift from the universe to mankind,
Qinbin said with a smile.
However, these are soil data on the surface of Mars. To truly explore the mineral resources of Mars, we still need to dig deeper. We are ready to arrange for people to log into Mars tomorrow and dig up some deeper soil and rocks. How big a planet is. I don't believe that we can't find some rare resources.
Li Fu muttered as he ordered.
Li Fu. Great discovery. Great discovery.
At this time, Li Fu's teacher Lu Yi floated over excitedly. He looked very excited, dancing a little, and his tone was a little incoherent when he spoke.
What's the matter, teacher?
When Li Fu heard this, he immediately asked in surprise.
Ha ha. I just analyzed the ice, rock, and soil samples collected from the north and south poles of Mars. What did you and I discover?
Lu Yi was extremely happy. He came out this time to find extraterrestrial life. And what he discovered when he just analyzed the samples made him ecstatic.
Have you discovered extraterrestrial life?
Lu Yi asked in surprise.
No, but it will be soon.
What Lu Yi said made people a little confused. Lu Shering on the side couldn't help but said,
Old Lu, what on earth have you discovered? Tell me quickly. You are still here to titillate people. What you said is incomprehensible. Ha ha. I discovered amino acids. Although they are very, very rare, I still discovered them. Amino acids. Do you know what this means?
Lu Yi grabbed Lu Shuring's shoulders and looked very excited.
Amino acids?
When Li Fu heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. As a scientist majoring in biology, Li Fu certainly knew what amino acids were. If amino acids are really discovered on Mars, then there is only one possibility. There are indeed microorganisms on Mars. Because there is only one source of amino acids, and that is microorganisms.
Is there really something on Mars?
Li Fu couldn't help but murmur.
What? Is there really extraterrestrial life?
When Lu Shuring heard this, he became even more excited and his eyes widened. It was really unbelievable that extraterrestrial life can really be found on Mars. If extraterrestrial life can be found on Mars, that means life should be widespread in the universe. And the Earth is definitely not the only planet with life in the universe.
I can't draw a conclusion yet, but the possibility is very high. I would like more data, and it would be best to have sample information from the deep layers of the Antarctic and Antarctic ice caps. I think there may be liquid water in the deepest layers of the Antarctic and Antarctic ice caps. If it exists, there will definitely be important discoveries inside.
Louis had a smile on his face, and he looked very eager, as if he couldn't wait. Chapter 207. Exploring Mars 3. Very rare amino acids were found in samples retrieved from the ice caps of the south and north pole of Mars. Although the amount is very rare, it still indicates that there may indeed be extraterrestrial life on Mars. Once Earth is truly discovered on Mars, extraterrestrial life will become the most significant discovery of this century. At the same time, it will completely change mankind's understanding of the universe, life, and the origin of species. This means that life should be widespread in the universe, and the Earth is definitely not unique. Therefore, Louis seemed very excited at this time. He wanted to go to the north and south poles of Mars immediately to obtain ice cubes deeper under the ice cap, as well as possible liquid water, etc.
Teacher, don't worry. We won't leave for a while anyway. Tomorrow we will arrange for people to land on Mars to obtain more and deeper information about the soil and ice.
Li Fu seemed very calm. He did not feel surprised at all about extraterrestrial life or even extraterrestrial life, because he had seen countless alien species among the seeds of super civilization. Li Fu knows that life exists in every corner of the universe. The Earth is definitely not the only life planet in the universe. Of course, this does not mean that a life planet like the Earth is not precious. On the contrary, although there are many lives in the universe, there are many things like the Earth. Such a top-level life planet is still a very precious resource, and is something that all major civilizations must fight for. The ecology of the Earth that has been reproduced for countless millions of years is very precious. It has countless species. It is like an oasis in the vast desert of the universe. An oasis of life. It breeds countless lives. And more importantly, it can breed intelligent races. Early the next morning, when Li Fu was still resting suspended in his room, Li Fu's teacher Louis hurriedly woke Li Fu up. Day and night. But everyone's schedule is still the same as that on the Earth. He almost didn't rest all night because he was too excited.
Teacher, there's really no need to be in a hurry. We have plenty of time. Besides, landing on Mars requires careful planning and cannot be done haphazardly.
Li Fu was a little helpless, looking at Lu Yi's slightly red eyes. It was hard to say anything.
Of course I know, but I still can't wait any longer. You have to know that if life is really discovered on Mars, even a very simple microorganism, it will be one of the most significant discoveries of this century. Enough to top our previous achievements. Understanding the universe and the origin of life.
Louis was still very excited at this time. Yesterday, he once again analyzed and studied the samples collected from the ice caps of the south and north pole of Mars to make sure that he had not made any mistakes.
Old Lou, you didn't sleep well this early in the morning. You are just talking nonsense here. Even if you have big things, you have to have a good rest before you can complete them.
Lu Shering squinted his eyes at this time, obviously still not awake. In the spacecraft, he pushed gently with his hands, and his whole body floated over lightly.
Old Lou, you have the nerve to blame me. I remember when you confessed your love to your sister-in-law when you were in college, but you dragged everyone to work together in the middle of the night. If you get anxious, you will be more anxious than anyone else.
Naturally, Louis blew his beard and glared at Lu Shering, telling all about Lu Shering's past exploits when he was young, causing those who heard him to burst into laughter. In the control room of the Ocean spacecraft, everyone attaches great importance to the man landing on Mars. This can be regarded as the first time in human history to set foot on other planets in the true sense. The Moon can only be regarded as a satellite of the Earth, not considered an independent planet. Technically, there is no problem at all, although the aerospace plane cannot land on Mars. The traditional jet landing spacecraft successfully landed on Mars yesterday. There is no technical difficulty. The key is how to ensure the safety of astronauts as much as possible. After all, manned landing on Mars is not an unmanned landing. The most important thing is to ensure the safety of astronauts. Although we don't know how many times we have landed on the Moon. Compared with the Moon, Mars is actually more dangerous because the Ocean spacecraft can watch the Martian storm sweeping across the planet from space every day. The unique geographical environment of Mars, the huge temperature difference between day and night, and the extremely desolate surface have laid the foundation for the prevalence of large storms. Once a storm occurs, it is not a simple game like here on Earth. Basically, it can be played on Mars, sweeping across Mars. Of course, scientists have also carefully discovered that when a major storm occurs in an area, there is basically no need to worry about another major storm in a short period of time, as long as the timing is correct. relative safety is still guaranteed. Otherwise, if once in the event of a major storm on Mars, the safety of astronauts will be difficult to guarantee.
Principal. The big storm on the south pole of Mars and the Earth has just passed. At least there is no need to worry about big storms for a few days.
Li Quanjiang floated over gently and reported the latest Mars weather information. This time he followed the principal and learned a lot. Of course, he also met many seniors in the scientific community, all of whom were well known in the scientific community. So students from Sanjiang University usually do all the errand work.
Ha. Great. The big storm has finally passed.
Before Li Fu spoke, Lu Yi, who had long been impatient, laughed happily.
Well, tell Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei to be more careful and pay attention to safety.
Li Fu nodded slightly and ordered the landing on Mars. In the huge ocean spacecraft, 2 small spaceships slowly flew out from the huge hatch. Although they were small spacecrafts, they were only small compared to the ocean. In fact, each spacecraft is more than 20 meters high and more than 50 meters in diameter. It is also a huge spacecraft placed in the void. This is a spacecraft specially made by scientists for landing. Yesterday, it was completely controlled by a computer and carried out an unmanned landing on Mars. It was very successful, and there were no problems. The 2 spacecrafts were getting farther and farther away from the ocean spacecraft, and they were constantly adjusting their orbits and angles in space. Soon, after the orbit adjustment was completed, the number 1 spacecraft was like a duck diving, loading into Mars. In the number 1 spacecraft, Luo Xiaoyao felt tremendous pressure. He looked resolute and decisive. In his mind, the virtual machine transmitted various information about the spacecraft. At this time, the spacecraft was still automatically controlled by the computer and did not switch to manual operation. In the sky of the Mars Antarctic ice cap, spacecraft number 1 was like a god descending from the sky, drawing an arc in the void. Soon, its bottom began to spit out flames to slow down, and a huge weapon on its head, the parachute, also opened. The speed suddenly decreased, and it began to slowly fall to the surface of Mars. At the landing point, the strong airflow blew the gravel, sand, etc. on the ground into the sky. For a moment, the sand and rocks were flying, covering the sky and the sun. It felt a bit like a big storm. But fortunately, the spacecraft quickly landed slowly on the surface of Mars. The engine was shut down, so everything gradually calmed down.
The landing was very successful.
Whether it was spaceship number 1, the ocean spacecraft, or the spacecraft number 2 that was about to land, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the unmanned landing experiment was completed yesterday, there are still many risks when it comes to the actual manned landing on the moon. After all, the surface of Mars has too much sand. If it were like the desert on the Earth, it would be if you accidentally enter the quicksand. You're doomed. Of course, scientists also use satellites to detect the surface of Mars in advance. They also knew the distribution of the surface landforms of Mars to some extent, so they would not randomly choose the place to land. Here on the ice cap of the south pole of Mars, the hatch on Spaceship 1 slowly opened, and the unmanned exploration engineering vehicle slowly drove out from the spacecraft. More than 10 unmanned exploration engineering vehicles came out one after another. Each engineering vehicle, they all began to detect the surrounding world to ensure the safety of the surroundings.
Temperature, minus 20 degrees. Air pressure is 0.1 atmosphere. Good lighting. Strong UV rays. It's safe. You can go out.
In the number 1 spacecraft, the information detected by the engineering vehicle was transmitted to everyone's mind through the virtual machine. Luo Xiaoyao waved his hand gently, and the astronauts, who had already put on their spacesuits, began to take action. At the exit of the spacecraft, a camera captured the entire process of the astronauts landing on Mars. Luo Xiaoyao, wearing a spacesuit, gently stepped onto the Martian soil and guessed a very clear footprint on the red soil. This scene was quickly transmitted to the ocean spacecraft, and a few seconds later it was quickly transmitted to the Earth through the communication system on the ocean spacecraft.
Chinese astronaut Luo Xiaoyao successfully landed on Mars at around 10:34 on May 18, 2024. Imperial City Time.
Just a few minutes later, China's major news media, the virtual world, etc. all reported this incident, accompanied by a video of Luo Xiaoyao and others landing on Mars, and vigorously promoted it. Although we Chinese people are not the first to land on the moon, we cannot be the first to land on Mars. It is also a very worthy celebration for China now.
After 55 years, Human beings have once again made a step forward in the history of space development. Chinese astronaut Luo Xiaoyao successfully landed on Mars, marking another step forward for human beings to move towards the stars in the universe. Although foreign news media are very jealous, they have no choice but to report this matter to a major event for all mankind. In any case, this is also a major progress for mankind. On the south pole of Mars, Luo Xiaoyao and others naturally didn't know what was reported on the Earth. At this time, they were all carefully looking at this novel world. Holy crap! Why is the sun blue? It's really blue. This is the first time I've seen this blue sun. What a monster. Blue sun! The astronauts who landed on Mars looked up at the sky and immediately discovered a strange phenomenon. On Earth, the sun is so dazzling that it cannot be seen directly with the naked eye. On Mars, because it is farther away than the Earth, and through the spacesuit helmet with the filter of the mirror, you can look directly at it. The sun looks bluish when viewed from Mars. Not completely blue. But this blue sun is still very attractive and cannot be seen at all from the Earth. The atmosphere of Mars is thin, and the dust particles are many and large. Mill scattering mainly occurs, scattering red light with the same wavelength as its own particle size. The red part of the sunlight in the direction of the line of sight is scattered, so the sun you see will be bluer. Scientists on the ocean, who also obtain the image, quickly analyze the reason. There are many and large dust particles in the atmosphere of Mars, which will scatter the red part of the sunlight, and it will be visible to everyone's naked eyes. It will be bluish, which is the same principle as the rainbow on the Earth, which is the scattering of light. Don't make a fuss, everyone. This is a problem of light scattering. From now on, when you go to other alien planets and see purple, green, or cyan suns, don't make a fuss. Otherwise you may be called a bumpkin. I thought there was something special about it, but it turned out to be a simple scattering of sunlight, which made me happy for nothing. Thinking I had discovered a new continent, muttered the first astronaut, who discovered that the sun looks blue when viewed from Mars. Ha ha. The climate of each planet is different. If we modify Mars in the future, increase precipitation, and return Martian atmospheric dust particles to the ground in the form of rainfall, the sun on Mars will be no different from that on Earth. Through the global positioning and communication satellites established on Mars, scientists on the ocean spacecraft can communicate with Luo Xiaoyao and other astronauts who landed on Mars at any time. In a world composed of desolation, dryness, cold, desert, gravel, etc., Luo Xiaoyao and others seized the world and began to work. A special large engineering vehicle slowly drove out of the spacecraft and began to prepare for drilling to obtain deep-seated information. Dirt, ice, and possibly liquid water. On the other side, Spacecraft 2 in space also began to land on Mars, but it did not land on the Antarctic ice cap. Scientists had already used resource exploration satellites to explore the resources on Mars and found that there may be rich minerals. Resource area. The destination of Spacecraft 2 is an area that may contain rich mineral resources. After all, it is impossible for 2 spacecrafts to be placed here on the Antarctic ice cap. It does not require so many manpower and machinery to collect samples. 1 spacecraft is enough. Chapter 208. Extraterrestrial Life. On the ice cap of the south pole of Mars in the solar system, a large-scale engineering vehicle is driving slowly. Although it is driving on the ice cap, it seems to be no different from other areas of Mars. There are red gravel and sand everywhere. It was blown over by a big storm from Mars. The Mars South Pole ice cap is deeply covered. Otherwise, based on the light reflection efficiency of the ice, the brightness of the Mars South Pole ice cap should be very high. However, for a long time, the entire surface of Mars has been covered by these red. It is covered with gravel and sand, as are the ice caps at the north and south poles of Mars. Boom! The drill bit on the engineering vehicle began to work. With bursts of roaring sounds, the drill bit quickly drilled into the ground. Soon, the surface layer composed of gravel and sand was penetrated and began to enter the ice layer. The drill bits are equipped with various detection heads, which can detect the surrounding temperature, humidity, etc., and can also be heated to drill through the ice cap of the south pole of Mars faster. The ice caps at the south pole of Mars have a very long history of formation, measured in hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, the ice at the south pole of Mars can be said to be thousands of years of ice, 10,000 years of iron ice, etc., and heating them by pushing the drill can drill through the thick ice faster. The drill bit continued to descend, collecting samples every 10 meters or so that scientists could analyze the samples. At the same time, Luo Xiaoyao, who was in charge of this matter, began to become anxious, because the depth that a drill bit can drill is actually very limited. If the ice layer is too thick to drill through, this means that there is no way to know whether there is liquid water under the ice layer.
It's already 50 meters. Already half of the ultimate depth.
Luo Xiaoyao looked at the ice cubes that were being drilled up. These ice cubes were not just water, but contained a large amount of carbon dioxide. After calculation and analysis, scientists concluded that if the ice caps of the south and north pole of Mars were all merged, it not only allows Mars to obtain a certain amount of water, but also greatly increases the density of the Martian atmosphere. The large amount of carbon dioxide contained in the ice caps can put warm clothes on Mars and greatly reduce the temperature difference on Mars.
The drilling depth is 60 meters. 70 meters.
It has still not reached the bottom of the Mars-Antarctic ice cap. And according to the results of the echo detector detection, the thickness of the Antarctic ice exceeds scientists' expectations.
100 meters is the limit, but it still hasn't penetrated the ice.
Luo Xiaoyao reluctantly announced the end of the work. There was no other way. He had reached the ultimate depth, but he still had not penetrated the Mars-Antarctic ice cap. This ice layer was too thick, at least much thicker than the original scientists expected.
There is no other way. The ice layer is too thick, exceeding our estimate. According to the echo detection, there is still at least a few hundred meters of thickness before we can know whether there is liquid water. Chunbin looked at the data transmitted back from Luo Xiaoyao's side and frowned, thinking hard about how to penetrate the ice. It was obvious that relying on drilling machines was not okay. After all, we were not here on the Earth. Drilling 100 meters is already considered very good, and the scientists miscalculated from the beginning and did not expect that the ice layer would be so thick. There is basically no snow in Antarctica. According to inspections, the average ice thickness in Antarctica is about 1,700 meters, and the thickest place is more than 4,000 meters. The total volume of icebergs is about 28 million cubic kilometers. So it is called the ice and snow world in the Arctic region of the Earth. The distribution area of glaciers is much smaller than that in the Antarctic. The thickness of the ice layer is generally about 2 to 4 meters, and the total volume of the glacier is less than 1/10 of Antarctica. Some people have calculated that the area covered by ice on the entire Earth is almost 16 million square kilometers, and the Antarctic alone accounts for more than 4/5. If all Antarctic ice melts, the level of the world's oceans will rise by about 70 meters. When scientists estimated the ice layer at the south pole of Mars, they also referred to data from the Earth and combined it with detection results from various detection equipment. However, they did not expect that the ice layer would be hundreds of meters thick. This shows that Mars actually contains very much water. Amazing, even though there's a lot of carbon dioxide in it. Brother Fu, what should we do now? The ice is too thick.
Chunbin reported the latest situation to Li Fu. There is only one way to penetrate the ice in the south pole of Mars, but this requires Li Fu's nod and authorization, and he must also find a way to satisfy the scientists sent by the country.
Use some light, but you have to find a way to keep it from being exposed.
Li Fu thought carefully in his mind, and then ordered that the
ocean
spacecraft was equipped with the primary energy weapon,
point light,
developed by the Fuyun Group. The purpose was naturally to ensure the safety of the spacecraft. After all, Li Fu, however, they will go with the ship to various areas of the solar system to conduct scientific investigations. Of course, all this has been hidden from the higher-ups. Li Fu didn't want outsiders to know the Fuyun Group's trump cards. Even the Chinese officials kept a few of them. Chunbin nodded. This matter is not difficult. Most of the
ocean
spacecraft are scientists and astronauts from the Fuyun Group. There are very few sent by the Chinese government, and they also need to follow Li Fu's command. Moreover, the spacecraft is also controlled by Li Fu and others, so it is very easy to hide it from Lu Shering, Lu Yi and others. Soon, the scientists sent by the Chinese government on the spacecraft of Lu Shering, Lu Yi and others received new tasks. Some were studying the latest samples brought back from Mars, and some were sent to study the asteroid belt and the planet through telescopes. As for Jupiter, it is very close to the asteroid belt and Jupiter. Everyone was assigned new tasks all of a sudden. They were so busy that they had no time to pay attention to what was about to happen on Mars.
The ocean
spacecraft began to adjust its orbit in space, orbiting around the Mars-Antarctic ice cap one spacecraft, and then used the
point light
carried on the spacecraft to penetrate the ice. In the outer space of Mars, the ocean, spacecraft flew over the space of the south pole of Mars at a speed of more than 10 kilometers per second. The point light on the spacecraft that had already been charged was activated under precise computer control. Attack! I saw a red line cutting through the void on the spacecraft, and almost instantly it arrived at the area that had been reserved for a long time. This area is not large, only more than 10 square meters, and all the gravel, sand, etc. have been cleared, exposing the hard surface of Mars' Antarctic ice. There was a sound in the air, like red-hot steel being quenched in ice water. At the same time, waves of water mist rose up in the reserved area. For a moment, it was like a fairyland, with a large amount of carbon dioxide and water at high temperatures. It instantly evaporates into the air. After a long time, everything returned to calm. Although it is summer in the southern hemisphere of Mars, there is light 24 hours a day at the south pole of Mars. To be precise, there should be light 24.6 hours a day here on Mars. But the temperature here is still very low, nearly 100 degrees below zero. Under such a low temperature, all the water vapor and so on quickly disappeared, and everything returned to calm. But when Luo Xiaoyao and others drove the engineering vehicle again to the vicinity of the reservation, everyone couldn't help but take a breath, because a bottomless hole with a diameter of several meters appeared in everyone's field of vision. The power of the point light weapon was completely revealed at this moment. The ultimate speed of light is so fast that no one can react. It is very precise. It is like a surgical strike. It is definitely not just a word. The power is amazing. Hundreds of people can't react. The meter-thick ice layer was completely burned away in an instant by the terrifying temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees. If this attack hits a person, it can instantly evaporate the person without leaving any residue behind. Luo Xiaoyu's whole body shuddered. Such a terrifying weapon was absolutely beyond imagination. Any missile, aircraft, etc. would be waiting to die in front of it, and would definitely not be spared. Action! Luo Xiaoyao gathered his emotions and ordered action. The astronauts began to work around this deep hole with a diameter of several meters, setting up brackets, ropes, etc. At the same time, some people dropped various detectors into the deep hole for free, including a bionic ocean. The fish detector can swim freely in the water. Liquid water discovered. Soon, various drop detectors came with information that liquid water was indeed discovered. There was actually liquid water under the thick ice of the Mars Antarctic ice cap. In the liquid water under the ice, the detector is constantly swimming inside. This is a very vast world. It is like a strange tourist, constantly wandering in this strange world. Of course, all of this is controlled by the scientists aboard the ocean through virtual machines. Various data are continuously collected. The water temperature is already very high, reaching above zero. It is really incredible. The surface of Mars is so cold. I didn't expect that there is still liquid water under the thick ice layer. The pH value is slightly acidic. If the inference is correct, the volcanic movement on Mars should not be completely extinct. There should be signs of volcanic movement under the thick ice layer. Scientists are studying the information collected by the detectors as if they have found treasures. Many things can be deduced from the existing data. At the same time, on the other side, Luo Xiaoyao began to collect data. The rope continued to descend, and soon reached the position of liquid water. He began to collect samples every 10 meters. Whether there are microorganisms in these samples is what scientists are most concerned about. Question. Samples were collected one by one, and the equipment used to collect the samples was specially designed with insulation effect. Otherwise, with such a low temperature on Mars, the liquid water would have refrozen into ice before it reached the surface. 380 meters. We have reached the bottom. Soon, the detector arrived at the bottom. The temperature here was already several degrees. There is no doubt about the heat preservation ability of liquid water. Among all objects, water has the highest specific heat capacity. The reason why the temperature on the Earth is so hot, then it is also because there is a large area of ocean on the Earth, which is equivalent to a huge regulator, and the temperature is always maintained within a relative temperature range. Call out! When the ocean spacecraft once again flew into space at the south pole of Mars, there was another flash of light, and another bottomless hole appeared on the thick ice layer. The astronauts began to collect samples from this new hole. One hole after another, more and more sample data are collected. Return to the spaceship immediately, and return to space as soon as possible.
after staying at the South Pole of Mars for more than 20 hours. When the latest Mars storm information came from Li Quanjiang, who was responsible for monitoring the Martian weather, Li Fu gave Luo Xiaoyao and others a return order without hesitation. More than an hour later, spacecraft number 1 successfully completed its mission and returned to space smoothly. It successfully docked with the Ocean spacecraft and was taken back into the Ocean spacecraft and collected. The samples were also delivered to the scientists' laboratories as soon as possible.
There is definitely alien life here. Please see. The closer you get to the deep layer, the more amino acids there are. This means that amino acids come from the inside, not the outside. There is only one source of amino acids inside the planet, and that is microorganisms. The survivability of microorganisms is extremely tenacious. The water bear with the strongest survivability can survive at -200 degrees for several days, can also survive in high temperatures of more than 100 degrees for a long time, and can also survive well in a radiation environment with an intensity of more than 5,000 gray. To survive, you must know that radiation with an intensity of 10 to 20 gray can easily kill humans and most animals on the Earth.
Lu Yi was analyzing the samples excitedly. At the same time, because of his excitement, his voice was a little unclear when he spoke. He was extremely excited. Originally, he analyzed the samples slowly according to the sampling depth. He directly took the bottom sample magnifying under the microscope.
Oh my god! There really are living things. And there are so many of them. These microorganisms actually already have cellular structures. But this structure is a bit strange. A large number of microorganisms were discovered. This is a complete microbial tribe. The largest one is a multicellular complex organism with a size of 0.1 millimeters. The discovery that shocked the world is that most of these organisms are fungi, a small amount of bacteria, and a very small number of multicellular life. This is a world that is slowly evolving.
This news instantly caused a sensation in the entire Ocean spacecraft and the control center far away on the Earth. The major discovery on Mars means that life is everywhere in the universe. Human beings and the Earth are not alone. It is very possible that there is water in the universe. Life will be born. You must know that there is liquid water under the ice layer on Mars that is hundreds of meters thick. There is actually extraterrestrial life in this liquid water. This is definitely one of the most important discoveries of this century. Chapter 209. Bureau of Space Affairs. During a scientific investigation on Mars, Chinese scientists discovered the existence of extraterrestrial life deep in the ice of the South Pole of Mars. Although it was only some microorganisms, this was one of the most significant discoveries of this century, which also means that the Earth is an unexpected planet and life exists widely in the world. Scientists boldly predict that aliens definitely exist, and the Earth is definitely not the only planet with life in the universe. News of the discovery of extraterrestrial life on Mars was quickly transmitted to the Earth. China's official media reported the matter in detail, and Lu Yi also submitted an analysis and research report of the news to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The microbiome on Mars has been thriving for hundreds of millions of years, because it can be said to be very stable under the thick Antarctic ice cap of Mars. It has hardly undergone any major changes over the years, and the number of microbial populations is very large, relying on the heat and minerals erupted by the Martian volcanoes to survive. A prosperous microscopic world has flourished under the ice cap of the South Pole of Mars. However, in a place like Mars, microorganisms can survive. But if they want to evolve more complex life, it's impossible. The history of human exploration of the universe and the origin of life has once again taken a big step forward. Recently, Chinese scientists discovered liquid water under the ice of the South Pole of Mars during a scientific investigation of Mars aboard the Ocean spacecraft. And in the liquid state, huge microbiota have been found in water, which marks the existence of extraterrestrial life. It also means that the Earth and humans are definitely not alone in the universe. This is the most significant discovery of this century. Foreign news media also gave a lot of praise to this. But the Chinese people can still clearly see a sour taste in their words. In the past, major scientific progress or major scientific and technological discoveries on the Earth were basically made by Europeans and Americans. It can be seen from the various units named after European and American names, such as Hull, Hertz, Joule, etc. A lot of the most basic and important discoveries in the fields of physics, biology, and chemistry, such as the theory of biological evolution, Newton's laws, relativity, and the periodic table of elements, are all made by Europeans and Americans. After all, They are the origin of modern science. But now, in many fields such as the discovery of extraterrestrial life, landing on Mars, space technology, biotechnology, etc., Europeans and Americans find that they have gradually fallen behind. This major discovery of extraterrestrial life has made Europeans and Americans feel that the focus of science and technology is, it seems, that it is slowly moving to China. And China is leading the development of science and technology in the new era. In the field of science and technology that we were proud of in the past, we had too many scientific terms named after ourselves. But now, I don't know what happened. We have gradually fallen too far behind China. Maybe we will find out in the future there are more and more scientific terms named after Chinese people. Which has to be said. Western media have conducted in-depth reflections on this. Because China has suddenly emerged in the field of science and technology in recent years. From the new field of biotechnology, viruses led by Li Fu, to the field of virtual technology, and then to the field of space technology. China has gradually taken the lead. Europe and America. Although Chinese people never like to name things after themselves. Otherwise, if they follow the example of Europeans and Americans, they can come up with many things. For example, the field of biotechnology first discovered by Li Fu can be called Li's field, etc. Law, Li Fu virus, etc. Of course, the discovery of extraterrestrial life has little impact on the lives of ordinary people on the Earth. At most, everyone knows that there is life in unexpected places on the Earth. Maybe aliens will visit the Earth in the future. But for countries around the world, this impact is huge. The presence or absence of extraterrestrial life is absolutely two different things. This is enough for countries around the world to pay great attention to it. Extraterrestrial life has been discovered on Mars. You must know that in the past, Mars should belong to a desolate, cold, and lifeless world. Such a planet with harsh conditions can actually have extraterrestrial life. So in the universe, if there are some planets with better conditions than Mars, does that mean there will be aliens and alien civilizations? The Earth and Earth civilization are definitely not unique. How should the Earth face aliens and alien civilizations? What will aliens and alien civilizations do to people on Earth? How should Earth civilization deal with alien civilizations and aliens? These issues all are worth pondering. Other countries don't know that in China. After Tang Yunshan received the news, the Chinese official side quickly established an agency, the Space Affairs Bureau, to specialize in studying extraterrestrial life, and at the same time formulated corresponding policies for aliens and extraterrestrials, civilization-related policies, etc. China is different from the past. It is now the most powerful country on Earth, and the most powerful country in the space field. Logically speaking, once it encounters an alien civilization, China should be the first to make contact with it. So each country, all aspects require preparation in advance. The Bureau of Space Affairs currently has two main tasks. The first is to search for extraterrestrial civilizations. The existence of extraterrestrial life can basically conclude that there must be aliens and extraterrestrial civilizations in the universe. But we don't know whether they are the Earth. This place is too remote, or the universe is too vast, and it is too difficult to communicate with each other. Therefore, until now, the Earth has not officially contacted extraterrestrial civilizations. Of course, there is another possibility. Maybe the technological level of the Earth is too low. Even if there are alien civilizations visiting the Earth, the people on the Earth still don't know about it. This kind of inference makes people shudder. Because falling behind in technology means being beaten. People on Earth must not leave their destiny in the hands of others. In addition to searching for extraterrestrial life and extraterrestrial civilizations, another job of the Space Affairs Bureau is to study how to interact with extraterrestrial civilizations, how to defend the Earth and the solar system when encountering powerful satellite civilizations, and how to defend weak alien civilizations. Should we learn from the Europeans and start an interstellar colonization in the interstellar era? These things seem to be very far away from us. After all, we just discovered some microorganisms on Mars. But Tang Yunshan knows that anything that is forewarned will lead to failure. If so, it will definitely be too late. Another thing is that the speed of technological development is really too fast. A few years ago, everyone was still looking up at the moon and imagining Chani on the moon. But just a few years later, we have become accustomed to lunar tourism. We are still imagining the void of the universe. Imagining what aliens and alien civilizations will look like. Maybe in a few years, we can really go out of the solar system, enter the interstellar universe, and see countless alien civilizations. All of this is possible. Therefore, Tang Yunshan,
who was once the person in charge of China's space field and is now China's #1, has a very far-sighted vision. He is already laying the foundation for the future. He does not want to see China being embarrassed when dealing with alien civilizations in the future. Relive the humiliating history of more than 100 years ago. The establishment of the Space Affairs Bureau does not seem to have much effect now. But this is also China's preparation for entering the interstellar universe era in the future. In addition, Tang Yunshan also opposed all opinions and decided to launch the space battleship project as soon as possible. To implement it, China must have strong space military power. Only in this way can we have enough power to ensure our own interests in the changing cosmic waves in the future. Even if an alien civilization really wants to invade the solar system or invade the Earth, it will have the power to compete with it instead of having nothing at all. The power of resistance. In the outer space of Mars in the solar system, spacecraft #1 and #2 have successfully returned from Mars to the Ocean spacecraft. The two spacecrafts have traveled back and forth to Mars many times and collected a large number of Martian samples. These samples will be of great help to scientists in their comprehensive understanding of Mars. The scientific expedition to Mars can basically be declared over. The harvest has been huge. We have accurately known the amount of water resources stored on Mars. We also know that Mars is actually a very barren planet, and its mineral resources are not even as good as those of the Moon. However, scientists have now determined that Mars is indeed suitable to transform into a living planet and a new home suitable for human habitation. Because although Mars has poor resources, it has a large amount of water and carbon dioxide. Water is the source of life. Everything else is easy to say. Of course, the most important gain is the discovery of extraterrestrial life under the ice at the South Pole of Mars, which proves that the Earth and its people are definitely not the only ones in the universe. The universe is so vast, and there are so many stars and planets. There is a consensus among scientists on Earth about the existence of aliens and alien civilizations. It's time to leave. The next target is Ceres in the asteroid belt. Qinbin came to Li Fu's side lightly and stayed on Mars for more than a month. He conducted detailed research on Mars in all aspects and obtained a large amount of first-hand information about Mars. It will play a very important role in transforming Mars in the future and understanding the origin and development of the solar system. It's time to go. Let's go! Li Fu nodded and gave the order gently. At this time, his teacher Lu Yi was still working tirelessly to study the microorganisms on Mars. Lu Shering was very busy recently. He was recruited by the Space Affairs Bureau, and he was there every day. Participate in various meetings through virtual machines to discuss how to deal with aliens and alien civilizations in the future, as well as building space battleships. The Ocean spacecraft shoots out a long, blazing, dazzling tail flame. It continues to rotate around Mars at an increasingly faster speed. By fully utilizing the gravity of Mars, the spacecraft can save a lot of energy. After dozens of laps, the Ocean spacecraft left its orbit and flew toward the outer reaches of the solar system to continue its scientific investigation. This time, its destination was Ceres, located in the asteroid belt. The orbit of Mars is very close to the asteroid belt. The Oceania spacecraft flew from Mars to the asteroid belt in just over a month. Of course, the asteroid belt is very wide, and the spacecraft only entered the asteroid belt. Within the range, asteroids are slowly being discovered in the void. There is no doubt that scientists will not let go of the asteroids they encounter on the way. The Ocean spacecraft is currently the largest spacecraft and the most advanced spacecraft. Catching asteroids is not difficult for the Ocean spacecraft at all. As soon as the captured asteroid was transported back to the huge Ocean spacecraft, science, which had been impatient for a long time, immediately conducted various dissections and tests on the asteroid. The radioactive material in soil and rocks can tell scientists its age. The composition of soil and rocks can infer the cause and time of its formation. The structure of elemental materials and the materials formed can infer its life experience. This is an asteroid that is only 3.2 billion years old. It should have been part of a massive planet. Some kind of large impact smashed it out. It seems that astronomers have inferred that in the early days of the solar system, there really should be a massive planet in the asteroid belt, but it was later smashed into pieces for unknown reasons. Based on the captured asteroids, scientists inferred that there should have been massive planets in the asteroid belt before, but they were later smashed into pieces for unknown reasons and became the current asteroid rings. The power of science is so great that we can infer what happened billions of years ago just based on some things. The asteroids in the asteroid belt play a very important role in studying the formation and development of the solar system. This is also the reason for this scientific expedition. Reasons why the asteroid belt should be investigated. One is to evaluate the resources of the asteroid belt, and the other is to study the formation and development history of the solar system through the study of meteorites and asteroids in the asteroid belt. The asteroid that had been torn into pieces was sent into the furnace by scientists. This asteroid containing a large amount of metal is a precious metal resource. Satellites, detectors, etc. are scattered everywhere along the way, and the resources consumed are not a small amount. Just enough metal resources to supply, and a large amount of metal left to be stored. Continue to capture asteroids. It is best to discover some special asteroids. After returning to Earth, everyone will have gifts, the scientists shouted, flying all the way, catching different types of asteroids and meteorites, studying these asteroids and meteorites, constantly evaluating the resource distribution of the asteroid belt, and studying the history of the solar system. Compared with these asteroids in the asteroid belt, Earth and Mars make it easier for scientists to study the history and evolution of the solar system. Chapter 210. Scientific Exploration Spirit. Here in the asteroid belt of the solar system, the ocean, spacecraft is constantly advancing in the void. But compared with the vast universe, it seems to be standing still, even though its speed has exceeded 30 kilometers per hour at this time. The speed of a second still seems very, very slow in the vast universe. The originally boring interstellar journey was now within the scope of the asteroid belt, allowing scientists to study the asteroids around them. So it became very busy. Based on the data we have obtained so far and conducting reverse deduction, more than 3 billion years ago, there was definitely a planet in the asteroid belt with a mass that reached the planetary level. At least this mass would not be much lower than Mars. However, as time goes by, as the mass of Jupiter continues to increase, its mass slowly becomes second only to Mars in the solar system. Its powerful gravity, coupled with the huge gravity of Mars, at a certain moment, when the three planets are in line, they are pulled by a huge gravitational pull. Boom! The planet fell apart and became the asteroid belt it is now. Countless fragments continue to spread in the void, relying on inertia to form an orbit-like asteroid belt. Astronomers Tang Boyuan and Dong Shifei, who came aboard the Ocean spacecraft, were using supercomputers to simulate the development history of the solar system. The oldest thing in the solar system is naturally the Sun, which has a long history of more than 5 billion years. As a yellow dwarf star, the lifespan of the Sun will be as long as 10 billion years. So the Sun has just reached middle age at this time. The lifespan of the Earth is about 4.6 billion years, and its history is also very long. Of course, the Earth has been a dead planet throughout its long history. It was only about 635 million years ago that the earliest organisms with complex structures began to appear on the Earth. As for microorganisms, the existence history of the group will be longer. The history of human beings appearing on the Earth is even shorter. Early humans slowly appeared about 50 million years ago. According to the research of scientists, many kinds of people appeared at the same time at a certain period in the history of human evolution. This kind of difference between races is not the difference between yellow people, black people, and white people. Nowadays, these three types of people are usually said to be able to reproduce with each other. In fact, they can only be regarded as one kind of human race. In the development process of the Earth's history, several human races have appeared, and they cannot reproduce with each other at all. Is like the difference between a tiger and a lion. Of course, in the end, our ancestors, Homo sapiens, gained the right to rule, and all other human races gradually disappeared. As for how they disappeared, I think everyone should know that natural selection and survival of the fittest. Therefore, scientists are very enthusiastic about studying the history of the Earth and the solar system. Because only by knowing history, that is, knowing yesterday, can we cherish the present and survive better in the future. Dong Jifei, who is responsible for monitoring the surrounding planets and celestial bodies, knew when he heard this sound that the detector must have discovered another large celestial body. And he quickly looked over. This is Ceres! Dong Jifei compared the discovered large planet with all known planets and immediately knew that this asteroid was Ceres. Ceres is the smallest dwarf planet in the solar system and the only dwarf planet located in the asteroid belt. Discovered by Italian astronomer Piazzi and announced on January 1, 1801, in 2006, the International Astronomical Union redefined Ceres as a dwarf planet. Ceres was once considered the largest known asteroid in the solar system. To put it simply,
The identity of Ceres has always been controversial internationally. Just like Pluto, it was initially positioned as having the same status as the 8 planets. Later, with the understanding of the universe, it was downgraded to a dwarf planet. Ceres was initially considered the largest asteroid, but later with in-depth research on it, astronomers upgraded it and classified it into the dwarf planet sequence, which is the same level as Pluto.
Discover Ceres. Discover Ceres.
The dull spaceship was detonated by this news. Ceres is one of the main targets of this scientific expedition, as the largest asteroid that has been discovered in the asteroid belt. Ceres is even positioned as a dwarf planet by the latest astronomical international community because it is basically round and has a stable orbit around the Sun orbit. But it has not cleared other asteroids in its orbit. The most important thing is that Ceres is not only the largest body in the asteroid belt, but more importantly, based on previous observations, it is inferred that there should be a large amount of water resources on Ceres. Another important purpose is to find out what the mysterious white bright spot on Ceres is.
Ceres' current speed is 16 kilometers per second, and its orbit radius is 412 million kilometers. It is in a state of falling back, and its speed is increasing slightly, currently 4239 kilometers away from Ceres. Finally, Ceres was discovered. I thought it was hidden in that nook and cranny.
After receiving the news, Li Fu hurried over. Ceres is one of the important targets of this scientific expedition, but the asteroid belt has been visited for more than 10 years. Days passed, but no trace of it was found. It was really a master of hide and seek.
Don't talk about Ceres. It was first deduced by scientists using formulas, and then scientists discovered it by focusing on observations in the asteroid belt.
Speaking of the stories of these planets in the solar system, Tang Guiyuan, who studies astronomy, naturally knows it very well.
Oh, is there such a story? Tell it.
Li Fu became interested as soon as he heard it.
Yeah. It's boring anyway. Let's listen to it to relieve our boredom.
Others were also very interested. There really isn't much to do in space, especially when flying. Listening to stories is also a good idea. Way to relieve boredom. In 1766, when a German middle school teacher named Johann Titius was studying a set of numbers, he found that each item in the set was related to the 6 major planets known at the time, i.e. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. There is a certain relationship between the distance ratio between Jupiter and Saturn, and the Sun. The distance between the Earth and the Sun is set as 1 astronomical unit. Titius's friend, the astronomer Bode, was well aware of the importance of this discovery. So he announced Titius's discovery in 1772. This string of numbers has since attracted great attention from scientists. It is known as Titius. Bode's law is the average distance between the planets in the solar system and the Sun. At that time, people had not yet discovered Uranus and Neptune, and thought that Saturn was the farthest planet from the Sun. In 1781, the British German Herschel discovered Uranus at a position close to 19.6 astronomical units, the 8th item in the sequence. Since then, people have firmly believed in this rule. According to this rule, the 5th term in the sequence, the position 2.8, which is the asteroid belt where we are now, should also correspond to a planet, but it has not been discovered yet. As a result, many astronomers and astronomy enthusiasts embarked on a journey to find this new planet with great enthusiasm. On New Year's Eve in 1801, Italian priest Giuseppe Piazzi was still observing the stars attentively. Suddenly, he discovered a very small star through the telescope, exactly at the position of 2.8 according to Titus Bode's rule. The planet changes position over several days of observation. However, when Piazzi wanted to further observe the asteroid, he fell ill. When he recovered and tried to find the asteroid again, it was missing. Piazzi did not give up this opportunity. He thinks this may be the planet that people have never discovered. Astronomers have mixed views on Piazzi's discovery. Some people think Piazzi is right, others think it may be a comet. There are many theories about this planet, and the astronomical community is talking a lot. Months have passed, and the debate has not been resolved. However, this controversy attracted the attention of German mathematician Gauss. Gauss thought, since astronomers cannot find Ceres through observation, can they find it through mathematical methods? Many astronomers disagree with Gauss's suggestion. Even astronomers can't find Ceres. Could Gauss still be able to calculate it? Friends also advised him not to waste his time and talents on this hopeless problem. The young Gauss had his own opinion. He believed that astronomy was inseparable from mathematics. It is impossible to become an excellent astronomer without strong knowledge of mathematics. This is also the case in the history of astronomy.
Kepler relied on his mathematical talent to discover the three laws of planetary motion. Newton also relied on his profound mathematical knowledge to discover the law of universal gravitation. On the night of December 31st, 1801, the German astronomer Obers pointed his telescope at the sky at the time predicted by Gauss. As expected, Ceres miraculously appeared again. Gaussian's calculation method succeeded. The planet that Gauss found from the tip of his pen became the best New Year's gift to mankind after being hidden for a whole year. This gift shows people the great role of mathematics in scientific research. As Tang Buiyuan slowly told the story of how Ceres was discovered, the young scientists lowered their heads in thought. Compared with the perseverance of senior scientists, I think we are still too impetuous. Li Fu thought for a long time and expressed everyone's thoughts. This group of scientists from the Fuyun group have now achieved extremely brilliant achievements. But all of this is based on various auxiliary tools provided by Li Fu. Practicing Yuanli improves everyone's brain development, so that everyone can better understanding of the problems encountered in scientific inquiry. Providing advanced scientific research instruments and advanced theories and methods can save everyone from countless detours. But all this has also caused this group of young scientists of Fuyun group to be impetuous and lack the persistence of their predecessors. It is conceivable that if the people of Fuyun group were placed in the historical conditions of their predecessors, they would definitely not be able to study one thing for decades, or even a lifetime, like the previous scientists. Although taking shortcuts has contributed to the current glory of Fuyun group, it has also slowly caused everyone to lose the quality of persistence and perseverance that scientists should have. This will not be of any benefit to the future development of science and technology. Sometimes it is just a walk detours. Some hardships and setbacks are actually a good thing. Hearing Li Fu's emotion, the scientists of the Fuyun group far away on Earth also fell into deep contemplation. When they encounter problems and difficulties, they habitually rely on Li Fu instead of settling down and working wholeheartedly. Go study it. It seems that we have to make everyone suffer more in the future, Li Fu murmured in his heart when he found out. You must know that in the early scientific research, there were no computers. So many data, statistics, and analysis had to be calculated by hand. The scientific ancestors just used pens and paper to calculate again and again. And slowly various scientific truths have been explored. Thinking about the advanced mathematics we have learned, just looking at them makes people dizzy. Not to mention taking the trouble to continue to study and calculate. And there are many things that you have to explore by yourself. Not only the scientific truth, but also there are too many important discoveries in the history of mathematics development. These discoveries were all slowly explored by the predecessors of mathematics. Mathematics is the most important subject in science today, and the foundation of modern science. Almost all sciences are inseparable from the application of mathematical knowledge. Of course, now with the assistance of computers, scientists no longer need to hold a pen in hand and face the paper to perform complex calculations over and over again when calculating complex data. The supercomputing power of supercomputers allows scientists to calculation results can be calculated in a very short time. However, it is also easy for scientists to gradually lose the persistence of their predecessors in the exploration of scientific truth. In scientific exploration, many things actually need to be explored over and over again and tirelessly before they can discover scientific facts on the surface of complex matters. Truth. Li Fu looked at the dark starry sky outside the window and kept thinking in his mind. With the seeds of super civilization, Li Fu was destined to lead China and mankind to quickly leave the Earth and move towards the interstellar universe. But whether it is really useful to encourage the seedlings, and whether it will allow we are slowly losing the spirit of scientific exploration that has been passed down for a long time. But if we don't lead the development of science and technology, based on the speed of technological development on Earth, it may take a long time to get out of the Earth. And we don't know how long it will take to get out of the solar system. The vast universe is too vast, and there are so many powerful civilizations. It is still a great blessing that the people on Earth can develop peacefully and steadily for so many years. Of course, it may also be because the Earth's location is too remote. But no matter what, it is best to control your own destiny in your own hands. There are so many things worth thinking about, especially for Li Fu to think about and ponder deeply. Chapter 211. Ceres. Since the discovery of the hide-and-seek series, the astronomers on the ocean have been staring closely at it. At the same time, the huge scientific research spacecraft is also flying quickly to Ceres. The distance now seems to be very far, but at the speed of the spaceship, it doesn't take long. However,
Scientists are restless. They have begun to conduct various observations and measurements on Ceres using various scientific instruments. As the distance from Ceres gets closer and closer, the ocean can already take relatively clear pictures. As scientists study the newly captured photos. In the huge hall of the Ocean Scientific Research Center, Li Fu, Chen Bin, Lu Shuring, Lu Yi, Tang Guiyuan, Dong Zhifei, and other hundreds of scientists are gathered in the middle, where a huge virtual 3D stereoscopic image is slowly. The image is a very common planet image in the universe.
Ceres is too small compared to the Earth. Its surface gravity acceleration is only 0.27, which is completely different from our Earth's 9.8. The escape velocity of Ceres is only 510 meters per second, which means that if you shoot a bullet into the sky with a rifle on Ceres, the bullet can escape gravity and become a satellite of Ceres.
Tang Guiyuan used easy-to-understand words to analyze Ceres data for everyone present. There are many types of scientists here, and not many really understand astronomy. So it is best to explain astronomical knowledge in a simple way, so that everyone can better understand it. Understand?
Ceres has a diameter of 950 kilometers. If it is included in the asteroids, it is undoubtedly a giant. But if it is included in the planet sequence, it is a dwarf. So it has won the title of dwarf planet. The mass of Ceres is 950 billion tons, and the mass of the Moon is 734.9 billion tons. The mass of Ceres is only 1/773 of the Moon. But according to the data we have now, 40% of the mass on Ceres should be water, which is that means Ceres contains 380 million tons of water. What is the concept of 380 billion tons of water? Let's simply convert the weight of water into volume. 1 cubic meter of water is 1 ton. The water on Ceres is 380 billion cubic meters, which is equal to 38 million cubic kilometers, which is equal to 3,810,000 cubic kilometers. And we all know that the water content of the Earth is 1.386 billion cubic kilometers, of which freshwater resources are 35 million cubic kilometers. Therefore, the water content of the planet Ceres is greater than the total freshwater resources of the Earth. More. Very good.
When hearing this, the scientists present and those far away on Earth couldn't help but admire that the water content of Ceres is actually more than the freshwater resources of the Earth. This is of great significance to the future development of human beings in space. Meaning, everything else is easy to say if there is water.
Aren't we always worried that Mars doesn't have enough water resources? If we can transport the water resources from Ceres to Mars, the water resources needed to transform Mars will be enough.
The other scientists nodded after hearing this. The transformation of Mars, which originally seemed impossible to complete, has now basically begun to take shape. It seems that China's official decision to transform Mars for immigration is not nonsense, and it is still feasible.
After everyone understands the basic information about Ceres, I will show you something that will make people more interested.
Dong Zhifei smiled mysteriously, and then the virtual machine on his wrist issued an order. There were some white highlights on the slowly rotating image of Ceres.
Please see, everyone. In the northern hemisphere of Ceres, we photographed a white bright spot in a crater. Through observation with a large space telescope, we found that it is actually composed of many small bright spots. I wonder what you think.
Everyone was attracted by the topic of winning 100 years. On a planet, there are white bright spots composed of countless small dots. Everyone immediately became energetic. After seeing too many gray asteroids and meteorites, they wanted to change their colors.
I think these dazzling bright spots are caused by strong reflective materials reflecting sunlight. These materials may be ice. As you said before, 40% of the mass of Ceres is water.
Plus Ceres is a naked star without an atmosphere, and a dead star with no internal activity. I think there is a high probability that it is ice.
Chen Bin thought for a while and put forward his opinion. His opinion was supported by many scientists and was very convincing and scientifically based.
I believe there are aliens. What about you?
Some people who usually like to joke actually thought of it at this time.
At least there are no aliens in the solar system. I'm sure of this. Our telescopes are already very powerful. If there are aliens, there will always be some high technology that we can discover.
Tang Guiyuan shook his head and expressed his helplessness for people with such leaping thinking. After discussing the white bright spots, he suddenly jumped to aliens. But it must be said that science sometimes needs this kind of leaping thinking.
I also think it's ice. It's possible that the water produced by the comet after the impact formed ice at the bottom of the crater. The reflectivity of the ice is enough to make us look like white bright spots in space. And take a look at these white bright spots. It is located in a crater, which supports what I just said, that the water produced by the comet impact then freezes into ice at low temperatures. I don't agree that it's ice. You can see that the surface of Ceres is generally dark in color. But we have all determined that there is a large amount of water on Ceres, which means that there may be ice directly underneath these dark surfaces. The dark color on the surface should have been covered by cosmic dust over a long history, since other places have been covered. Why is it not here alone? So I think it is not ice, but the crystal of some kind of mineral. For example, the reflectivity of quartz is also very high. Some scientists shook their heads and objected to the idea that it was ice, believing that it was a mineral with a crystal structure. Huh? Could it be that there are a lot of super big diamonds? Uh-huh. It seems that the gifts we got back home are found. I pray it's diamonds. What's the use of ice? Why is Ceres so big and has so many craters? But there is more than one reflective material in that crater? But there is none in other craters. Various phenomena indicate that this is not a coincidence. Maybe it is something special. I think whether it's the diamonds that everyone is looking forward to, or aliens, or the most likely ice. We will know about it soon. Li Fu looked at the virtual image of Ceres, his eyes shining with light, because the reflectivity of this white area is so high that even with a large astronomical telescope, it is impossible to see clearly what this area is from a long distance. In fact, Li Fu is more inclined to think that it is something left by aliens, something similar to solar panels. If it is ice or other reflective minerals, etc., it should basically be considered by the universe in the long history of Ceres. It should be covered with dust material. Only this kind of technological things can be maintained if they are regularly maintained. Natural things, especially for naked stars like Ceres, will basically slowly be covered with a layer of surface over the long history. A thick layer of cosmic dust material. As for the discovery of things left by aliens, Li Fu knew about it from the seeds of super civilization. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the universe. There are too many similar things in the universe. Some low-level civilizations were lucky enough to discover dilapidated space battleships, spaceships, etc. left behind by high-level civilizations. And their civilization's technology developed rapidly, and they soon became the overlord of one party. There are many such things. Just like Li Fu himself, he actually got lucky and obtained the property of an alien civilization. In just a few years, people on Earth have gradually left their home planet and begun to develop towards the stars and the universe. Of course, there are also some examples where primitive people discovered visitors from outer space, but they could not understand them, so they could only worship these aliens as gods. According to legend, the Mayans and ancient Egyptians were influenced by aliens, guidance, and the construction of some pyramids that are still unsolvable by science. It is said that they were used to send messages to their home planet asking for help. In any case, there are still many civilizations that have such adventures in the universe. Although the level of science and technology is very different for every civilization level difference. It is probably like primitive people looking at spaceships and not knowing how to study them. But once a civilization embarks on the road of science and technology, it can always slowly learn more advanced science and technology from it. The ocean spacecraft is rapidly approaching Ceres, and everything on Ceres is becoming clearer and clearer. Various unmanned detectors, satellites, etc. have been scattered out for free. Oh my god! This is impossible! Dong Zhifei and Tang Buiyuan were studying the latest information collected about Ceres at this time. The spacecraft had a very large astronomical telescope with a resolution that was more than one level better than Hubble. It was very close to Ceres at this time, so everything on Ceres can already be seen clearly. Dong Zhifei's mouth opened wide and his eyes widened, because just now, when he observed the mysterious white bright spot on Ceres again, he discovered a very terrifying fact. What's the matter? Making such a fuss? Tang Buiyuan on the side didn't know why, and was startled by Dong Zhifei's sudden move. Buiyuan, look here. It's really scary. Dong Zhifei immediately played back the mysterious white area on Ceres. As the image analyzer filtered out the dazzling white light, a brand new world appeared in their field of vision. Holy shit! This and this. When Tang Buiyuan took a closer look, he was immediately dumbfounded and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Don't make this matter public. I will report to Brother Fu immediately. Tang Buiyuan's brain started thinking rapidly, and then he said to Dong Zhifei, and he floated to other areas of the spacecraft, preparing to find Li Fu to report the situation. This matter was really too important. I know. Dong Zhifei nodded solemnly. After staying at the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute for a long time, both of them knew that the company's confidentiality regulations in science and technology are very strict. All confidential things must not be leaked. So here together, the two of them immediately thought of blocking the information and keeping it secret. In the gym of the ocean, Li Fu was sweating profusely. Although as a Yuanli practitioner, Li Fu did not actually need to go to the gym every year to maintain the calcium in his bones. However, everyone was working out. And if you go without exercising, it will still easily arouse suspicion from others, especially from official Chinese scientists. So every day, even though the scientists of the Fuyun Group have begun to practice the Yuanli method, they basically spend 3 to 4 hours every day exercising.
Brother Fu, please come with me. I have something important to report to you.
Tang Buiyuan came to Li Fu's side lightly. In order to keep it secret, he sent a message to Li Fu in the virtual world. On the surface, he pretended to come to talk to Li Fu.
Well, let's go and see together.
Soon, Li Fu knew the detailed information. He raised his eyebrows, nodded, ended his exercise, and walked lightly towards the Astronomical Research Center on the spacecraft with Tang Buiyuan. The Yuanyang Cosmic Astronomy Center is indispensable for navigating in the universe, and it must have sufficiently outstanding cosmic astronomers. Otherwise, in the vast universe, if you don't know how to identify the direction and look for the star path, you will definitely get lost in the vast universe. If you just look at the starry sky and the universe with the naked eye, it will be the same everywhere, and you will not be able to see anything at all. To navigate in the interstellar universe, you must have a star map and determine your position based on the position of the neutron star in the universe. You won't lose your direction. Of course, for now, navigation in the solar system is naturally not that complicated, but the help of astronomers is still indispensable. Because if you can make full use of the gravity of massive planets to gain greater speed and reduce your own energy consumption, which is also very important for navigation within the solar system. The Ocean spacecraft is a scientific expedition spacecraft. It carries a variety of advanced scientific research equipment. The Astronomical Research Center is also here, including ultra-large astronomical telescopes, supercomputers, gravitational mirror lenses, and instruments that study distance changes, red and blue shift equipment, etc., are the most advanced scientific research instruments.
Tell me the details.
As soon as Li Fu arrived, he immediately hurriedly spoke to Dong Zhifei, appearing anxious. Chapter 212. Alien Civilization Base. At the Ocean Spacecraft Astronomy Research Center, Li Fu carefully looked at the pictures, videos, etc. played by Dong Zhifei, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. In the image, the mystery of the mysterious white bright spot on Ceres has finally been revealed. It is neither made of ice nor luminous mineral crystals, but some man-made artifacts that can be seen at a glance as being artificial. These man-made objects are square and neatly arranged, a bit like they are used to absorb solar energy, and they are also a bit like some kind of terrible energy weapons. The position, layout, etc. are definitely not formed by nature. They are definitely created by man-made things. Manufactured.
There is actually an alien base in the solar system?
Li Fu could tell at a glance that this was an alien base. It's just that in everyone's impression, aliens are actually very far away from us and only exist in science fiction movies and novels. Now that an alien base has been discovered on Ceres, Li Fu couldn't help but be surprised, breaking out in a cold sweat. When was this alien base built? What is the function of this alien base? Why build this base? Is it a frontier used by aliens to invade the Earth? Or is it purely used by aliens to observe the Earth? What is the technological level of this alien? Will it invade the Earth? In short, Li Fu had too many questions in his mind. It was like a person who always thought that the place where he lived was safe and his privacy was kept confidential. But suddenly he discovered that there is a person next to me who sets up a telescope and peeks at everything about him every day. You can imagine how Li Fu, Tang Buiyuan, and Dong Zhifei felt at this time. Even a cold sweat is not enough to describe. If the news of this alien civilization base suddenly discovered reaches the Earth, it will be enough to cause immediate turmoil on the Earth. Get up and fall into boundless panic.
The news must be blocked.
This was the first thing that came to Li Fu's mind.
Other than the three of us, who else knows this news? No. We reported the situation to you immediately after seeing this without telling anyone.
Tang Buiyuan shook his head. He also knew the seriousness of the matter.
so he also took confidentiality measures. He even sent messages in the virtual world. This virtual world was created by Fuyun Group and was safe and reliable. Well, don't leak any news about this matter to the outside world for the time being. I will investigate it first, and then decide whether to make it public. Once the news leaks out, especially if the Earth side knows about it, I am afraid that the Earth side will know it. In panic, let's figure things out first and study the situation of this alien base. Li Fu nodded with satisfaction and gave the two people a hush order. But Li Fu also knew that as the ocean spacecraft got closer and closer to Ceres, other scientists on the spacecraft would discover this matter sooner or later. Moreover, this is the base of an alien civilization. The ocean spacecraft is constantly approaching Ceres. Will this alien base attack the ocean spacecraft? I don't know how big the risk is. So Li Fu must take measures as soon as possible. Li Fu does not want to let hundreds of outstanding scientists, engineers, and astronauts on the entire spacecraft die in this asteroid belt. Even if Li Fu survives under the protection of the seeds of civilization, he will not be able to explain to the world when he returns to Earth. So the first step is to ensure the safety of the ocean spacecraft. Li Fu left the Astronomical Research Center on the spacecraft and returned to his room. The void in the room rippled with water. As if a hole had been opened in the void, a small device appeared in the room. And soon everything was restored. Calm. Master, even though this energy shield is small, if it is used for defense, it is enough to withstand the strongest attack from the peak level 5 cosmic civilization. Enough to keep the spacecraft safe and sound. Thank you, Xiaoying. In his mind, Li Fu and Xiaoying were constantly communicating. The latest energy shield they took out was to ensure their own safety. With Xiaoying's control, the energy shield slowly dissipated like wind and sand and disappeared directly. This is the combination of nanotechnology and with the comprehensive application of energy technology. Energy shields have been dispersed throughout the spacecraft and have begun to work, providing invisible protection for the spacecraft. On the other side, in the void in Li Fu's room, waves of water rippled, and some very tiny equipment was taken out. These are also nano-level detectors, ready to be sent to Ceres in advance to detect this alien base. These detection equipment were like sand blown by the wind, gradually disappearing in the void. Their speed exceeded Li Fu's imagination. Clear pictures soon appeared in Li Fu's mind. These pictures were information sent back by these detection devices. In Li Fu's mind, the picture was constantly changing. First it was the white bright spot on Ceres, and then the bright spot was enlarging at an unimaginable speed. Li Fu knew that this was not taking pictures to enlarge, but because these were taken from the seeds of civilization. The outgoing detection equipment is getting closer and closer to the alien base on Ceres. The speed is so fast that it looks like it is zooming in quickly. Soon, the scene shifted to the outer space of Ceres. You can clearly see this alien base. The layout is somewhat similar to a circle. The huge building groups are arranged very carefully. They seem to be somewhat similar to the Matrix, used to form some kind of terrible attack or to transmit signals. 80% of the material elements are iron, and the remaining 20% are common elements such as copper, silicon, and aluminum. The construction time was about 50 years ago. Discovered a low-level intelligent program, successfully seized control, and began to decipher the text. Intelligent life was discovered, but all of them died. The cause of death was determined to be death from weakness. It was discovered that the spacecraft's power system is a plasma power system, but it has been damaged. The cause of the damage is determined to be caused by a meteorite impact. Having initially mastered the application of energy weapons, it is estimated that the civilization level is the primary level 2 civilization. In Li Fu's mind, the detection equipment quickly transmitted various information about the alien base. The entire base had been thoroughly detected inside and outside, and all the information was already known. Chapter 213. Origin. Rudimentary Level 2 Cosmic Civilization? This is impossible. Level 2 Cosmic Civilization is only a civilization within the star system. Not to mention, it is the primary Level 2 Cosmic Civilization. It does not have the ability to cross the void to other galaxies. If it is said to be the advanced stage of super cosmic civilization is still possible. You must know that the Centauri galaxy closest to the solar system is 4.3 light-years away. Such a long time, even at the speed of light, takes 4.3 years to reach it. The primary Level 2 Cosmic Civilization. A universe that relies solely on plasma power, even if the spacecraft is accelerated to its limit. It will take hundreds of years to arrive.
But the dates of these buildings, etc., all show that they were only 50 years old. That is, half a century ago. Calculated in this way, it is really confusing.
Li Fu's mind was suddenly filled with questions. Because Li Fu knew from the civilization seeds of the super-civilized Han technological empire that if he wanted to travel to other galaxies, this was generally something a level 3 cosmic civilization could do. Things that a few level 2 people at the peak of civilization can do. But they are all in the central region of the Milky Way. This kind of star system is very dense, and the distance between them is only a few hundred astronomical units. In a remote place like the solar system, located close to the inner side of the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way, the distance between star systems is often measured in light years. Such a long distance is not to mention the beginning of a level 2 cosmic civilization. It is a level 3. If a cosmic civilization wants to travel to other galaxies, it will often take dozens or hundreds of years. The other party is just the beginning of a level 2 cosmic civilization. And it is impossible to say that it is here in the solar system. There are too many things that are difficult to figure out. Master, don't worry. I have seized control of the alien base. Their origins and experiences have been recorded in detail. The deciphering of the language will be completed soon.
In his mind, Xiaoying comforted Li Fu, although Xiaoying couldn't figure out some of it. If it was only a level 2 cosmic civilization, there was nothing to worry about. Soon, Xiaoying had deciphered the text of this alien civilization and obtained relevant information from the low-level intelligence system of the alien base in the Canis Major Galaxy, which is 8.6 light-years away from the solar system. The star here is called Sirius on the Earth's side. In the dark night sky, Sirius's brightness is also very high, and it is easy to spot. There is a planet in the Canis Major Galaxy that is like the Earth. Over the long years, it has slowly developed a prosperous life system. It is almost the same as the Earth in the solar system. Over tens of millions of years, it has slowly evolved into an advanced life system. They call themselves the Lorn people, and their planet is called the Lorn planet. The development history of the Lorn people is almost the same as that of the Earth. But it is a little different, because the continents on the Lorn planet are all connected together. So they have known that the entire planet is a circle a long time ago. So in terms of technological enlightenment relatively early, and since ancient times, any ambitious overlord will try to unify the entire Lorn planet. In history, it divided and reunited, and was unified 3 times. In the last unification war, the Skarts on the planet Lorn unified the entire planet Lorn and established the huge Lorn Empire. In the time of this side of the Earth, if calculated, the time probably happened more than 200 years ago, around the 1800s. In the process of the Skats unifying the planet Lorn, the power of technology shone brightly. So the Lorn Empire attached great importance to technology. In just about 150 years, the planet Lorn left its home planet and became a level 2 cosmic civilization, active in the Canis Major Galaxy. This alien civilization base located on Ceres in the solar system was founded by a Lorn Empire nobleman named Skater Young. Skater Young was a very famous interstellar mining owner and explorer in the Lorn Empire. Very adventurous. Originally, the Lorn Empire was only at the beginning of level 2 cosmic civilization. The scope of their interstellar mining was only limited to the inner circle of the Canis Major Galaxy and had not developed into the Kuiper Belt area. This is a professional name, not a place name, but refers to the vast outermost area within a star system. But this Skut Young just likes to mine and explore in the Kuiper Belt area. About 60 years ago, Skut Young led his interstellar expedition team and interstellar mining team to the Kuiper Belt of the Canis Major Galaxy for exploration and mining asteroids. But for some unknown reason, his interstellar expedition team came towards the solar system without realizing it. And the speed was beyond imagination. It reached the solar system in just a few years at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. During this period, his fleet encountered a swarm of meteorites. Most of the spacecraft were destroyed by asteroids, meteorites, etc. in the process. Only a few successfully arrived in the solar system. But these few who came to the solar system, the spaceships were basically severely damaged. So in the end, Skater Young had no choice but to park here on Ceres in the solar system. On the one hand, it is because the asteroids here in the asteroid belt are very convenient for mining, and because Ceres contains a lot of water, and Lorn and the people on Earth also inseparable from water. Skater Young, who originally came to the solar system, soon discovered that the Earth is also a prosperous planet of life, and also discovered that the technological level of the people on Earth is already quite high. In the 50s of the last century,
The technological level of the Earth was already quite high. The atomic bomb has been developed. Skater Yong's spaceship is not a battleship, and it has been severely damaged, so there is no guarantee that it can defeat the Earth. Therefore, it is a very wise choice to establish a base here on Ceres. And on the one hand, it can find ways to repair its own universe. The spacecraft, in addition, is to send a distress signal to the Canis Major galaxy. Of course, the most important thing is to study clearly why it suddenly came to the solar system in just a few years. Because once this is figured out, Skater Yong can make great contributions to the Lorne Empire. A living planet has been discovered here in the solar system. In terms of the scientific and technological strength of the Lorne Empire, it only takes a few years. Being able to come to the solar system, Lorne Earth can completely defeat the people on Earth, completely occupy the entire Earth, and inform the life planets in another galaxy. And by being able to study the key clearly, the Lorne Empire can start interstellar colonization in the future. And slowly the scars can spread across the starry sky. Among the records left by Skater Yong, Skater Yong will be very excited every time he thinks about this. If he can study it clearly, Skater Yong will most likely be crowned the king. This is not just a kind of, it is a supreme honor. And more importantly, it can also bring tangible benefits. Of course, Skater Yong also wants to return to the Canis Major galaxy. He is a nobleman. He has huge wealth and a group of wives and concubines on the Lorne star. His life is very comfortable. He does not want to stay in the desolate place of Ceres in the solar system, on the planet, in order to study the way back and find the reason for coming. Skater Yong led the remaining people to start working hard and built a huge base here on Ceres. On the one hand, he used this base to monitor the development of the Earth, and more importantly, send a signal to the Canis Major galaxy. The other is to send newly built spacecraft to the outer reaches of the solar system to find a way to return home. As time goes by, the lifespan of the Lorne people is actually similar to that of the people on Earth. Originally, the average lifespan was as high as over 80 years old. However, due to the long interstellar journey and the chaotic planet like Ceres, there is no life. Everything must be maintained by technology. Of course, the most important thing, in Li Fu's opinion, is that they have been away from the living planet for a long time and have not been nourished by their vitality. Therefore, in less than 5 years, Skate Yong and his Luo people in the Empire died slowly. Some died of diseases, and some had no disease at all and simply weakened and died quickly, or even grew old overnight. They were originally a group of young adults, but in the blink of an eye, they all slowly died on Ceres in the solar system, leaving this huge base still operating slowly according to the procedures set in the past. Of course, in the last few years of their lives, Skater Yong finally discovered why they came to the solar system, and also knew how to quickly return to the Lorne star in the Canis Major galaxy. But everything was too late. So Skater Yong Carter Yong recorded all his experiences and the research reports of his subordinates, etc., and sent them to the Canis Major galaxy in an unmanned spacecraft, hoping that someone from the Lorne Empire would come over in the future. On the one hand, he can come here to collect their remains and allow them to return to their home planet after death. On the other hand, the most important thing is that Skate Yong can use this to go down in history. After all, he has already collected a lot of information about the Earth. The exploration was clear and laid the foundation for the future invasion of the solar system by the Lorne Empire. Call! Seeing this, Li Fu took a long breath and finally figured out the cause of the incident and why an alien civilization base could be found on Ceres. I didn't expect that they would come to the solar system like this. The ocean currents of time and space are completely different from those described in the civilization seeds of the super-civilized Han Technological Empire. As described in Seeds of Civilization, the space-time ocean currents in the universe where the super-civilized Han Technological Empire is located are lurking under the void, and there is no way to move forward at a speed far exceeding the speed of light when entering the space-time ocean currents. In just a few years, it covered a distance of 8.6 light-years from the Canis Major galaxy to the solar system in a short period of time. But according to Skater Yong's research, there is a space-time ocean current similar to a river between galaxies to communicate with each other. In this space-time ocean current, the speed can exceed the speed of light, and everything is very fast. A spaceship can travel from this galaxy to another very quickly. Skater Yong must have inadvertently entered the space-time ocean current between the Canis Major galaxy and the solar system. Therefore, without any preparation, Skater Yong's expedition team just used in just a few years, it has crossed a distance of 8.6 light-years
and arrived here in the solar system. About this, Skater Young has already conducted verification. He has repeatedly launched unmanned detection spacecraft into the space-time ocean currents in the direction of the Canis Major galaxy. These spacecraft have quickly lost contact. It is obvious that they are each other. The distance between them grows far beyond the speed of electromagnetic wave propagation, which means it is faster than the speed of light. Currents of time and space.
Li Fu couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that there was such a huge difference between the universe where he was and the universe where the super-civilized Han technology empire was. The time current in his universe was not hidden under the void, but directly connected to the star system. If you travel from one star system to another through the starry ocean currents between each other, according to Skate Yong's records, the speed will be very fast, exceeding the speed of light by several times. This is like the difference between walking on land and walking in water by boat. No matter how you walk on land, walking is very slow, and there are obstacles such as high mountains, abyss, etc. But if you walk by water, if you go down the river, the speed will be very fast. This is what Qianli Jianling said in one day. Star systems are connected by space-time ocean currents. Through this space-time ocean current, you can reach another star system very quickly, just like taking a boat along the river. It is much faster than walking or riding a horse on the ground. Skater Young was exploring the Kuiper Belt in the Canis Major galaxy and accidentally came across the space-time ocean current connecting the Canis Major galaxy and the solar system. So he stumbled all the way there without knowing the situation. Solar system.
I didn't expect it to be like this. The universe is really different from the universe. There is such a huge difference in time and space. No wonder I can't find the Han technology empire. It seems that I should have come to another alien world. The universe. Let me tell you. With the level of civilization of the Han dynasty's technological empire, how could it all disappear at once?
The small shadow in the mind is also sighing. It has finally figured out the key. Why has it been searching for a very long time in this universe? But there is no shadow of the super-civilized Han technology empire, because these are basically two universes. Although there are many similarities between them, there are also huge differences in many aspects. From the ocean currents of time and space, Xiaoying is finally very sure. Chapter 214. Sense of urgency.
I don't know if all the spaceships sent back by this Skat Young are destroyed in the ocean currents of time and space. The best case is that they are all destroyed in the ocean currents of space and time. In this case, many secrets such as the ocean currents of space and time, the solar system, and the Earth can still be preserved. Keep it going. If you want to rely only on radio waves to propagate 8.6 light-years away, you don't have to worry about this backward communication technology. Such a long distance is enough to basically weaken these radio waves containing information. But if those spacecraft sent back successfully pass through the ocean currents of time and space and return to the Canis Major galaxy, they would have developed to the primary level of Level 2 cosmic civilization 50 years ago. The technological level of the Lorne Empire might have already reached that level now. It has reached the intermediate or even advanced stage of Level 2 cosmic civilization.
These returning spaceships will definitely be discovered. And since Skater Young is quite famous and well known in the Lorne Empire, his disappearance will definitely attract attention and may be investigated. Now maybe the Lorne Empire has already discovered the secret of space-time ocean currents and are preparing to invade the solar system. This possibility cannot be ruled out. We must prepare for the worst in everything. Otherwise, if the Lorne Empire really comes to this side of the solar system, the Earth will be very passive based on the current technological level of the Earth. The Earth is also now at best. It can only be regarded as the beginning of a Level 2 cosmic civilization. It has just left its home planet and is a full 50 years behind the Lorne Empire.
In Li Fu's mind, Li Fu was constantly thinking. From Skater Young's records, Li Fujian had sent a rescue spacecraft to the Canis Major galaxy, and Li Fu came to the solar system from Skater Young. We also know from experience that there are many dangers in the ocean currents of time and space. Skater and Young's expedition team suffered heavy losses. Can these unmanned spacecraft successfully return to the Canis Major galaxy and then be destroyed by Lorne? What the Empire discovered was that this was a key issue. Of course, from an inference point of view, if Skat Young's spaceship for help has really returned to the Canis Major galaxy, it should have gone back long ago. Maybe the Lorne Empire in the Canis Major galaxy already knows about this side of the solar system. The existence of the Earth is just preparing to invade the Earth. Of course, it is also possible that the Lorne Empire does not know that Skater Young came to the solar system, and does not know the existence of space-time ocean currents. This is naturally the best situation for the Earth. However, the possibility of this situation is very small. After all, it has been more than 50 years since the Lorne Empire entered the Level 2 cosmic civilization. Logically speaking, the Canis Major Galaxy should have been detected. They have already developed towards the Kuiper belt of the Canis Major Galaxy. He should be investigating the mysterious disappearance of the Scat-Young expedition. And discovering the currents of time and space should be a very easy thing.
Call!
Li Fu let out a heavy breath. Although there are many technological weapons in the seeds of civilization that can allow the Earth side to easily defeat the Lorne Empire, Li Fu does not intend to use them. He is ready to let the Earth side face them directly. Li Fu knew that only powerful enemies of similar strength, could truly sharpen a civilization. As the saying goes, the edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. From the seeds of civilization in the super-civilized Han Dynasty's technological empire, Li Fu understood the history of countless powerful cosmic civilizations. Almost every powerful civilization went through countless hardships in the early stages of the civilization, defeating powerful enemies or natural disasters, etc., and finally slowly formed excellent nations and civilizations, brilliant in the universe. Putting it into the universe, it may seem very empty and unconvincing. This can also be clearly seen from the development history of countries and nations on Earth. These powerful countries on the Earth now constitute the main ethnic groups of these powerful countries. Almost every nation has experienced hardships. The descendants of Yin and Huang in China have never stopped natural and man-made disasters since ancient times. The descendants of Yin and Huang have continued to grow amidst countless sufferings, fall down time and time again, but also rise up again and again. The Slavic nation, which is dominated by polar bears, has been the same in history. It has been invaded by surrounding nations and countries. However, the Slavic people are like a gem. The more they are polished, the brighter they become. Eventually, they started from a very small principality and slowly rose to become the world's largest nation. The country with the largest land area in the world was even once one of the two most powerful countries in the world. Jews, chickens, Anglo-Saxons, etc. Every outstanding nation on Earth has gone through hardships without exception. Countless hardships have shaped each outstanding nation. Without exception, the countries dominated by these nations have become powerful nations on Earth. Looking back at the land of Africa, the natural conditions of Africa are actually very superior. The climate is warm, and the sunshine is sufficient. It is simply a chosen place. Whether it is the land of China, where the Chinese nation is located, or Western Europe, Eastern Europe, etc., these areas are actually far different from Africa. Africa's prosperity of species, warm climate, fertile land, and many other favorable conditions make living in Africa. Black people on the Earth have lived a very privileged life since ancient times. They have no worries about food and clothing, and don't need to work at all. When they are hungry, they can get endless food from the forest on the roadside. They don't even need fire. And all kinds of fruits, dried fruits, etc. can be placed there. A full banquet was enough for them to live a carefree life. However, it is precisely this kind of excellent geographical conditions and very comfortable living environment that has kept the civilization process on the African land at a standstill. Even now, there are still very primitive tribes who live a life of hunting and gathering wild fruits. There is no sense of worry, because there is no pain and worry about disasters in their genes. And there is no thinking about the future. All this is due to the superior geographical conditions. Over the long years, they have gradually grown up. This has become a habit for anyone. If life is not worrying, then there is no motivation to study nature, study how to use tools, study how to improve one's productivity, etc. Therefore, in modern times, Africa's development has always been the slowest in the world, and it is also the most backward region in the world. On the other hand, other regions in the world have developed very rapidly. East Asia has been able to rise rapidly from being backward and beaten. It can be said that it's definitely not accidental, but inevitable. Because here in East Asia, whether it is a chicken, a Chinese, or a stick, etc., each of these nations has gone through hardships in history, and has its own profound history and cultural heritage. Its rise is inevitable.
Maybe it's a good thing.
Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Li Fu's face. The Lorne Empire is now more advanced in technology than the Earth. But it will never be too advanced. It happens to be the grindstone on the Earth. Allowing the Earth to begin understands the cruelty of the universe. After thinking about all this, Li Fu walked out of his room and asked Xiaoying to take back all the detection equipment and prepare to announce the findings on Ceres to everyone aboard the Ocean. Li Fu came to the command center of the Ocean spacecraft lightly. At this time, the spacecraft was very close to Ceres, only less than 1,000 kilometers away. Based on the speed of the spacecraft, it could be reached very quickly. Here at the command center, scientists from Fuyun Group and the Chinese government are extremely busy. They are studying nearby asteroids, and they are also looking forward to Ceres, especially Li Fu's teacher Lui. Ceres contains a lot of water. Maybe extraterrestrial life can be found on Ceres, which is very important for further proving that life widely exists in the universe.
Li Fu, why hasn't the information about Ceres been updated?
Lui saw Li Fu floating over and asked anxiously. Because Li Fu had ordered Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei to temporarily block information about Ceres. This information has not been updated. It stands to reason that the closer it is to Ceres, the more information there will be, to be constantly updated.
Everyone will pause what they are doing for a moment. The detection equipment on our spacecraft just made a very important discovery on Ceres. This is definitely the most important and shocking discovery of this century.
Li Fu smiled slightly, nodded to his teacher Lui, and then said loudly to everyone around him. At the same time, through the communication system, everyone on the entire spacecraft heard what Li Fu just said. On the spaceship, except for the people who were sleeping, everyone couldn't help but look at Ceres. Everyone was guessing what kind of important discovery there was. But Li Fu, who had always been very calm, used such words to express.
What exactly did you find?
Lu Shering, Shen Bin, Lui, Li Quanjian and others all asked hurriedly.
I send the information to everyone's virtual machine, and everyone will know it after reading it.
Li Fu sent the information about the alien base on Ceres to everyone on the spacecraft. As soon as the others heard it, they immediately closed their eyes one by one, connected to the virtual machine, and began to check the information sent by Li Fu.
Alien civilization base? Oh my god! There is an alien civilization base on Ceres. There is actually an alien civilization base in our solar system. Is this a frontline base for aliens to invade the Earth?
Almost the same as Li Fu's performance at the beginning. Everyone's eyes widened, looking unimaginable. But everything displayed in the message told them that this was true, and there was an alien on Ceres. Civilized base.
Li Fu, this matter must be reported to Earth immediately.
Lu Shering said almost categorically that he realized the seriousness of this matter. There is actually a base of alien civilization in the solar system. What is the attitude of this alien civilization towards the Earth? Human instinct is more inclined to think about the worst aspects of things, because only in this way can he protect himself.
I am about to discuss this matter with the teacher. Should we study and detect this alien base first? Or should we report the matter to the Earth side first and wait for the reply from the Earth side?
Li Fu nodded and replied to Lu Shering that Lu Shering was the official representative of China. Since Li Fu decided to announce the matter, he naturally had to communicate with Lu Shering and Lui.
I will report it to my superiors immediately.
Lu Shering nodded, and then reported to his superiors through the virtual world in his mind. On Earth, the capital of the Chinese Empire, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Most of the people in the entire Chinese land had fallen into a deep sleep. Tang Yunshan was woken up urgently.
What happened?
Tang Yunshan was not angry at all, because he knew that if it was not a particularly urgent matter, his men would never wake up at the slightest moment in the middle of the night. Something very important must have happened.
The Ocean Scientific Research Spacecraft made a major discovery here in the asteroid belt series. They discovered the base of an alien civilization.
The secretary explained the matter very simply and led Tang Yunshan to the conference room.
What? Alien civilization base?
Tang Yunshan was thinking about major events in his mind, but he never expected that an alien civilization base was discovered on Ceres. He couldn't help but stop, with a look of disbelief on his face.
Well, it is the base of an alien civilization. Scientists from the Academy of Sciences have studied the information sent back. They can be very sure that it is the base of an alien civilization. The Oceanic is currently requesting instructions.
The secretary nodded solemnly.
Let's go to the conference room. Has everyone else been informed?
Tang Yunshan's face suddenly became extremely solemn. He thought of countless possibilities in his mind. No matter which possibility it was, it would be very bad news for the Earth and China. The people on Earth have not done anything yet. We are not ready to deal with alien civilizations. At least not yet. Although Lu Yi's discovery on Mars has almost certainly said that life exists widely in the universe an alien civilization must exist. Tang Yunshan did not expect that he would soon discover the existence of alien civilization, and that the other party was in the solar system. A base was established on Ceres in the asteroid belt. No matter what this base is used for, it is definitely not a good thing for the people on Earth. It is definitely not a good thing for China, which is currently in a stage of rapid development and marching towards the entire solar system.
Everyone has been notified. It is estimated that they are all here by now.
The secretary nodded. Of course he knew who the other people Tang Yunshan was talking about.
Well, that's good. Contact Li Fu. I hope to get the most detailed information.
Tang Yunshan's eyes darkened, and he felt that his shoulders suddenly became heavier. At this time, the first thing he thought of was Li Fu, this legendary scientist. Chapter 215. Researching Extraterrestrial Civilization Bases. The news about the discovery of an alien civilization base on Ceres was quickly blocked, and everyone who knew about it was given a hush order. At this time, because the distance between the Earth and Ceres was too far, the Chinese official side it was also necessary to let Li Fu lie on the ocean, lead the research on this alien civilization base. An alien civilization base can come to the solar system from other galaxies. Its technology will definitely be stronger than those on the Earth. If we can break through this alien civilization base and obtain the technology in it, this will also have an unparalleled impact on the development of China's science and technology. Huge role. Logically speaking, this kind of thing has nothing to do with Li Fu. But there is no way. Who said that the spacecraft closest to Ceres is the ocean spacecraft? If another team is sent from the Earth, it will take a long time. It would take at least a year. So in Tang Yunshan's words, we had to let Li Fu do the research. Of course, the research results need to be shared with the Chinese official side. However, Tang Yunshan also knows that there are great risks involved. What is the attack system of this alien civilization base? Are there still living aliens? Will they launch an attack on the ocean spacecraft? These are still unknown. So letting Li Fu take the lead is not a waste of money.
Old Tang's calculations are really ringing. But I have already known that this alien civilization base poses no threat to the ocean. After exploring this base, I can almost come up with anti-gravity technology in the future.
Li Fu ended the call with Tang Yunshan, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head.
Send probes and unmanned spacecraft to Ceres to test their attack systems.
After receiving the authorization, Li Fu also began to pretend to lead the scientists, engineers, astronauts, etc. on the ocean to get busy. At this time, it was very close to Ceres, and the alien civilization base on Ceres could already be seen very clearly. Lu Yi, Lu Shiring and others all seemed very nervous at this time, because they didn't know whether this alien civilization base would attack the approaching spacecraft. Once the attack came, everyone would die without a burial place. On the ocean, spacecraft, detection satellites, detection equipment, unmanned spacecraft, etc. were released for free, heading straight for the alien civilization base on Ceres. In the outer space of Ceres, various detectors soon arrived here. The base built by Skate Young naturally monitored everything outside Ceres, knowing that a spacecraft was coming. It was just the base. Now there is no one to control it. All the Lorne people who came to the solar system are dead, so they can only instinctively operate according to the set procedures.
Brother Fu, we have received the signal from the alien base and are deciphering the signal.
The ocean spacecraft was constantly slowing down, and the command center was extremely busy. Soon, the previously launched detector received a signal from the alien civilization base.
Do we have language and communications experts on board?
Since Li Fu wanted to pretend, he must be showing off. So when he heard it, he immediately spoke in a hurry.
No, we didn't expect to encounter such a thing at all. So there are no language experts at all. But there are a few communication scientists. I think the work of deciphering their words and languages will be transferred back to Earth.
Qinbin shook his head. There were indeed no language scientists on the spacecraft. If they were just communication scientists, they would not be able to decipher the text and language of this alien civilization base. On the Earth side, after receiving the request from the ocean, the Chinese official side naturally attached great importance to it and quickly organized a large team of experts to decipher the words and languages of the alien civilization base to facilitate the investigation. Get an in-depth understanding of this alien civilization.
We will not approach Ceres for the time being. The spacecraft will continue to slow down and stop until the text is deciphered.
Li Fu gave the order after thinking for a while. The purpose of doing this was naturally out of caution. although the energy consumed by stopping the spacecraft directly would be very terrifying. It is very likely that after exploring the alien base on Ceres, the ocean, universe, the spacecraft would have to return to Earth. But it still had to do so.
Boss, what we can basically confirm now is that the signal received from the alien civilization base is a kind of verification message. Or it may be a warning message.
Chin Bin was very calm. As the probe arrived in the outer space of Ceres, various information continued to be transmitted.
Well, let's wait for the news from Earth. Let's not act rashly for the time being.
Li Fu nodded. In fact, Xiaoying had already deciphered the written language of the Lorne Empire. But now Li Fu had to pretend to go through a long exploration process. So even if he knew this alien civilization base well, he had to pretending not to know anything. Looking very nervous and careful. In the Chinese imperial capital on Earth, in a secret research institute, a group of language, writing, and humanities experts who were urgently recruited are currently having careful discussions. They are studying the language and writing of the Lorne civilization. It is actually very difficult to figure out a type of writing and language that has never appeared before. However, everything has its own inherent laws. And the same goes for language and writing.
This kind of writing belongs to ideographic writing. Ideographic writing is a stage between ideographic writing and phonetic writing in the development of human writing. Ideographic writing expresses the meaning of words or morphemes in language through symbolic graphic symbols. Graphic symbols often express simple or complex meanings through structural components and structural relationships. The meaning of graphic symbols cannot be directly seen, and the meaning of the text has a corresponding relationship with the pronunciation of the recorded words. Therefore, ideograms are already systematic and rigorous. The text symbol system can represent the vocabulary in the language, and can record and express the grammatical relationships of the language. Ideographic characters include words, morphemes, and other types. Our Chinese language is also a type of ideogram, so you can refer to this aspect when deciphering text. Based on the frequency and order of the occurrence of each word or syllable, decipher the meaning to be expressed as a whole.
An older man with white hair and even a white beard had a loud voice and seemed very excited. His name is Shimin Hong, an expert on ancient Chinese and a member of the World Language Preservation Association. He has devoted his whole life to the study of languages. Now he is over 80 years old, but he has mastered more than 10 languages and can read and write fluently. His life is imprinted with the saying, "Live until you are old and learn until you are old." Now that I see a brand new language, I am very excited. Even though I am very old, my work is no worse than that of young people. I am very active and energetic. This time I am working on deciphering the language of alien civilization. Mr. Shimin Hong is responsible for it.
The key now is that we have too little information. We must know more information, preferably a large book about this language, so that we can decipher it as soon as possible.
Soon, Shimin Hong reported the current difficulties to his superiors, and the deciphering work fell into a bottleneck, because the language information currently known was too much and sparse, and there was no way to decipher it. In the space near Ceres in the asteroid belt, the ocean spacecraft has completely stopped. At this time, it is parked quietly in space. It is extremely busy because the detectors and so on are transmitting a large amount of data all the time. Information about this alien civilization base has excited scientists.
Brother Fu, there is no way to decipher their words here on Earth. The information we have is too little. It seems that we have to find a way to enter the base first.
Chen Bin reported the latest situation.
Is the risk assessment report out?
Li Fu nodded, and then asked again.
It's already out. We rate the danger level as high because we don't know what kind of methods the aliens have mastered at all. However, judging from the current situation, it seems that they have no ill intentions towards us. So until now our detection, no weapons, spacecraft, etc. were attacked.
Chen Bin nodded. Human instinct is to remain cautious when facing unknown matters. So even though he has not been attacked so far, he is still rated as high level.
There is no malicious intent. It's just that this alien base was built by Skater Young himself. He was already severely damaged when he came to the solar system, and he didn't carry any weapons at all.
Li Fu naturally knew in his heart why he was not attacked. But on the surface, he pretended to be very cautious. The play must be completed.
No matter what, it's better for us to be careful and cautious first. We first send out unmanned spacecraft and release robots to land and have a look.
Li Fu thought for a while, and tried to be as cautious as possible.
Well, it seems that's the only way it can be.
Chen Bin nodded. There is no way now. if scientists do not enter the base. They can only make inferences through pictures and videos taken in space. Although they can also obtain a large amount of information. They want to open it quickly. This alien civilization base still needs to learn more information. An unmanned spacecraft slowly landed on Ceres without being attacked. The robot on the spacecraft began to slowly approach the base of the alien civilization. Chapter 216.
Brother Fu, we have thoroughly understood all the technologies in this alien base. In fact, we have already mastered most of the technologies. That is, we have gained something from the technology of the plasma engine. And the second is their computer technology. Because the language of Lorne civilization has similar ideograms to our Chinese. So the programming has been a great inspiration for our Chinese programming. At this time, almost 2 months have passed since the alien civilization base on Ceres was discovered. During this period, the scientists on the ocean have analyzed the entire base inside and out. And everything has been put into.
Okay.
Study it carefully. It seems it's almost time to return to Earth. There's not much energy left on the spacecraft.
After listening to Chen Bin's words, Li Fu nodded. In fact, for Li Fu, this alien base has no technology worth learning at all. There are countless advanced technologies among the seeds of civilization that have not yet been learned. It is just a matter of staying here. It's just a pretense for the outside world to see. I've long wanted to return to Earth.
Ha ha. Li Fu, this time is really not in vain. The harvest is huge.
At this time, Li Fu's teachers Lu Yi and Lu Shuring came over with very loud voices. This time he followed the ocean spacecraft on an expedition. Not only did he discover extraterrestrial life on Mars, but there were also aliens and many kinds of alien plants on Ceres for him to study. It can be said that he has been busy all the time. Keep up the good work.
The life on Lorne is similar to the life on our Earth. They are all carbon-based life. And they also have double helix genes. The Lorne people also evolved slowly from living things. Their ancestors are actually similar to us on Earth. Evolved from an ape-like animal on the planet Lorne. It's no wonder that their appearance is actually very similar to that of our people on Earth. They have flat noses, pointed ears, and blue skin. Their ancestors should have lived in very dense virgin forests.
Louis happily talked about his research results. Skate Yong's body was made into a specimen. And some of the plants on the Lorne planet that he brought over were also carefully protected by scientists. These came from 8.6 plants that are light years away, are very valuable.
You are laughing. But I am full of worries now. The technological level of the Lorne civilization 50 years ago has almost reached our current level. 50 years have passed. And we don't know how far it has developed. If there is an invasion in the future, in our solar system, we don't know if we can live in a low-end environment.
However, Lu Shuring could not laugh at all. He carefully studied all the technologies in this alien base. And after a scientific and rigorous analysis with scientists on the Earth, he concluded that there is a full 50-year gap between the technology of the Earth and the technological level of the Lorne civilization. So everyone is very worried now.
Soldiers are coming to cover up the water and the soil. Worry will not solve the problem. We should work harder to research technology. Old Lu. Teacher, do you think we are almost ready to return to Earth?
Li Fu smiled helplessly, and then discussed returning to Earth with Lu Shuring and Lu Yi. On the other side, Earth China. Because of the decision made at the Supreme Meeting, the Chinese official side began to make public announcements, encouraging births, improving population quality, and vigorously developing science and technology. These 3 policies have become the basic policies for dominating the starry sky in the future. Through the news media and the virtual world, wait for the channels to start making announcements.
Many children. Many blessings. 4 generations living under one roof. 5 generations living under one roof. The happiness of a family. The disadvantages and dangers of only children. And more.
All kinds of propaganda content began to appear in the eyes of the Chinese people. In the past, it was all about having fewer children and giving birth to more children. And only one child is better. Now, the opposite is happening. And the government has begun to encourage childbirth. Of course, the real policy has not been finalized yet. We are just blowing the air now to see how the domestic people respond. This is also the official approach of the Chinese government. Nothing will be implemented immediately. After all, this is a matter related to the great cause of the Chinese nation. It is not child's play. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, it was unexpected that the Chinese people would actively respond to the country's call. But the real situation is that there is very little response. And the people's desire to have children is very low. among related discussion topics in the virtual world. Basically everyone said you won't have too many children. Two at most. And many people even choose to have only one.
We used to have forced family planning. But now, we are encouraging rabbits to have more babies. Could it be that they found that there are too few rabbits and there is not enough food? So they are kind-hearted and started to let us have babies. I will not be fooled. Beat them to death.
I will only have one child at most. And I am not even planning to have a child. That is, it is better to have only one child. And the country will provide for the elderly. It is better to have only one child. And the government will help provide for the elderly. And then you cannot rely on the state for elderly care. It is better to postpone retirement and take care of the elderly by yourself. Who still believes it? I would rather die than give birth to another rabbit. 4 generations living under one roof? 5 generations living under one roof? You really have to think too much. Living in China. It is enough to live to 60. I got married at 30 and had a son at 31. I will be able to see my grandson when I die. That's pretty good.
In various forums, topics like this are very popular and have received support from many people. Regarding the current promotion and encouragement of fertility, rabbits basically have no reaction at all. And they all express whether they can give birth. They cannot afford to raise children. And their desire to have children is very low. This is just like the original development of the second child. The number of newborns in the country did not explode as experts expected. Instead, the number of newborns dropped by more than 200,000 a year. Long-term family planning propaganda, which has caused huge changes in the Chinese people's concept of fertility. Now I want to change everyone's thoughts and concerns at once. The difficulty is similar to when we promoted family planning. It is very difficult and takes time. Of course. More importantly, although everyone's living standards are now much higher than before. I don't know. But the pressure of life is still very high. But there is no need to worry about food and clothing. And houses, cars, education, and medical care are still heavy mountains. In early January 2025,
the ocean
spacecraft finally returned to Earth after more than 2 years of scientific investigation. When Li Fu set foot on the Earth, he couldn't help but take a few heavy breaths of air. However, as soon as Li Fu returned to Earth, he was immediately called to the imperial capital by Tang Yushan. In the center of the Chinese imperial capital, in a quiet courtyard,
Tang Yushan rarely took time off to chat with Li Fu while drinking tea and discussing some of his views on the future.
I don't know what young people think today. None of them want to give birth. Last year, there were hundreds of thousands fewer newborns in our country. The proportion of elderly people over 60 years old in our country has reached nearly 1/2 the level of 3 is really worrying.
In the past, Tang Yushan did not pay much attention to the population. But since he proposed to encourage childbirth, he attached great importance to this area. After careful study, he discovered an unexpected problem. China's population is about to appear. Huge problem. The number of newborns is decreasing every year. And the aging population is getting more and more serious. And the speed is very fast. But the corresponding equipment support, medical care, etc. simply cannot keep up. So at this time, Tang Yushan seemed worried and very helpless about the situation in front of him. Even though he had mastered the greatest power in the country, he still could not change the situation in front of him.
Old Tang, do you really not know why young people don't want to have children?
Li Fu nodded slightly after listening. Li Fu knew from the seeds of civilization that in the interstellar universe era, every civilization attaches great importance to population growth, because only a larger population can occupy more resources and planets. If the population continues to decrease, how can we compete with other civilizations?
Please enlighten me.
Tang Yushan was sitting up and asking for advice very seriously.
I think there are 2 reasons why young people are reluctant to have children. On the one hand, it is because of the long-term family planning propaganda. So everyone thinks that it is better to have only one child. The other very important reason is that people's lives are now very stressful. The cost of raising a child is too high. So no one is willing to have children. And even if they are allowed to have children, they will not give birth.
Li Fu thought for a while and expressed his thoughts. Low fertility rate is a problem that almost every developed country will encounter. Of course, China's fertility rate is now even lower than that of chickens in the footpot and Nanbangzi. And compared with European and American countries, it is even lower. It has reached a very dangerous edge. And population collapse is very likely to happen.
I can understand the first reason. The second reason is that life is stressful. I think everyone's living standards are much better now than before. Even in rural areas, everyone has houses and cars. Life is really stressful. Big?
Tang Yunshan thought for a while, and said with some confusion.
Life is of course very stressful. Although our country's economic development has been very good in recent years, the big problems existing in our country have not been solved. If the problems of medical care, elderly care, education, and housing are not fundamentally solved, to solve the problem, the other three aspects of social fairness, justice, and openness have not been improved at all. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and social classes are slowly solidifying. These are the fundamental problems that need to be solved now. Only once these problems are solved, I think everyone's desire to have children will gradually increase.
Li Fu pondered for a while, and kept sorting out the words in his mind. Tang Yushan himself was born in a big family, and lived a privileged life since he was a child. Of course, he would not understand some of the difficulties faced by ordinary people. He only knew that the living standards of ordinary people now are much higher than before. But they don't know the real problems faced by the people. Chapter 217 was born in Lijia Village, Sanjiang District, Meijiang City. Jiang Xiaoping took 2 graduates, who had just graduated from college, and entered his department to visit Li Fu's home. As a member of the family planning department in the new era, Jiang Xiaoping, who is already in his 30s, had a very busy life in the past. It was easy. But since the new, compulsory birth bill was introduced, he had to bring a box of mineral water with him every time he went out. Because every time he tried to persuade him to have a child, he would feel thirsty.
As expected of the legendary Li Fu, this door is not easy to get into.
Jiang Xiaoping looked at the 2 upright security guards in black suits standing at the door of Li Fu's house. The 2 security guards' eyes were like falcons, looking at the 3 of them, as if they could see through everything about them.
Sir, what can I do?
One of the big men in black came up to him and asked very politely.
Hello. I am a member of the Bureau's family planning department. This is my ID. We are here to see Mr. Li Fu and promote the latest family planning laws to Mr. Li Fu.
Jiang Xiaoping handed over his work ID. He had made preparations in advance, and knew that the door of Li's house was not easy to enter.
Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll go and make the announcement.
The old man in black nodded after reading it, and then entered the Li family. After waiting for a few minutes, the door of Li Fu's house slowly opened, and Li Fu walked out with a smile.
Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Please come in.
Li Fu smiled and welcomed Jiang Xiaoping and others into his home and brought them to the living room, where tea and water were already prepared.
Mr. Li, I'm sorry to bother you this time, but because I am promoting the latest family planning laws to you, I would like to invite your wife, Ms. Wang Yun, to come with you.
According to the relevant information in Jiang Xiaoping's hands, Li Fu and General Wang Yun have been married for several years, but they only gave birth to one son, Li Wanzhou. So according to the latest law, they must have another child within 2 years.
Okay.
Li Fu nodded and asked someone to call Wang Yun over. This time was also very rare. Both Li Fu and Wang Yun were at home with their parents and children. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would not be so easy for Jiang Xiaoping and others to see Li Fu. Of course, Li Fu generally only sees those who are approachable to visiting guests, except for those who come to Li Fu for cooperation and money. Generally speaking, he will not neglect the guests because of his current status.
Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, the main purpose of interrupting you this time is to inform you about the latest family planning laws. According to the latest laws and regulations, you must have a second child within 2 years. Otherwise, 10% of your personal income will be levied. Additional tax. And if there is no child by the 3rd year, this tax will increase to 20%.
Jiang Xiaoping began to popularize the latest family planning policy to Li Fu and Wang Yun. In fact, popularizing it more means that you should hurry up and have more babies. Otherwise you will be taxed more. He sounded very sincere. Jiang Xiaoping couldn't remember how many times he had said this kind of propaganda, and he could already memorize the relevant regulations and so on. After speaking for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Xiaoping finally finished. His mouth felt dry. In the past, he would check who had too many children and then fine them. Now, he is constantly urging people to have more children. The policy, the times are changing so fast.
Mr. Jiang, please have a sip of tea.
Li Fu and Wang Yun looked at each other helplessly, and Li Fu said to Jiang Xiaoping with a smile,
We will contribute to the country's population growth in compliance with the latest laws.
This policy of forced birth was suggested to Tang Yunshan by Li Fu. Li Fu had already known about this new law. In fact, without Jiang Xiaoping's promotion, Li Fu and Wang Yun were already preparing to have a second child. A big reason why he has not had a second child is because Li Fu commanded the Ocean spacecraft to conduct a scientific investigation that lasted nearly 2 years, which wasted time. In fact, Li Fu's parents had already had their opinions on this, so there was no need for people from the family planning unit to come and persuade them. Li Fu also planned to have a second child.
That's good. I've disturbed Mr. Li a lot today. We still have tasks to complete, so we'll leave first.
After receiving Li Fu's reply, Jiang Xiaoping nodded with satisfaction and felt relieved. Li Fu's family was not an ordinary family. People in Sanjiang district, and even the entire Meijiang city knew that various legends about Li Fu and Wang Yun were very popular. It is a topic that everyone often talks about after dinner. Before coming, Jiang Xiaoping was even worried that he might not be able to get through the door of Li Fu's house, let alone see Li Fu. You must know that there are countless people who want to see Li Fu every day, but the vast majority of people, they all got shut down. Unexpectedly, he could not only meet Li Fu, but also spend less than half an hour with Li Fu. Jiang Xiaoping found that Li Fu was actually very approachable and had no airs. He was also very polite in his hospitality.
I really need to trouble Mr. Jiang and a few of you to go there in person today.
Li Fu also stood up and sent a few people out the door with a smile. After seeing off Jiang Xiaoping and others, Li Fu returned to the back garden with a smile. At this time, Li Fu's son Li Wanzhou was playing on the lawn with a sweet voice. Li Fu's parents were watching with smiles, holding the little guy, but also following closely, for fear that the little guy would fall or something. Wang Yun washed a basket of fruits and came over. Li Fu's younger brother Li Xing was also walking with a pregnant woman with a pregnant belly. This was Li Xing's wife Tang Yu, who was also 8 months pregnant at this time. Li Jun is about to add another child.
Daddy, give me a hug.
When Li Wanzhou saw Li Fu coming, he opened his hands and ran over with a sweet voice. This little guy has inherited Wang Yun's excellent genes. He is very cute and polished. No one can bear to look at it. I want to go over and have a kiss.
Ha ha. Come and spin around.
Li Fu picked up his son and spun him around happily, making the little guy giggle. He was so happy. The little guy's favorite thing was to take him around in circles or throw him up and catch him again.
Live. Be careful. No matter how old you are, you don't know what's serious. What if you accidentally fall?
After Li Fu's mother saw it, she quickly said that every time she saw Li Fu playing with her precious grandson, the elderly would be worried and would severely criticize Li Fu.
Mom, it's okay.
Li Fu naturally looked indifferent. It was a joke. As a Yuanling warrior, if he could miss even this, Li Fu would simply hit the tofu and kill the arithmetic ball.
Go and play by yourself.
After playing with the little guy for a while, Li Fu put the little guy down and let him play by himself.
You rarely have time to play with your children.
Wang Yun glared at Li Fu fiercely, because he went out for scientific inspection for too long and was very busy all the time. Li Fu really had less time to spend with the little guy.
Don't you spend the whole day today?
Li Fu touched his nose. When it came to this matter, Li Fu really had no way to refute.
You still have the nerve to say that you have been running away for nearly 2 years without knowing how much your son misses you.
Wang Yun gently squeezed Li Fu's waist to express his dissatisfaction.
Ha ha. Brother.
Li Fu's younger brother Li Xing walked over with a smile, moved a stool for Tang Yu, carefully helped her sit down, and carefully selected an apple for Tang Yu.
See, that's what you call a gentleman,
Wang Yun said to Li Fu.
Madam, come and have a grape.
Li Fu picked up a grape and fed it to Wang Yun, as if he was apologizing, and everyone present couldn't help laughing happily.
Li Xing, how is your company doing?
After the excitement, Li Fu asked about the situation of Li Xing's company. At first, Li Xing borrowed some money from Li Fu to start a company to engage in industries related to the virtual world. After that, Dongfang, the virtual industry, was also doing well. Since last year, it has been listed on the main board, with a market value of hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars. Now his worth is also on China's rich list.
It's okay. But now the competition is getting more and more fierce. I'm thinking about transformation. If we rely solely on the virtual industry, it still seems too simple.
Li Xing nodded. The virtual world industry is still booming, but the virtual world has long been open to the world.
So competition in various industries in the virtual world is very fierce. The virtual world is constantly improving, and competition is becoming increasingly fierce. Because China is the largest space industry, and the virtual world industry is open to the world. Many large foreign capitals have concentrated their efforts on entering the virtual world industry, which has had a huge impact on China's virtual world industry. Transformation? What industry do you want to be in? Li Fu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The interstellar mining industry is a rising industry. Many friends have invited me to develop together. Li Xing expressed his plan. The interstellar mining industry is now the hottest and most profitable industry in the world. Whether it is mining on the moon or going to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids, it is very profitable. China's rich list, the top 10 people are basically born in the interstellar mining industry. Interstellar mining is not bad. If you need any help, just ask. Li Fu nodded. Fuyun Group naturally did not have much interest in interstellar mining. Even if it went to mine, it would go to the asteroid belt to collect relatively high-value asteroids. Generally, Fuyun Group was similar to the Chinese official, only acquiring asteroids, acquisition of resources, etc. They soon said that they would mine it themselves. Of course, Fuyun Group is the largest mine on the moon, and the entire Sea of Clouds is the territory of Fuyun Group. Brother, your help is definitely indispensable. Naturally, Li Xing would not be polite to Li Fu. Currently, only Fuyun Group can produce large spacecraft for mining asteroids. Huh? The Chinese Academy of Sciences is looking for me to build a Huashan? As they chatted and chatted, in Li Fu's mind, the virtual machine conveyed the latest news to Li Fu. Chapter 218. What will a cosmic war look like? Because the base of the Lorne civilization was discovered on Ceres, and it is already known that space-time ocean currents communicate between star systems. Through this space-time ocean current, one can reach another star system in a very short time. So the Chinese official said Bien also felt tremendous pressure. This pressure does not only come from the Lorne civilization. The Lorne civilization is about 50 years more technologically advanced than the Earth's. This gap can be continuously narrowed through hard work, coupled with the advantages of local operations. In fact, the Lorne civilization, if the N civilization really invades the Earth, the Earth side will not have no chance of victory. However, the Canis Major galaxy, where the Lorne civilization is located, is only one of the many star systems around the solar system. There are many star systems around the solar system. Since the Canis Major galaxy can give birth to the Lorne civilization, and the solar system can give birth to the Earth civilization, then other galaxies, why can't other civilizations be born? Therefore, people on Earth not only have to face the invasion of Lorne civilization, but more importantly, they have to face possible invasions from any galaxy. Only when they are strong enough can they protect their own interests. Regarding this, the Chinese people, however, I have a deep understanding that modern history has been bullied, and the Chinese people have suffered a lot. In addition to gritting their teeth and vigorously promoting the policy of forced birth, Chinese officials are also seizing the time to increase their own strength. The most important one is to build space battleships. In the virtual world, a virtual world similar to a conference room, figures are constantly appearing. Each one of them is a well-known scientist in China, including the fields of space technology, space power, materials, cosmic astronomy, scientists in many fields such as communications, computers, life sciences, etc., are each truly top talents. Li Fu's old acquaintances, Lu Shering, Lu Yi, Enya, Wu Chungying, etc. are all listed. Many scientists from the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute have also been invited, such as Li Fu, Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, Yang Yiping, Lu Jun, Li Qianyu, Yao Tianyi, Tang Guiyuan, Dong Zhifei, Gu Feng, Bai Kai, etc. When Li Fu arrived at the venue, he was shocked to find that scientists from the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute accounted for about half of the entire venue. From this, it can be seen that the current Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute is really full of giants. And all of them are very young, with unlimited future prospects. Several figures appeared on the rostrum of the venue, including Tang Yunshan and several military generals wearing 3 stars, as well as Wang Aigua, the current person in charge of China's space field, and Wang Yun's uncle. The person in charge of China's space field is a very high-level position. Tang Yunshan has risen to the sky directly from this position. Wang Aigua is obviously very optimistic about being able to achieve this position. Of course, the support of the Wang family and Li Fu is indispensable behind it. With the arrival of several heavyweights, some lively virtual venues quickly quieted down. Conferences held in the virtual world are becoming more and more popular now, because the virtual world can simulate various occasions and worlds at the same time, because it is a channel controlled by China itself. So it is very reliable in terms of security and confidentiality. The people present today are basically all great scientists. You are China's most valuable asset. And you are also representatives of our Chinese science and technology community. We have called you here in the hope that everyone can negotiate and come up with a feasible plan. We must build our own space battleship. A space battleship that can protect our country. Tang Yunshan's voice sounded a little haggard. Li Fu knew that he had been under great pressure during this period. On the one hand, there was growing opposition to forced birth in the country. And on the other hand, he was always worried that the Ran civilization might invade the solar system. So his life is actually not easy. Of course, Li Fu admired Tang Yunshan very much. He had such courage and decided to implement the compulsory birth policy. You must know that this may affect Tang Yunshan's re-election. And the voice against Tang Yunshan is very loud now. This requires a lot of efforts. To deal with it with courage and great wisdom. Some information began to appear on the big screen of the virtual venue regarding the Huashan space battleship that was about to be built. Since this was the first time a space battleship was built in human history, it could be said that it was a matter of crossing the river by feeling for the stones. No experience and no reference. Everyone is at a loss now. They don't know what kind of space battleship to build. At the same time, they don't have any clue about the combat mode, operation mode, etc. of the space battleship. Everything needs to be explored slowly. Because we don't have any experience in building space battleships. We are setting a precedent in history at best. And we are blind people trying to find a way out at worst. So today everyone can speak freely and share the space battleships in their hearts. And everyone will pick up the pieces. The flames of fire are strong. And I want to gather everyone's wisdom together. And we will be able to come up with the best plan. Tang Yunshan seemed quite excited when he talked about space battleships. He knew that only with strong military power could he fully protect his own interests at any time. If he wanted to defend the Earth, he must build a powerful space battleship. After Tang Yunshan finished speaking, the virtual meeting scene fell silent. Although everyone had received relevant notifications in advance and had been conducting research for a long time, when it came time to actually say it, everyone felt that their ideas might be possible. It's not very reliable. So I want to hear other people's ideas and designs first. Li Fu, please tell me first. After a few minutes, when no one spoke, Tang Yunshan frowned slightly, and then named Li Fu, asking Li Fu to speak first. Tang Yunshan had more contact with Li Fu, and he knew that many new things could always pop up in Li Fu's mind. Something comes out. Li Fu felt a little helpless when he heard his name being called. In fact, Li Fu had no intention of speaking out. Although among the seeds of civilization, Li Fu had a very mature design plan for space battleships, as well as training and combat plans for space armies. However, Li Fu did not intend to take it out. In fact, he hoped that China could slowly explore it on its own and find its own path step by step. First of all, before we discuss building a space battleship, I think we might as well discuss what the war in the universe will be like. Is it like in science fiction movies, where countless space fighters and spaceships are constantly entangled and fighting? Or are the space battleships constantly bombarding each other? Or are they completely invisible and far away from each other? Launched a fatal attack on the opponent. Now that he was named, Li Fu naturally had to come up with something. Otherwise, how could he live up to his reputation? In the virtual conference room, following Li Fu's words, videos about scenes of future space battleships were played one after another. These videos they were all searched for in science fiction movies. Since we are talking about discussing the model of space war, we must first understand and determine what kind of weapons we will use in the space battleship, and what kind of weapons the enemy will use. On the ground, aircraft, tanks, cannons, and missiles are the mainstream. But in the universe, tanks, cannons, and even missiles will become obsolete, because you may not even be able to keep up with the opponent's flying speed, and you will not be able to hit them at all. Enemy aircraft. So what are the characteristics of weapons that can be used in space wars? The first one is fast. The faster the better, because only the attack speed is fast enough to destroy the enemy at dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. Spacecraft per second. The second is that the attack distance must be far enough. The universe is too vast. Even in the small solar system, It takes 8 minutes to go from the sun to the earth at the speed of light. If the attack distance of the weapon system is not far enough in the vast universe, it is very likely that you will not be able to hit the enemy at all, because the enemy has enough time to evade. By then, it is very likely that you will need to engage in brutal close combat, on the premise that the attack speed is fast enough and the attack distance is far enough. We can seek to improve the power of the weapon. The power of nuclear bombs is large enough, but the area affected by nuclear bombs in the universe is very limited. If nuclear bombs being unable to get close to the enemy is actually very useless and poses no threat to the enemy at all. So I think when we are discussing future space wars, we might as well discuss what kind of weapons we will use to defend our own homeland. I think at this stage, there are only 2 weapons that we can potentially develop and use in cosmic warfare. One is a laser weapon. Its attack speed is the speed of light. In theory, as long as the energy is condensed enough, the attack distance can be increased infinitely. And secondly, the power of laser weapons also has unlimited possibilities. Another weapon is the railgun. It accelerates hard projectiles and relies on brutal impact to achieve the purpose of destruction. In theory, the attack speed can continue to increase until it is infinitely close to the speed of light. The attack distance is theoretically infinite. Yes, because there is no resistance at all in the void. And the power is quite impressive. As Li Fu explained, new pictures and information continued to appear on the large screen in the virtual world. These were directly transmitted to the brains of the participants and did not need to be seen. While everyone listened to Li Fu's explanation, they kept thinking in their minds, and everyone nodded along. Chapter 219, Weapons Determine the Form of War. Since ancient times, human history has been a history of war. There have been too few truly peaceful years. Power and interests, ambitions and pride. In short, there are too many things that make human beings kill each other. All wars have one characteristic. That is, the form of war changes around weapons. In ancient times, wars relied on cold weapons such as cavalry, bows and arrows, swords and guns. So many very famous weapons were born around these cold weapons. In terms of tactics, the Eastern Mongolian cavalry swept the world by taking cavalry and bows and arrows to the extreme. In the West, very famous heavy cavalry appeared. Knights and horses in thick armor were like a torrent of steel. There were no opponents wherever they passed. They fully demonstrated the characteristics of Westerners' tall stature and strong and explosive horses. But with the emergence of artillery, this brand new weapon, artillery completely destroyed the chivalry of Europeans. In front of artillery, heavy cavalry appeared fragile, and hard castles could no longer be used as shelters. The form of war there have been huge changes. In the era of hot weapons, with the continuous advancement of musket technology, the very famous phalanx of blowing music and shooting each other slowly developed into 3-stage shooting. After the muskets truly matured, various the phalanx, and so on were instantly thrown into the long river of history. War on the ocean, from the early mutual shooting and fighting, slowly developed towards larger and stronger giant ships and cannons. And finally, the emergence of airplanes changed the form of war again. Giant ships' cannons were slowly eliminated in the long river of history, and aircraft carriers were born, centering around the changes in weapons. The form of human warfare has been undergoing tremendous changes. In modern times, with the increasing development of science and technology, warfare has already become all-round, global, precise, and rapid. Sam Uncle can take off fighter planes directly from the mainland of North America to bomb Iraq as far away as the Middle East. Intercontinental missiles, with a range of several thousand kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers, are enough to achieve global strikes. Satellites, spacecraft, etc. in space can carry out terrifying space-based weapons attacks all day long and at all times. It can be said that war is always changing, constantly changing around weapons. Li Fu deeply analyzed the form of future wars around the weapon attack system, and then analyzed what the space battleships used in future space wars would look like. This was recognized by everyone present, and everyone nodded. Now that we understand the weapon systems that can be used in cosmic warfare, let's imagine what the future of cosmic warfare will look like. As Li Fu finished speaking, the big screen in the virtual world venue changed again, with the vast starry sky as the background. A huge group of space battleships was vast and menacing, and countless space fighters and spaceships dragged their long tails. The flames rise and fall, just like a huge war scene, because the attack distance of the attack weapon in our hands is far enough. It can easily reach hundreds of thousands of kilometers. or even millions of kilometers, or even calculated in astronomical units. At the same time, because its attack speed is fast enough, it can attack at the speed of light. Attack. So I think that future space war should be about countless attacks crisscrossing the void. Giant ships and cannons bombarding each other. And countless space fighter planes carrying powerful bombs, like nuclear bombs constantly attacking each other's warships. The impact was intercepted by the opponent's equally huge space fighter plane. On the big screen, the picture began to change. On the huge space battleships, powerful energy weapons began to spray out dazzling beams of light. These beams of light traveled across long distances on the enemy's battleships, like sharp swords piercing the void. Make huge holes. Countless space fighter planes took off from the space battleship and roared through the void. The huge group of fighter planes were constantly entangled and fighting in the void. Countless fireworks continued to explode in the dark void. And a few universes. The fighter planes broke through the enemy's defense line and evaded the deadly attacks launched from the opponent's large space battleships. Successfully approached the huge space battleship. Hurriedly dropped nuclear bombs one after another. And then fled quickly. Soon followed by a terrifying wave. Huge flames rose in the void. And a huge space battleship was annihilated. Everyone in the virtual world venue received this information in their minds. And everyone was deeply shocked by the huge cosmic war scene imagined by Li Fu. After a long time, everyone slowly came back to their senses. They all frowned and thought carefully. From this scene, everyone could almost understand the form of future space wars, and naturally knew how to design space battleships. After reading this, I think everyone should be able to almost understand how we should design our own space battleship. At the first stage, before we have mastered the powerful power system, I think our space battleship should be in the form of a giant ship and cannon, with rough skin and thick flesh, powerful attack power, and strong resistance. At the same time, learn the method of aircraft carriers, with the core battleship as the center, and add escort space battleships in the void around the battleship. The role of these frigates is to withstand fatal attacks for the core battleship, and at the same time shoulder the offensive bridgehead. Li Fu continued to preach, under a pattern of void background. As Li Fu explained, the core space battleship was in the middle, and there were smaller space battleships acting as frigates in various directions such as up and down, left and right, and front and rear of the space battleship. The entire battleship group forms a huge battle group. This is the space battleship and space war model conceived by Li Fu. Of course, Li Fu didn't think so randomly. From the seeds of super civilization, Li Fu knew that in the early days of the space war, the larger the space battleship was, the more awesome it was, because in the early days, the power system and the power of the attack system is very limited. So if you want to destroy the opponent's large space battleship, you must carry out enough attacks. To put it simply, in the early days, two tanks were slashing at each other. You slashed at me, and I slashed at you. The attack power of each one was very limited. No one could kill the other with 10 or 8 swords. They compete with each other to see who has higher defense and whose blood is thicker. As technology continues to develop, attack power increases, and speed also increases. At this stage, the two ADCs are competing against each other, competing to see who is more flexible, whose attack methods are more powerful, and whose attacks are faster and more powerful. It is powerful because anyone can easily kill the other person in seconds. Of course, in the first stage, we only rely on the plasma power system and the primary energy weapon attack system. This is definitely a typical development towards a rough-skinned and thick-skinned tank with poor flexibility and limited attack power. The competition is defense and health. Stick to it until the end. Is a real man. Of course, if you can bring a big killer weapon, like a nuclear bomb, close to the enemy, you can naturally destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. However, the enemy is not a fool. Countless space fighters and ultra-long-range attack systems are enough to destroy anyone who wants to get close to you. The enemy targets were completely destroyed, although the power of nuclear bombs is amazing. In the void environment of the universe, if the enemy's distance exceeds 100 kilometers, the impact on the enemy can basically be completely ignored. And the distance of 100 kilometers is very difficult for space battleships and cosmic ships traveling at high speed in the universe. For spaceships and space fighters, it only takes a few seconds. Trying to win a cosmic war with nuclear bombs is nothing short of wishful thinking. You can't even get close to the enemy, let alone cause damage to the enemy. No matter how fast the missile is, it cannot occupy the universe. let alone compare with energy weapons that travel at the speed of light.
The above are some of my humble opinions. Please give me your feedback.
After Li Fu finished speaking, he bowed slightly, and then returned to his seat. The virtual venue was silent, and everyone was still immersed in the future cosmic war envisioned by Li Fu.
Li Fu's lecture was very good. It suddenly enlightened us and gave us a clearer understanding of the future cosmic war.
Lu Shering, an old acquaintance of Li Fu, stood up and spoke slowly.
I think one thing can be added. Since power technology is not very developed, space battleships focus on attack on the one hand, and defense on the other. Looking at the weapon systems we have now, the most effective attack is naturally nuclear bombs. Can we focus on researching a space fighter with high flexibility, specially used to break through the enemy's defense line and deliver nuclear bombs to the enemy's target? By the side of the space battleship, we can achieve the important military goal of destroying the enemy in one fell swoop.
Lu Shering saw some key points from the space war just described by Li Fu, so he proposed to design a very flexible space fighter to break through the enemy's defense line. Since it is difficult for large space warships to improve their flexibility, then small space fighters and spaceships are always possible.
I think we can increase the defense of battleships from a defensive perspective. If we can develop technological means similar to the energy shields that often appear in science fiction movies, then the defense of battleships can be greatly improved. At the same time, there can be more space to increase the attack power and flexibility of the warship.
With Lu Shering as the starting point, other scientists also began to express their opinions. Of course, they basically focused on the idea of giant ships and cannons first proposed by Li Fu, and tried to find ways to improve the defense, attack power, and flexibility of battleships, etc. Chapter 220.
Huashan.
In the outer space of the Earth, huge space buildings stand quietly in the void. The space planes coming and going are like hard-working bees traveling between space farmlands, space solar farms, and space stations. Among the many huge space buildings, Fuyun Group's
City in the Sky
is very dazzling, because even today, when there are more and more huge buildings in space,
the City in the Sky
is still the man-made space structure with the largest volume and mass in space. After several years of vigorous construction by Fuyun Group,
the City in the Sky
has already been completed. It has a huge spaceport, providing a harbor for countless aerospace planes and spacecraft in space, living facilities in the complete and comfortable living area. Thousands of people enjoy every second of space life here. The last area to be completed is the Space Factory area. The Space Factory area is the core area of the
City in the Sky.
It is a very large sky factory that can produce various series of spacecraft for mining asteroids. It is currently the most popular, and also the most popular one.
The Dumbo
spacecraft, which many capitalists in China are seeking with huge sums of money, is the flagship product of this space factory. At this time, in the space factory, Li Fujing, who was wearing a spacesuit, accompanied Wang Aigua, the current head of China's space field, to inspect the entire space factory, because Fuyun Group was about to receive a very sacred mission to build China's first ship.
Space battleship, Huashan. The Huashan
space battleship quickly entered the implementation stage after being demonstrated by many well-known scientists in China. Of course, a very important reason is to have its own space power as soon as possible to prepare for the invasion of Lorne civilization that may appear at any time.
The planned Huashan
space battleship has a length of more than 10,000 meters, or 10 kilometers, and a mass of more than 1 billion tons. It is definitely a giant. For such a huge behemoth, after a long period of argumentation and consideration, Chinese officials found that only the Fuyun Group was capable of building such a huge space battleship. On the one hand, this is because only Fuyun Group has experience in manufacturing large spacecrafts. The Dumbo spacecraft currently used to mine asteroids, and the upgraded version of the Dumbo spacecraft can be used to mine 50 million tons of asteroids. The spacecraft are all manufactured by Fuyun Group, although the Chinese official side has also tried to build large spaceships in the past. They all failed because only Fuyun Group has mastered the super-large plasma engine technology. In addition, in terms of the design of large spaceships, Fuyun Group is now the leader, the most advanced in the world. Another aspect is that the Chinese government discovered that although the Chinese government has a lot of space buildings, all the space construction is not as comprehensive as Fuyun Group's
Sky City,
and cannot be used to build projects like
Huashan Mountain,
a huge space battleship like the
No.
So in the end, there was no choice but to hand over the task of building the Huashan space battleship to Fuyun Group. As for other frigates, etc., it was up to the Chinese official to find a way to build them themselves. We can't just not build them all the time. We always have to have a breakthrough. For such an important historical task as the construction of the Huashan, Li Fu naturally shook his head repeatedly and joked. Li Fu didn't want to do such a thing. It is his duty to build it well. If he fails to build it, the future will fail because of a certain war. At that time, this responsibility may be placed on Li Fu himself. Moreover, this Huashan space battleship is so huge that it will take a very long time. Li Fu estimates that even with China's current space power and future development speed, etc., building this Huashan, the space battleship will take at least 10 years, not to mention anything else. The Huashan space battleship alone consumes up to 1 billion tons of steel, and the number of asteroids that need to be mined is unknown. Judging from the current market situation of asteroid mining, there will be no more than a few years. Don't even think about obtaining such huge resources. Furthermore, from Fuyun Group's own perspective, building such a huge space battleship will occupy most of Fuyun Group's manpower, seriously disrupting the company's established plans. And even Li Fu himself has a long future. During the period, most of the energy had to be spent on building the Huashan. This is definitely something Li Fu doesn't want to see, because Li Fu also has his own plans. And there are still many high technologies that Li Fu needs to take the lead in researching to further promote China's development in the space field. Therefore, when Tang Yunshan approached Li Fu and hoped that Fuyun Group could undertake the construction of the Huashan, Li Fu immediately jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on and shook his head like a rattle. Have to. However, Tang Yunshan would go to Li Fu personally, and he was obviously prepared. In addition to promising that the Chinese official side would have the power to cooperate with Fuyun Group, he would give people what he wanted, things he wanted, policies to policies, and whatever he wanted, he was sure to give him what he wanted. With Fuyun Group as the core, it fully cooperates with Fuyun Group's ideas in building the Huashan. Of course, Tang Yunshan also knew that for Li Fu, power, money, etc. were of no use. So he did not promise any special power or benefits to Li Fu. He was more interested in understanding and reasoning, putting forward the difficulties faced by China and the fact that people on Earth may face the invasion of Lorne civilization or other alien civilizations at any time. If the Chinese officials build it themselves, the Huashan will most likely take longer, maybe 20 or 30 years. More importantly, Tang Yunshan is worried that if he retires, it is still unknown whether the next leader will continue to fully support the construction of the Huashan, because there are currently many dissatisfactions with Tang Yunshan's policies in China, such as the forced birth policy, a topic that is often complained about. If the Huashan is abandoned halfway because it costs too much and takes too long, it will be very detrimental to China and the entire Earth. Once the Lorne civilization invades the solar system, then the Earth will be no backhand power. So in the end, Li Fu took over this task. With Fuyun Group as the core, the entire China will concentrate its efforts on building a huge space battleship group in the next few years. For this reason, it is not only the Fuyun Group that needs to undertake the construction of the Huashan space battleship. Several major heavy industry groups in the Chinese government have also received tasks, each of which has to build 1 or 2 frigate warships. As for other Chinese official military industries enterprises, etc., have received the task of building more than 100,000 space fighter planes and space combat spacecraft. Even the Chinese military has an even heavier task, because it not only needs to explore the mode of war in space, but more importantly, it must train more than 1 million space warriors. Warriors who can adapt to space war. These space warriors basically need to be able to skillfully control space fighter planes and space combat spaceships. They will be the warriors who will defend the confidence and China in the future. They are not like the big-headed soldiers on Earth who charged with guns in the past. Every space warrior, apart from other things, requires at least a bachelor's degree or above in terms of cultural quality, and each one must meet the standards of a level 5 astronaut. It can be said that building a Huashan space battleship is not a difficult matter. The really difficult thing is to build an army around the Huashan space battleship that can be used in space wars. This requires it took the whole country of China to accomplish it. Time waits for no time. Ever since they learned about the space-time ocean currents between star systems, China's top leaders are worried that they will be invaded by alien civilization at any time.
So they must have their own powerful cosmic power, on the other hand. In fact, China, the high-level officials are ambitious and want to start a great voyage in the interstellar universe era. On the one hand, they are enforcing the policy of forced childbearing and want to increase their population as much as possible, and at the same time vigorously promote education and improve the quality of the population. On the other hand, they are anxious to build powerful space battleships and build a huge space army. All this is not only to resist alien civilizations that may invade, but more importantly, it is also to prepare for the future. It is also an ambitious attempt to invade other star systems and occupy more star systems, and the living planet begins the great voyage of the interstellar era. Li Fu knew this very well and saw it thoroughly. At Tang Yunshan's level, what he wanted to do was to truly leave his name in history. He wanted to permanently write his name into the history of China, history textbooks, and even more. I want to write my name into the textbooks of human history. Therefore, despite the loud opposition in the country, he still fought against all opinions and pushed forward with all his strength. On the one hand, he wanted to push China into the interstellar civilization in an all-round way. On the other hand, he hoped that the great voyages of the interstellar era could be carried out by the Chinese people. Come open it first. Increasing the population, improving the quality of the population, vigorously developing space military power, building space battleships, and building a space army. Tang Yunshan step by step pushed China towards the powerful country in his heart. He used to be the person in charge of China's space field, and he knew the space very well. There are infinite possibilities, and we are very clear about the power of technology. And we are even more clear that this is the path China must take in the future. Of course, Tang Yunshan's actions also conformed to the trend of historical development, and were in line with the fundamental interests of the vast majority of the Chinese people. Although countless young people scolded Tang Yunshan, the older people who really saw through it all chose to support him. China's achievements in the space field with Tang Yunshan taking charge. Development has developed at an unprecedented speed in recent years. All this shows that China's development trend towards cosmic civilization is unstoppable. Chapter 221. Huge resource demand. Here at the space factory of City in the Sky, Li Fu accompanied 181 to inspect the entire space factory, explaining in detail while leading the way. Our space factory is currently mainly used to produce Dumbo and Dumbo spacecrafts. It has 10 large-scale construction berths and can build 10 large-scale spacecrafts at the same time. Li Fu and Wang Aigua looked at the busy space factory in the void through the thick tempered glass. The space factory was somewhat similar to a concave structure, with a large flying elephant under construction parked in the gap. The spaceship, with countless mechanical arms on both sides, was constantly busy, making it an extremely busy scene. Fuyun Group's Dumbo spacecraft and Dumbo spacecraft are now the most sought-after products in the world. Every spacecraft under construction has been pre-sold a few months ago, and now production tasks, they have all been scheduled for 5 years. The capital in China is very crazy. Once you get the Dumbo and Dumbo spaceships, you can find a crew to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. One round trip can bring in hundreds of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue. In addition to all aspects of expenses, you can also make a lot of money, faster than robbing money. Therefore, everyone is very eager for the Dumbo and Dumbo spaceships. Who doesn't want to make more money? Naturally, Fuyun Group's orders are overwhelming, and they cannot produce them at all. If the Huashan is built, will it have any impact on your company's normal production and operations? Wang Aigua nodded. This space factory is very huge. It is the best embodiment of China's space age. It is also the most advanced space factory in the world. It is considered to be the only space factory capable of building the Huashan. There will definitely be an impact. The size of the Huashan is too large. By then, our entire space factory will not be able to continue building other spacecrafts. Moreover, the space factory will need to be remodeled to be able to barely meet the requirements of the Huashan. The early construction is only able to build the skeleton and frame of the Huashan. The actual construction will still have to be completed in space. Li Fu nodded. The construction of the Huashan was a hard job, but it not only had a huge impact on the space factory in front of him, but also had a huge impact on the entire Fuyun Group. The company's future development strategy and so on be changed by this. For our China, for our humanity, some sacrifices must be made. Of course, the country will not forget those who have paid for it. Xiao Li, if you have any difficulties, feel free to ask me.
Wang Aigua nodded. He had known Li Fu for a day or two. He also knew that Li Fu seldom made demands when dealing with the country. However, this time Fuyun Group was contracted to build the Huashan. Wang Aigua knew that Li Fu would definitely ask for it, faced with many difficulties. After all, the entire China is now working together to build a powerful cosmic army.
I will definitely not be polite. One of the main difficulties for us now is that there are too few raw materials. So I hope that the mined asteroids can be supplied to us first. Otherwise it will be difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without straw.
Li Fu smiled helplessly. The mass of
Huashan
reached 1 billion tons. Even if an asteroid weighs 10 million tons, 100 asteroids are needed. And all of these asteroids need to be 100% iron containing. In fact, this is almost impossible. Asteroids that can reach more than 70% iron content are very rare. Calculated, it may take nearly 200 gigaton-level asteroids to meet the requirements of
Huashan number demand. However, now, China is developing rapidly in the space field. And there are so many places where steel is needed. In space farmland, solar farms, building spacecraft, frigates, etc. The need for steel seems to never be met. The asteroids mined from the asteroid belt have been snapped up before they reach the Earth. Although the Fuyun Group is rich and powerful, sometimes it cannot buy and sell by force. In addition, the Chinese official side is Fuyun Group is a large buyer of asteroids. So the number of asteroids that can fall into the hands of Fuyun Group is less than 40%. Just relying on 40% of the number of asteroids, coupled with the rapid development of Fuyun Group itself, cannot meet the huge amount of construction of the Huashan. So this aspect must be coordinated by the Chinese official. As much as possible, it is necessary to tilt resources over. Otherwise Fuyun Group will not have enough resources to build space battleships even if it has the construction technology.
Don't worry.
I will focus on solving this matter. In the future, 20% of the asteroids mined from the asteroid belt will be used to build the Huashan. In addition, 10% of the resources mined from the moon will be used to build the Huashan. I think this should be enough to ensure the supply of Huashan resources. Wang Aigua nodded. You can't be too shady. Fuyun Group provides people and technology. The country must at least prepare all the resources. Otherwise, if Fuyun Group raises everything, then it's really too much.
This is barely enough. But I think we should still increase the mining of asteroid resources. Now the number of asteroids mined in a year does not exceed 30. And it is less than 3 a month. Really, it's too little.
Li Fu quickly calculated in his mind, and then nodded slowly. Now the Chinese government needs to use resources in many places. Not just the Huashan. The Huashan frigate. Songshan. Taishan.
No.
Yingshan. Huangshan. Lushan. Etc. Although these frigates are not as large as the Huashan, their combined mass exceeds 10 billion tons, which is 10 times that of the Huashan. In addition, as many as 100,000 space fighters, space combat spaceships, etc. need to be built. The iron demand for each space fighter and space combat spacecraft does not seem to be much, but it cannot support the huge number. The overall quantity, the total amount, is more than 1 billion tons, which also requires very huge resources. It wouldn't matter if these resources were placed on the Earth. But this is in space. It is impossible to transport steel from the Earth to space. Otherwise, the cost would be enough to bring down China. Therefore, the best resources are mined from the asteroid belt, followed by mining from the moon. The steel resources mined by these two methods are much cheaper than transporting them from the Earth. Chapter 222. It's better to seek help from others than from yourself.
Xiao Li, although you have undertaken the construction of the Huashan, you cannot let go of the business of building the Dumbo and Dumbo spaceships. You must continue to increase production. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to meet the requirements in the future. Huge resource requirements.
Wang Aigua couldn't help but frown when Li Fu mentioned the mining of asteroid resources. Only the Fuyun Group can manufacture the Dumbo and Dumbo spaceships. Chinese officials have not yet mastered this technology. Now that Fuyun Group is going to build the Huashan space battleship and occupy the space factory, the construction of the Dumbo and Dumbo spaceships will be greatly affected. Without these two spaceships, it will be difficult to mine asteroids. It's even more impossible. So one of the questions we are facing now is whether to use eggs to hatch chicks first, or to eat eggs first to meet demand. Although Wang Aigua is the person in charge of China's space field and holds huge power, he is still very helpless in this matter. Even if Fuyun Group is willing to open the technology to China officials,
China officials will not be able to do anything for a while. Create these two types of spacecraft. We will definitely not give it up. We are planning to build a larger space factory. By then, the output will only be higher. Of course, the most important thing is to develop a spacecraft with greater thrust. If we can mine hundreds of millions of tons at a time, it would be enough to have a few such spacecrafts go back and forth a few times to the asteroid. Li Fu smiled bitterly. If it did not undertake the construction of the Huashan, Fuyun Group could slowly expand its production capacity. But now its rhythm has been completely disrupted. That's good. Wang Aigua nodded with satisfaction, and then continued the inspection accompanied by Li Fu. As Chinese officials officially determined the important national policy of building a powerful space army with the Huashan space battleship as the core warship, the entire huge China began to run crazily like a wound-up machine. A huge cosmic army is not just one or two space battleships, but a very large system and a very huge project. China plans to devote all its energy to complete this in the next 10 years. Ambitious historical goals. As time goes by, the outer space of the Earth becomes busier. Not only is China concentrating its efforts on building a cosmic army, but other countries on the Earth are also able to roughly understand the huge actions of China. Everyone knows that China is building a powerful cosmic army. Therefore, whether it is out of self-protection or fear, other powerful countries in the world have also proposed their own space army plans, making the increasingly fierce space race more and more fierce. At the space factory of Fuyun Group's Sky City, Li Fu was wearing a spacesuit and inspecting the construction of the Huashan with Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haitao and others. At this time, the Huashan space battleship was not visible at all. Yes, but a 10-kilometer-long Optimus pillar in the void is telling the world that Fuyun Group is not stopping at all. This huge Optimus pillar is 10 kilometers long and 100 meters in diameter. It is the pillar of the future Huashan space battleship. Just to build this pillar, Fuyun Group spent more than a year. In time, dozens of asteroids with a mass of 10 million tons will be consumed. There are interfaces that have been reserved on the huge pillars. These interfaces are used to connect the skeleton of the battleship. Only after the skeleton is completed can the SHL of the battleship be built. Of course, various kinds of the large equipment is installed first. Oversized power systems, attack systems, etc. Many large-scale equipment need to be installed at one time. There is no way to disassemble and assemble it again. All links must be seamlessly connected to perfectly build a powerful ship. Space battleship. Finally, the main beams have been built. And now we're starting to build the skeleton. Chen Bin looked at the huge main beam in the void. Countless mechanical arms were constantly busy on it. In order to build this main beam, the entire Fuyun Group had been extremely busy for more than a year. The main beam is like the human spine to the space battleship. Its importance can be imagined. There cannot be any mistakes at all. Otherwise it will not be enough to bear the huge mass of the space battleship. Skeleton? I'm fed up with it. We've just started now. The resources originally promised to us have begun to shrink significantly. Otherwise, it wouldn't take more than a year to build this main beam. It would only take 10 months at most. It was enough. But because other people took away the resources, it cost us a few more months. Speaking of this, Yu Liang on the side couldn't help but said it angrily. The thing is like this. All aspects of China are working hard to build a powerful space army. Among them, Fuyun Group is responsible for building the Huashan space battleship. Several major domestic heavy industry groups in China are responsible for building other frigates. And the military industry group is responsible for building the Huashan space battleship, building huge space fighter planes, space combat spaceships, and other aspects are all in full swing. So all of a sudden, steel resources in space became very scarce. Major military industrial groups, heavy industry groups, as well as China's domestic capital forces, etc. are all frantically competing for steel resources. Mined from the moon, from the asteroid belt mined asteroids, etc. suddenly made paper expensive in Luoyang and the price of steel skyrocketed. The steel resources that Wang Aigua originally promised to supply to Fuyun Group were snatched away by others for various reasons, especially several major heavy industry groups and military industry groups. These are all enterprises affiliated to the Chinese government. They can be said to be his biological sons. My own son always has all kinds of excuses. We want an asteroid today, another one tomorrow, etc. Even though Wang Aigua is working hard to fight for Fuyun Group, this is not something that Wang Aigua has the final say on alone. His own son always has various problems.
Find resources from your parents in various ways. As for Fuyun Group, it is a private company after all. Although it has built the most core and important space battleship, Huashan, it is definitely unable to compete with others in the competition for resources. Furthermore, another important reason is that Fuyun Group has mastered the technology of large engines, but it is unwilling to share it with the Chinese officials. It eats the cake of mining asteroid spacecraft alone. This makes major heavy industry groups. The military-industrial complex was very dissatisfied. The Dumbo and Dumbo spaceships are very expensive, and the profits therein are astonishing. These large groups have long been eyeing them, but they have always suffered from lack of technology, so they can only watch Fuyun Group eat alone. A long time ago, these groups have expressed their dissatisfaction to Tang Yushan, Wanigua and others, hoping that the Chinese government can put pressure on Fuyun Group and let the Fuyun Group share the technology of large plasma engines with the Chinese government. Of course, Tang Yunshan and Wanigua understand the actual stakes. They also know that each of these large groups is a typical representative of sitting on nothing. Naturally, they would like to give them technology, but they have to invest huge sums of money to research the technology themselves. Sometimes they just push back and forth, or simply use this as a cover to defraud huge amounts of funds. In the past, China has never really had its own aero engines, which is the best example. The country has invested huge amounts of money in this field. But year after year, day after day, the money has been invested. If you want talents, you should give talents. However, China has never had its own aviation heart. It's ridiculous to say it. Even in the early 21st century, China cannot truly mass-produce its own aero engines. It needs to import aero engines from Polar Bear that they were able to produce in the last century, regardless of whether the J-20 fighter jets blow it by themselves. It's amazing. But there is still huge controversy over whether the core engine is domestically produced. The real change in the field of Chinese aviation and aerospace came from Li Fu. With the help of Li Fu, the team led by Liu Shiring developed a plasma engine. The plasma engine technology directly surpassed the original gas engine, so it really needs to put it bluntly. In fact, in the field of gas engines, China is still not as good as the West. Tang Yunshan and Wanigua, who were well aware of the powerful relationship involved, would naturally not force Li Fu to share technology. So these large groups cause trouble for Fuyun Group in this regard. Anyway, none of us have enough resources now, and everyone has a mission. Especially the leaders of these large groups are facing huge pressure. They are not like Fuyun Group. If they do not do well, these people will be fired. So naturally everyone tried their best to ask for resources from above. Naturally, they have more resources, and less resources are provided to Fuyun Group. Although Wanigua intends to help Fuyun Group, sometimes it is very helpless, because each of these groups has to be upright and confident. They want resources not for the benefit of their own small group or group, but also to build space battleships, build space fighter planes, etc. They also want to contribute to China's space power. They understand the truth that crying children have milk. They snatched resources even more unscrupulously. Brother Fu, we must find a way. Otherwise, not only will we be able to complete the Huashan space battleship on time, but other businesses of our company will also be greatly affected. Now the trading of these asteroids is no longer normal. It's been marketized. And even if we have money, we can't buy it. Speaking of this, Chow Haitao also said anxiously, it's better to ask for help than to ask for yourself. Since we can't buy it, we will mine it ourselves. When it comes to mining asteroids, we are the originators. After Li Fu listened, he thought about it carefully, then smiled softly and said, Chapter 223, Anti-Gravity Technology A. Li Fu knew very well that with Fuyun Group's current strength, it was completely possible to express his dissatisfaction to Wanigua and Tang Yunshan in the form of a strike. It is also possible to stop providing super-large plasma engines to the country. In this case, even if these heavy industry groups can build frigates, without the super-large plasma engines provided by Fuyun Group, these frigates will be nothing more than iron lumps. Fuyun Group has mastered the core and most critical technologies, even for the Dumbo and Dumbo spacecrafts. Fuyun Group can sign agreements with those buyers. The asteroid's mine must be sold to Fuyun first, Group, etc. Fuyun Group has many means to easily grab enough resources. However, Li Fu did not intend to do this, because doing so would not be of any benefit to Li Fu. It would only push himself to the forefront and play into the hands of others. They hoped that Li Fuzhen would confront the authorities. In this case, they would have reason to suggest to the authorities that some measures should be taken against Fuyun Group. If nothing else, the antitrust issue alone would be enough to tear Fuyun Group apart. Furthermore, Li Fu also knew very well why Tang Yunshan and other senior officials were so anxious to build their own cosmic army. Because they were always very worried about the invasion of alien civilization. If Li Fu plays petty emotions on this matter, Tang Yunshan may step in and Fuyun Group's resource needs can be guaranteed. But the image Li Fu has always established will fall short. Not to mention that Li Fu also knows light or heavy. Others may not know why China is so anxious to build a cosmic army, so it can shamelessly snatch resources. But Li Fu cannot do that. It must proceed from the perspective and fundamental interests of the entire Earth. Of course, most fundamentally speaking, it is also from Li Fu's perspective. Act on your own interests.
Brother Fu, it's not difficult for us to mine it ourselves. But to meet the demand, we need to mine at least 15 million ton asteroids every year. Calculated, we need dozens of teams and more than 10 large-scale asteroids. Spaceship. Originally, we did not intend to mine asteroids, so none of the large spaceships we produced were left. Now the orders are all fully booked. If we want to squeeze out more than 10 spaceships, the impact will still be relatively large.
When Shin Bin heard Li Fu's words, he kept calculating in his mind, then shook his head and said,
"What's the point of mining 10 million tons of asteroids each time? We are the originators, and naturally we have to be generous. If we can mine hundreds of millions of tons of asteroids at a time, we can mine once or twice a year to meet the demand for resources."
Li Fu smiled mysteriously. The Dumbo spacecraft can drag asteroids of up to 10 million tons. Of course, it is usually very good if it can reach about 9 million tons. In many cases, it can drag around 7 million or 8 million tons. Iron-rich asteroids could make a lot of money. As for the big flying elephant spacecraft, the current production is still very rare. The most important thing is that the price is too high. As high as hundreds of billions of dollars. Even crazy capitalists have to carefully weigh their own money bag. The Dumbo spacecraft is an upgraded version of the Dumbo spacecraft. In theory, it can drag up to 50 million tons of asteroids. But in actual operation, it can haul about 30 million tons of iron-rich asteroids. Planets are very good. If you can encounter an asteroid of about 40 million tons, you will be very lucky. Li Fu now proposes to mine hundreds of millions of tons of asteroids at a time. Obviously, the Dumbo spacecraft and the Dumbo spacecraft cannot meet the demand, and more advanced spacecraft must be built.
A gigaton asteroid?
Everyone else's eyes widened when they heard this. They are all experts in the field of aerospace power. Naturally, they also know how huge the power required to mine hundreds of millions of tons of asteroids is. This requires a super large plasma engine. Satisfied, but still relatively reluctant. The mass of the Huashan is as high as 1 billion tons. But according to the design, more than a dozen ultra-large plasma engines need to be installed on it to meet the demand. Plasma power, like jet power, also has a limit. Just like once a jet-powered fighter reaches Mach 3, it is almost impossible to speed up because the thrust generated by the jet power system is no longer enough to allow the fighter to fly. The speed increased again. The same goes for plasma power, which also has a limit. In theory, a single super-large plasma power engine can push objects of a billion tons level. But this is just a theory. In actual operation, it is difficult to reach the limit. Therefore, if you want to mine hundreds of millions of tons of asteroids, if you still use a plasma power system, you will definitely need to use a super-large plasma engine. However, the cost of this super-large plasma engine itself is extremely high. And the key is it takes very large spaceships and space battleships to match them. It is impossible to build a frigate-level spaceship as large as the Hengshan and Songhan to mine asteroids. This would be overkill. Moreover, to build such a huge spacecraft itself requires the consumption of very large steel resources and takes several years. It will not do anything to alleviate the current situation for a while.
Brother Fu, how can we mine hundreds of millions of tons of asteroids?
Yu Liang seemed to have thought of it, and said with bright eyes, having been with Li Fu for a long time. He knew that Li Fu seemed to contain infinite possibilities, so no problem could stump Li Fu.
It is very uneconomical to use super-large plasma engines to build large spacecrafts to mine asteroids. And it will take a long time. It will not solve the immediate problem at all.
Shin Bin was relatively simple-minded. At this time, he was still calculating and guessing how to mine asteroids weighing hundreds of millions of tons.
Brother Fu must have new power technology.
Chow Haidao touched his chin, looking thoughtful.
New power technology? What technology?
Bin suddenly realized this and asked Li Fu quickly.
Traditional plasma technology is naturally very uneconomical. We have no intention of making a loss-making deal. We are a high-tech enterprise, so naturally we must continue to innovate and research new technologies.
Li Fu's slight excuse is that power technology has slowly developed from the earliest steam power to internal combustion engines, and then to electric motors and plasma power. It can be said that every change in power technology is a huge leap in human history. From the first industrial revolution to the second and third industrial revolution, and now to the current interstellar era. Power technology has almost determined everything.
What technology?
Bin, Yu Liang, Chow Haitao and others asked almost in unison, all with expectant eyes.
Anti-gravity technology.
Li Fu softly uttered a few words.
Anti-gravity technology?
After several people heard it, they chanted it one by one, and then they kept thinking in their minds. The so-called anti-gravity technology is a theoretical power technology. Its theory is very simple. In the vast void of the universe, every object is dominated by gravity. The moon is dominated by the gravity of the Earth. So the moon revolves around the Earth. The 8 major planets such as the Earth, Mars, and Venus are dominated by the gravity of the Sun. So they all revolve around the solar system, the Centauri star, the constellation galaxy, and other countless stars. The galaxy is dominated by the powerful black hole at the center of the Milky Way. So the material in the entire Milky Way also rotates around the Milky Way. According to scientists' calculations, the time it takes for the solar system to orbit the Milky Way is about 220 million to 250 million years. This cycle can call it a cosmic year or a galactic year. Of course, although the Milky Way is very huge, the Milky Way is not static. It is also dominated by a powerful force. And it also moves in the universe at an unimaginable speed. It can be said that everything in the universe is dominated by a powerful force. And this force is gravity. After understanding the universal gravitation that governs everything in the universe, scientists wondered whether they could use this universal gravitation that exists widely in the universe to obtain power. This is the theory of anti-gravity technology. Of course, it cannot be said to be anti-gravity technology in the true sense. It should be called gravitational power technology. Only in the early stages, the gravitational force that can be utilized is generally the gravitational force of the planet. That is, gravity. So it is called anti-gravity technology. If it can be developed to a relatively advanced level, it can be called gravitational power technology. Once it reaches that level, the gravitational force used is no longer limited to the planet. It can be the gravitational force of stars, or the terrifying power that dominates the river system. Although we all know the theory of anti-gravity technology, it is very difficult to actually implement anti-gravity technology. Just like we all know Einstein's mass energy formula. But when we are asked to study atomic bombs, there is no way to start by smearing people all over. Otherwise, countries around the world would have already mastered nuclear bomb technology. Bin, Yu Liang, Chow Haitao and others also know about the theoretical technology of anti-gravity. But when it comes to actually developing anti-gravity technology, everyone is in the dark and has no way to start. Even though they all know it. Li Fu's main focus over the years has been on the research of new power technology. At first, everyone thought that Li Fu was researching plasma power technology. And Li Fu had never made any announcement to the outside world. Unexpectedly, Li Fu was actually researching anti-gravity technology. This kind of technology exists in theory. And it is also a technology with unlimited future. Chapter 224. Anti-Gravity Technology B. Fuyun Group Research Institute. Yuanyuan Town, Sanjiang District, Meijiang City, is located in the beautiful Yuanyuan Town. Fuyun Group Research Institute covers an extremely vast area. More than half of the land in the entire Yuanyuan Town is included in it. And it is surrounded by mountains. With the strategy of building and adapting to local conditions, the entire institute seems to be half hidden in the deep mountains and old forests. Everything is well hidden by the mountains and forests, with tall trees and quiet valleys. Only the flocks of freely flying birds and the chirping of insects from time to time tell everyone that this is a world full of life. Inside the institute, there are Fuyun Group security personnel who are patrolling from time to time. And there are also scientific researchers in white coats who are discussing with each other before. All of this makes the place look extremely mysterious. Deep in a deep canyon, surrounded by mountains and with only a narrow exit.
A huge building is hidden inside. The paint on the outside of the building is all green, blending in with the tall trees around it. It is difficult to find an aircraft in the sky, and it is even harder to find a satellite in space. In this huge building, scientists wearing white coats are busy constantly. Their faces are all very young, and many of them still have a youthful air. At first glance, they look like they have just left campus. Li Fu was also wearing a white coat at this time. He was studying something attentively at this time. No one around him dared to disturb him. Everyone knew Li Fu's temper. He was usually very easygoing, without any airs, and everyone they could all talk and laugh. But once Li Fu is concentrating on research, if anyone disturbs Li Fu at this time, there will definitely be no good consequences. I have already mastered all the key points of this anti-gravity technology. But why is it still so difficult to implement it? Li Fu is constantly thinking in his mind. Li Fu, who has the seeds of civilization, will follow Xiaoying to learn the technology of super civilization almost every day, and then slowly find ways to spread these technologies. The same is true for anti-gravity technology. Li Fu is I have already mastered the anti-gravity technology long ago. It's just that the anti-gravity technology has never been developed, because the plasma power technology had just been developed at that time, and it was completely unnecessary to come up with anti-gravity technology. Moreover, the scientific research team of Fuyun Group was still very immature at the time, and wanted to let everyone, it is still quite difficult to fully understand anti-gravity technology, especially to show that it is just Li Fu who mentioned something, and then others suddenly understood it after a long period of research. This is very difficult. It is already 2027, almost 10 years since the birth of plasma technology. Today's Fuyun Group is still a behemoth, with tens of millions of employees alone, millions of scientific researchers and engineers, and technology. It is very powerful, and has even mastered many technologies that Chinese officials have not mastered, such as super large plasma engines, primary energy weapons, point light, and so on. And now China has fully developed into the space field. There are spacecrafts mining asteroids in the asteroid belt, countless mines on the moon, countless space buildings in the outer space of the Earth, etc. All the conditions have been mature. Li Fu, I think it's time to bring out the anti-gravity technology. However, although Li Fu has mastered various key points of anti-gravity technology through the seeds of civilization, he still encountered many difficulties when it came to actually realizing anti-gravity technology. Master, theory and practice come together. Although you have mastered all the key points of anti-gravity technology in theory, you still need to continue experimenting to develop it in practice. This speed is already very fast. If you really figure it out on your own, judging from the current level of science and technology on Earth, it would be impossible to think of anti-gravity from theory to reality without thousands of years. The little shadow in my mind said with a smile, with a slightly contemptuous smile, as if you are in the midst of blessings and don't know how to be blessed. Okay. I was too impatient. Li Fu smiled and nodded. Prepare for the next experiment. Returning to reality, Li Fu gave instructions to his assistant Li Quanjiang. Because of his outstanding performance during the scientific expedition of the ocean, Li Fu was transferred to his side as Li Fu's assistant as soon as he graduated. Soon, arrangements were made for Li Quanjiang. In the middle of the laboratory, there was a huge experimental hall. The experiments were ready and waiting for Li Fu to give the order. Principal, the experiment can start at any time. Li Quanjiang came to Li Fu's side and reminded him gently. Let's start. Li Fu nodded with satisfaction and looked towards the middle of the experimental hall. Because anti-gravity technology uses universal gravity, it must find a way to convert gravity into power. However, universal gravity is the force that attracts objects to oneself. This is the most difficult part of anti-gravity technology. Only after overcoming this point can be said that anti-gravity technology is achieved. Li Fu knew very well that in the early days of anti-gravity technology, it was based on the principle of attraction of opposite sexes and repulsion of same sexes. To put it simply, it was to regard a planet as a huge magnet, and his own spacecraft was also a magnet. Magnets use the principle of same-sex repulsion and opposite-sex attraction before magnets to realize anti-gravity technology. Of course, this is just the early stage. A very simple anti-gravity technology. The real anti-gravity technology, that is, the gravitation technology, is not like this. Instead, it uses the gravitation of more massive celestial bodies to overcome the gravitation of the small world. For example,
The gravitational force of the sun is used to overcome the gravitational force of the Earth. The gravitational force of the sun is so huge that even the Earth is dominated by it. If you can master this technology, you can freely move around in the star system. Because in the entire star system, the mass is the largest, is the core star.
The 235th experiment begins.
As the voice on the radio rang, everyone began to stare at the experimental hall in the middle. In the experimental hall, an object rose slowly. The speed was not fast, but it was very stable. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Its height continued to rise, and the gravity of the Earth seemed to have completely failed on it. However, this phenomenon did not last long. When the object rose to 7 or 8 meters, it suddenly turned over and then fell down at a very fast speed. This speed was far faster than that of a normal object falling from the same height. Speed to Earth. Snapped. In an instant, the entire object was completely shattered, and the scattered fragments told everyone that this experiment still failed.
It still doesn't work, although we have reduced the power output to the minimum. When it rises to a certain height, it will immediately flip over and fall apart under the attraction of opposite sexes.
Next to Li Fu, Li Quanjian shook his head. He had seen this scene many times, and this time it was not unexpected. The current situation is very simple. You hold two magnets and use the same pole to push each other. However, if you are not careful, the magnets will immediately flip over, and then the opposite sex will attract each other and stick together instantly. This is very common on strong magnets.
Try 2A composite switching technology and nanocrystalline magnetic technology.
Li Fu was silent, thinking rapidly in his mind, and then spoke slowly. Although the experiment has always failed, Li Fu is guiding the experiment in the right direction step by step. Because in his mind Li Fu has mastered all the key points and knows how to implement it. Of course, this process is naturally indispensable. Experiment many times. As time goes by, Li Fu can no longer remember how many times he has failed. Of course, he is getting closer and closer to truly developing anti-gravity technology. In the same laboratory, Shen Bin, Yu Liang, Zhao Haidao, and Yang Yiping all came together. This time, Li Fu was confident and called everyone over to watch the anti-gravity technology. In the huge experimental hall, there is a flat object that looks like an oval from above, with a length of more than 10 meters and a width of 7 or 8 meters at its widest point. But the thickness is only less than 3 meters. Overall, it looks like a flat object. It looks a bit like a flying saucer, only flatter. The reason why it is made like this is because Li Fu discovered during his research that this flat-shaped structure can be very stable and will not flip over easily, making it easier to implement anti-gravity technology.
Brother Fu, will it work this time? I heard that you have failed thousands of times. The materials alone cost hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars.
Yu Liang smiled playfully. That is, Li Fu, ordinary people would not be willing to invest such a large sum of money. You must know that many of the materials for this experiment are very scarce. Even on the moon and the Earth, there are very few and very few. There is a small amount of asteroids mined here in the asteroid belt, such as metals such as rhodium, palladium, osmium, etc., which are very rare on the Earth and the moon and are extremely expensive. Of course, the entire Fuyun Group belongs to Li Fu. What's more, given the current situation of Fuyun Group, Li Fu spending hundreds of billions of dollars on research is nothing at all. Many large-scale scientific research projects consume even more money. Li Fu signed the trillions of dollars without even frowning. Yu Liang was also joking, not really saying that Li Fu was wasting funds and materials.
As long as anti-gravity technology can be developed, hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars are nothing. Trillions of Chinese dollars are a trivial matter. But this is the first time I have seen Brother Fu in such a mess. In the past, any technology was in front of Brother Fu. It's a piece of cake. It doesn't have to take so long and fail so many times.
Yang Yiping also said jokingly, with a smile on his face. It was hard to see Li Fu failing in times to study a certain technology like them. Chapter 225. Powerful Anti-Gravity Technology. In the huge laboratory, many scientists are discussing with each other around the experimental hall. Under the leadership of Li Fu, huge amounts of money have been invested in anti-gravity technology. A huge elite team has been working hard for many years, and is very close to success.
The experiment begins.
As a voice rang in everyone's ears, everyone began to stare at the flying saucer-like aircraft in the middle of the experimental hall.
Buzz!
A very slight sound sounded,
and the anti-gravity system on this flying saucer-shaped spacecraft began to work. Under the attention of everyone, the aircraft rose slowly, not very fast, giving people a light and airy feeling, as if it was not an aircraft, but a larger dandelion. Lifting off lightly, it quickly rose to 7 or 8 meters, almost reaching the top. And then it floated quietly in the air, no longer affected by gravity at all. Try a translational flight. Seeing this, Li Fu showed a smile on his face, and said to his garrison Li Quanjiang. Soon, the aircraft began to fly slowly in the hall. It was still the same as before. It was not fast, and gave people a light and airy feeling. People couldn't help but sweat for it, for fear that it would fall down if not careful. Open the door and fly out. Li Fu looked at its performance, and nodded with satisfaction. As the order was given, a wall in the huge hall slowly opened, and the sun poured in. The sky was clear, and the sky was blue. The weather was very good. The flying saucer-shaped aircraft slowly flew out of the experimental hall, and came outside. It suddenly seemed like a free bird. Although it looked light and airy, its speed suddenly increased. With a burst of piercing sound, the aircraft rushed into the blue sky like an arrow from a string, breaking the speed of sound in just a few seconds. Moreover, scientists were afraid that the aircraft would not be able to withstand it, so they did not launch it at full speed. For it, just a warm-up. There was no aircraft in sight in the laboratory hall, and everyone quickly turned to look at the central monitor, which displayed relevant data. Flying speed Mach 10. It was very easy. Just at the beginning, its speed reached 10 times the speed of sound, and soon, its speed immediately soared to the terrifying level of Mach 30, which is its normal speed. Slow down and bring it back. Li Fu looked at its position. In just a few minutes, he saw that it was about to fly out of China's border. Now Li Fu didn't want it to be overly exposed, so he quickly kept a low profile. Although the speed of the aircraft exceeded Mach 30, China, the official side, will definitely be able to detect it. But Li Fu can push it over on the grounds of experimenting with a new aerospace plane. A few minutes later, the flying saucer-shaped aircraft will slowly come back, fly lightly into the experimental hall, and then park lightly in the middle. Everything is controlled perfectly. If it is an aerospace plane, it will definitely not be able to do it so easily, because the aerospace plane's power system is at the tail. It can only fly forward. But the power system of this aircraft is an anti-gravity power system. There is no need to distinguish between these. It can fly freely in any direction. And because it can levitate and translate, etc., it can do things that were never thought of before. The maneuver comes out. It's incredible! After watching the performance of this aircraft from beginning to end, Yu Liang couldn't help but admire that the powerful anti-gravity system gave this aircraft many incredible abilities, such as suspension, translation, changing the flight direction in any direction, ultra-high speed, vertical takeoff, etc. Almost every feature is enough to crush the aerospace aircraft. It is not a product of the same era at all. Anti-gravity technology! Chinbin also opened his eyes wide. As a top scientist in the fields of aerospace and aviation power technology, he knew very well that it was simply impossible for an aircraft to achieve the many performances just now. Incredible! Chow Haitao also shook his head repeatedly, although he was somewhat prepared in his heart. After witnessing the power of anti-gravity technology with his own eyes, he knew that the plasma power era was almost coming to an end. Plasma power consumes a lot of electricity and compressed air. Anti-gravity technology only consumes electricity, and because it does not need to ionize the air, it consumes less than half of the energy of a plasma engine. It does not require compressed air. And there are too many places that crush plasma power. I can barely see it. At least this anti-gravity technology has been researched. Li Fu also nodded with satisfaction. It took a lot of Li Fu's energy and time to finally develop this anti-gravity technology. Now his Fuyun group is waiting to use anti-gravity technology to build a powerful anti-gravity weapon. Gravity spacecraft are used to travel to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids. Now the construction of the Huashan has basically been stopped, because the resources obtained by the Fuyun group are getting less and less. Seeing that there is no response from the Fuyun group, those people are even more unscrupulous, constantly robbing what should have been resources allocated to Fuyun group. If it weren't for the fact that Fuyun group itself has a huge cloud sea area on the moon, with many very large mines on it, which can continuously mine resources, even the entire Fuyun group would have come to a standstill. Because the current trading of asteroids has been controlled, the Chinese government is concentrating its efforts on building a cosmic army. So the asteroids mined are bought by the Chinese government and then distributed to units that require massive resources. That is, mineral transactions on the moon are relatively lightly controlled. After all, everything cannot be controlled. Otherwise, China's current good situation in the space field will be greatly affected. Success! In the laboratory, when they saw the flying saucer-shaped aircraft landing very smoothly, almost exactly where it took off, scientists involved in anti-gravity technology research in the entire laboratory soon started shouting excitedly. The cheers brought Li Fu back from his thoughts. Li Fu looked at the cheering scene. Some scientists hugged each other. Some fist-bumped and shook hands. And some jumped happily and bumped into each other. They were all a group of young people, full of infinite vitality, expressing their inner joy. It was also very enthusiastic. Everything was written on his face. And Li Fu also laughed. Chapter 226. Interstellar Miner. In outer space, a Dumbo spacecraft has just flown dozens of times around the Earth. Its initial speed reached 25 kilometers per second, and it flew straight towards the asteroid belt. The spacecraft is branded with the logo of the Universal Hand Technology Company, with a huge palm with 5 fingers spread out. This is a super technology company that is currently ranked among the top 5 space technology companies in China, with a market value of more than 10 trillion Chinese dollars. But there are more than 10 Dumbo spacecrafts that go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids, and they can mine more than 20 asteroids from the asteroid belt every year. This revenue alone can reach trillions of Chinese dollars. Keep accelerating! In the spaceship, Captain Liu Yuan looked at the smaller and smaller Earth, with a trace of reluctance in his heart, but more of a yearning and perseverance for the future life. As the captain of the New Era asteroid mining spacecraft, Liu Yuan's income is very considerable, although it takes nearly half a year to travel to and from the asteroid belt. And after returning, he still needs about a year and a half to cultivate on the Earth. Going out again means that you can go back and forth to the asteroid belt only once every 2 years, although it takes 2 years to take a trip to an asteroid. For those who work in this industry, one trip is enough to last a lifetime. Not to mention him, the captain. Each member of the captain earns at least 50 million per trip. If you are lucky enough to mine a high-value asteroid, the commission will be very considerable, and the income will easily exceed the 100 million mark. A trip to an asteroid can earn hundreds of millions of dollars. Such a high return is enough to drive countless people crazy. Today's Chinese currency is extremely valuable. Such a huge amount is enough for people to live without worries about food and clothing for a lifetime. Of course, the income is high, and not everyone can go there. In addition to the basic requirements for level 5 astronauts, there are also very high requirements for astronomy, aerospace power, mechanical maintenance, etc. Almost everyone they can be regarded as all-rounders, able to handle many aspects of things. Of course, the more important thing is to have a good psychological quality. People are relatively peaceful and non-impulsive. The personality test must pass the standard, because after sailing in the void for such a long time, everyone slowly discovered that even those who are usually peaceful people can easily become excited and irritable. Fights between astronauts often occur, and a few times the quarrels have become very serious. Several spacecrafts mining asteroids have been directly destroyed in space due to conflicts among the crews. Later, everyone learned from Fuyun Group that this was caused by void syndrome, although they also knew that they had to bring a lot of green plants to alleviate the problem. For the sake of safety and security, these space companies only recruit people with peaceful personalities to travel to small areas, mining asteroids in the planetary belt. After all, a Dumbo spacecraft is an expensive spacecraft. If something happens to the astronauts on this ship, the losses will be even greater. In addition to the difficulty in finding astronauts and scientists who go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids, there is another important reason why their income is so high. Because they have been sailing in space for a long time and have not returned to the ground for up to half a year to be affected by gravity again. The ordinary bodies of these astronauts will be greatly affected. On the one hand, the calcium in the bones is continuously lost, the secretion system, digestive system, etc. inside the body are greatly affected. Although Chinese officials have repeatedly emphasized that people who work in space and the universe for a long time must exercise for at least 4 hours a day to maintain the calcium in the astronauts' bodies. This exercise is limited after all, and many bones and muscles cannot be maintained at all. If you can't exercise, all bones on the Earth are affected by gravity. Therefore, although it is profitable to take a trip to an asteroid, astronauts often suffer from many lifelong diseases that are difficult to treat. And some are so severe that they even become disabled and cannot even take care of themselves. Problems such as bone calcium loss, secretion system disorders, digestive system problems, abnormal development of body organs, and many other problems have deterred countless astronauts. Astronauts themselves are high-income people, and there are many people who do not want to take risks. Of course, scientists are working hard to find ways to solve these problems. As long as many astronauts continue to exercise, take medicine, and maintain long-term recovery after returning to Earth, they are basically fine. The Dumbo spaceship is still accelerating, and the crew members have nothing to do, so they all ran to exercise. No one wants to make money but not enjoy it. They all value their bodies very much. They really should do that. As the old saying goes, the body is the capital of revolution.
This is the second trip to the asteroid belt.
Lu Yuan did not go to exercise and stayed here in the command room. He had the experience of going to the asteroid belt once. He knew that there was no rush in exercising during this period. What he really needed to hurry up was when he was about to return to Earth. At this time, he was looking at the starry sky outside, filled with stars, and thinking about his future path. Lu Yuan is an ambitious person. He is not satisfied with working for others. Otherwise, the last time he went to the asteroid belt, he had already obtained enough funds to enjoy the second half of his life. He has his own dream. He wants to set up his own interstellar mining company, which requires a huge amount of funds. Not to mention, just a Dumbo spacecraft will require tens of billions of Chinese dollars. With this little money in hand, although it is enough for me to have enough food and clothing in the future, it is far from enough to buy the Dumbo spaceship. Of course, Lu Yuan is also very aware of the capital he owns. This is his second trip to the asteroid belt to mine resources. It can be said that he is the most experienced person in the entire industry. Very few people will go to the asteroid belt multiple times to mine asteroids. With rich experience, calm command and control ability, Lu Yuan is very clear that the only thing he lacks is funds. As long as he has funds, Lu Yuan believes that he can be like those legendary rich people in the space age in a very short time. Get rich suddenly. Not long ago, he heard that Chinese officials were about to introduce a policy. The purpose of this policy was to encourage more people or groups to participate in the asteroid mining industry. Because now China is in urgent need of a large amount of resources. The asteroids in the asteroid belt are the largest and cheapest resource. The general content of this policy is that as long as an individual or group intends to mine asteroids, Chinese officials can provide preferential loan support and vigorously encourage and support the development of the asteroid mining industry. China has issued many policies similar to this one, because these policies are to promote China's development in the space field. They are all faced with new individuals and groups. Old groups and individuals cannot enjoy these policies, not even if it's a company owned by someone else. Therefore, a large number of space technology companies can be created almost every time, making countless people who were previously silent become rich overnight, and becoming a topic that countless people around the world talk about. China's current situation in the space field is actually largely due to various support policies. Otherwise, it would easily cost tens of billions or hundreds of billions to invest, not to mention individuals or large companies. Enterprises and large consortiums will all seem to be a little overwhelmed, and almost always need to unite a very large team to be able to mobilize. After Lu Yuan heard the news, he was naturally excited. He knew that his opportunity had come. So even though his family opposed Lu Yuan's return to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids, Lu Yuan still persisted because he wanted to become a new legend, to become a super rich man that others envy. Of course, the most important thing is to realize your own life value. After staying in space for a long time, he has fallen in love with life in space, and has already dedicated his life to the space industry. So he feels that the value of his life can only be reflected in the space field. Otherwise, if he was just content to be a rich man with no worries about food and clothing, Lu Yuan would have been able to do it 2 years ago. The life he spent recuperating at home in the past 2 years made him feel too comfortable, too boring. And in the space age, it can be said that everyone is full of adventurous spirit and infinite yearning for the vast void of the universe.
I wonder if I will have the opportunity to go to other star systems to take a look.
Lu Yuan looked at the stars outside and imagined his future adventurous life. Although he had a gentle personality, at heart, he was the kind of person who was uneasy with the status quo. He liked activities such as adventure very much. Any unknown world could arouse his strong passion, interest.
Buzz!
Just when Lu Yuan was in a daze, the radar on the spacecraft rang loudly, pulling Lu Yuan back from his thoughts.
What's going on?
Why does the radar sound the alarm?
Lu Yuan immediately became energetic and quickly checked the radar data.
This is so fast. It's incredible.
Lu Yuan looked at a point on the radar, which was approaching his Dumbo spaceship at an unimaginable speed. The speed of this point reached 10 times that of his Dumbo spacecraft. And it was still accelerating. You know, at this time, the speed of Lu Yuan's spacecraft exceeds 50 kilometers per second, which means that the speed of this object that is rapidly approaching it has reached an unprecedented speed of 500 kilometers per second.
What exactly is it? Is it an asteroid or a comet? But according to the latest astronomical information, it is impossible to encounter it.
Guessing in his mind, Lu Yuan controlled the astronomical telescope on the Dumbo spacecraft to look at the object.
Alien spaceship?
When Lu Yuan saw the object approaching him rapidly through the astronomical telescope, he couldn't help but scream because he saw a flying saucer like one in a science fiction movie. Chapter 227. Easily drag an asteroid weighing hundreds of millions of tons.
Captain, what happened?
At this time, crew member Sun Xiaowen, who was also awakened by the sound of the alarm and hurried over, asked hurriedly,
Alien spaceship?
The other crew members came over at about the same time, and just in time to hear Lu Yuan's words. Their eyes widened.
Behind us, there is a flying saucer-shaped aircraft approaching us at a speed of 500 kilometers per second. Everyone, please take a look.
Lu Yuan's face was very solemn, and he was thinking of countermeasures in his mind. When the others heard this, they hurriedly controlled radars, astronomical telescopes, etc.
Holy crap! It's really an alien civilization spacecraft. We don't have such a spacecraft here on Earth. And as far as I know, even the most advanced spacecraft of Fuyun Group cannot reach such a terrifying speed. 500 the speed of kilometers per second is really terrifying. And the plasma power is simply not enough to provide such a strong power.
Sun Xiaowen saw the flying saucer-shaped aircraft through the astronomical telescope, and then said categorically that being able to become an interstellar miner and go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids is very familiar with various types of spacecraft in space. He knows Fuyun Group the aircraft is the best.
What should we do? It's obviously coming towards us. And it's exactly the same as our route.
Sun Xiaowen looked at the captain Lu Yuan. All major decisions on the ship must be made by Lu Yuan. This is the captain's power.
Send a distress message to the Earth immediately. And then send a message to this aircraft to see if you can talk to them.
Lu Yuan thought rapidly in his mind, and then seemed to make up his mind. If it was really an alien, he would have to take a closer look. He couldn't run away now, let alone fight. Dumbo universe, there are no weapons on the spacecraft, so it can only ask for help from the Earth and then try to negotiate with aliens.
No, this is not an alien civilization spacecraft. This is a spaceship belonging to the Fuyun Group. The spacecraft has the Fuyun Group's logo on it.
Soon, another person watching through the astronomical telescope made a new major discovery, and then said loudly,
Fuyun Group's aircraft?
Lu Yuan couldn't believe it, and then he watched it himself.
Holy crap! It's really a Fuyun Group aircraft. But that's impossible. A 500 kilometers per second spacecraft.
Through the astronomical telescope, Lu Yuan also saw clearly the logo on the flying saucer-shaped aircraft this time. It was the cloud-shaped logo of Fuyun Group. It is a pattern that everyone on the Earth knows now. In the previous time, because the distance was relatively far, so it was hard to see clearly. But the speed of the aircraft was so fast that the distance between the two sides was shortened, and the logo on the spacecraft was clearly visible. In the void about 1,000,000 kilometers behind Lu Yuan and others, a flying saucer-shaped spacecraft was advancing in the void at an unimaginable speed. The spacecraft was in the shape of a flying saucer, an oval flying saucer, and was long enough. It is more than 500 meters long, more than 300 meters wide at its widest point, and 200 meters high. The overall look is full of science fiction, like an alien spaceship in movies and novels. Inside the spaceship, Captain John Fei was in a pretty good mood. When he originally received the company's mission to go to the asteroid belt to mine asteroids, he was not very happy because no one wanted to leave the Earth for more than half a year. Especially when John Fei arrived. Flying at this level, one's net worth is already quite rich, and one can already have enough food and clothing. However, when he learned that the spacecraft used was a spacecraft built with the company's latest technology and could reach speeds of hundreds of kilometers per second, he immediately accepted the mission with great enthusiasm. The speed could reach hundreds of kilometers per second. It would not even take a month for a second somersault cloud spacecraft to travel to and from the asteroid belt.
TSK. TSK. This somersault cloud spaceship is really fast.
You may not be able to feel how fast your spacecraft is in the void. But when you look back at the Earth shrinks very quickly in your field of vision, and eventually becomes like a star in the sky. John Fei knew that this speed was definitely not enough.
Brother Fei, we received a message from a spacecraft in front of us. They actually thought we were aliens. Just hearing it once is very funny.
Crew member Zenka came over to report with a smile. Zenka was the correspondent on the spacecraft.
Turn around and listen.
John Fei raised his eyebrows and said with a smile,
Friends from far away, welcome to the solar system as guests. We are Earthlings. Isn't it convenient for us to make friends? Ha ha. It seems they think we are aliens.
John Fei couldn't help laughing after hearing the whole story. The speed of the somersault cloud spacecraft was really too fast. In addition, it was shaped like a flying saucer. It didn't seem surprising that it was misunderstood as an alien civilization spacecraft.
Reply them. We are from Fuyun Group. And tell them not to make a fuss.
John Fei thought for a while and said with a slight smile.
Soon.
John Fei's reply arrived at Lu Yuan's side at the speed of light.
It is really the spaceship of Fuyun Group. I didn't expect that in just a few years. Fuyun Group would be able to build such an advanced spaceship. If such a spaceship is used to travel to and from the asteroid belt,
it will not even take a month.
John Fei breathed a sigh of relief and confirmed the identity of the other party. Then, there was nothing to worry about for his own safety. But he was deeply shocked by Fuyun Group's technology.
As expected of Fuyun Group,
Sun Xiaowen on the side also nodded. Half an hour later, the distance between the two spaceships was already quite close. Lu Yuan and others were able to clearly see the spaceship behind them with their naked eyes. The routes of the two sides were slightly different.
The somersault cloud
spacecraft was so fast that it was impossible there is no need to go to the asteroid belt in advance to mine asteroids like Lu Yuan and others.
A fantastic spaceship. It would be great if I could buy a spaceship like this to mine asteroids.
Lu Yuan looked at the dreamlike spaceship in the void. There was a cloud-like pattern on the spacecraft. From a distance, it looked like a cloud. A few minutes later,
the somersault cloud
spacecraft passed by hundreds of kilometers away from Lu Yuan and others, and soon passed Lu Yuan and others, and flew away.
What kind of spaceship is this? Why haven't we heard anything about it?
Sun Xiaowen looked at the spaceship that gradually disappeared from his field of vision, with an envious look on his face. Such a fast spacecraft not only means that the time to and from asteroids can be greatly shortened, but more importantly, such a spacecraft must be very powerful and can drag asteroids with greater mass. Its value is inestimable. Naturally, John Fei did not see the envious and excited expressions of Lu Yuan and others.
The somersault cloud
spacecraft flew rapidly in the void, relying on the powerful anti-gravity system. It did not even have a tail flame, just like the sky in the void of the universe. Like ghosts in the sky, countless invisible creatures flew across distant and long distances. In less than 10 days,
the somersault cloud
spacecraft flew a long distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers from the Earth to the asteroid belt.
Brothers, work has begun.
With John Fei's roar, the crew members on the main spaceship began to work. The time on the road was basically spent resting and exercising, because the spacecraft can completely rely on inertial flight and does not require any operation. What is really needed is their time is now. Whether we can find an asteroid with the highest value and bring it back to Earth is closely related to everyone's income. The greater the value of the asteroid, the greater the reward for everyone. After all, the bright red Chinese coins are now the favorite of people on Earth. Detection satellites, unmanned detectors, etc. are being spread in all directions for free. At the same time, very advanced detection radars, spectroscopic instruments, etc. are also turned on. It is not easy to find an asteroid with maximum value. Matter.
This asteroid has a mass of more than 90 million tons, which is appropriate in terms of mass. But its metal content is too little, so we give up. The metal content of this asteroid is very high, reaching 70%, but its mass is only 60 million tons, which makes it tasteless. It's over 100 million tons. We can't drag it. It's not our cup of tea.
For several days, John Fei and others were searching for suitable targets. Because the speed of the
somersault cloud
spacecraft was really too fast. It didn't matter at all to stay in the asteroid belt for a few more days. We could try our best to maximize the value of your trip.
Quack. I finally found it. Everyone, hurry up and take a look at this asteroid numbered AK-0823. Its mass reaches 98 million tons. According to the spectrum, 85.23% is made of metal. That's it. Action. After careful confirmation, John Fay happily ordered. Soon, the asteroid was tied up by wawata, and a carbon fiber rope with a diameter of more than 10 meters connected it to the Somersault Cloud spacecraft. Start up. As the rope slowly tightened, the carbon fiber rope on the asteroid tightened deeply. On the Somersault Cloud spacecraft, John Fay and others held their breath, and everyone looked quite nervous, especially since they were dragging an asteroid of nearly 100 million tons, and it was a new spacecraft. In fact, everyone was still worried about whether the spacecraft could survive. To be fair, in terms of size, the Somersault Cloud spacecraft is even smaller than the Dumbo spacecraft. The asteroid has changed its trajectory. It has such a strong power, but it hasn't pushed forward at full strength yet. Soon, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, because the Somersault Cloud spacecraft performed very easily dragging the asteroid, changing its trajectory, and flying quickly towards the Earth's orbit. Chapter 228. Jealous. In the void between the Earth and the asteroid belt, Lu Yuan was somewhat bored and used a virtual machine to connect to the virtual world. During the long journey, he always had to find some way to pass the time. Buzz! The radar alarm sounded again, awakening everyone on the entire spacecraft. What happened again? Lu Yuan hurried to the control room and asked nervously. This time he went to the asteroid belt. This was the second time he received a radar alarm. You must know that nothing happened the last time he went to the asteroid belt. It happened, and everything went back and forth quietly. Why did the people from Fuyun Group return home so quickly? Sun Xiaowen looked at the data displayed on the radar. The object was rapidly approaching towards him at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per second. Looking through the astronomical telescope, he saw that it was the flying saucer-shaped spacecraft of the Fuyun Group that he encountered more than 10 days ago. Fuyun Group spaceship? When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately became energetic. Are they hauling asteroids behind them? Have. Immediately calculate the mass of the asteroid and analyze the composition of the asteroid. This Fuyun Group is the originator of asteroid mining. I don't know what good stuff they found this time. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ordered. Soon, the two astronomers on the spacecraft calculated the mass, composition, etc. of the asteroid. Holy crap! A 98 million ton asteroid contains 85.23% iron. After getting the data, Lu Yuan couldn't help shouting loudly. It turned out to be an asteroid close to 100 million tons. I remember that the largest asteroid mined was an asteroid mined by the Star Dynamics company using the Dumbo spacecraft. Its mass was only over 10,000 tons. Sun Xiaowen on the side was dumbfounded when he heard this. And at the same time, he couldn't help but drool. The asteroid is close to 100 million tons. And the iron content is so high. The value of this asteroid will exceed the sum of all the asteroids mined by our company in a year. And it will be worth at least trillions of Chinese dollars. When the people around him heard this, they began to calculate in their minds. And then, their eyes turned red. After traveling to and from the asteroid belt in such a short time, they brought back an asteroid worth trillions of Chinese dollars. What else? It is even more enviable than this. Getting rich overnight is not enough to describe it. It is faster than printing money. What kind of spacecraft is this? It can actually drag an asteroid weighing hundreds of millions of tons. It can drag an asteroid so fast. What kind of power technology is it using? Lu Yuan's eyes were also red. But he was thinking carefully about the technology used in such a powerful spaceship. He longed to own such a powerful spaceship in his heart. The Somersault Cloud spacecraft was advancing rapidly in the void. More than 10 days later, it was already far away from the Earth. Countless forces on the Earth naturally knew about it soon. The imperial capital, the headquarters building of Starry Sky Technology, is now the most famous space technology company in the world, ranking among the top 3 super large companies. Starry Sky Technology has a market value of more than 10 trillion, and has very huge industries in space and on the moon, including asteroids. The mining industry is also one of the company's most important pillar industries. What? Fuyun Group used a flying saucer-shaped spacecraft to mine an asteroid of nearly 100 million tons from the asteroid belt in just about a month. Zhang Xianzu, who had just reached middle age, had always been very stable. But when he received the report from his subordinates, he couldn't calm down and stood up and asked in disbelief.
Yes, our scientists have already conducted an analysis on this asteroid. It is only 100,000 kilometers away from the Earth. The data cannot be wrong at all.
The subordinate nodded and analyzed the mass and composition of an asteroid. In today's era, almost every scientist, engineer, and astronaut in the field of space technology can do it.
Book a flight for me. I'm going to Sanjiang City. It's been a long time since I've had tea and chat with Li Fu.
Zhang Xianzu walked back and forth in the office, his eyes turning red. Asteroids weighing hundreds of millions of tons are worth hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars. If you are lucky, they can easily be worth trillions of Chinese dollars. Especially now, China is in great need of resources. The price of metal resources represented by steel and space has skyrocketed, causing countless people to find ways to join the interstellar mining industry. There is a huge space building complex in the outer space of the Earth. This is a space factory officially owned by China. It is affiliated to China Heavy Industry Group. China Heavy Industry is also responsible for the construction of the two frigates, Songhan and Hingshan. At this time, Wang Aigua was inspecting the construction of the frigate accompanied by the leaders of China Heavy Industry Group.
Leader, the keel of our Songhan space battleship has been built. The next step is to install muscles and various equipment on it.
But Lu Ziyuan, the CEO of China Heavy Industries Group, introduced the current construction situation to Wang Aigua in detail, and at the same time deliberately paused when speaking at key points.
But what?
Wang Aigua has been in the officialdom all his life, so he naturally heard that he had not yet said anything.
Actually, it's nothing. It's just that the resources allocated to our group are too few, so that our construction period has not been progressing smoothly. It's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Without resources, it is impossible for us to complete the construction of two space battleships early. Possible. In addition, Fuyun Group has not sent over the battleship's engines and super-large plasma engines, so we are now stuck in a state of shutdown.
Lu Ziyuan pretended to be a little embarrassed, but when Wang Aigua glared, he reluctantly told his difficulties, including some insinuations against Fuyun Group.
As far as I know, your group seems to have allocated a lot of resources.
Wang Aigua naturally has a clear mind. He knows that these large state-owned groups will complain to him almost every time, asking for resources and so on. It is nothing more than a principle that a crying child will have milk to eat. Take China Heavy Industries Group as an example. Because of its heavy tasks, China Heavy Industries Group has two frigates that need to be built, so the allocation of resources has always been tilted. In addition, Lu Ziyuan has to report to the leaders above him almost every day. Resources are needed, so China Heavy Industries Group holds very huge resources, and some of them have even been misappropriated. But outsiders don't know it.
There are a lot of resources, but our group has to undertake the construction of two space battleships, which consumes a lot of money. The Fuyun Group is also true. If the technology of the super-large plasma engine is handed over to the country, the the number of spaceships will soon increase significantly, and we won't have to fight for resources.
Lu Ziyuan continued to attack Wang Aigua without changing his expression and heart. He had already been jealous of Fuyun Group for being a monopoly. If Fuyun Group could be allowed to share its technology with Chinese officials, there is no doubt that China Heavy Industries Group would definitely this technology is available.
The technology belongs to Fuyun Group. If you have the ability, you can research it yourself.
When Wang Aigua heard this, he said with a smile. At this time, a person hurriedly floated over.
Fuyun Group used a flying saucer-shaped spacecraft to mine an asteroid from the asteroid belt that weighed close to hundreds of millions of tons. An asteroid of hundreds of millions of tons? How is this possible? Even the most powerful Dumbo spacecraft cannot do it.
Lu Ziyuan asked suspiciously.
You can't be wrong. This asteroid is almost reaching outer space.
The person who came said categorically, looking a little excited.
Asteroids weighing hundreds of millions of tons are worth at least several hundred billion Chinese dollars.
Lu Ziyuan's eyes lit up.
Leader, this asteroid must be allocated to our group. With this asteroid, I guarantee that the Songhan can be completed ahead of schedule.
Lu Ziyuan rolled his eyes, patted his chest, and said with a smile on his face.
What kind of spaceship is it? It can actually mine hundreds of millions of tons of asteroids. It seems that Fuyun Group must have made a major breakthrough.
At this time, Wang Aigua was thinking about what technology this spaceship used. And at the same time, he was very happy. With such a powerful spaceship, China would be able to build a cosmic army much faster, and he would no longer have to worry about it. Resources are in trouble.
Leader, What do you think?
Seeing that Wan Aigua didn't answer his words, Lu Ziyuan reminded him gently.
Oh, what's the matter?
Wan Aigua asked, confused.
Leader, I said this asteroid is assigned to our group, and we can ensure that the Songhan is completed ahead of schedule.
Lu Ziyuan smiled and said again patiently.
Let's wait for notification about this.
Wan Aigua frowned slightly. These large state-owned groups are very powerful when they want resources, technology, and policies. When they see the benefits, they swarm them like sharks smelling blood. Lu Ziyuan obviously wants it too. Take a piece of this asteroid. However, this asteroid was mined by Fuyun Group. Wan Aigua knew that Fuyun Group was also in great difficulty now. Its resources were being robbed by these large groups. Work on the Huashan has been suspended. It is estimated that this time it will also be taken away. I had no choice but to mine asteroids myself. Otherwise, although mining asteroids is very profitable, Fuyun Group may not really take it seriously. If they just build Dumbo, etc. spaceships, Fuyun Group can make a lot of money. Wan Aigua knew very well that he had to fight for something for Fuyun Group, and he couldn't go too far in some things. Chapter 229. Li Fu's Request. In a chat world in the virtual world with beautiful mountains and clear waters, singing birds and fragrant flowers, and beautiful wind and sunshine, Li Fu was drinking tea and waiting patiently. With the development of technology, food, drinks and other functions in the virtual world have also been added one after another. Research has shown that you can enjoy a variety of delicacies in the virtual world, many of which are even more delicious than in the real world.
It's not easy to taste tea like this in the real world.
Li Fu tasted it carefully. This kind of direct transmission of delicious food into people's brains made people's appetites whet their appetites. But in his mind, he was thinking about how to talk to Tang Yunshan later. Nowadays, there are very few people who can make Li Fu wait patiently, and Tang Yunshan is definitely one of them. A figure flashed in the virtual world. A few years later, Tang Yunshan has become much older. A lot of white hair can be seen on the original black hair on his head, and his expression looks rather haggard. Managing a big country is like cooking a small delicacy, and the leader is like it is definitely not an easy task for a big country like China, especially when Tang Yunshan still wants to be a productive person, which makes it even more difficult. Of course, another very important reason is that due to the implementation of the forced birth policy, there is a very loud voice against him in the country, but he has to carry it out vigorously. In addition, he has to worry about the invasion of alien civilization at all times, and build up a cosmic army as soon as possible. So Tang Yunshan is really tired.
Shaoli, your life is very comfortable. Drinking tea and looking at the scenery are so comfortable.
Tang Yunshan was not polite. He sat down by himself, picked up the teapot and poured himself tea. Anyway, in the virtual world, you don't have to worry about poisoning or being bad for your health. You can taste whatever you want.
Old Tang, as great as your abilities are, so are your responsibilities. You are in a high and powerful position, and I have no official position. So naturally I can be more leisurely and comfortable.
Li Fu and Tang Yunshan are also old friends, so they talk more relaxedly.
Shaoli, how is the construction of the Huashan?
The two smiled at each other, and Tang Yunshan soon asked about the construction status of the Huashan. This was one of the things he was most concerned about now, and it was also a weapon against the invasion of alien civilization in the future.
Work has basically stopped.
Li Fu looked helpless and answered. Originally, Li Fu didn't want to deal with Tang Yunshan for such nonsense, but now he has no choice. The resources allocated to Fuyun Group are getting less and less, and some people are doing more and more excessively. Li Fu also we can only come to Tang Yunshan.
What happened?
When Tang Yunshan heard this, he immediately frowned and thought rapidly in his mind. He knew very well that Li Fu would never disregard the interests of the country. Not to mention that Li Fu also knew that alien civilization could invade at any time. I won't neglect this matter. Since it was not a problem on Li Fu's side, then something must have happened in other areas. So the construction of the Huashan came to a halt.
Without resources and without steel, we are just as clever as we are, and it's hard to make a meal without straw.
Li Fu slowly began to tell the reasons for the incident. Tang Yunshan listened quietly, his face getting heavier and heavier. He did not expect that the people below him would actually follow his orders and assign them to Fuyun Group. The resources used to build the Huashan space battleship were taken away, and it was only now that Tang Yunshan learned about this from Li Fu. It was obvious that someone was hiding it.
Shaoli, I will give you an explanation for this matter.
Tang Yunshan frowned. He knew that if Li Fu had not been forced to do anything, Li Fu would not have come after him. At the same time, Tang Yunshan had almost guessed the matter in his mind. It must be those who oppose Tang Yunshan, and those who are jealous of Fuyun Group's huge interests. Otherwise, it is impossible to say that such a major matter can satisfy Tang Yunshan. This is what Tang Yunshan is worried about now. There are too many people who oppose Tang Yunshan. Not only ordinary people have many opinions on Tang Yunshan, but there are also many people who oppose Tang Yunshan in temples. Especially those who do not know that alien civilization may be possible at any time. The people who invaded the Earth. They understand very well why Tang Yunshan is trying so hard to develop the cosmic army and concentrate China's power to create a useless dragon-slaying army. If it is just to deal with other countries on the Earth, there is no need to spend a lot of effort. Build space battleships and create an army of millions. Especially now that the sale of asteroids is controlled. All asteroids must be sold to the Chinese government. This affects many people. If sold to the Chinese government, the price must not be much higher. So many space technology companies are not interested in this. They are all criticized. And the connection behind these space technology companies is very deep. People who are jealous of Fuyun Group have long existed. Fuyun Group is not listed on the market and is financing in the second step. So outsiders cannot get in at all. However, everything in the hands of Fuyun Group is enough to make people drool and be jealous. Incomparable. Whether it is virtual machines, biotechnology, super large plasma engines, or the huge resources in the sea of clouds on the moon, the city in the sky, space factories, etc. There are too many things that make people jealous. No matter what, the same thing is enough to drive people crazy. Most people naturally don't know how big the output value of Fuyun Group is. But the tip of the iceberg exposed by Fuyun Group is enough to infer Fuyun Group's huge industry. Not to mention anything else. Just the Dumbo spacecraft. Fuyun the group can produce more than 100 aircraft a year. From this business alone, Fuyun Group can obtain a terrifying operating income of more than 5 trillion Chinese dollars. Moreover, Fuyun Group is building a new space factory, and its future production capacity can be increased to the annual output is several thousand plus the level of the Dumbo spacecraft. Some people say that Fuyun Group occupies half of China's science and technology, economy, and space fields, and many people think that this is not an exaggeration. Just in the field of science and technology, the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute produces several Nobel Prizes every year. Winners. As for the Chinese academicians, more than half of the places every year are from the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute. And this is because the selection of Chinese academicians will take care of other Chinese scientists. If the selection is based on level, Fuyun Group Research Institute can even take over. Some people say that Fuyun Group Research Institute is the strongest now. Large Scientific Research Institute.
Old Tang. Originally such a thing is a very small matter. I have no choice but to tell you. I don't want to explain anything. I'm looking for you this time because I have something I want to ask of you.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head. In fact, Li Fu didn't pay attention to those people at all. Li Fu knew that there were people who were ready to target Fuyun Group and himself. But Li Fu didn't take it to heart.
What's up?
Tang Yunshan breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Fu really asked Tang Yunshan to pursue the case, there would be no way to solve it. However, Tang Yunshan was currently in a difficult situation. There were too many people who opposed him. So if he really wanted to go to war, it would only give people an opportunity to take advantage of him. Especially now that his first term is almost over. At this critical moment, he must compromise. Otherwise it will still be a question whether he can be re-elected. Because he already knows that those who oppose him have united and are preparing to dismiss him. Tang Yunshan does not want to set a historical precedent. Classes will be dismissed after one term.
Since the country is in difficulty now and resources are very tight, I simply don't need the country to supply resources. I just need you, Old Tang, to allow me to mine the asteroids for my own use.
Li Fu stated his request. Asteroid resources are the most important resources now and are controlled by the Chinese government. All asteroids must be sold to the Chinese government. Therefore, if the asteroids mined by the Fuyun Group if you want to use it yourself, you still need approval from Tang Yunshan.
Well, I have approved this matter, so I can only give you some grievances first. Shall we?
Tang Yunshan thought for a while, and nodded slowly in agreement. It is not easy for Tang Yunshan to come forward and vigorously rectify it now. But the construction of the Huashan cannot be delayed. So Fuyan Group must be given a certain degree of freedom. Otherwise, if so, this matter will eventually get bigger and bigger, making it difficult to deal with.
You can make enough food and clothing by yourself.
Hearing Tang Yunshan's words, Li Fu laughed happily. What Li Fu wanted was Tang Yunshan's nod. As for asteroids, resources, etc., there are many in the universe, and Li Fu has ways to get them. At the core of the Chinese imperial capital, Tang Yunshan exited the virtual world and returned to reality. His heart seemed heavy, and he was constantly thinking about some things. There was something quite complicated behind this matter.
I just received news that Fuyan Group used its latest spacecraft to mine an asteroid with a mass of 98 million tons from the asteroid belt in just about a month.
At this time, Tang Yunshan's secretary hurriedly walked in and told the latest news received.
A 98 million ton asteroid? And it only took about a month to mine it?
When Tang Yunshan heard this, he immediately took the information and read it in detail. He was the person in charge of the space field before, and he also had in-depth knowledge of asteroid mining. Naturally, he knew that although asteroid mining was very profitable, it would take a round trip. It takes at least half a year. The asteroids recovered from mining are usually only a few million tons in size. Even the big flying elephant spacecraft is more than 10 million tons. And the number of big flying elephant spacecraft is very small.
Ha ha. This Xiaoli is always full of surprises. I just agreed to his request, and he pulled the asteroid back to the Earth. It's really true.
After reading it carefully from beginning to end, Tang Yunshan couldn't help but laugh happily. Chapter 230, Can Cry But Has No Milk to Eat. The outer space of the Earth is extremely busy. Huge space buildings are scattered in space. Countless aerospace planes and spacecraft are constantly coming and going during this period, which is very lively. The somersault cloud spacecraft dragged the asteroid slowly close to the Earth, and was captured by the Earth's gravity very smoothly. With powerful anti-gravity technology, it decelerated much faster than the aerospace plane. Mining asteroids is safer and efficient.
This is the China Space Administration. Now all mined asteroids are under unified control. Please move the asteroids to the designated orbit immediately. We will verify the mass and composition of the asteroids. After verification, the money will be released immediately.
In the somersault cloud spacecraft, before Zhang Fei and others could take a breather, a call from the China Space Administration came over in a hurry, and there was no doubt that it was for the asteroid. At this time, there is a very large space building in the outer space of the Earth. This space building is affiliated to the China Space Administration and specializes in managing some of China's affairs in space. The most important task now is to be responsible for acquisition and distribution. Asteroids. Many people in the China Space Administration are constantly arguing with each other. These people are all major state-owned heavy industry groups and military industrial groups who have received the news and are preparing to carve up this asteroid. An asteroid of nearly 100 million tons. And the iron content is very high. And this one asteroid is worthy of more than a dozen asteroids of several million tons.
This asteroid must belong to our China Heavy Industries. Our China Heavy Industries has undertaken the construction of 2 space battleships. The tasks are very busy, and the resources required are very huge. No one can compete with me.
Lu Ziyuan of China Heavy Industries was already red-faced with the fight. Not to mention this asteroid with hundreds of millions of tons. He would have to fight for every asteroid with millions of tons. Because the more resources he fights for, not only it can only be used to build space battleships, and it can also be used to obtain some personal gains for oneself. Now is a special period, and the buying and selling of asteroids has been regulated. If in normal times, when asteroids are bought and sold freely, they would not be willing to spend a lot of money to buy asteroids.
You, the first level of China, have also built 2 space battleships. Why do you have to give priority to resources every time? Last time, the asteroid belonged to you. This time, it will belong to our first level anyway. Brothers, as long as you give in this time, I will treat you to drinks and dinner later, and I will not participate in the asteroid battle in the future.
When Gu Liang, who was in the first level of China, heard this, he immediately glared at him and attacked Lu Ziyuan unceremoniously.
Lao Gu, if you are willing to quit this time, I will treat you to dinner and drinks later. There is no need to discuss this asteroid. It must belong to our Kyushu Heavy Industries.
Pang Yin, the CEO of Kyushu Heavy Industries, said with a raised eyebrow. In the entire space administration, the CEOs and directors of heavy industry groups and military industry groups are in constant communication with each other. No one is willing to give in.
Everyone knows that now is the time to grab food. If they take a step back, from now on there won't even be a place to talk. Moreover, the more resources you seize, the easier your company's life will be. And your own life will be better. Although the emphasis is on contributing to the country. If you are not able to seize resources, you will not be able to survive in the company. It's hard to get a foothold. In the next room, Wang Aigua was talking to Tang Yunshan on the phone at this time. His frown quickly relaxed, with a relaxed expression on his face. It stands to reason that in the relationship between Wang Aigua and Li Fu, Wang Aigua should consider and fight for something for Li Fu. However, precisely because Li Fu is the son-in-law of the Wang family, Wang Aigua has to worry too much when doing things, for fear of giving Li Fu something wrong. The words people leave behind will affect their future. In the matter of competing for resources, Wang Aigua knew that Fuyun Group had a heavy task. But he could not say a word for Fuyun Group at all. If someone else was in this position, he could confidently do so. Fuyun Group strives for resources. It is precisely because of this that people like Lu Ziyuan, Ge Liang, and Peng Yin are unscrupulous. Because they all know the situation on Wang Aigua's side, and take away the resources that should have been allocated to Fuyun Group. Now that Tang Yunshan has come forward in person, and promised Li Fu to use the asteroid's mine by the Fuyun Group for himself, Wang Aigua can be considered relieved. Just now, he was still thinking about how to distribute the asteroids from the mouths of these wolves. Worried about Fuyun Group. Listening to the noisy quarrel outside, Tang Yunshan couldn't help but smile. He looked at their ugly behavior like a group of wolves fighting for food. They all bared their teeth and only used fists and kicks to stage a full-scale showdown. Okay. After waiting for more than an hour, Wang Aigua saw that they had almost finished arguing. They seemed to be tired. They were blowing their beards and staring at each other. Their mouths were dry, and they all declared a truce for the time being. Of course, the most important thing was that waiting for Wang Aigua to come out. Wang Aigua's words are very important as to how to distribute this asteroid. It's almost time to go out. Wang Aigua smiled slightly, opened the door, and floated out lightly. Leader, you must uphold justice. This asteroid must be distributed to us. China Heavy Industries. As soon as Lu Ziyuan saw Wang Aigua come out, he immediately went up crying and shouting, as if he had just been wronged. It was a pity not to become an actor. Leader, we are almost unable to solve the problem. You can't just ignore it. Leader, all the asteroids assigned to us last time have been used up. They still have a lot of resources left. You have to have a bowl of water that is balanced. You can't favor one thing over another. When the others saw it, they immediately jumped up one by one and used all kinds of methods. They all turned into crying children, as if they were asking their mothers for milk. Okay, everyone, please go back. I just received the highest order. From now on, they can freely use the asteroid's mine by Fuyun Group. Wang Aigua waved his hands gently and soon became quiet. Then he spoke slowly and returned to his office again without looking. Come on. This trip was in vain. So much saliva was wasted in vain. And all the fighting was in vain. Lu Ziyuan shook his head helplessly. The highest order, which showed that there was no room for change in this matter. Why do all the good things belong to Fuyun Group? The country should not condone Fuyun Group in this way. If this continues, it will definitely lose its tail. That is, they are unwilling to hand over all kinds of advanced technologies. They cherish themselves and know how to live alone. Private enterprises are private enterprises and have no sense of the overall situation. When the others heard this, they also started shouting. They were all jealous at first. But now they heard that Fuyun Group will have another privilege in the future. It is impossible to force Fuyun Group by pinching resources. In Wang Aigua's office, Wang Aigua looked very ugly after listening to these people's words. It seems that we need to find ways to properly manage these enterprises in the future. In the space field, the development speed of private enterprises far exceeds that of state-owned enterprises, especially in the technology field. Now more and more new technologies are produced by private enterprises. In contrast, state-owned enterprises, although we have a very solid foundation, we need technology, resources, talents, and policies, but we cannot outperform private enterprises. There are many things in this that are worth thinking about. Wang Aigua was thinking rapidly in his mind. As the person in charge of China's space field, he had witnessed the rise of countless space technology companies and the birth of countless super-rich people. Many of the astronauts in the new era have backgrounds in technology and scientific research. They are very willing to invest in research and development of science and technology. In addition, Most importantly, they all have an adventurous spirit and have caught up with the good times. So they have developed very quickly. On the other hand, if these state-owned enterprises did not rely on policies and strong support from superiors, they would not be able to compete with private enterprises. Their development speed, response speed, etc. are too slow. The asteroid dragged back by Zhang Fei and others not only caused a huge reaction in China, but also set off huge waves internationally, making countless people instantly jealous. Today, China's legendary technology company Fuyun Group used a flying saucer-shaped asteroid to mine an asteroid with a mass of nearly 100 million tons from the asteroid belt in only about 30 days. The value is estimated to exceed 1 trillion Chinese dollars. The Chinese have almost finished mining the asteroids. On the other hand, we are still fighting for some insignificant resources on the moon. China has made another major breakthrough in the field of space technology. It has developed a super spacecraft that can drag an asteroid of hundreds of millions of tons. It only took about 30 days to drag back an asteroid with a mass of nearly 100 million tons and a value of more than 1 trillion Chinese dollars. Asteroid, if we don't work hard to catch up, the gap between us and China will only get wider and wider. Make trillions of Chinese dollars in 30 days. Maybe you used to think it was a fantasy when you heard such words. But today, Huaxia Fuyun Group tells you with practical actions that this is really happening. Mainstream media from all over the world have reported on this matter vigorously. Each one of them emphasized the huge value of this asteroid. At the same time, they did not forget to comment on the gap between their own country and China, and their worries about the future. Overflowing. Of course, most of them were extremely jealous. Such a rapid wealth creation movement had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, the flights from all over the world to China became even busier, and heads of countries hurried to China. The imperial capital was running away, making Tang Yunshan almost overwhelmed. Chapter 231. The enemy appears. The vast universe. The endless void. The stars are like grains of sand in the desert. Their number is huge and unknown. The solar system is a very ordinary star in the universe. Everything in the solar system is still moving along the trajectory that was set billions of years ago. The Kuiper belt of the solar system is far away from the core sun of the solar system. Although the sun's rays are very dazzling and bright when viewed from the outer space of the Earth. In the Kuiper belt, which is more than 30 astronomical units away from the sun, the sun's rays are already very bright. Weak. This is a cold and dark world. The starlight from the void of the distant universe and the faint light of the sun prevent it from completely falling into the abyss of darkness. The temperature in the void is below 100 degrees Celsius, and everything here is frozen. Although it is a dark and cold world, this does not mean that there is nothing in the Kuiper belt. On the contrary, the Kuiper belt contains very rich resources, because the Kuiper belt is composed of the remnants of the solar nebula in the original period of the solar system. And we all know the mass of the sun accounts for 99.86% of the mass of the entire solar system, with a mass of up to 2*10·30 kilograms. Therefore, the Kuiper belt, which is composed of the remains of the solar nebula, contains very rich resources. According to scientists' estimates, the total amount of resources contained here will exceed the combined mass of the 8 major planets in the solar system several times. It is not at all asteroids like those in the asteroid belt. Comparable. The dark and cold world contains countless resources. Countless massive asteroids quietly follow their own trajectories and take a very long time to revolve around the sun. The cold void removes everything on these asteroids. Everything was frozen, and even the gas was solidified in the void in the direction of the large-scale galaxy. In the dark and cold world, the void rippled like water waves, and several huge and scarred spaceships emerged from it. The length of these spacecraft exceeds 10,000 meters, and the mass exceeds 20 million tons. On the Earth side, except for the Huashan, Hengshan, Songhan, and other space battleships under construction, other spacecraft are not as big as these spaceships. Several spaceships had obviously gone through something. They were scarred and dilapidated. The first spaceship was even more miserable. It could be clearly seen that half of its body was destroyed by an asteroid. The asteroid is still up there. The next 2 spaceships were not much better. The side of one spaceship was directly crooked by an asteroid, and it looked like it was about to be cut off by the bomb disposal. The other spaceship had several big holes on it. It was obviously directly penetrated by the high-speed flying asteroid, and it was the least injured one. In addition to these major wounds, there are countless large and small collision marks on each spacecraft. Each spacecraft seems to be a veteran who has experienced countless battles. Although they are dilapidated and scarred, you can still clearly see the signs on these spaceships. These spaceships are printed with red plant-like signs, and there are also some ideograms that look a bit like Chinese. In addition, the designs of these spacecraft are completely different from those on the Earth side. So it is obvious that these three spacecraft are definitely not products of the Earth side, but come from unexpected alien civilizations in the solar system. On the last spaceship, which is the one with several big holes, there is a tall man, over 190 centimeters tall, with blue skin and wearing aristocratic clothes. Scatchy has not yet received a huge impact from the front. Woke up in panic. There were more than a dozen spaceships when we set out, but now there are only 3 spaceships left. We don't know when we will be able to reach the heading galaxy. Our solar system has a different name. Maybe if another wave of asteroids hits us, we will all be wiped out. In his mind, Scatchy was still recalling the asteroid group collision not long ago, which was like the end of the world. Countless asteroids hit his fleet of spaceships like cannonballs. Although these spaceships are carefully built by scientists from the Lorne Empire, they are like small rafts sailing in the sea in the ocean currents of time and space, and may be swallowed up completely at any time. Check the conditions of each spacecraft. Please report the loss of personnel on the leading ship Colorful. How is the situation on the Clover? Scatter contacted the other 2 surviving spacecraft through the communication system. More than 50 years ago, the famous explorer of the Lorne Empire, Scat Young, completely disappeared while exploring the Kuiper belt of the Canis Major galaxy. For this reason, the Lorne Empire conducted a large-scale search. In the same area, several people were discovered one after another. The spaceship disappeared, so much so that the Lorne civilization had to declare this area a restricted area, and at the same time sent scientists to study this area. However, nothing was gained. Countless detectors and spaceships flew to this area, and none of them were found. With all exceptions, there was no news. In the end, scientists speculated that this area should be one of those black hole type areas that can swallow everything, and everything that enters it will never return. But when the signal sent by Skater Young from the solar system back to the Canis Major galaxy was received by the scientists of the Lorne Empire, the entire Lorne Empire was completely boiling. They did not expect that this was actually a space-time ocean current connecting star systems. Through this space-time ocean current, neighboring star systems could be reached in a very short time. Moreover, there is actually a living planet in the Hurton galaxy, hereinafter referred to as the solar system, which is only 8.6 light-years away from the Canis Major galaxy. And civilization was also born. Fortunately, the level of technological development is compared to that of the Lorne Empire. The difference between the edges is quite far. The news sent back by Skater Young made the entire Lorne Empire excited. The Lorne people have always believed that they are the only intelligent race in the universe. They have never come into contact with any alien civilization. So for alien civilization also full of curiosity. Of course, it is more about ambition. The level of civilization development in the solar system is like that of the Lorne Empire, which means that the Lorne Empire can invade the solar system and snatch this precious life planet in the solar system. For this reason, the Lorne Empire began to make careful preparations, building powerful space battleships and space armies to prepare for the invasion of the solar system. On the other hand, it continued to send teams into the space-time ocean currents in the hope of opening up time and space. Ocean currents, because we know from the information sent back by Skater Youngfa that the ocean currents in time and space are full of dangers, and it requires very good luck to pass safely. In fact, this was exactly the case. The Lorne Empire had sent advanced teams several times before Scatchy, but without exception, they were all buried in the time and space ocean currents full of countless dangers. So much so that the Lorne Empire had to postpone its plan to invade the solar system again and again, because they were not sure how much of their space battleships and space armies would be left after the time and space ocean currents reached this side of the solar system. Therefore, scientists from the Lorne Empire are exploring the laws of space-time ocean currents while building more powerful space battleships and spaceships to continue preparing for the invasion of the solar system. The loss of personnel of the colorful spacecraft is not too serious, but the spacecraft was severely damaged, except for the power system that can still operate normally. Other weapon systems and so on are completely unusable. The Clover spacecraft is in very bad condition. It is very likely that the spacecraft will no longer be able to withstand the huge impact. We are currently evacuating personnel and materials. Skatertsi frowned. The seriousness of the situation exceeded his estimate. Among the remaining 3 spaceships, the Emperor Mosa was in relatively good condition.
But it also had several big holes and many functions. Had a huge impact.
Everyone, please hold on. If we count the time, we should almost reach the solar system.
Skater G silently calculated the time and calculated that he should almost reach the solar system.
Dee Dee! Asteroid found ahead.
A rush of sound frightened Skatertsi so much that his face turned red. He couldn't help but become nervous. At the same time, he was praying silently in his heart, praying that he could escape this disaster.
Discover electromagnetic wave signals and begin to decipher them. Discovering stellar light.
Soon, one voice after another kept ringing out, which made Skat G, whose face turned red, couldn't help laughing happily.
Ha ha! We have arrived in the solar system.
Scatter announced loudly to his 3 spaceships through the communication system that he knew he had arrived in the solar system, because there was no way to receive any electromagnetic wave signals in the ocean currents of time and space, let alone the light of stars. Moreover, the asteroids encountered in the space-time ocean currents are very fast. Everything now told him that they had successfully arrived in the solar system. They no longer had to worry about asteroids in the ocean currents of time and space. And they no longer had to worry about their own lives.
Thank you, God, for your blessing.
After repeated confirmations, Skateji was sure that he had arrived in the solar system. Now that the speed of the spacecraft was very slow, he couldn't help but thank the gods in his heart.
Ha ha! I didn't expect that I would still be alive. It's really unbelievable that I could come to the solar system from the ocean currents of time and space alive. Thank you to God for your blessing, and thank you to the universe. I'm coming from the solar system. How are you, Earthlings?
Everyone on the 3 spaceships from the Lorne Empire shouted excitedly. Chapter 232. Spying on the Solar System. In the Kuiper Belt region of the solar system. In the cold and dark world. Among the 3 dilapidated spaceships. The survivors shouted excitedly one by one. They finally arrived in the solar system. This trip was even worse than Tang Monk's journey to the west. Difficulty can be said to be a narrow escape from death. There were more than 10 spaceships at the time of departure. But only 3 spaceships remained after arriving in the solar system. Moreover, this was good luck. The colorful spacecraft and the Clover spacecraft could basically be declared scrapped. And the only ones in better condition were the Emperor Masa, was also very lucky. Otherwise, it would have been taken over by the ocean currents of time and space. Navigating in the normal void of the universe is very safe. Equipped with a radar system. Even passing through the asteroid belt is extremely easy. There is no need to worry about anything. After all, the void of the universe is too big, and you can fly freely in any direction. But in the space-time ocean currents, first of all, the flight of the spacecraft is not controlled at all. The speed in the space-time ocean currents is really too fast. Several times the speed of light. With the little power of the spacecraft, there is no way to affect it. Such a fast-moving object. Secondly, in the current of time and space, the space is limited, and there is no way to fly in any direction like in the normal void. For the space-time ocean currents between the solar system and the Canis Major galaxy. This kind of space-time channel that has never been dredged and cleaned by anyone. To be able to survive from it. In addition to the spacecraft having to be powerful enough. One's own luck also needs to be extraordinary enough. Imagine that in the ocean currents of time and space. The impact of any asteroid and a spacecraft is enough to break the spacecraft into pieces. Because the speed is too fast, and the energy it carries is too huge.
Ha ha! I finally walked out of the ocean of time and space alive. Surviving a catastrophe will lead to good fortune in the future. I, Gassel, am destined to become a noble.
Everyone on the 3 spaceships was thankful that they could make it out alive. Only those who have truly experienced the edge of death again and again will understand the meaning of life. With shouts and cheers, the people on the spacecraft passionately released their inner emotions. Although they had been prepared to die long before departure and ignored life and death. But in the past few years, when you really face death again and again, and you may face the danger of death at any time, it is enough to be able to get out of the current of time and space alive.
Contact the base camp of the Constellation Galaxy immediately and tell them that we successfully arrived in the solar system.
After a long time, Skater G saw everyone gradually regaining their composure, and slowly issued the first order after arriving in the solar system. They are the advanced team, and their main job is to detect the dangers in the ocean currents of time and space, laying the foundation for the arrival of the Lorne Empire army in the later period. Therefore, they successfully arrived in the solar system, confirming that the information sent back by Skater Young was correct. It really can reach the solar system in a very short time. This news must be sent back to the Canis Major Galaxy as soon as possible. The Emperor Mosa carries the communication equipment created by the latest technology of the Lorne Empire. Although it is still traditional electromagnetic wave technology, the Lorne Empire has been able to achieve the propagation of electromagnetic wave technology over a long distance in the void without large amplitude. Weakening can propagate very effectively within a range of dozens of light years. Of course, this also takes time. After all, it is not the quantum communication technology used in transmission, and it is impossible to communicate without time lag across any distance. On the
Mosa the Great
spacecraft, the communication equipment was pointed in the direction of the Canis Major Galaxy and began to send information side by side. In order to ensure that the information could be successfully sent to the Canis Major Galaxy, the number and frequency of their transmissions were very high. It is so high that within a week, the spacecraft will continue to transmit information every day.
Everyone, let's talk about it. What should we do now? Judging from the news sent back by Skater Young, the planet with life in the solar system is the third planet from the inside out. They call it Earth. The level of technology at that time, there was a big gap compared to what we said, and they had not even realized manned spaceflight. Today, nearly 70 years have passed. The way Lorne civilization calculates time is roughly equivalent to more than 50 years of time here on Earth. And we don't know how far their technological level has developed.
Inside the Emperor Mosa, the main people in charge of the three spacecrafts were summoned, and they were discussing the next strategy around a 3D virtual image. This 3D virtual map is a map of the solar system. Lifelike. In terms of this piece of technology alone, the technology of the Lorne Empire has surpassed the level of technology here on Earth.
In more than 50 years, based on our own development speed, their current technological level should have almost reached the stage where they are about to leave their home planet and enter space.
Next to him, Gassolo nodded. As the advanced team, their mission was not to conquer the solar system, but to find out all the information about the solar system.
I think we should first ensure that we are not exposed and not discovered by the people on Earth. Otherwise, even if their technology is lagging behind ours, with the current state of our spaceships, we will definitely not be able to defeat the people on Earth. If we are in the dark and they are in the light, we can clearly understand the details of the people on Earth and make preliminary preparations for the complete conquest of the Earth. I think we can first consider repairing our spaceships, using the resources and equipment on the colorful and clover spaceships, etc., to give priority to repairing and improving the Emperor, especially the weapons system. In this case, once we are attacked by the enemy, discovered that we can also use our ability to protect ourselves and fight back.
Others also spoke one after another to discuss the next action. The three spaceships came to a complete stop here in the Kuiper Belt. The people of the Lorne Empire began to repair their spaceships, because they were preparing to explore the solar system. The crew of each spaceship was carefully selected. The scientists and engineers aboard the three spacecrafts quickly formulated a detailed plan to completely abandon the colorful spacecraft and transfer the equipment and supplies on board to the Clover and Emperor spacecrafts. Above, the Emperor spacecraft can be completely repaired, and at the same time, some functions of the Clover spacecraft can be repaired. Between the three spaceships, small spaceships and aerospace planes began to get busy. In this cold and dark world, the three spaceships were brightly lit and extremely busy.
Dee Dee!
On the Unicron spacecraft, scientists continued to receive electromagnetic signals from the interior of the solar system through equipment, and tried to begin to decipher the writing and language of the people on Earth.
Judging from the information received so far, it seems that there is no unity on this side of the Earth. We can receive more than 10 kinds of obviously different information. That is, more than 10 kinds of languages and characters. The most common one, according to our current judging from the deciphering situation, it is called Chinese here on Earth, a language similar to the language of our Lorne Empire.
Deciphering information is not an easy task, especially since there are only three spacecraft left. Although each spacecraft has specialized language and communication scientists, the number is too small after all, and the progress of deciphering work relying on them is slow after all. Of course, if you can contact the headquarters of the Lorne Empire in the Canis Major Galaxy in real time, relying on the powerful technological strength of the Lorne Empire, you will naturally be able to quickly decipher the language and characters on this side of the Earth.
It's good news that they haven't been unified yet. Without unification, their technological development speed would have been much slower than our Lorne Empire. Calculating this, the people on Earth won't have anything to worry about.
After hearing the news, Skadji laughed happily.
This may be good news, but there is one bad news that is certain. We cannot contact Skater Young. From the information he sent back, we know that he is in the asteroid belt of the solar system with a massive object. A base was built on the planet. If nothing else happens, they should all be alive now. This base should still be sending messages to Arcanus Major Galaxy, but we have not received any messages from them so far.
Gassel, who is responsible for contacting Skater Young, brought bad news. Skater Young cannot be contacted now, so the only possibility is that they are all dead. But the base they built should still be able to continue to operate for many years. But there is no news at all now.
Does it mean that the people on Earth already know our existence? Or that they have discovered a base here in the asteroid belt? After all, the asteroid belt is not too far away from the Earth.
Skat Young frowned when he heard this, and he quickly guessed various possibilities in his mind.
We do not rule out this possibility. I suggest that we act more carefully and cautiously. Otherwise, if we are discovered by people on Earth, the situation will not be good.
Gassel nodded. He couldn't contact the base where Skater Young stayed. This was definitely not good news.
Launching an unmanned probe in the direction of the base built by Skater Young in the asteroid belt. We cannot give up contacting Skater Young. If we can contact him, we can easily know a lot of information about the Earth. Maybe Skat Young is dead, but there must be countless information in the base they left behind.
Chapter 233. Knowing. In the Kuiper belt of the solar system, the 3 spaceships of the Lorne Empire were extremely busy. All the materials and useful parts on the colorful spacecraft were transported to the other 2 spacecrafts, and were completely abandoned. In the void, the 2 spacecrafts, Clover and Emperor Mosa, continued to move forward, flying towards the solar system. The various detection instruments on the spacecraft were fully opened, and they were fully engaged in detecting the situation of the entire solar system. The most important thing was the purpose is to detect the situation on this side of the Earth.
Launch an unmanned probe.
Skatertsi looked at the dark starry sky and gave the order slowly. At this time, the spacecraft had been repaired and it was time to fly towards the inner circle of the solar system while learning more information. The Kuiper belt is still too far away from the Earth. Even the electromagnetic waves received are very rare. And there is even less valuable information.
What a beautiful planet!
Through the astronomical telescope, Skadji saw the Earth exuding a breathtaking halo of life. The blue planet, like a sapphire, exudes its own unique halo in the void of the universe, making people unable to help but be obsessed with it, amazed by it.
Compared with our Lorne planet, it's not bad at all. It's the same beauty, the same heart-stopping thing. But it seems that it's not that easy to conquer here. The technology here on Earth is developing so fast. It's like in outer space. What a huge space complex.
The powerful astronomical telescope allowed Skadji to clearly see the situation on the Earth side from a distance of dozens of astronomical units. While sighing at the beauty of the Earth, he couldn't help but frown. Because from now on there are many signs now known that the technology of the people on Earth is like cheating. And they have entered the space age in a very short period of time. While the vanguard of the Lorne civilization was silently observing the Earth, billions of people on the entire Earth were still moving forward along their own destiny, unaware that alien civilization had set its sights on the Earth. In the outer space of the Earth, here at Fuyun Group's Sky City Space Factory, a huge space battleship has completed the construction of its skeleton. Spaceships and aerospace planes are flying around next to the huge skeleton, as if they are working hard. The ants are constantly moving pieces of soil to build their own nests. In the void not far away from this huge space battleship, there is an even larger space solar farm. As the sunlight gathers together, an asteroid with a mass of hundreds of millions of tons in the middle turns red, blazing white and dazzling. Some gases on the asteroid evaporate, and metals such as iron and copper begin to melt and be smelted out. A mechanical arm pulled out these metallic liquids and formed huge parts directly into the void. Then, with the help of the cold temperature of the void, these originally dazzling white steel parts slowly cooled down. Spaceships and aerospace planes flew over from the space factory not far away, like bees, carrying these newly cooled parts to the space factory. The large and small mechanical arms had a clear division of labor and moved them very quickly. These parts are installed on this huge space battleship. The whole scene was very lively and busy. Everything was like a precision instrument. It was fast but not chaotic. The power of technology was fully demonstrated. In the space factory, Li Fu, wearing a white coat, was inspecting the construction of the Huashan space battleship. accompanied by Chen Bin, the chief engineer of the Huashan space battleship. The Huashan was of great importance, and it was a mission set by the Chinese government. Li Fu did not dare to be careless, and would often go to space to see how it was progressing, whether he had encountered any difficulties, etc.
Brother Fu, according to the current progress, in about 2 years, that is, around 2029, we can complete the project several years ahead of schedule. As long as no one messes with us, we can actually complete it earlier.
Chen Bin looked at the huge space battleship outside through the window. At this time, a spaceship dragged a huge steel plate over. This huge steel plate had an area of tens of thousands of square meters and a thickness of 30 domi, all cast from solid steel. This steel plate is used to build the SH-L of the Huashan, which is somewhat similar to armor, because the concept of building the Huashan is to adhere to the principle of rough skin and thick flesh. So the thickness of the SH-L reaches more than 30 meters, which is enough to reach the primary level. The attack of energy weapons can also withstand the impact of ordinary asteroids. It is considered a very thick armor.
Well, there is no need to go too far in advance. It will be completed around 2029. Otherwise, we may not know what tasks will be assigned to us by then.
Li Fu nodded with satisfaction. Chen Bin was still very confident and very steady when doing things.
Brother Fu, now that we have developed anti-gravity technology, should we apply it to the Huashan? There is also the weapons system on the battleship. Until now, there has been no clear instruction from the above. This weapons system is the official responsibility of the ship. As for the design,
we will also build it together. Now that the battleship frame has been completed, the power system, weapons system, etc. must be finalized first. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to make changes in the future.
As he spoke, Chen Bin explained some things that he could not decide at present. The weapons system and power system are the core and key of the battleship. If these two things are not confirmed, the later construction of the battleship will be very difficult. Easy to do.
The power system naturally uses a plasma power system. But when designing it, we must consider that it will be replaced with an anti-gravity system in the future. The price given by the state is the price of plasma power. Naturally, we cannot suffer a loss. But if someone uses this matter to attack in the future as for us, we can also leave some room for ourselves. As for the weapons system, I will confirm this with Tang Yunshan as soon as possible. It seems that the country's research on laser weapons has not made much progress.
Li Fu thought carefully in his mind for a long time, and then felt that it was not very appropriate, and continued to add,
the power system should also wait a moment. I also want to confirm with Tang Yunshan. The anti-gravity power system and the plasma power system are the differences very far, and it can directly increase the level of the battleship by several levels.
Since the last time the
Somersault Cloud
spacecraft was used to mine asteroids, the entire Earth soon knew that the Fuyun Group had mastered a new and powerful power technology. The Chinese official even personally confirmed to Li Fujin. But Li Fu also did not tell the truth and concealed something. Although the outside world knew that Fuyun Group had mastered new power technology, they did not know this. How powerful is this technology?
Brother Fu, it's better to finalize it with the superiors as soon as possible, so that I can finalize the plan as soon as possible.
Chen Bin nodded. In fact, he didn't like his current job very much, because not only did he have to receive leaders sent by the Chinese government for inspections every now and then, but Chen Bin couldn't make the decision himself on many key issues. Li Fu also had no say. You must also listen to the arrangements from the Chinese official side, and the Chinese official side listens to the suggestions of scientists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Often the level of these scientists is actually not as high as that of the scientists from the Fuyun Group Research Institute, and they feel a bit like dictating. There is no way to build a perfect space battleship according to your own inner thoughts. If Fuyun Group builds its own space battleship, no one will tell it what to do, and there will be no need to receive this and that every day, facing a group of people who know nothing at all, where laymen talk about some of the simplest things. Chen Bin prefers to conduct research quietly rather than deal with people. But there is no way. As the chief engineer of the
Huashan,
now, these things are also indispensable.
Well, I'll make sure as soon as possible.
Li Fu nodded and agreed. He knew that Chen Bin was troubled now. And of course Li Fu was also troubled. Fuyun Group actually did not get many benefits from building the
Huashan
space battleship, not to mention anything else. Just building this huge space battleship takes up a lot of Fuyun Group's funds, manpower, resources, etc. Li Fu's quotation from the official side was very low, which basically meant that he didn't make much money. Li Fu knew about the Lorne civilization and also knew that the solar system might be invaded by alien civilization at any time. So here Li Fu is very supportive of the above in this matter. Whether he makes money or not is not actually important to Li Fu. Of course, Tang Yunshan also knew that Li Fu had contributed to the country, so it didn't make Li Fu too cold. Although he couldn't give more in terms of construction funds, he gave him all he could in terms of some policies. The qualifications to build space battleships, the qualifications to produce arms and weapons, the right to mine and dispose of asteroids, etc., were all given to Fuyun Group. Therefore, in the future, Fuyun Group can produce space battleships, weapons and equipment, etc. on its own. It can be regarded as officially entering the military industry field. Master, people from the Lorne civilization have entered the solar system. Xiao Ying's voice suddenly sounded in Li Fu's mind. What? The Lorne civilization has begun to invade the solar system? When Li Fu heard this, he couldn't help but ask anxiously in his mind. It should not be their army, but a vanguard or something like that. Only 3 spacecrafts have entered the solar system, and each one is scarred. It should be caused by collisions with asteroids in the ocean currents of time and space. In his mind, Xiao Ying presented the situation of the 3 spaceships. After the alien civilization was discovered on Ceres, Li Fu asked Xiao Ying to monitor the entire solar system. Li Fu could not hide any disturbances, so the Lorne civilization, as soon as the spaceship appeared, Xiao Ying knew it immediately. Chapter 234. Weird. They came so quickly. I thought it would take some years before they would come to the solar system. It seems that the alien base successfully sent the information back to the Canis Major Galaxy 8.6 light-years away. Such a long distance. This, logically speaking, the electromagnetic wave should be almost weakened. But I didn't expect it to be successful. Li Fu frowned at once. The Ron civilized people appeared too early. It can be said that there is not much combat power on the Earth now. The Huashan space battleship has just laid the keel at this time. Completion is still several years away. Moreover, the completion of the Huashan battleship does not mean that it can be put into use immediately. The space army on the Chinese side is still in training, and it will take a long time to form combat effectiveness. Therefore, if calculated in this way, it will take at least 10 years. It will take about 20 years before China's cosmic army can initially acquire combat effectiveness. Just like aircraft carriers on Earth. If you give a country an aircraft carrier, that country may not be able to bring out the power of the aircraft carrier. Apart from anything else, just a fighter jet that can take off and land on an aircraft carrier requires special development. This alone is enough to deter most countries. What's more, an aircraft carrier is not just an aircraft carrier, but an aircraft carrier battle group. It also needs to be equipped with a large number of frigates, cruisers, submarines, etc. to protect the safety of the aircraft carrier. Otherwise, based on the current level of technology, there is no any protected aircraft carrier is nothing more than a target on the ocean. The same is true for space battleships. Not just space battleships, but the entire space battleship group. To form a combat effectiveness, you need numerous escort battleships, a huge group of space fighters and space battleships, a well-trained space army, etc. Even if there are space battleships in a short period of time, don't even think about having any combat effectiveness. Although there have only been 3 spaceships in a few years, which are obviously their advanced team. It also means that the Lorne Empire in the Canis Major Galaxy has set its sights on the Earth in the solar system, and the arrival of their army will not be too far away. Li Fu thought rapidly in his mind and frowned tightly. China's first test of entering the space age came too quickly. Fortunately, we discovered the alien civilization base on Ceres in advance, and Tang Yunshan has been actively preparing in the past few years. Otherwise, if we really wait until the Lorne Empire's army arrives on Earth, we will be really passive. It seems that we need to find a way to let the country know this news. In this case, we can further speed up the construction of battleships and space armies, and strive to have a certain combat effectiveness before the arrival of the Lorne Empire army. Li Fu's frown slowly relaxed, and he began to think about how to reveal the information about the Lorne civilization advanced team to the Chinese officials. The outer space of the Earth is the scientific experimental area of Sky City of Fuyun Group. As a scientific experimental area built by Fuyun Group with huge investment, many of the equipment here are unique on the entire Earth, especially the Institute of Astronomical Sciences. It is currently the most advanced super astronomical telescope in the world.
The diameter of this super astronomical telescope named Clear alone exceeds 100 meters, while the diameter of the Hubble Space Telescope is just over 4 meters. The analytical capability of the Clear has reached the theoretical limit of diffraction of 0.01 arc in seconds. The new generation of survey cameras it carries are enough to capture the light emitted by stars in distant galaxies billions of light years away right here on Earth. At this time, Tang Guiyuan, the head of the Fuyun Group's Astronomical Science Research Institute, was using the clairvoyance telescope to receive the light from the distant universe and analyze the light. The breathtaking and amazing pictures of the universe were deeply in his mind. Tang Guiyuan was attracted. Tang Guiyuan relied on a variety of advanced scientific detection instruments and his talent in the field of cosmic astronomy. Although he was young, less than 30 years old, he was still a top scientist in the field of Earth's cosmic astronomy and published countless academic articles on cosmic astronomical science. One of the most famous is the very accurate calculation of the number of stars that can be observed in the solar system in the Milky Way. And it is estimated that the number of stars in the Milky Way is around 450 billion. This number can be said to be quite accurate, and most of the recognition and support from cosmic astronomical scientists. The Andromeda Galaxy is really a huge galaxy, with several times more stars than the Milky Way alone. Tang Guiyuan was currently in the Andromeda Galaxy, one of the nearest galaxies to the Milky Way. By analyzing the star light received by the Andromeda Galaxy, he was able to infer the size of the Andromeda Galaxy, the number of stars, the mass of the core black hole, etc. Wait. Huh? Brother Fu, why are you looking for me? At this time, the latest news alert came from the virtual machine. Li Fu contacted Tang Guiyuan. Tang Guiyuan did not dare to neglect and quickly answered Li Fu's call. Looking at the Kuiper belt in the direction of the Canis Major Galaxy? A few minutes later, with doubts, Tang Guiyuan began to adjust the angle of the clairvoyance telescope to the Kuiper belt region in the direction of the Canis Major Galaxy. At the same time, my mind is full of questions, because although the clairvoyance telescope is powerful, it can only observe luminous objects, that is, stars and the like. For non-luminous objects, the clairvoyance telescope is also helpless and generally cannot to observe planets in the solar system. This task is completed by telescopes on the Earth. In fact, there are very few telescopes on the Earth to observe planets in the solar system. Maybe the military of various countries have some, but it is indeed not like National Geographic. So beautiful to see. Take Pluto as an example. Its light reflectivity is only 4%, which is equivalent to a piece of charcoal. This piece of charcoal is billions of kilometers away. So you can imagine how clear it is. It is difficult to observe even with a powerful astronomical telescope, because the light it emits is too low. General research has found that these planets, cosmic astronomical objects with very low emissivity, usually use more gravitational wave detectors, laser interferometers, gravitational lenses, etc. Stars in the universe will form their own gravity depending on their mass. Only through these instruments can we better discover these non-luminous stars. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your astronomical telescope is, you will not be able to detect black holes in the universe, because of the strong attraction of black holes. Even light cannot escape, and there will be no trace of light for you to capture. Instead, the gravitational lens instrument, these can be found easily. Perhaps Brother Fu is worried that the Lorne civilization in the Canis Major Galaxy will invade the Earth. Well, try pointing other instruments at this area. Anyway, this area needs to be detected regularly. Tang Guiyuan also followed Li Fu on a scientific expedition last time, so he also knew about the alien civilization base. He and Dong Zhifei had been staring at the direction of the Canis Major Galaxy, and they would detect this area from time to time. On the one hand, they are naturally afraid that the Lorne civilization in the Canis Major Galaxy may invade the solar system at any time. On the other hand, they want to use various scientific instruments to discover the fluctuations in the void of the universe and find the space and time leading to the Canis Major Galaxy. Ocean currents. The powerful clairvoyance space telescope has prepared the Kuiper belt in the direction of the Sun constellation galaxy. It is difficult for any luminous object in this area to escape its powerful eyes. It's still the same as before. A dark world. The sunlight itself is already very weak when it reaches this area. In addition, the luminous rate of these asteroids is relatively low, and the light received is basically from stars in the distant sky. Light. Tang Guiyuan carefully studied the light he received. The supercomputer on the side was also running rapidly, analyzing the light and other information. DD.
Didi!
The sound of beeping caught Tang Buiyuan's attention, and he immediately became alert. This sound was emitted only when there were some abnormal data analyzed by the supercomputer.
Let me see. This position actually captures the light, although it is relatively weak. Let me discover it. There shouldn't be any planets at this position.
Soon, Tang Buiyuan was attracted by the abnormal data and began to focus his astronomical telescopes on this area.
It's not the light of a star. It's weird. Start the laser interferometer and gravitational wave detector.
Tang Buiyuan soon discovered a strange thing, and successively turned on two scientific detection instruments that were as powerful as the clairvoyance telescope. Laser interferometer is a universal length measurement tool that uses the laser wavelength as a known length and uses the Michelson interference system to measure displacement. To put it simply, it is a tool used to measure distance by emitting laser waves to the target area, and then receiving the reflected laser waves are used to calculate the distance. Because the laser beam is very concentrated, even stars with very low emissivity can be clearly captured, unless it is an extreme celestial body, like a black hole that even light cannot escape. It can be used to measure distances, discover stars, etc. All very effective. As for the gravitational wave detector, it is a scientific instrument that relies on detecting gravitational fluctuations in the void to infer the size, mass, motion, etc. of stars. Like astronomical telescopes, everyone knows the principles of these scientific detectors. Basically, every powerful country can manufacture them, but the level depends on their respective technological levels. The scientific detection equipment in the hands of Fuyun Group is definitely the most advanced equipment on the entire Earth. Each of them was built by Fuyun Group at a huge cost, and it is a precious thing that even money cannot buy.
What exactly is it? I have often observed this area before, but this has never happened before.
While Tang Buiyuan was thinking in his mind, he was busy on the other side. Soon various instruments were focused on a certain area of the Kuiper Belt. Chapter 235. You must be strong enough.
What exactly is it? Why is it actually moving? According to the calculation results, its moving speed reaches 52 kilometers per second, which is the speed of an ordinary spacecraft.
Through the laser interferometer, Tang Buiyuan soon made new discoveries. He found that the target he was observing was moving rapidly, and the direction of movement was towards the inner circle of the solar system.
What the hell is this?
Tang Buiyuan continued to use various detection instruments to analyze this strange object with doubts.
Holy shit! This is a spaceship. A spaceship of an alien civilization. The Lorne civilization of the Canis Major Galaxy is about to invade the solar system.
After repeated confirmations, Tang Buiyuan couldn't help but scream, and then quickly contacted Li Fu to report to Li Fu.
Brother Fu, the Lorne civilization has begun to invade the solar system. Send me the detailed data. Good.
Of course, Li Fu knew that the spaceship of the Lorne civilization had arrived in the solar system. The reason why he asked Tang Buiyuan to observe was to get the data. In this case, he could legitimately go to Tang Yunshan. In a virtual world, Tang Yunshan's figure flashed out.
Li Fu, what on earth is going on that makes you come to me in such a hurry?
Tang Yunshan knew Li Fu's character. If nothing serious happened, he would not come to him in a hurry. So Tang Yunshan didn't even say nonsense and asked anxiously.
People from the Lorne civilization have come to our solar system. I have submitted the detailed data.
Li Fu's face looked very solemn.
What? The Lorne civilization is going to invade our solar system?
When Tang Yunshan heard this, he immediately frowned. His voice was very loud, and he seemed to be losing his temper. You know, he has always been calm. But when he learned about the invasion of the solar system by the Lorne civilization, he still couldn't calm down.
It's not certain yet, but what is certain is that a spacecraft from an alien civilization has entered our solar system, and its direction happens to be in the direction of the Canis Major Galaxy. So the probability of Lorne civilization is very high.
Li Fu shook his head slightly. Of course, he couldn't tell all the facts.
Our space battleships are still in the space factory, and our space army is still training. If we are invaded by an alien civilization at this time...
Tang Yunshan frowned and walked around, thinking constantly in his mind. But it was obvious from his expression that he was anxious in his heart.
Li Fu, come here first today.
Tang Yunshan thought for a while, said Lo to Li Fu in a hurry, and then disappeared into the virtual world. Li Fu knew that he should confirm the authenticity of the news. Soon, Tang Yunshan issued an order to the China National Institute of Astronomy.
The Chinese government also has many and large research institutions in space. The China National Institute of Astronomy has scientific instruments and equipment, etc. It is also a global leader. After repeated confirmations, it has been confirmed that there are no problems with the data submitted by Fuyun Group. Everyone, I just received the latest news. Alien civilization has officially invaded our solar system. We have discovered a spacecraft in the Kuiper Belt area of the solar system, in the direction of the Canis Major galaxy. It is basically certain that this is the spacecraft of the Lorne civilization. Look, the Lorne civilization already knows of our existence and has begun to officially invade our solar system. In a secret conference room in the core of the Chinese imperial capital, the senior Chinese leaders, who were hurriedly summoned, looked at the data given by the Astronomical Research Institute and listened to Tang Yunshan's official announcement. They all instantly frowned, their faces extremely solemn. Everyone once thought that aliens were very far away and might not even exist. However, the development of science and technology and major discoveries in recent years have proven that aliens do not exist, and they exist widely in the universe, even very far away from us. Very close. However, everyone feels that the scenes in science fiction movies, such as aliens invading the solar system and the Earth, are very far-fetched and even a bit absurd. But now, everything is telling everyone that alien civilization is going to invade the solar system and the Earth. The scene was completely silent, and the atmosphere was so solemn that you could even drip water. The news about Lorne civilization is the highest level secret in China. Of course, everyone present knows this secret, and they all know that the overall technological level of Lorne civilization is at least 50 years ahead of that on Earth. What is the concept of being 50 years ahead? With the current speed of technological development, 50 years is enough time to undergo earth-shaking changes. The comparison between now and 50 years ago can explain everything. Soldiers come to cover up the water in Earth. They are not aliens. There is nothing to be afraid of. When wolves come, they have swords. When friends come, they have wine and meat. After a long time, the eldest old general with 3 stars on his shoulders spoke. He had fought with real swords and guns in actual combat. His voice was loud and inspiring, making people feel more confident when he heard it. The old general is right. They are just aliens. There is nothing special about them. As long as we are strong enough, aliens should be afraid of us. Tang Yunshan nodded. He knew that at this time, as a senior executive in China, he must first have enough confidence and courage to face everything, despise the enemy strategically, and pay attention to the enemy tactically. Originally, I was still opposed to building a cosmic army with all our strength. Now it seems that I am really short-sighted. Our comrade Tang Yunshan has a long-term vision. He implemented the construction plan of our own cosmic army early, even though there is no one now. 3 space battleships have been completed, but at least we are prepared. Sigh. Comrade Tang Yunshan, comrades who are still present, I feel that I may no longer be suitable to serve the country, so I request to leave and let young people take over. Someone stood up with some shame. This was an old comrade. He was originally very opposed to Tang Yunshan's implementation of forced birth and the concentration of efforts to build a cosmic army, because in his opinion, alien invasion of the Earth only existed in science fiction movies, even if an alien civilization base was discovered here on Ceres. At this time, he felt ashamed and even ashamed. He deeply admired Tang Yunshan's vision and felt that he was no longer suitable to stay in this position. This is not the time to evade responsibility. Each of us should take responsibility. We cannot be deserters. Let's discuss together what we should do next. Tang Yunshan smiled slightly, and the meaning of his words was clearly to persuade him to stay. He knew that at this time, there could be no big changes in the upper management, and they needed to unite as one to face the enemy. I suggest a general mobilization for war. On the one hand, we should speed up the construction of our cosmic army. On the other hand, we should first understand whether the people who come to the solar system this time are the main force of alien civilization. If we know our enemies and know ourselves, we will never be in danger. Those who supported Tang Yunshan naturally understood Tang Yunshan's current thoughts from Tang Yunshan's words, so they stood up to speak and made 2 suggestions in succession. General mobilization is necessary. If alien civilization invades the Earth, it will not only be related to the life and death of our Chinese civilization, but also related to the life and death of all mankind. Therefore, I suggest that this matter be announced to the whole world, and at the same time unite. Let's use the power of the whole world to protect the Earth together. I support announcing it to the world. Although our power is already very powerful, defending the Earth is not just a matter for us in China, but a matter for the entire human race. It actually makes the same difference whether it is announced or not. Other countries on the Earth should soon discover the spacecraft of alien civilizations, so it is better to tell them earlier. In this case, we can concentrate our efforts earlier. Everyone began to express their opinions on county policies. At this time, everyone was very unanimous and knew that the fate of the people on the Earth must be in the hands of the people on the Earth themselves, no matter what the alien civilization does in the solar system. First of all, you must have strong strength. In a virtual world, Li Fu waited patiently, and soon, Tang Yunshan's figure flashed out. Li Fu, what do you think we should do now? Tang Yunshan spoke directly without any nonsense. At this time, he no longer had any leisure. Of course, he did not have any confidence in his heart. So he went to Li Fu, a legendary scientist, to hear some of his stories. Point of view. The collision between cosmic civilization and civilization is the collision of technological power. It will not be wrong to listen to the opinions of scientists. First of all, I don't think we have anything to fear. We will come into contact with alien civilization sooner or later, so there is no need to make too much fuss. Secondly, I think no matter what, we must have strong power and take the initiative. No matter in the end, we will be in contact with alien civilizations. Will there be a war between alien civilizations? We all have to make the aliens think that we are not easy to bully. Otherwise, even if they have no intention of invading our Earth, they may change their minds when they see us being relatively weak. On the contrary, if we are strong enough, even if they have the intention of invading our Earth, they will still do well. Weigh it up. Li Fu thought about it in his mind, and then slowly said, there is a first time for everything. Now that we are really going to contact alien civilization, and it seems that our strength is not as good as that of humans, it is natural that he will be very worried and scared. I've been in contact with it since, but it's actually nothing. A strong civilization has its own way of survival, and a weak civilization has its own way of survival. But one thing is eternal. That is, being at the top of the food chain is always better than being at the bottom of the food chain. Chapter 236. Global Panic. In a virtual chat world. This chat world simulates the style of a United Nations meeting. In a huge conference room, the figures of heads of state flashed one after another. More than 20 heads of state with the most powerful power in the world soon came together. All here. This time, Tang Yunshan, as the leader of China, asked the heads of other countries to immediately connect to the virtual world. Major events related to the life and death of all mankind were to be announced. Therefore, even if some of the heads of other countries were sleeping at this time, they were all wake up and log in a hurry. Today's China is not the China of the past. It is no exaggeration to describe China as a superpower. The powerful space power is enough to crush the combined power of other countries. Since China here said that it is a major matter related to the life and death of all mankind, that should definitely not be nonsense. However, this plot is still a bit like the plots in science fiction movies and doomsday movies, because it is discovered that the Earth is about to be doomed. Aliens invade, etc. Uncle Sam's president convenes the world's leaders for a meeting to unite and face it together. Of course, now it is led by the leaders of China. It looks like the plot of a movie. I don't know what's going on here in China. I called everyone here in such a hurry. I didn't know that we were still in the middle of the night. Uncle Sam's president used to be a successful businessman, and he was still married to a starlet in his 20s. He was having sex with his woman just now, and was forcibly interrupted. At this time, he was very unhappy. You should know soon. It should be a very important matter. It is indeed a very important matter related to the life and death of all mankind. President Uncle Sam said with a chuckle. Soon, Tang Yunshan's figure appeared. Seeing that everyone was here, he nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Tang, if there is anything we can't talk about during the day, we have to gather everyone together in the middle of the night. President Uncle Sam said. Now Uncle Sam is in decline. His previous status is gone. He has fallen from a superpower to a powerful country. But after all, he was once a superpower. And he still has a temper. Let's watch a video first. Tang Yunshan didn't waste any time and started playing the video of the alien civilization base discovered on Ceres. While our Chinese spacecraft Yangyang was conducting scientific expeditions in the solar system, it discovered an alien civilization base on Ceres. This alien civilization comes from the Canis Major galaxy, which is 8.6 light-years away from us. Star systems communicate with each other through space-time ocean currents. Through this space-time ocean current, they can reach other star systems in a short period of time. The Lorne civilization in the Canis Major galaxy reached our solar system through space-time ocean currents. Recently, our Chinese scientists discovered a spacecraft in the direction of the Canis Major galaxy in the Kuiper Belt. There is no doubt that alien civilization has set its sights on our solar system and our Earth. And it is very likely that they are coming to invade our solar system.
While playing the video, Tang Yunshan simply told the cause of the incident. In fact, Tang Yunshan did not want to reveal the secret of the currents of time and space unless he had to. If this secret was in his own hands, China could do it. Occupy all the galaxies around the solar system. It's just that sooner or later, the arrival of alien civilization in the solar system cannot be concealed. Now the whole Earth needs to unite to fight against the invasion of Lorne civilization, which will make it easier for others. As the video played, the faces of all the heads of state present began to become unusually solemn. Even President Sam, who had always been carefree, could not help but smooth his hair back and look at it carefully. Video coming. The video finished playing for a long time. And at the end, detailed data was attached to facilitate other countries to confirm that aliens have indeed entered the solar system and are invading the solar system.
Mr. Tang, we need to confirm this matter. This matter is really of great importance.
The polar bear emperor frowned and spoke slowly. And everyone else nodded. He couldn't just listen to other people's one-sided words. He needed to confirm it himself.
Well, I'll call everyone back together in a few hours.
Tang Yunshan nodded, and then disappeared directly into the virtual world. And everyone else also disappeared quickly. Soon, the astronomical research institutions of the world's major powers in space received urgent orders from the supreme leader and began to confirm based on the data provided by China. Without exception, they had accurate data. They soon discovered the figure of the Lorne civilization spaceship was revealed. A few hours later, the figures of heads of state once again flashed into the virtual world. Everyone's face was so solemn that water could drip from their faces. Unexpectedly, the bloody alien invasion in the movie really appeared.
Damn! It's too dark here in China. No wonder they have been aggressively expanding their military in recent years,
building space battleships,
etc. It turns out that this is to deal with aliens. I would say that China's technology is already invincible on Earth. It's completely unnecessary.
Some people suddenly realized when they thought of China's performance in recent years.
Everyone. The Earth is the Earth for us people on Earth. And the solar system is the solar system for us people on Earth. It doesn't matter how we fight for it internally. But we must not let alien civilizations get involved.
Tang Yunshan stood up. As the most powerful country on Earth, China is now the well-deserved boss of the Earth. So China must take the lead in this matter.
That's right. Never.
Other heads of state nodded.
So we must unite to fight against the invasion of alien civilizations. So I propose a global mobilization to concentrate all our forces to fight the invaders. Support. No comment. Agree.
At this time, even Uncle Sam, who had never been with China, had no objection at all. Everyone knew that the people of the Earth had reached a moment of life and death and must unite as one. Soon, the world's most powerful heads of state all reached an agreement and signed an agreement with each other to establish the Earth United Front, with China taking the lead in integrating global forces to fight against the invasion of alien civilizations. The armies of each country began to take action, and armies began to march into huge cities, preparing to maintain law and order. Because next, the world's heads of state would announce to the world at the same time the invasion of alien civilizations. The army, the purpose of settling it is to prevent the occurrence of riots. Soon, TV stations, online media, virtual world headlines, newspapers, and even live broadcasts and other programs around the world were all temporarily cut off. The figures of their heads of state appeared and began to announce the news of the invasion of alien civilization to the world.
People of the United States, just now, our scientists have confirmed that an alien civilization has entered our solar system and is preparing to invade our solar system and the Earth. This alien civilization comes from the Canis Major galaxy 8.6 light-years away. As early as decades ago, people from this alien civilization have actually arrived in our solar system and established a base on Ceres. Now they have finally begun to extend their claws to our solar system and our Earth. The countries on Earth have reached an agreement. We will unite to fight against the invasion of alien civilization. Now, in the name of the President of the United States, I declare that the United States will enter full mobilization from now on. We will unite to accept the leadership of the Earth United Front and defend the Earth and our homeland of mankind. The heads of each country broadcast live broadcasts to announce to their citizens that alien civilization has invaded the Earth. Their country will accept the leadership of the Earth's United Front. The country has entered a state of general mobilization for war, requiring its citizens to actively participate in the war and protect the Earth. Oh, God! Alien civilization has invaded the Earth. Is today April Fool's Day? Some people were in disbelief. Their eyes widened, thinking that today was April Fool's Day and that their head of state was joking with them. When the news spread in each country, it was like water being poured into hot oil. The whole earth was boiling. In each city, countless people took to the streets, all in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the invasion of alien civilizations in science fiction movies has really come to Earth. Soon, panic began to spread across the Earth, and large-scale riots began to occur in some countries. Some people took the opportunity to smash stores, burn, kill, and loot. Of course, things are not that simple. Due to the invasion of alien civilizations, countless people have even left their posts and are full of infinite pessimism. People with ulterior motives even take the opportunity to spread the word that the end of the Earth is coming, etc. Even cultists have begun to carry out propaganda, large-scale collective suicides, or large-scale unrest, etc. Speeches related to the end of the world, human extinction, the complete defeat of the Earth Alliance, etc. are flying like snowflakes on the internet. They cannot be stopped no matter what. Countless people who are affected and feel desperate and sad have burned their own properties and committed suicide. The entire Earth suddenly became turbulent, and panic spread in the hearts of people on Earth. Alien civilizations invaded, and scenes depicted in science fiction movies continued to be staged on the Earth. As the enemy acted, the Earth itself was already in turmoil. Fortunately, countries around the world are also prepared, and profiteering organizations such as the military, police, and guards quickly suppress them. This is not the time to joke with you or talk about human rights. Even here, Uncle Sam, who always prides himself on democracy and freedom. The army and police were also very iron-blooded and ruthless, and they stabilized their country with lightning speed. Chapter 237. Global Mobilization. The Earth has never been as panicked as it is today. The scenes in science fiction movies come too suddenly, so that when you are still relishing and laughing at the misery in science fiction movies, the head of your own country will soon announce that aliens have invaded the solar system and are about to invade the Earth. It is conceivable that the reaction of the people on Earth at this time is panic, uneasiness, and full of fear for the future. In modern society, basically everyone has a relatively high level of education. Coupled with the internet, news media, etc., everyone has a certain understanding of the universe. Some people know how vast the universe is, and that they must have very high technology before they can actually conduct interstellar navigation. So you can tell with your toes that the technological level of aliens is much higher than that of people on Earth. And the fact that countries around the world have formed a united front to defend the Earth is enough to explain all this. Cities around the world have fallen into chaos, especially in Western countries. When it comes to human rights, freedom, equality, etc., people have always loved demonstrations. And sometimes dozens of people can be mobilized just because of something big. Demonstration on the road. In cities one after another. Factories have stopped working. Schools have closed. And shops have closed their doors. On the roads that used to flow into the river, people are holding banners and shouting slogans to express their inner fears. Groups of soldiers with live ammunition maintained order on the streets. And howling sirens sounded everywhere. Occasionally, sporadic gunshots could be heard. But they soon subsided. Looking to some areas in the distance, thick smoke billowed and flames shot into the sky. This is some people who are afraid of chaos in the world burning, killing and looting wantonly. But it is often accompanied by a burst of gunfire and soon subsides. Great citizens of the United States, at this moment, I ask everyone to return to their posts and stay calm. Aliens are not scary. We have the ability to defeat them and protect our homeland. Think of your parents. Kiss your lover. Hold your children tight. And don't participate in any illegal activities. At this time, what we need is unity and our strength to gather together. The Earth United Front has been established. Together with billions of people on Earth from other countries, we will fight to the end to defend our homeland and our future. Uncle Sam's president said loudly to hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the largest square in the capital. At the same time, TV stations, radios, etc. across the country were broadcasting it, although he did not have the slightest confidence in his heart. At this point, he knew he had to show enough strength. The square where hundreds of thousands of people gathered was very quiet. Everyone looked quietly at the figure on the rostrum and listened to the sound from the loudspeaker. The lovers just hugged each other, and the husband held his child, rubbing his wife into his arms.
Great citizens of the United States, we have entered into general mobilization. We need more and better soldiers. We also need more and more advanced weapons. We need massive supplies. We need to defend the earth and our homeland. Please stand up and fight for our elderly parents, our beloved relatives, our children, and the future of our humanity.
As Mr. President made his final roar, now hundreds of thousands of people are roaring. And even in cities and squares, countless people are roaring. Uncle Sam has not done so since ancient times. I've been afraid of no one but aliens. So what's the big deal? Scenes like this were staged in various countries around the world, with heads of state cheering on the people of their own countries and encouraging their citizens to actively participate in the war and defend the earth. At a university in the capital of country S, the military recruitment department opened directly to the playground of the university. Countless young students lined up in a long queue. Each of them was full of enthusiasm and was the most responsive person. Of course, there is no doubt that they are also the people who are most needed now. Space war is no longer the era of carrying guns and cannons. Each space soldier must not only have strong physical fitness, but more importantly, have culture. To understand scientific knowledge, the war in the universe, the bombardment between space battleships, the fighting between space fighter planes and space combat spaceships. The requirements for warriors have far exceeded any previous difficult era, especially in terms of knowledge and culture. In one college or another, students who are still studying in school are recruited into the army after passing simple tests. They are young. Their bodies are at their peak. Their brains are active. Their reactions are sensitive. And they have a cultural foundation. They are the best. Good space troopers. The same scene appeared in the universities of major powerful countries on the Earth. The Earth United Front, which had begun to run wildly in the capital, issued an order to recruit 10 million troops from all over the world. These 10 million soldiers are not ordinary soldiers. Each one requires at least a college degree or above. And the physical fitness requirements are also relatively high. As the most powerful country on Earth, the higher education in S country is also quite low. Poor. So this side was allocated a quota of 2 million. In a certain high-end office building, Hawaii was packing up his computer and preparing to go home. However, it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, which was a very busy time in the past. However, the news that aliens are about to invade the Earth has also been a huge impact here. Countless people are not in the mood to go to work, and the normal operation of the company has also been affected. Buzz. Buzz. The virtual machine rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? This is the Earth United Front Recruitment Office. Mr. Hawaii, you meet our recruitment requirements. Please report to the recruitment office at 10 a.m. on April 23rd. The relevant information has been sent to your email. A voice rang on the phone. Speaking very quickly, Hawaii hung up before he could fully react. Apparently there were too many people who needed to be notified. In modern society, all kinds of information about citizens are held in national databases. When needed, they can be quickly filtered out and contacted with just a phone call or email. Finally come.
Hawaii said softly that in the past few days, his college classmates, colleagues, friends, etc. have received calls and emails for military recruitment. Many of them have already entered the barracks and started training. This conscription is compulsory. Unless you are found to be physically incompetent, you must go. Due to the fear of war, many people were indifferent to this order, so that they were eventually enforced for disobeying the order. There were also many people who temporarily mutilated their bodies to avoid conscription.
You? Call your parents.
Hawaii breathed heavily. He knew he couldn't escape, but he didn't want to harm himself to escape. He used a virtual machine in his mind to contact his parents. It seemed that he hadn't had a good chat with his parents for a long time. At the Institute of High Energy Physics of the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom, Professor Smith, who is in his 50s and is a top scientist in the field of high energy physics research in the world, is receiving some special guests at this time.
Professor Smith, we are from the Department of Science and Technology of the Earth United Front. We are here to hope that you can go to Country S and work with scientists in the field of high-energy physics from around the world to build powerful laser weapons for us people on Earth.
The person who came had a high nose and deep eyes, a suit with no wrinkles, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like he was from a noble family. However, there was a symbol hanging on his body, a pair of fists defending the Earth. This was the symbol of the United Front of the Earth. Mark. However, until recently, he was an official at the UK Department of Science and Technology.
Why should you go? Can't we do it here?
Professor Smith is very willing to contribute to the defense of the Earth, but he doesn't want to go.
I'm afraid not. Because there are the most advanced scientific instruments and equipment there, as well as the largest number of top scientists. This time you will have the opportunity to enter the Fuyun Group Scientific Research Institute.
George shook his head. Now the Earth United Front has very great power. It can mobilize the military, government, etc. of any country on the Earth. The same goes for scientists, engineers, etc. They must obey the deployment of the United Front. The technology here is the most advanced. There are the most scientists, and the most various scientific research equipment and instruments. Naturally, others will go this way.
Oh well.
After a moment of silence, Professor Smith nodded slowly. Anyway, it was impossible to hand in the book now. The college students had been drafted into the army, and could not conduct research. The scientists also received orders one after another. Some went to serve in military factories, and some go to research institutions to study new technologies, and so on. Planes are flying from countries around the world to country S, to the headquarters of the Earth United Front. On board the planes are scientists and engineers recruited from various countries, as well as government personnel taken out of the governments of various countries. The United Front to get things running quickly. It can't be done without people. In Australia, hundreds of thousands or millions of mining workers marched into huge mines like a mighty army. And the iron ore that had been sealed up by the Australian government began to roar. Australia, this God-given land, contains extremely rich resources, among which the iron ore resources are world famous. Now they are all compulsorily recruited by the United Front because the Earth's United Front needs more resources to build space battleships, space fighters, spaceships, weapons and more. The same scene occurred in the Americas, Africa, Asia and other parts of the world, and various resources began to be continuously exploited. Chapter 238. Huashan, armed to the teeth. In the outer space of the Earth. At the Fuyun Group's space factory. Li Fu looked out the window. Countless spaceships and aerospace planes were extremely busy in space. A large number of aerospace planes took off from the Earth into space every moment. And there were also a large number of aerospace planes flew into the Earth. The space buildings in outer space are also in full swing here at the same time. Especially the space battleships that have completed their keels. Steel, metal and other resources from the Earth are being continuously transported up. At this time, the people on Earth are already somewhat reckless. You must know that even if the transportation capacity of the aerospace plane is very powerful, the cost of transporting steel from the Earth to space is really too high. But no matter how high it is, it must be tolerated, because the sooner the space battleship is built, the sooner the Earth will have the ability to protect itself. Spaceships from alien civilizations are constantly flying towards the inner circle of the solar system, although they are very cautious. But now scientists here on Earth have been keeping an eye on them. Under the huge pressure of alien civilization invading the Earth, no cost is no longer a consideration. These space battleships in the hands of China have received unprecedented support, and a steady stream of resources are transported from the Earth. From all over the world, top scientists and engineers join in, gathering the power of the entire Earth to build space battleships. Not only has the keel laying of the Huashan space fighter and numerous frigates been completed, but the Earth United Front has also passed the plan to build 2 more space battleship battle groups in one fell swoop. Orders have also been issued for the construction of the Sun and Moon space battleships. Here at the Huashan space battleship, huge parts are hauled from the void not far away. Here at the powerful solar farm, an asteroid with a mass of hundreds of millions of tons is continuously melted and smelted into a piece of large parts. Farther away in the void, at solar farms, asteroids are melted and smelted into huge parts. And then, they are also hauled to the Huashan space battleship. The United Front is now concentrating resources. First build the Huashan space battleship. Countless robotic arms are extremely busy. With sufficient resources, the construction speed of Huashan is very fast. Even the weapons system, with the participation of Fuyun Group scientists,
Scientists on this side of the Earth finally created we have developed a laser weapon that can be used in actual combat in the universe. Although it is a little worse than a point light, its power is already quite amazing. At this time, Li Fu was leading scientists and engineers to install shipboard laser energy weapons on the Huashan space battleship. As the main battleship, the Huashan has an extremely powerful weapon system. There are only 2 ultra-large ship-based laser weapon systems installed. Not because we don't want to install more, but because laser weapons consume a lot of energy. In addition, the manufacturing requirements for ultra-large ship-based laser weapons are very high, and the cost of each one is very high. It was enough to make Tang Yunshan's hands tremble as he signed. The ultra-large shipborne laser weapon, which costs up to 2 trillion Chinese dollars per unit, was developed by gathering many top scientists from all over the Earth. Of course, Fuyun Group is hiding something, and currently only Fuyun Group can produce it, because many key equipment and instruments are only available at Fuyun Group. Although the cost is very high, there is no doubt about its power. Scientists have done tests and found that one beam is enough to directly punch a hole in a steel plate with a thickness of more than 10 meters and a radius of 50 meters, which is enough to attack a space battleship like the Huashan. You could also make a hole out of it with one shot. In addition to 2 powerful shipborne laser weapons, the other main function of the Huashan is to carry as many space fighters and space combat spacecraft as possible. So there are many exits in every direction on the Huashan battleship. Each exit is connected to a huge parking area, which can be used to park a large number of space fighters and spaceships. According to the design, if the Huashan operates at full capacity, it can carry 100,000 space fighters at a time, replenish and take off these fighters, and can take off more than 10,000 space fighters or spaceships from all directions of the warship at the same time. The people on Earth are prepared to defend their enemies outside the country, and they dare not place the battlefield in the void near the Earth, let alone the weapons of the interstellar era. Even the weapons of the ground era. A nuclear bomb is enough to level a city. Therefore, it is best to kill the aliens in the void outside the Earth, so that the Earth can be protected from attack. Otherwise, any random attack by aliens can cause heavy losses to the Earth. If biological and chemical weapons were released, the Earth would be even worse. If the original indigenous people of America had not been killed by smallpox and quickly wiped out most of the population, America might still be ruled by Indians. The biological differences between these planets are too big. Aliens casually bring some viruses from their planets to the Earth. Maybe they won't make any waves here at all. But what's more, the biggest possibility is that all living things on this side of the Earth will be wiped out. Therefore, the battlefield will definitely be in the void far away from the Earth. Once it is far away from the Earth, space fighters, spaceships, etc. must have large space battleships for supplies, etc. All kinds of super large space fighters are absolutely indispensable. In addition to shipborne laser weapons and space fighters, there is also a very brutal weapon on the Huashan, the railgun, which relies on accelerating an object to a very terrifying level and then attacking the enemy. The powerful physical impact to cause damage and destruction. On the top floor of the Huashan, a gun barrel with a diameter of only 20 centimeters, but a length of more than 2 kilometers is being installed. This is the railgun. The railgun can accelerate a hard object to a very terrifying speed in a very short period of time. According to Einstein's mass energy formula, the faster the object carries, the greater the energy. So the projectiles fired contain very the terrifying energy. The powerful and brutal impact is enough to tear apart small asteroids. In addition to these 3 weapons, people on Earth will naturally not forget traditional weapons. They will never give up until the Huashan is armed to the teeth. Launch ports for various types of missiles are densely scattered throughout the warship, and they can launch thousands of missiles of various types at the same time. Of course, missiles are a bit backward for space warfare, but in this spirit, they may be able to launch missiles of various types. With the thinking in mind, it was still installed. The Huashan, which is armed to the teeth, can be regarded as pinning the hope of the Earth people to defeat the aliens. Naturally, it also takes great pains in defense. In addition to the Huashan space battleship being surrounded by 8 escort space battleships such as Hengshan, Songhan, and Taishan to form a tight battleship defense group. The Huashan itself is also equipped with a lot of defense weapons. The largest number of them are small laser weapons installed in various parts of the battleship. These small laser weapons have limited power. They are simply scratching the surface when used to deal with large space battleships. However, They are more numerous and consume less energy than super large ship-based lasers. The weapon is so terrifying, but it is most suitable for close defense. The speed of the space fighter is very fast in the void of the universe. It is impossible to use guns and cannons to defend it. Moreover, the space fighter is often equipped with some powerful bombs, like nuclear bombs. So it must be accurate at a long distance. Destroy all enemy aircraft that intend to approach the space battleship. Otherwise, it does not necessarily have to be very close to the space battleship. A powerful hydrogen bomb released from a distance of tens or even hundreds of kilometers is enough to cause fatal damage to the space battleship. What's more, these spacecraft are very fast, flying at speeds of tens or even hundreds of kilometers per second. And even distances of thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers can be reached in the blink of an eye. Therefore, the defense of space battleships is absolutely indispensable for a large number of laser weapons with long attack range. Although these small laser weapons are not powerful enough to pose a threat to large space battleships, they are enough to deal with small space vehicles. Such as point light, this kind of primary energy weapon is even more powerful. It can almost always be used against small spacecraft. Of course, no matter how large the number of these small laser defense groups is, there will definitely be blind spots, or people will find opportunities to approach on the ever-changing battlefield. Once the enemy spacecraft approaches the space battleship, a powerful nuclear bomb is enough to destroy a huge space battleship. Therefore, the best defense method is energy shield technology. However, this technology can only be mastered by level 3 cosmic civilizations. Very few civilizations among level 2 cosmic civilizations can master energy shield technology. Some few have developed to only civilizations at the pinnacle of level 2 cosmic civilization can master it. There is strength in numbers. The Huashan can be built many years in advance. However, the construction of the Sun Space Battleship has fallen to our Fuyun group. In the future, the ownership of the Sun Space Battleship will be a question. There will definitely be disputes. Now that there is a threat from foreign enemies, everyone is really working together. However, there will definitely be disputes in the future, unless the Earth takes this opportunity to truly unify. Is that possible? The differences in regional development are really too big. Li Fu looked at the lively scene outside, but he was already thinking about what would happen in the future. Chapter 239. Testing the Fleet. In the outer space of the Earth, spaceships acting as the united front of the Earth are traveling rapidly in the void. They will take over all the large radio transmission bases on the ground and in space, in order to prevent the information about the Earth from being leaked. If it is leaked, all large radio transmission bases will basically stop working. Especially they will not be allowed to transmit information into the universe. In addition, in the outer space of the Earth, at the spaceport of Sky City, a fleet is making final supplies. It is said that the fleet is actually a spaceship, because there are no large space battleships at all. The leading spaceships were all modified Dumbo spaceships produced by the Fuyun Group, followed by 7 or 8 spaceships modified from the Dumbo spacecraft. These spacecrafts are loaded with laser weapons and railguns. Of course, they are all small and have limited power. In addition, the hatch of each spacecraft is now wide open, and small space fighters are flying slowly. Enter it and prepare to go together. This temporary fleet has only one purpose, which is to test the alien situation in advance and see what the technological level of these aliens is. In the spaceport, a group of astronauts wearing spacesuits with the Earth United Front logo printed on them were lined up neatly, each of them looking solemn and very resolute. They have different skin colors, including Oriental faces from China, Westerners with high noses and deep eyes, blonde hair and blue eyes, and of course black people with curly hair and dark skin. Each of them is an elite among astronauts from various countries on the Earth. In space, have very rich driving experience. Of course, in terms of experience, the astronauts from China are more powerful, because China has known about the existence of aliens a few years ago and has been preparing for this and training its own space warriors. This space fighter was developed by scientists from China. The current space fighter of the Earth United Front is just an improvement on the original basis. Therefore, the familiarity and training level of the space fighter are also stronger than those of the space fighter from China. Great Earth warriors, thank you very much for standing up and using your lives to defend our homeland at this time. There is still half an hour before departure. Everyone, please say goodbye to your family. Covered with dazzling military stars, Douglas was originally a major general in Uncle Sam's Air Force. Now he has been summoned by the Earth United Front to start serving the defense of the Earth. His expression is resolute, But he also knows that most of these young men in front of him have gone there for their own reasons. There is no return. Facing an alien civilization, one that is at least 50 years ahead of Earth's technological level, is like flying a World War II fighter plane to fight modern 4th and 5th generation fighters. The winning rate is very low. But there is no way. The Earth United Front needs someone to test out the strength of the Lorne civilization. Necessary sacrifices are always inevitable. Gu Xiaoluan used a virtual machine in his mind to contact his parents. Ever since he was a child, Gu Xiaoluan had always been the pride of his parents, and the child of other people in the eyes of his neighbors. With excellent academic performance, he was easily admitted to the Chinese Air Force Academy, and became the favored son of heaven that countless people yearned for. An Air Force fighter pilot. Later, Gu Xiaoluan was selected as an astronaut with his outstanding performance, and became one of the Chinese national astronauts. With the construction of the National Space Army in full swing, Gu Xiaoluan also became one of the first batch of Chinese space warriors. He has been piloting space fighters in space for training for these years. He can be said to be one of the best space warriors on the Earth now. This time, without telling his parents, he signed up to become the first batch of space warriors to fight aliens. Gu Xiaoluan knew that there was a high possibility that he would never return. But Gu Xiaoluan did not regret his choice. As a soldier, especially a soldier in the space age, Gu Xiaoluan's ideological awareness is very high. When the Earth is facing the invasion of alien civilization, someone must stand up to defend the Earth. And what he has been training every day for these years is not just for this. One day I will be able to protect my family and my country. And now I have become a great warrior guarding the Earth. I will definitely be remembered in history, and be remembered for generations. There is nothing to regret. Xiaoluan, didn't you say you were training? Why did you call me back when you had time? Mom, I'm calling you this time to tell you that I'm about to conduct a secret training, which may take a long time. So I'll tell you first, so you don't have to worry. Okay, we know that if you train well, everything will be fine at home. Well, you too. Please take care of your health. Don't worry. We know it ourselves. But you should pay more attention to safety when training in space. After chatting with his parents for more than 20 minutes, Gu Xiaoluan ended the call with tears in his eyes. He was afraid that if he continued to talk, he would be unable to control himself. He gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked back at the person in the void. A blue planet. I don't know if I can come back and return to the knees of my parents to fulfill my filial piety. When it's time to set off, everyone's face is more or less filled with tears. Parting always makes people full of melancholy. Not to mention this kind of separation between life and death. Set off! Following the order from Major General Douglas, people in spacesuits began to land on their own spaceships. There were 12 spaceships in total, including 4 Dumbo spaceships. Each spaceship required 10 people. There are pilots on the left and right, and there are 50 space fighters in the huge belly of the Dumbo spacecraft. With a total of 60 people, there are 8 Dumbo spaceships, each of which requires about 10 pilots. And there are 20 space fighters, with a total of 30 people on board. A total of 480 astronauts and space warriors, all wearing spacesuits, lined up in the spaceport and began boarding according to the serial number of their spacecraft. While queuing up, Gu Xiaoluan looked at the void outside. In the spaceport, the huge bellies of spaceships had begun to slowly cover, and the energy, food, water, compressed air, and other materials they carried had been replenished. The combat space fighters have also been loaded into it, and everything is ready. The hatch leading to the spaceship was already wide open. Gu Xiaoluan grabbed the handrail next to him with both hands and pushed it gently. He slowly floated into the spaceship and arrived at his position according to the number. He skillfully fastened your seat belt and wait quietly for departure. The spaceship numbered by Gu Xiaoluan was ESA-003. It was a combat spaceship modified from the big flying elephant spacecraft. It was huge in size and had a very powerful carrying capacity. It was fully loaded with supplies and 50 space fighters, and slowly drove out of the spaceport, fly around the Earth to gain greater initial velocity. Originally, with the capabilities of the big flying elephant spacecraft, it could actually set off on its own without flying around the Earth. But that would consume more fuel. And this time, the expedition was very far away. According to the monitoring of scientists at this time, alien spacecraft are lurking near the orbit of Saturn, which is 10 Australian dollars from the Sun. 10 astronomical units. Even now that we have almost entered the space age, the farthest distance humans have traveled is only near the asteroid belt, which is about 3 astronomical units from the Sun. The distance of 10 astronomical units is very far away, and carries materials and energy are saved as much as possible. So it is necessary to fly around the Earth. After flying around the Earth for dozens of times, the initial speed of the spacecraft had reached a speed of more than 20 kilometers per second. And then it left the Earth's orbit without hesitation and flew straight towards the outer solar system in the direction of the Canis Major galaxy. I hope I can come back to Earth again. Gush Yaluan looked back at the Earth for the last time. The blue planet exuded the halo of life. Just one look at it made people fascinated by it. God bless. God bless. Beside, on the left side of Gush Yaluan, Berg moved his fingers quickly on his forehead and chest, closing his eyes, and silently praying to the god in his heart. Berg is from France, and is a very good astronaut. This time he is partnered with Gush Yaluan. Behind him, Gush Yaluan, Berg, and Blair on Gush Yaluan's right will form a small battle formation of 3 space fighters. Hey guys! There is nothing to be afraid of aliens. I have learned some information about them. They are just like us, carrying one head on 2 shoulders. It's no big deal. We will definitely be able to defeat them. Blair was full of confidence and had a smile on his face. Berg, Blair is right. We will definitely defeat them. After hearing what Blair said, Gush Yaluan smiled slightly and patted Berg on the shoulder to encourage him. Yes, we can definitely beat them. After praying, Berg said with a smile that everyone who could be selected was actually quite good mentally. Berg was obviously not the kind of person who would scare himself to death even before the war started. Hey guys, if we have time now, let's go to the virtual world to train together and cooperate with each other. Your level is the highest. You will have to kill more enemies by then. Blair smiled and suggested that the Earth United Front brought together several of the most powerful virtual world technology and game companies on the planet to develop a game called Star Wars. And the Earth's military had a lot of training time also come through this game. And of course, the level is many times higher than that of business players. Haha. Of course. We 3 musketeers will definitely be able to kill the aliens until they call us mother. Gush Yaluan said with a happy smile. Chapter 240. Rising Fighting Spirit. In the vast void of the solar system, a fleet of 12 spaceships flew silently and quickly in the void. After the early acceleration stage, these spacecraft were now flying by inertia. In the 12 spaceships, astronauts and space warriors are either exercising intensely or simulating their actual combat abilities in the virtual world. And as the distance from the area where the alien civilization spaceship is located increases, as we get closer and closer, everyone's nerves begin to slowly tighten, and they naturally train harder and harder. Everyone is eager to return to the blue planet and reunite with their relatives and friends. In a void somewhere a full 10 astronomical units away from the sun, 2 spaceships of the Lorne civilization are parked quietly, with various detection equipment on the spacecraft pointed at the Earth. Constantly monitor any information on this side of the Earth. Skatertsi looked at the distant void, as if he wanted to see the blue planet directly through the long distance. After this period of research and understanding of the Earth, he felt that the technological development of the Earth's people, the speed is beyond imagination. In less than 10 years, I didn't expect that the Earth, which was still in pieces, could enter the space age so quickly. It took decades for our Lorne Empire to enter the space age, and our Lorne planet is still unified and able to focus on development. Wuxia, a civilization with a long history of 5,000 years is indeed very outstanding for being able to last for such a long time. The history of our Lorne Empire is not even 5,000 years old. Skatertsi kept thinking in his mind. In his original estimation, even if the Earth's technology developed, it would be difficult to say that it would enter the space age in just a few decades. Especially for the Earth. Without unification, there is simply no way to concentrate efforts towards the space age. However, the Earth has entered the space age in a very short period of time, and can almost be regarded as a level 2 cosmic civilization. The gap with the Lorne Empire is not as big as I originally imagined. It is definitely not easy for the Empire to conquer this place, although there is still a gap between them and us. This gap is not enough for us to easily defeat them, especially when they have local combat advantages. It must be planned slowly, or some extraordinary means must be adopted. Otherwise the Empire will have to pay a heavy price if it wants to conquer this planet. But no matter how much you pay, such a charming living planet is still worth it. Our Lorne planet has almost reached its limit. The Empire needs to expand externally and occupy more living planets in the universe. Skadji thinks very far, and he is also very clear about the current situation of the Lorne Empire. The long-term unity of the Lorne Star,
Under the strong rule of the central center of the Lorne Empire, the entire planet is developing very fast. The population, technology, economy, and other aspects are developing rapidly. It is increasingly difficult for a small planet to meet the development needs of the Lorne Empire. The Lorne Empire is even planning to transform the planet. However, when the news about Scat Young was transmitted back to the Canis Major Galaxy, the entire Lorne Empire was boiling. Their eyes were no longer limited to the Canis Major Galaxy, but looked at the entire universe. Since there are space-time ocean currents between star systems that can quickly reach each other, there is no need to despair about the long distance in the universe. The era of interstellar colonization is coming.
We have received less and less radio information in recent times. I think it is very likely that the people on Earth have discovered our existence.
While Scatter was looking at the starry sky outside in a daze, Gasser came over with a solemn look on his face. He was responsible for receiving electromagnetic wave signals from the Earth to obtain information. During this period, it was difficult to receive electromagnetic signals from the Earth side, which made him feel very uneasy. He speculated that their traces might have been discovered on the Earth side.
This possibility cannot be ruled out. We have never been in contact with the base left by Scat Young on Ceres in the asteroid belt. The detectors launched in the past have also shown that this base still exists. This fully shows that people on Earth are also everyone knows about our Lorne civilization. It is normal for us to react accordingly. No one will expose their information to the enemy. It seems that most of us should have been exposed. It's just that we have been hiding very quickly. We also obtained a lot of information in the past. Is it because we are too close to the Earth?
Skater G frowned and thought rapidly in his mind. As the leader of a team, he has always been known for his wisdom and is very cautious in doing things.
I think it is very possible that the detectors we launched exposed our existence. In addition, if they had already known about the existence of our Lorne Empire, they targeted our galaxy in a targeted manner. Direction. The possibility of discovering us is also very high.
Gasselo also nodded. If once exposed to the eyes of the people on Earth, everyone would be in danger. Now they are fighting alone and fighting in a different place. Even if the technology is slightly ahead of the Earth, the chances of winning are still there. Still very slim.
Just discover it if you find it. Anyway, I want to have a fair and honest communication with the people on Earth. If I can test their technological level, we will be more confident when our army arrives in the future and take over the Earth.
After thinking for a while, Scutchy loosened his frowned eyebrows and said with a smile, although he only had 2 spaceships in his hands, these 2 spaceships were the crystallization of Lorne civilization's technology, and they were still armed to the teeth. A powerful spaceship. He is confident that as long as he does not fight with the people on Earth, it is not impossible to escape unscathed after testing the technological level of the Earth.
Buzz! Buzz!
At this moment, the alarm on the Emperor Mosa spacecraft began to sound, immediately alerting everyone.
What happened? No. There is a space fleet flying towards us quickly. How many spaceships does the other side have?
Scatgy immediately became energetic when he heard this. He just said chow chow and came over immediately.
There are 12 spaceships, including 8 A-class spacecraft and 4 B-class spacecraft. The current speed exceeds 70 kilometers per second. It is expected that it will take about 12 days to reach our current area. 12 spaceships? Do the people on Earth underestimate me? Do they think I can defeat us by bullying the few because I only have 2 spaceships?
Gasser raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was also very confident in his spaceship.
I came just in time. I was just hoping to meet them,
Scatchia said with a slight smile. He now felt that the blood in his body was beginning to boil. He was fighting an alien civilization. This was the first time in the history of Lorne civilization.
Now that they have discovered us, there is no need for us to hide any longer. Everyone listens to the order, starts the spacecraft, and rushes to the Earth. If we can defeat the people on Earth with 2 spaceships, our names will definitely be written into the textbook. Let me tell you, we don't have to fight with them. If we can fight, we will fight. If we can't fight, we will retreat. We are here to inquire about their situation, not to fight them desperately. We just need to test their level.
Skater Tomoya is not a fool. He knows that he is fighting alone now, with few against many, and the chance of winning is not too great. So he cannot force it. As Scatter Yong's order was issued, the 2 spacecrafts, Emperor Mosa and Clover, began to spit out long tail flames, and their speed also began to accelerate, heading towards the inner circle of the solar system, the Earth, in the void near the orbit of Mars.
12 spacecrafts were flying rapidly. And the spacecrafts also carried various instruments to constantly aim at the location of the Lorne civilization spacecraft. I didn't expect them to restart. It seems they discovered us. Humph. Instead of escaping, you are flying towards the inner circle of the solar system. I want to see if you aliens have 3 heads and 6 arms. Fleet Commander Major General Douglas looked at the latest intelligence data and said coldly. At the same time, the fighting spirit in his heart was also rising. It is almost impossible to break out a large-scale war on the Earth. As a soldier, I actually love and fear war. Love because only war can truly reflect the value of soldiers. Fear because war is very cruel and merciless. As the saying goes, soldiers are the most important thing for the country, and the key to life and death. Soldiers involved in it may die anytime and anywhere. Immediately report the latest situation to Earth. If we continue to inform you, the enemy already knows our existence, and the war is expected to come sooner than imagined. Douglas clenched his fists and looked at the dark starry sky. There were countless stars in the starry sky. He could not see the 2 Lorne civilization spaceships in the distance at all. But at this time, in Douglas's eyes, his eyes seemed to see through crossing the starry sky and a long distance. They looked at each other with the commander of the other side, and the flames of war were burning between them. Bump! Tell Douglas that if you can, you must annihilate all these aliens. Humph! They dare to despise us. 2 spaceships dare to fly towards our Earth. Earth. When Tang Yunshan, the Supreme Commander of the Earth United Front, received the news, he couldn't help but stand up and slap the table to give orders.